A decade ago, the Yao Empress Yu attempted to overthrow the dynasty but failed, leaving behind a mad child who could not cultivate, condemned to the status of a commoner, and becoming the greatest shame of the royal family. 10 years later, a deranged youth returned with the Sword Immortal's imperial tomb, known as Jiang Chen. They call him mad, yet he can slice through celestial beings with a mere gesture. They deem him foolish, but with a single wild poem, he makes the sages of the world bow in submission. They label him worthless, yet he stabilizes the empire with a single army, suppressing 5 nations and 10 dynasties, making all dare not lift their heads. They say he is exceedingly brutal, yet surrounding him are enchanting beauties. They claim he is cold-blooded and heartless, yet he opens the heavenly gates with a single sword, rescuing lives from the brink of disaster. While others laugh at my madness, I laugh at their inability to see. The sword comes. In this life, wherever the sword's edge points, there lies the path to kingship. Chapter 1. Let's play a game. In the Du Dynasty, the year 236 of Xianxia, autumn. In the capital city, along the banks of the Qinhuai River, seductive melodies filled the air. The sound of silk and bamboo from pleasure boats, the clamor of taverns, and the laughter of women mingled with the thick scent of cosmetics, enveloping this city of eternal night. However, for the past 3 days, the most conspicuous sight along the banks of the Qinhuai River was not those opulent brothels, but the nearly bankrupt establishment, Tingyu Pavilion. At this moment, the weak sounds of song and dance from the pavilion had echoed for 3 days and nights. The Madame, Hua Mama, leaned against a pillar on the 3rd floor, her face smeared with lead powder, exuding a sense of despair. This was all due to a down-and-out youth who had casually tossed a bag of golden leaves, renting the entire Tingyu Pavilion. The youth had but one demand. All the girls in the pavilion must sing and dance without pause. Hua Mama initially thought a noble guest had descended, only to discover that what had come was a genuine lunatic. This performance lasted 3 days and nights. The voices of the songstresses, once clear and melodious, had dwindled to mere hoarse gasps, each breath feeling like a knife scraping their throats. The dancers were sprawled on the ground, rubbing their nearly broken waists and cramping calves, tears streaming down their faces, ruining their makeup. Yet, even so, the youth remained drunkenly seated, forbidding them to cease. Otherwise, the golden leaves would be reclaimed. In the elegant room on the 3rd floor, the mingling scents of alcohol, sweat, and cheap cosmetics created a nauseating atmosphere. In the center of the room, the youth clad in coarse linen held an ancient zither, his gaze vacant, as if lost in his own world. No, the tune is wrong. He gulped a mouthful of wine, unskillfully beating the bottom of the zither, which lacked strings, treating it as a drumbeat, drunkenly directing. The pitch here needs to be higher. It must evoke that heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching sensation. Do you understand? Like this, One songstress could bear it no longer and leaned against a pillar, pleading in a broken voice, "Sir, I beg you, my voice truly cannot sing anymore." Your voice is quite good. The hoarseness has a unique charm. I quite like it." The youth, with bleary eyes, glanced at her, then swayed towards the exhausted dancers. "And you all, spin and leap. This young master wishes to see the splendor stained in blood. Get moving." Just then, Huang Mama's urgent voice called from outside. Su Xiao, you mustn't. This room is already occupied." As soon as her words fell, boom, the door of the elegant room was kicked to splinters from the outside. Amidst the flying wood chips, a young master clad in a brocade robe trimmed with gold entered, a sinister aura about him, followed by 7 or 8 fierce-looking henchmen. Smack! The young master, upon seeing the room filled with songstresses, immediately delivered a resounding slap. Hua Mama, standing beside him, was sent flying into the crowd, causing the already startled girls to scream and huddle together. "This is my territory. You haven't paid your taxes. Who allowed you to operate?" Hua Mama clutched her swollen face, disregarding the blood seeping from her mouth, and hurriedly explained, "Su Xiao, the tax payment is due today. I have already sent someone with it." However, she knew well that the tax payment was merely an excuse he sought. This Su Xiao was one of the notorious 10 young masters of the capital. Su Yang, the direct grandson of the high-ranking official Suin. Recently, in their debauched circle, a ridiculous game had become popular, comparing who could control the most trades among the 360 professions in the capital. This young master, Su, had already monopolized 300 types of business, and now he was just short of the brothel business along the Qinhuai River to reach a neat number. Yet, this young master had no intention of spending legitimate money. He had long set his sights on the struggling Tingyu Pavilion, waiting for it to collapse completely before seizing it for a pittance. Today, he had come of rage, having learned that a benefactor had appeared midway to revive the Tingyu Pavilion with money, thus thwarting his plans. Upon realizing this, Huang Mama felt a chill in her heart. Without the shelter of the Tingyu Pavilion, how could these drifting women survive in the capital, where wealth was squandered and the strong preyed upon the weak? Oh, more friends have arrived. The drunken youth on the bed seemed to finally notice the commotion, lifting his bleary gaze to sweep across the crowd. Instead of fear, a spark of excitement ignited within him. He suddenly stood up with enthusiasm, waving his hand grandly, proclaiming, "You all came at just the right time. Today, this young master is in high spirits. I shall cover all the drinks. Bring the wine. Let us continue the music and the dance." Su Liang's gaze fell upon the drunkenly extravagant youth, noting his shabby appearance. Instead of gratitude, he wore a face of disdain and spat. "Where did this wild dog come from, daring to act wild in a place I have set my sights on? Do you not know that this Tingyu Pavilion, along with the women inside, belongs to me? Someone, throw him out, break his legs, and toss him in the Qinhuai River to feed the turtles." "Su Xiaoya, please don't." Huang Mama mustered her last ounce of courage, rushing forward to plead. "I beg you, spare the lives of the 58 of us at Tingyu Pavilion. Get lost." Su Yang kicked her aside. "Break a leg." The drunken youth seemed to have heard of an exceedingly amusing game, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he swayed towards Su Liang, burping, "Great, great. I'm familiar with this. The game of breaking legs is one I played back when I was the 6th prince. What a perfect opportunity to relive it today. Come, come, let's play together." 6th prince. At this utterance, the entire room fell into stunned silence. A forbidden name, long buried in the depths of memory, suddenly surfaced in Huang Mama's mind. 10 years ago, due to the treachery of the demon empress, the one who had been entirely erased from the royal lineage and demoted to commoner status, Jiang Chen, was indeed the 6th prince of that year. Huang Mama slowly turned her gaze to the intoxicated youth before her. Suddenly, an oblivious servant chuckled, breaking the silence. "Aha! Young master, this fellow must be mad. How dare he impersonate a prince? Everyone in you knows there are only 5 princes under the current emperor. Where could a 6th possibly come from?" "Shut up." The one who interrupted him was surprisingly Su Liang. He scrutinized Jiang Chen's face. Although obscured by the stench of alcohol and dishevelment, the contours slowly aligned with the memory of the neglected yet stubborn prince from his childhood. It truly was him, the madman, regarded as the greatest disgrace of the royal family, who had vanished for 10 years. Jiang Chen.
A flurry of rumors about Jiang Chen flashed through Su Liang's mind. Born with a useless meridian, incapable of cultivation.
His mother's identity was unclear, and after her assassination 12 years ago, he had suffered a shock and descended into madness. He had once publicly torn the clothing of a general's daughter and caused a ruckus in the harem, inciting the emperor's wrath, who personally decreed his demotion to commoner and banishment from the imperial city. Who would have thought he would re-emerge 10 years later? Being reduced to a commoner meant he was a lowly citizen, and according to the Yu law, should a commoner clash with a noble, they could be killed on the spot. The malice on Su Liang's face instantly morphed into mockery as he gazed at Jiang Chen with heightened interest, clicking his tongue. "So, it's the infamous 6th prince. After 10 years, how have you ended up in such a pitiful state?" He paced around Jiang Chen, confirming his murky aura and that he was still an incapable waste, his smile growing increasingly twisted. "In my lifetime, I've bullied the offspring of marquises and kicked the grandsons of generals, but I've never taken on a dragon or phoenix scion. Today, let me have my fun with you." The malicious servant chimed in. "Young master, perfect timing. In 3 days, the 4th prince returns to the capital. This broken leg could serve as a gift." Huang Mama, instead of daring to intervene, wore a face of panic. News of the royal succession had already spread through the capital. This young Master Su's grandfather, Su En, a high-ranking official in the cabinet, was already a pillar of support for the 4th prince. Jiang Chen willingly presenting himself was a tremendous boon, was it not? When gods clash, mortals suffer. She hurriedly pulled a group of courtesans and dancers aside, retreating quietly, fearing the flames of royal power might engulf them. "All right, I'll let you hit first. After you, it will be my turn to strike you." Jiang Chen's face flushed with excitement. As if offering a treasure, he boldly extended his right leg towards Su Liang. Come on, I'll stand still for you to hit. If you can't break it, you owe this young master 100 girls. What does that sound?" Everyone stared at Jiang Chen as if he were a fool. The legendary 6th prince was indeed a complete madman. How could he voluntarily extend his leg for someone else to strike? Su Liang wore a playful smile. "All right, it's a deal. Whoever cries out in pain owes the other 100 girls." He stepped forward slowly, flipping his palm, an invisible vortex of energy forming in his hand, ready to unleash. In the corner, Hua Mama, still not far from retreating, felt a jolt of alarm. The martial realm has levels, each representing a significant leap in power, from body refinement, innate, celestial phenomenon, master, grandmaster, to transcendent. The outward projection of energy was a hallmark of the second realm, innate. She hadn't anticipated that Su Liang, this debauched youth, had already attained the status of a master at under 20 years old. With a single strike, he could leave a clear imprint even on hardened steel. Su Liang's eyes glinted with malice as his right palm, wrapped in a fierce wind, struck down violently against Jiang Chen's thigh. Bang! A dull thud sounded, yet the anticipated crack of bones did not resonate. Instead, Su Liang felt an immense force rebound from his palm, causing his entire arm to tingle and lose sensation. How could this be? All eyes turned to him with uncertainty. Did Su Xiaoya hold back? Before Su Liang could comprehend, Jiang Chen's drunken visage suddenly blossomed into a radiant, almost naive smile. All right, my turn now. You wish to strike me? You useless fool, dreaming in broad daylight. Su Liang's teasing remark, dreaming in broad daylight, had yet to be completed when he felt a blur before his eyes. Jiang Chen had unexpectedly seized his left leg, not waiting for a response, then raised his hand to strike. Crack! Chapter 2. You are too fragile. A chilling crack of bones silenced the cacophony in an instant. Immediately following, a piercing, inhuman scream erupted from Su Liang's throat. His typically haughty visage twisted in agony, turning an alarming shade of purple. Young master. All the servants were left in a state of shock, their minds blank. Their precious master, who had rarely even experienced a scrape in his privileged life, had just suffered a broken leg. After a few moments, they jolted back to reality, rushing forward in a frenzy to support the convulsing Su Liang, who had collapsed to the ground. Su Liang's left leg was grotesquely bent, limply draped over the other, with the stark white bone protruding through the luxurious fabric of his trousers and flesh, exposed to the air, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. In unbearable pain, Su Liang's forehead was lined with veins, and cold sweat poured down his face as he clutched the root of his leg. He could never have imagined that in his attempt to flaunt his power and seize a mere tavern, he would find himself in this dismal predicament. His leg broken by a lunatic in full view of the public. The young women at the entrance stifled their cries, too terrified to utter a sound, their fearful gazes darting between the wailing Su Liang and Jiang Chen. Wasn't Su Liang a martial artist of the innate realm? How could a mere commoner, and a madman at that, break his leg? Only Mama Hua stood there, her face a mask of shock. She understood that with Su Liang's leg shattered, although her listening rain pavilion was spared, the impending wrath would be unbearable. Su Liang's grandfather, Su Un, was the vice minister of the current cabinet, wielding immense power and influence, capable of shaking the capital with but a stamp of his foot. Mama Hua dare not linger. She immediately grabbed the dazed young women behind her, rushing down the stairs in a frantic tumble. Only by distancing themselves swiftly could they hope to survive this tempest. Your constitution is rather weak. I haven't even put in much effort, yet you've broken. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue in disdain, shaking his wrist before excitedly gesturing towards the petrified servants. Come, who's next? Let us continue our game. At that moment, the overwhelming rage mingled with excruciating pain shattered Su Liang's sanity. His eyes bloodshot, he pointed at Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Tear this lunatic apart. Kill him." 6 servants drew their long knives in response, surging forward with deadly intent. Yet, rather than fear, Jiang Chen felt exhilaration at the glinting blades. Oh, what new game is this? Decapitation? I like it. Come on. Saying this, he staggered forward, seizing the ancient chain from the ground, advancing rather than retreating, charging into the path of the menacing blades. Bang! Jiang Chen raised the chain effortlessly, transforming it into a formidable weapon. The first servant to charge was sent flying, both man and blade crushed under the force. The servant, undaunted by death, let out a fierce roar as his vitality surged, unleashing the full extent of his power at the body refinement stage, charging once more. Yet all of this was in vain. In Jiang Chen's hands, the worn ancient zither transformed into the most formidable weapon in existence. Though he wielded it with seemingly chaotic abandon, each strike was delivered with an exquisitely calculated angle. Striking true, with a resounding thud, one servant was sent flying, crashing against the wall, his fate uncertain. Another servant met the face of the zither, collapsing unconscious on the spot. With immense strength and unstoppable momentum, within mere moments, the path to Su Liang was cleared of any standing opposition. Jiang Chen's bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the crumpled figure on the ground, laughing maniacally. Haha, you're the last one left. I'm about to win. Su Liang felt a sudden weight in his heart, the arrogance in his expression evaporating as he forced a smile. Your Highness Lulu, I concede. We can talk this over. Before his words could fully escape, the blood-stained zither came crashing down upon his forehead with a resounding thud. A dull thump echoed as Su Liang's skull caved in, blood and matter erupting forth, his eyes wide in shock as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his body twitching slightly. Young master, the first servant who had been hurled away, crawled in, severely injured, witnessing the gruesome scene with terror etched across his face. Madman. He is a true madman. He dares to kill even the grandson of the vice minister. The surviving servants, paralyzed with fear, frantically dragged Su Liang's bleeding form away, scrambling to escape. The previous batch of guards who had suffered under the young master's wrath were still at the borders, repairing the walls. If the young master were to perish, it would be a luxury to hope for their families to remain intact. Now, they could only wish that he could hold on long enough to receive aid upon their return. Hey, don't run away. I haven't had my fun yet. Jiang Chen called after them, but seeing their utter disregard for him, he resignedly slung the zither over his shoulder, muttering, truly, they lack endurance for play. Feeling a sense of boredom wash over him, he swayed his head and waved his hand. Bring me some wine. Let the music play. Let the dance continue. With that, Jiang Chen reclined onto the soft couch, idly tapping on the bear's zither body. However, after a prolonged silence, the private room remained utterly still, devoid of any accompaniment. He tilted his head, his drunken gaze scanning the surroundings, only to realize that it was now completely empty. Where is everyone? A pungent mix of blood and alcohol assaulted his senses, momentarily clearing the haze of inebriation from his mind. He sat up abruptly, pointing at the gruesome mess on the floor, frowning as he questioned the air. What kind of service is this? Can't someone come and clean up? Come here. Oh, forget it. I'm done playing. This is too disgusting. Jiang Chen surveyed the chaotic scene around him, a wave of nausea rising within, prompting him to dry heave a few times. He promptly seized the stringless guqin and kicked open the door, unsteadily making his way downstairs. Before departing, he casually grabbed a handful of peanuts. Downstairs, the hour was late, yet the entrance of the listening rain pavilion was shrouded in darkness, crowded with an assortment of onlookers who had rushed over to witness the commotion. Jiang Chen's appearance immediately stirred a tumult among the crowd. It was he, the notorious madman who had slain the beloved grandson of Elder Su. Could he truly be the infamous Sixth Prince, said to have been mad for a decade? Surely, he could not be insane if he dared to decapitate the grandson of a cabinet minister. Yet, truth be told, Su Liang's daily transgressions had caused much suffering. Perhaps he was merely ridding the world of scourge. Jiang Chen flashed a wide grin, revealing his pearly whites, and glanced toward the source of the murmurs. Do you recognize, Your Highness? His voice, though not loud, sent the already fearful crowd scattering like startled birds, terrified that this legendary madman might erupt in a spree of indiscriminate violence. Hey, don't run away. Since we're friends now that you recognize me, shall we continue our little game of decapitation? He called out enthusiastically to the suddenly vacant street, but received no reply. Disappointed, he pouted, tossed a peanut into his mouth, and, with the stringless guqin slung over his back, hummed a tuneless melody as he wobbled into the depths of the night. Chapter 3. Ascending to the Throne. On the banks of the Qinhuai River in the capital, known as the city that never sleeps, the atmosphere had turned unexpectedly desolate, though the usual revelry of boats and music continued as before. Yet, amidst the heavy aroma of wine and perfume, a subtle hint of rust-like sweetness had quietly infiltrated the air. As Jiang Chen reached the street corner by the river, his unsteady steps abruptly halted. While he continued munching on peanuts, the half-drunken haze in his eyes momentarily cleared, revealing a glimmer of keen insight. He slightly tilted his ear, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward a pitch-black alley where visibility was non-existent. With a flick of his fingers, he deftly pinched a peanut, surrounded by an indistinct wave of energy that seemed to slice through the very air. With a mere thought, an invisible sword chi inscribed ancient characters before his eyes. Advantages, transforms into a shadow body. Disadvantages, cuts off an inch of energy. As the characters faded, Jiang Chen discerned the identity of the concealed figure lurking in the shadows. He tossed the peanut upward, caught it in his mouth, and with a crunch, he bit in half. Turning around, he greeted the obscured figure in the dark alley with a cheerful tone. "Ah, is it you, Hua Banban? What brings you here? Has my imperial father sent you to fetch me back to claim my title as crown prince?" The shadowy figure in the alley paused, clearly taken aback, having not anticipated that such a flawless concealment could be so easily unraveled. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman with silvery hair, a delicate visage, and adorned in resplendent robes, ambled forth. His piercing gaze lingered momentarily on the ancient guqin behind Jiang Chen before shifting back to scrutinize him, as if seeking the diminutive figure of yesteryears. "Welcome back to your home, Sixth Prince. His Majesty, the Emperor Yuan, has instructed this old servant to escort you back to the palace." His voice was thin and devoid of any emotion. This individual was none other than Wabanban, the Emperor Yuan's most trusted confidant and chief steward of the inner court, who had been inseparable from the emperor for years. No one could have anticipated that the emperor would summon him to invite a prince long relegated to the status of a commoner back to the palace. Taking a couple of steps forward, Jiang Chen leaned in to examine the pallor of his face and remarked, "Wabanban, it has been a decade since we last met. I have returned, yet you appear rather unenthusiastic." "I dare not," Wabanban replied, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, though a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. In his recollection, the sixth prince had always spoken in a disjointed manner, yet today his words flowed with remarkable clarity. Could it be? In the next moment, Jiang Chen suddenly feigned enlightenment, slapping his thigh. "Ah, I see. You must be suffering from that. What is it called? Hormonal imbalance. Old Waban, I must tell you, this is a classic case of yin overpowering yang. You ought to find an opportunity to invigorate your yang energy." The corners of Wabanban's eyes twitched imperceptibly as he realized he had overthought the matter. This was still the Mad Prince, merely transformed from a small lunatic into a larger one. He refrained from engaging further, adhering to his customary brevity, and replied coolly, "Your Highness, please make your way to the Imperial Writing Chamber at once. Suin's people have already arrived." "Suin? Who is he? Is he here to fetch me as well?" Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity, glancing around as if searching for the individual named Su, and Wabanban was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he truly did not comprehend the gravity of the predicament he had just unwittingly created? The thought rolled around in his throat, but remained unvoiced, as he stiffly raised his hand and gestured towards a carriage shrouded in darkness at the other end of the street. However, Jiang Chen seemed more intrigued by him than the carriage, trailing behind with the guqin and curiously asking, "Wabanban, at what age did you lose your innocence?" Wabanban's pace faltered, and to avoid prolonging the conversation, he reluctantly squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth: 6 years. Hiss! Jiang Chen felt a sudden chill and instinctively crossed his legs, then hurriedly pursued with another question, "Did it hurt?" Under the barrage of increasingly bizarre inquiries, the two finally boarded a nondescript carriage. The night in the capital was ablaze with lights, and the carriage glided smoothly. Within the carriage, Jiang Chen's curiosity seemed boundless. After an indeterminate duration, the silhouette of a grand and imposing palace complex gradually emerged from the depths of the night. The carriage came to a gentle halt. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Imperial City." Hua Banban finally opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he uttered a few words, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. He could not fathom why, among the 6 sons of the Emperor, each a paragon of virtue and talent, the sovereign regarded this madman with such a unique favor. Taking a deep breath, Hua Banban quickly restored his impassive demeanor and led the way forward. "His Majesty awaits you in the Hall of Imperial Edicts." In the stillness of the midnight Imperial City, where silence reigned, only the synchronized footsteps of a night patrol and the clinking of armor could be heard, alongside the echoes of their footsteps on the empty palace path. The Hall of Imperial Edicts was ablaze with light. Hua Banban halted at the entrance, bowing respectfully to announce, "Your Majesty, the 6th Prince has arrived." A voice, both authoritative and frigid, resonated from within the chamber, commanding, "Let him enter." Hua Banban's body trembled. He dared not speak further. He gestured politely to Jiang Chen and silently retreated into the shadows, gently closing the heavy door behind him. Inside, a tall figure clad in a dragon robe stood with his back to the entrance, hands clasped behind him, gazing intently at the expansive map of the Great Yu territory upon the wall. Even from behind, He exuded the majestic aura of a sovereign, as imposing as towering mountains. Yet, Jiang Chen appeared oblivious, continuing in his drunken demeanor as he swaggered into the room, unceremoniously plopping down onto a nearby rosewood chair. "Father, after 10 years. Why do you remain awake at this hour, feigning gravitas? Surely, you are not losing sleep over missing me?" The figure slowly turned to face him, revealing none other than Emperor Jiang Yuan. His countenance was stern, exuding an innate authority. However, in that moment, the depth of his piercing gaze softened, replaced by a complex and affectionate expression that none in the court had ever witnessed. "You rascal, after 10 years, is this how you address me?" Though the emperor's reprimand was sharp, anyone could discern the layers of concern and longing for his youngest son that lay hidden within his seemingly stern words. "Why else should I prostrate myself in reverence, declaring my loyalty?" Jiang Chen retorted nonchalantly, digging at his ear with indifference. Rather than anger, Jiang Yuan felt the tension within him ease quietly. He had once believed that the tragic incident involving Jiang Chen's mother had created an irreparable rift between them, prompting the young prince to flee for a decade. Yet now, hearing his son's irreverent tone, Jiang Yuan understood that no resentment lingered in Jiang Chen's heart. The 10 years apart had not bred any estrangement or distance between father and son. Everything felt as it once had, reminiscent of their pure, unblemished paternal bond. He refrained from inquiring where Jiang Chen had been all these years or why he had voluntarily renounced his princely title. Instead, he asked in a tone that seemed casual yet was imbued with warmth, "What prompts your return at this moment?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting complexity crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. Yet he maintained his cavalier facade. "What? Is my timing inconvenient? Shall I take my leave?" "You dare." Jiang Yuan abruptly slammed the table, his eyes betraying a hint of concealed delight. For he had discerned that Jiang Chen's return this time would be permanent. "Excellent." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuan's gaze sharpened. Since his son had come back, it was time to prepare for him to ascend to the throne. Chapter 4. Princes are subject to the same laws as commoners. "The crown prince," Jiang Chen scoffed. "You must be mad to consider a lunatic like me for such a position. Besides, are you not aware that I possess not the slightest interest in that title?" Jiang Yuan had anticipated this response, his face revealing little surprise. This query had been posed countless times over the past 12 years. Back then, Jiang Chen's stance had been even more resolute, each reply echoing his desire to be a carefree prince, shunning the burdens of kingship. "If you are disinterested in the crown, then what piques your interest?" Jiang Yuan inquired, slowly sitting down and lifting a cup of long cold tea, pressing for answers with a hint of irritation. This was their customary mode of communication, one of the rare moments over the years where Jiang Yuan could shed the facade of an emperor, within the confines of the imperial study. Devoid of the trappings of political intrigue and hollow courtesies, existed simply a pair of ordinary father and son. Jiang Chen scratched his head, his gaze drifting past Jiang Yuan's shoulder toward the intricately carved dragon throne behind him, adorned with 9 golden dragons symbolizing supreme power. His expression spoke volumes, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. The corners of Jiang Yuan's eyes twitched in realization. It was clear. This rascal wished to avoid the bloody power struggles of the royal succession and had no desire to engage in the treacherous machinations of the court. He simply wished to wait until Jiang Yuan had paved the way, then leap directly to the throne, bypassing the arduous intermediary stage. Such aspirations were indeed fanciful. Jiang Yuan muttered in annoyance. He chose not to pursue the topic further, shifting his demeanor to question more sternly. "You return only to render the grandson of a cabinet minister into a fool. Do you believe my empire to be so stable that you wish to deliberately unsettle it?" "It was he who struck first," Jiang Chen retorted matter-of-factly. "He got what he deserved. Besides, my leg was nearly severed by him. You offer me no consolation and yet direct your ire at me?" His twisted logic was delivered with such audacity that Jiang Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter it. Just then, an incongruous, sharp voice pierced the air from beyond the hall. "Your Majesty." The deputy minister seeks an audience at this late hour. Jiang Yuan's gaze instantly shifted to Jiang Chen, his eyes questioning. "How do you propose we handle this mess?" However, Jiang Chen reclined with nonchalance, crossing his legs and feigning ignorance, as if he had not heard. Jiang Yuan, feeling exasperated, silently cursed the little rascal, then waved his sleeve towards the entrance. "Let him in." The moment the words left his lips, the warmth and helplessness of a father dissipated like the tide, leaving behind the weight of his royal mantle. In its stead, a majestic aura emanated, embodying the sovereign's authority over life and death. The atmosphere within the imperial study seemed to grow cold and heavy at that very moment. Moments latte. An elderly man with graying hair and a somewhat disheveled official robe hurriedly entered, his demeanor suffused with an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Jiang Chen before he suddenly fell to his knees before Jiang Yuan, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant justice for this old minister. My unfortunate grandson, while enjoying himself at the Listening Rain Pavilion tonight, was brutally assaulted by the sixth prince, resulting in a broken leg and a fractured skull. He is now unconscious. The imperial physician has stated that even if he awakens, he will likely be a cripple. Oh, Your Majesty. His words were laden with profound grievance and injustice, echoing throughout the grand hall. Jiang Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him and responded in a deep voice, Minister Su, I am already aware of this matter. Please rise. I shall ensure justice is served. Suin, engulfed in sorrow, was momentarily taken aback. He was not surprised by the emperor's awareness. After all, it was well known that the Jing'an division of the Diyu dynasty was an ever-watchful eye over all ministers. No murmur or movement within the imperial city escaped the notice of Emperor Yuan. What astonished him was the phrase, justice shall be served. Was the emperor truly willing to punish the sixth prince, who had been absent for a decade and whose favor with the court was uncertain, on behalf of a mere minister? Jiang Yuan's expression turned stern as he directed a formidable gaze at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, I ask you, did you deliberately inflict grievous harm upon Minister Su's grandson? Indeed, I did it intentionally, Jiang Chen replied, his voice unwavering, devoid of any hesitation. He then slapped his thigh in regret, lamenting, alas, why did I not kill him then? I clearly did not control my strength properly. It was a mistake, a grievous oversight. At this proclamation, Su In's fury solidified into disbelief, and even the typically unyielding Hua Banban, standing nearby, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment at such outrageous remarks. How audacious! Jiang Yuan's anger flared as he thundered. A prince's crime is equivalent to that of a commoner. Moreover, you, a nameless individual, dare to deliberately harm the family of a minister within the imperial capital? After delivering a stern reprimand, he turned to Su In, his tone softening abruptly. Minister Su, do not worry. I shall not show favoritism. With witnesses and evidence aplenty, and his own admission, we shall proceed according to the laws of the Diyu dynasty. Without waiting for Su In to respond, Jiang Yuan continued, Now, tell me, what compensation do you seek? Compensation? Su In momentarily faltered, confused by the implication. What did it mean? With intent to harm. The evidence was irrefutable, and the perpetrator had confessed. Should he not be imprisoned in the celestial dungeon and face severe punishment according to the laws of the Diyu? How had this turned into a matter of compensation? Just as he struggled to formulate a response, Hua Banban interjected with a demure demeanor, her voice soft yet clear. Minister Su, perhaps you have forgotten. In the Codex of the Great Yu, specifically in the 127 supplementary clause, it is stated that should an individual afflicted with madness cause harm to another, if death does not ensue, the guardian shall bear full responsibility, compensating with money or property, and shall not be subject to criminal prosecution. Su In was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, such a law existed within the annals of the Great Yu. Moreover, this statute had endured for over a century and 12 years prior. He had personally led the revision of it. This was enacted to highlight the benevolence of the dynasty, for the capital was heavily guarded, and who would dare to roam freely if they were mad? Thus, the law had remained largely dormant, its existence forgotten by nearly all. To his astonishment, it had now become a life-saving talisman for the sixth prince. Could he truly resign himself to this fate? His beloved son, at the tender age of 18, had already reached the innate realm, representing the Su family's most promising hope of ascending to the celestial realm within a century. However now, the more Su In pondered, the more he felt a sense of injustice rising within him, an indignation that he could not swallow. He suddenly lifted his head and, based on the clues provided by a family servant, declared loudly, Your Majesty, the sixth prince has reserved the Listening Rain Pavilion for 3 days, merely to enjoy music and dance. This action is coherent and does not resemble madness. I implore your Majesty to see clearly. See clearly? Jiang Yuan's expression darkened immediately. He pointed at Jiang Chen, who remained nonchalantly reclining, and sternly retorted to Su In, Did I not just inquire in your presence? Did you not hear? Tell me, in all the realm, which sane criminal would so brazenly admit to their intent to commit harm before me and the victim, and bemoan that they did not kill? Furthermore, was this law only recently enacted? Suan was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. Indeed, who among the rational would dare to behave so in front of a sagacious monarch? Was this not the very definition of madness, an evident deviation from normalcy? Moreover, this law had been proposed by the very officials who, upon learning of the sixth prince's affliction, suggested its revision out of concern for the emperor's sentiments. Yet who could have anticipated that this madman possessed such strength, one that could not be thwarted even by those of innate prowess? Suan took a deep breath, the taste of blood seeming to linger in his throat, and ultimately swallowed his bitterness and indignation. Having held a high position for decades, how could he not comprehend the temperament of this Emperor Yuan? Continuing to argue with a madman and a willfully ignorant sovereign would only bring disgrace upon himself, leading to a reputation of being unreasonable and lacking decorum. He slowly inclined his body, his voice hoarse. This old minister has acted improperly. I beg your majesty to forgive my transgression. It was my moment of deep emotion that. Minister Su, I can understand your feelings, Jiang Yuan interjected, regaining his authoritative demeanor and feigning magnanimity with a wave of his hand. Speak, what are your conditions? As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse. Chapter 5. The Little Medical Sage, Xianxia. A flicker of barely perceptible malice flashed in Suan's eyes, yet his countenance remained as dark as the depths of water, and he slowly shook his head. The old minister harbored no ulterior motives. He merely hoped that your majesty would take into consideration his many years of service to the nation and beseech the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, particularly the esteemed Miss Xianxia, to attend to his ailing grandson. The mention of the Medicine King Valley and Xianxia caused a slight furrow to form on Jiang Yuan's brow. The Medicine King Valley existed beyond the mundane realm, standing apart from the imperial court and abstaining from worldly strife. Each disciple possessed extraordinary medical skills, yet they were equally proud and acted solely according to their whims. Xianxia, in particular, was groomed as the next generation's heir, a prodigious talent who had already earned the reputation of reviving the dead and restoring the lifeless to vitality at such a tender age. Moreover, she never charged for her services, attending to patients solely based on the principle of fate, earning her the esteemed title of the little medical immortal among the people. Even the most exalted sovereign could not summon her assistance without the right connection. However, Jiang Yuan happened to be one who could indeed invoke Xianxia's aid, for she was none other than the legitimate daughter of the current Minister of Personnel, Shun Yan. By issuing a decree under the imperial authority to Shun Yan, he could compel the minister to ensure his daughter's involvement. Yet, should he take this course, the restless and discontented ministers in the court would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to accuse him of abusing his power for personal gain, leading to turmoil within the court. After all, what assurance was there that an emperor willing to manipulate his ministers for the sake of his own son would not, in due time, exploit his position for the whims of a favored concubine coveting some treasured possession? Once such a precedent was set, it could unravel the unity of the court, making governance increasingly difficult, an outcome detrimental to his aspirations of consolidating the realm. This old fox was indeed playing his cards well. Suan was acutely aware that his intentions had been fully discerned by the individual seated upon the dragon throne, yet he remained expressionless, kneeling like a stone statue, patiently awaiting a response. The sixth prince, who had descended into madness for a decade, had been stripped of his noble status, lacking even the qualification to enter the palace. Yet, immediately following his grandson's grievous injury, he had appeared in the Hall of Imperial Edicts. If Suan could not perceive the extent of Emperor Yuan's favoritism, then his decades of experience in the court would have been in vain. Rumors circulated within the palace that Emperor Yuan harbored intentions of establishing a successor. While it seemed improbable that a madman could ascend to the position of crown prince, one could never completely dismiss the possibility. Suan had already taken a clear and public stance in favor of the fourth prince, Jiang Tao. His actions today, ostensibly aimed at seeking justice for his grandson, were, in truth, a calculated opportunity to gauge the standing of the deranged sixth prince in Emperor Yuan's estimation. This was the only viable means to maximize the benefits from the grievous injury inflicted upon his grandson. Otherwise, would one dare to brazenly threaten the life of a prince in the emperor's presence? Jiang Chen regarded the old man with a slight smirk, uttering not a word. He had a vague recollection of Xianxia, though his memory lingered on that frightened little girl with yellow hair who would weep at the mere sight of him. As for when she had become a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, this was indeed the first he had heard of it. Just as Suan believed that the Emperor Yuan would take a moment to deliberate, Jiang Yuan on the dragon throne waved his hand decisively. It should be so. I grant this request. Huh. Suan's expression froze, the Emperor's resoluteness far exceeding his expectations. Following this, Jiang Yuan added, coincidentally, I have heard of Xianxia's remarkable medical skills, particularly her Ghost Valley 8 Needles technique. Once she has treated your grandson, let her also administer a few needles to Jiang Chen to ascertain whether there is any hope for his madness, lest he harm others in the future. What? This exclamation did not come from Suan, but rather from Jiang Chen, who was spectating. I did not want to get needles. Suan found himself unexpectedly rendered speechless. He felt as though the punch he had prepared landed heavily on a mound of cotton. He had anticipated gauging the Emperor's stance and perhaps compelling him to make some concessions. Yet the other party effortlessly neutralized his intentions with such a nonchalant remark. Using the pretext of treating a potentially dangerous lunatic, it was a justification that could withstand scrutiny on both emotional and rational grounds. Even if Minister Shun cared deeply for his daughter, he would not dare oppose the greater good concerning the safety of the capital's citizens. His maneuver not only spared the Emperor from being labeled a tyrant, but also established an image of a benevolent ruler concerned for the safety of the capital. Truly, he was a man who had stabilized the tumultuous Dayu dynasty for 2 decades through sheer strength. Father, I will not get needles. I am not ill. I am perfectly healthy. Jiang Chen leaped up in vehement protest. As he spoke, he vigorously tapped his forehead, as if daring them to test his mental acuity. Observing this, Hua Banban quickly stepped forward, gently restraining his agitated shoulders while soothingly saying, Your Highness, please calm down. We know you are not unwell. It is merely a routine checkup. Checkup? Nonsense. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly, instantly perceiving that his father intended to trap him. He was well aware of his own mental state, better than anyone else. Suan, who previously thought Jiang Chen was feigning madness, now saw the genuine terror on his face as he jumped around as if facing death itself. And he dispelled any doubts about the 6th prince's condition. It must be noted that Shun Xining was the designated successor of the Medicine King's Valley, renowned for her divine medical skills and celebrated beauty in the capital. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary nobles to even secure an audience with her. Countless young talents queued in vain. Yet Jiang Chen resisted as if faced with a ghost. This was not madness. It was likely foolishness. Jiang Chen attempted to negotiate further. But Jiang Yuan impatiently interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. If you do not think of yourself, at least consider the safety of the citizens of the capital. What do you mean by that? Are you worried I might bite someone? Jiang Chen's lips twitched violently, realizing that the implication was akin to receiving a rabies vaccine. Without a doubt, he knew that his father's intentions regarding Xianxia were far more complex than mere medical treatment. It was at least a significant trap. Is it not possible for me to just hide away? Upon this realization, Jiang Chen shouldered his tattered ancient zither and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the palace exit. He could not fall prey to the cunning schemes of that old fox. Observing Jiang Chen's swift departure, akin to a rabbit fleeing, Jiang Yuan could only shake his head in resignation. He then turned to the still kneeling Suan and remarked, Su Aiqing, do take a look at this, will you? Having regained his composure from the shock, Suan quickly prostrated himself deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Your Majesty, the old minister comprehends your sentiment. As a parent, one can empathize universally. He paused, suppressing his sorrow, and continued, the reckless actions of my grandson against his highness have led to this unfortunate outcome. It is simply his fated tribulation, and I accept my misfortune. Though he spoke these words, the depths of his downcast eyes remained cold and foreboding, clearly indicating that this matter would not be settled so easily. Within the imperial study, the oppressive atmosphere left by Suan's departure was gradually stirred and diluted by the fragrant sandalwood rising from the Basang furnace. The emperor stood in the center of the grand hall, his hands clasped behind him, lost in contemplation. He was well aware of Suan's underlying thoughts. This old fellow was notorious for his pettiness, as evidenced by his late-night visit to voice grievances over his grandson's misfortune. However, the emperor paid little heed to such minor grievances. The discontent of his subject could not sway his resolve. What truly occupied his thoughts was Jiang Chen. What had prompted this young man to suddenly appear at the Listening Rain Pavilion? And why, of all people, Did he come into conflict with Su An's grandson? He understood this son better than anyone else. Though his actions often defied logic and convention, he was meticulous and far from impulsive. Wabanban, Jiang Yuan inquired without turning. Can you discern the current state of Chun'er? Wabanban, who had been silently standing to the side, took a couple of steps forward and slightly bowed, replying to your majesty. This old servant is not perceptive enough. I can only sense that the sixth prince's vitality has surged exponentially since leaving the capital, akin to a hidden dragon submerged in the abyss, unfathomable. However, his body seems devoid of any genuine energy flow. Thus, I am unable to ascertain his precise realm. Even you cannot perceive it? Jiang Yuan slowly turned, striding back to the dragon throne that symbolized supreme authority. His gaze was profound, as if piercing through the palace walls to behold the stubborn little figure from a decade past. Jiang Chen's existence had been the greatest anomaly since birth. The world only recognized him as a person with blocked meridians, a natural failure. Yet, only he and a select few trusted confidants were aware that Jiang Chen was anything but a wasted vessel. On the contrary, his meridians were more expansive and accessible than anyone else's, akin to rivers converging into the sea, boundless and vast. Yet therein lay the crux of the issue. His body resembled an unfathomable black hole. Any celestial energy entering him vanished without a trace, akin to mud sinking into the ocean, utterly incapable of coalescing into vital energy. Fortunately, his peculiarities bestowed upon him an innate and terrifying strength that only intensified with age. A decade ago, at the tender age of 7, he could draw a 1,000-pound dragon bow, shatter the steel shields of the Imperial Guard with a single punch, and confront innate martial artists without yielding. Yet, that was the extent of it. After 10 years of wandering, it appeared he had ultimately failed to discover the path to the martial arts he so desired. A barely audible sigh dissipated within the vast hall. Jiang Yuan cast aside his melancholy, fixating on Hua Banban, and abruptly shifted the conversation. Hua Banban, do you believe that Chun Er's grievous injury to Su Yang was merely a manifestation of his madness, a momentary lapse? Hua Banban's ancient, inscrutable visage twitched imperceptibly. On the way back to the palace, the sixth prince, consumed by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and exploration, was so eager he nearly stripped himself to conduct an impromptu study. Such audacious acts, could they possibly be executed by a sane individual? The sixth prince's behavior was indeed extraordinary, whimsical, and unfathomable. It seemed to be a moment of loss of control, rather than a deliberate act. Was it not? A playful smirk suddenly curled at the corners of Jiang Yuan's mouth. What if I were to suggest that it was intentional? Intentional? Hua Banban's expression froze, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Your Majesty, are you implying that the sixth prince intentionally wielded his madness as a weapon, using the Great Yu Code as a shield to evade culpability? Jiang Yuan nodded with a smile. This fellow has always acted in an eccentric manner, never adhering to conventional norms. Suan was the first to advocate for his depersonalization, which is why Chun Er has made it a proclamation of his return to the capital. Hua Banban's eyes twitched. Those esteemed officials in the court would scarcely dream that their flattery would one day become their greatest dilemma. Still reeling from Jiang Chen's audacious maneuver, the voice of Emperor Yuan resounded once more, now devoid of mirth, taking on a profound gravity. What are your thoughts on that girl, Xianxia? Hua Banban was momentarily taken aback. Having served this emperor for decades, he was well aware of his character. Emperor Yuan never inquired about trivial matters or engaged in futile endeavors. He had always adhered to his role as a servant, refraining from meddling in the intricate rivalries among the princes. Yet tonight, the emperor posed 3 questions. The first concerned Jiang Chen's prowess, a matter of substance. The second inquired about Jiang Chen's motives for harm, a matter of talent. The third probed into the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Shun Yin, a matter of influence. Each question intertwined seamlessly, seemingly distinct, yet forming 3 towering pillars that pointed towards the most turbulent and dark vortex of the succession struggle. Could it be? A glimmer of clarity flickered in Hua Banban's eyes. Your Majesty, Miss Shun is truly outstanding among her peers. Not only is her medical expertise unparalleled, earning her the title of Little Immortal Doctor, but her character is also remarkably wise and resilient. She navigates situations with grace and discretion, embodying both the transcendence of the Medicine King Valley and the poise of a refined lady. In the grand expanse of the capital, when it comes to talent, character, and demeanor, none among her peers can rival her. Hua Banban raised her head, meeting Jiang Yuan's profound gaze with resolute conviction. She is indeed a fitting match. Jiang Chen sauntered out of the imperial palace, stepping onto the streets of the royal city. The chilly night breeze rushed toward him, instantly dispersing the remnants of his inebriation. While his mind cleared, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. That scheming father of his, what was he up to? Shen Xining. 12 years ago, she was already recognized as the most beautiful maiden in the capital, coupled with her father's esteemed position as the Minister of Personnel who governed the promotion of officials. The threshold of the Shen residence had long been polished by the feet of countless nobles. Now, she was further adorned with the extraordinary title of the next heir of the Valley of the Medicine King. What is the Valley of the Medicine King? It is not merely a sacred place of healing that can revive the dead and mend broken bones. It is also the source of elixirs that warriors across the land fervently aspire to connect with. Whoever secures the hand of the heir of the Valley of the Medicine King essentially anchors this colossal, transcendent entity to their chariot. A paragon of beauty, lineage, and potential, she is a living embodiment of fortune. How could his brothers, blinded by their lust for the throne, remain composed? In his previous life, having perused numerous novels about imperial power struggles, Jiang Chen understood that such a flawless paragon of virtue to a powerless prince like himself, branded with the stigma of madness, heralded disaster. His father was not merely attempting to cure him. He was brazenly thrusting him into the meat grinder of succession. Sigh. Jiang Chen gazed up at the waning moon, letting out a long, drawn-out sigh. 20 years have passed. It has been exactly 20 years since he arrived in this unfamiliar world. In his previous life, he was a child raised in an orphanage, never having tasted the sweetness of familial love. This time, having fortuitously been born into a loving family with doting parents and a host of nominal siblings, he found himself ensnared in the most heartless of imperial households. He had hoped to live a carefree life as a leisurely prince, content to indulge in simple pleasures, feeding birds, walking dogs, and teasing young maidens. Yet, there were always forces that denied him this opportunity. First, his body, incapable of sensing vital energy and unable to cultivate, subjected him to ridicule and disdain from a young age. Then came the unforeseen tragedy that befell his gentle mother. Remembering that tender woman who, in her final moments, lamented her inability to protect him, a chilling glint flickered in Jiang Chen's languid eyes. Just then his gaze sharpened, and he turned his ear toward a shadowy corner behind him. Chapter 7. The Sword Saint? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and before him once again materialized. Advantages, a figure like lightning, breath like a specter. Disadvantages, protection as fragile as silk, easily shattered upon contact. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. After 10 years apart, the depths of the capital's waters remain as profound as ever. Even the welcoming ceremony is so uniquely exquisite. Have they taken me too seriously, sending a master to welcome me? Jiang Chen nonchalantly picked up a peanut, tossed it into the air, and with precision, caught it in his mouth, crunching it with delight. He then picked up a second peanut, but refrained from eating it, instead leisurely toying with it between his fingers. Meanwhile, 100 meters behind Jiang Chen, a shadow stealthily trailed his every step from the eaves of the building. Cloaked by the profound darkness of the night, he resembled a drop of ink seamlessly blending into a river, moving silently, disturbing not even the dust upon the tiles. A master-level warrior could perfectly meld their aura with the surrounding environment. As the distance between them decreased to 50 meters, the eyes of the cloaked figure, hidden in shadow, suddenly turned icy. A dagger, as thin as a cicada's wing and glimmering with an eerie light, silently slipped from his sleeve into his palm. The dagger's ghostly glow distorted the surrounding moonlight, clearly imbued with a venom potent enough to seal one's fate. In the next moment, the muscles in the assassin's right leg tensed, akin to a taut bowstring, gathering terrifying strength capable of piercing through stone. Just as he prepared to spring forth like a cheetah for a thunderous strike, a sudden whoosh. The air before him vibrated violently. He scarcely had time to react before feeling a chill at his brow. The peanut, casually manipulated by Jiang Chen, had pierced through the air with an unimaginable speed, enveloped in an aura of energy, and precisely embedded itself in his forehead. Before his brain could even register the pain, the tiny peanut had already exited through the back of his head, leaving a spray of crimson and a pallid substance in its wake. In the next heartbeat, the cloaked figure stiffened, his expression frozen in terror, as he helplessly tumbled from the eaves, landing with a muted thud amidst a pile of refuse in the alley below. A few stray cats foraging in the corner were startled by the sudden noise, their fur bristling as they let out sharp cries and scattered into the depths of the darkness. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued his leisurely pace down the long street, tossing the third peanut into his mouth and savoring its flavor as if the harrowing scene just moments ago had never transpired. It was not until the last flicker of candlelight on the street extinguished that a few furtive figures dared to emerge from the shadows, cautiously approaching the depths of the alley. Moments later, in a heavily guarded loft in the southern part of the city, several composed individuals dragged the lifeless body of the cloaked assassin before a young gentleman. Kneeling, one knee touching the ground, they implored, "My lord, the mission has failed. Please impose your punishment." The corpse before them, with a bloodied hole at its forehead and eyes wide open in death, was none other than the master assassin who had attempted to take Jiang Chen's life. Before the desk, a young gentleman clad in a moon-white robe gently set down his white jade teacup, turning with an air of detachment, his handsome visage betraying not a hint of emotion. His gaze swept over the lifeless body on the ground, frozen in a visage of terror, as though he were observing an ant inadvertently crushed underfoot, devoid of any disturbance. How did he perish? His voice, smooth as jade, bore an undercurrent of chilling coldness. The leading figure among the black-clad men fell silent, trembling as he responded. "There is but a single wound at the center of the brow. It appears as though he was struck by a circular concealed weapon. Useless." The young gentleman's tone remained calm. However, the utterance of those two syllables sent a frigid wave through the entire room. "Spare us, young master. Grant us another chance, and we shall make amends." The black-clad men kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, their heads striking the cold bluestone floor with a resounding thud. In the midst of their despairing glances, several others entered from outside, expressionless, and dragged them away. Soon, the faint sound of blades slicing through throats echoed from beyond the door, plunging everything back into a heavy silence. This was the young gentleman's modus operandi. He afforded no second chances to those who failed, nor left any openings for his adversaries. The sanguine scent within the loft had yet to dissipate when the gentleman regained his previous air of nonchalance, directing his gaze toward the elder seated opposite him at the desk, who had remained quietly savoring his tea. "Mr. Jiang, can you discern the cause of death?" The elder, known as Mr. Jiang, donned a faded gray robe, his hair and beard snow-white, appearing to be an unremarkable old man from the neighborhood. Yet, the profound demeanor he exuded was starkly at odds with the surrounding atmosphere of menace, rendering him akin to a recluse of the world. Mr. Jiang set down his teacup, gradually rising to approach the corpse. He first pressed against the body a few times to confirm the absence of further injuries before extending two gnarled fingers toward the penetrating wound at the center of the brow. His fingertips hovered just above the flesh, closing his eyes to sense the essence. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his unruffled countenance. This was wrought by sword intent. Sword intent? The young gentleman approached, leaning down to scrutinize the fatal wound. "It cannot be mistaken." Mr. Zhang's tone turned grave. "This sword intent is condensed yet undissipated, unparalleled in sharpness. At the moment of impact, it extinguished this man's life and spirit with a crushing force, so swiftly that he likely felt no pain in his final moments." Mr. Jiang paused, then continued, "If I am not mistaken, the one who struck him has achieved the supreme mastery of sword intent, possessing the sword in heart rather than hand, a level spoken of in the martial world as that of the sword saint." Sword saint. The mere mention of those words finally stirred a reaction on Jiang Che's strikingly handsome face. The path of the sword is fraught with difficulty. In today's world, myriad paths are practiced and countless doctrines vie for recognition. Though the martial arts are vast, they are not singular in nature. There exists, alongside the Confucian way, which speaks of laws that flow from words, the art of music, which can strike down foes with melodies, and the medical path, which wields silver needles to determine life and death. Yet, among all paths, the way of the sword is universally acknowledged as the most arduous to master, while simultaneously being the foremost path of slaughter. The cultivation of this path relies not merely on what the ordinary might refer to as innate talent and physical constitution, but also on the elusive principles of fate and insight. To traverse this path, one must first glean a personal sword intent through countless swings of the blade. This singular challenge is sufficient to keep 99 of sword practitioners eternally at bay. Chapter 8. A gracious welcome to the return of King Yu. Even upon achieving a sword intent, one cannot yet claim the title of a true swordsman. One must also refine a personal sword heart within that intent to be deemed a swordsman. This step likewise eliminates 99 of those who have attained a sword intent. Ascending further leads to the unity of man and sword. Upon reaching this state, one may be called a sword master. Beyond the sword master lies the sword sovereign, who transcends to the highest realm where one wields no sword in hand, yet possesses a sword in heart. Upon attaining this realm, all things in the world can become a sword. A mere leaf, a pebble, or even a drop of dew can transform into the sharpest weapon in their grasp, capable of cleaving through the heavens with but a thought. Even from 100 miles away, taking a life would be as effortless as retrieving an item from pocket. The unfortunate soul upon the ground had evidently been struck down by a single stone. Above the Sword Saint exists a legendary realm known as the Earthbound Sword Immortal, a being whose presence has not graced the cultivation world for nearly a millennium. What splendor this figure possessed remains beyond comprehension. Impossible, the young master vehemently denied. Absolutely impossible. How could my sixth brother, a useless wastrel who cannot even sense the elemental energy of heaven and earth, possibly be a sword saint? This individual was none other than Jiang Chen's half-brother, Jiang Che. Mr. Jiang slowly rose, bowing his head in contemplation. He had conducted an exhaustive investigation into the long-vanished sixth prince, Jiang Chen, and was well acquainted with many of the palace's hidden secrets. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not connect the dots between a rumored madman, devoid of cultivation, and a sword saint of unparalleled prowess. It is known that a sword master is already a rare existence, let alone the formidable sword sovereign that lies beyond. The sword saint's realm is indeed one where it would not be an exaggeration to say one emerges in a million sword practitioners. How could a madman, lacking in any cultivation, traverse in a mere decade a journey that even the most extraordinary genius might take a century to complete? Looking across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, every known sword saint has been an ancient figure, renowned for centuries. It is utterly impossible. Mr. Jiang shook his head, subsequently offering his assessment. Your Highness, I suspect that during these 10 years, Jiang Chen must have encountered certain undisclosed fortuitous events. The sword saint who intervened may very well be the guardian he summoned through this opportunity to ensure his safety. Guardian, at the mention of this term, Xianxia se gaze flickert lightly. He swiftly intertwined all that transpired at the rain-listening pavilion tonight, along with various past intelligence, in his mind, conducting a rapid deduction. Compared to the absurdity of a madman ascending to the status of sword saint within a decade, the presence of a mysterious guardian by his side undoubtedly offers a far more plausible explanation. Jiang Che's tense expression finally eased somewhat as he solemnly clasped his fists in respect toward the elder. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your enlightening guidance. Had it not been for your suggestion to have this prince test my sixth brother at the earliest opportunity, I might have been deceived by his deranged demeanor, missing this crucial piece of information. You are too kind. Mr. Jiang returned the gesture, then shifted the conversation with a hint of regret. It is truly a pity to lose a master-level expert. No matter. Jiang Che waved his hand, the gloom in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a glint of icy determination. The life of a master, in exchange for foreknowledge of a sword saint's protection surrounding Jiang Chen, has illuminated the depths of this situation. It is worth the cost. It prevents us from recklessly proceeding without awareness, potentially becoming stepping stones for my brothers. Indeed, Mr. Jiang stroked his beard with a smile. Since the waters are so deep, let those who cannot restrain themselves venture forth on your behalf first. After a brief pause, he continued, Your Highness, our focus now should remain on the little healer. Securing her allegiance will effectively anchor us with the support of the Medicine King Valley, bringing us significantly closer to the position of Crown Prince. Excellent. Jiang Che replied with an understanding smile, preparing a gift for the little healer, intending to present it to her personally the following day, uncertain of her preferences. Though his tone bore uncertainty, the confidence in his eyes suggested that the little healer was already within his grasp. A waning crescent moon hung high in the sky. The effects of alcohol had long since faded, and Jiang Chen, carrying his weathered ancient lute, approached a grand yet dilapidated entrance. Under the moonlight, the 3 large characters on the plaque of this estate could be discerned. Chun Wang Fu. The entrance tower, soaring to 3 zhang, was once adorned with vermilion lacquer and gilding, exuding royal majesty. However, now its colors were mottled, with large patches of paint peeling away, revealing the darkened wood beneath. Eroded by time, the pair of stone Qilin guardians at the entrance, masterfully carved and vividly depicted, were now cloaked in withered vines, their once imposing presence diminished, leaving only a sense of desolation. Jiang Chen gazed at the entrance, momentarily lost in thought. This was the future royal residence, crafted under the supervision of his mother, based on the design she had drawn with her own hands. Yet, construction had barely reached its halfway point when misfortune befell her, leaving the estate abandoned and in disrepair to this day. Whether complete or dilapidated, this place bore the weight of an immensely profound longing. Casting aside the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, Jiang Chen stepped forward and brushed away the thick layer of dust from the door knocker, revealing the dull brass beneath. With a gentle breath, he slowly pushed open the heavy double doors, studded with copper nails. A long and piercing creak shattered the silence of the night. The scene beyond the door, however, was a stark contrast to the dilapidation outside, resembling two disparate worlds. Bathed in moonlight, a refined garden came into view. A clear stream meandered through, with a quaint arch bridge spanning its width. Uniquely shaped stones lined the stream's edge, and flourishing flowers adorned the banks, suggesting that it was meticulously tended to by someone. In truth, this completed area was less than 1/5 of the original design for the royal residence. According to his mother's vision, this palace was meant to encompass 1,000 acres, a grand spectacle. Jiang Chen made his way directly to a 5-story pavilion at the back of the garden, which was intended to be the main building of the palace. He ascended the wooden staircase with ease, reaching the top floor in one breath. Pushing open the window, he leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance at the brightly lit thoroughfare. Even in the depths of night, the street was still bustling with life, the sounds of merriment faintly echoing from afar. 10 years had passed, yet the imperial capital seemed unchanged, its splendor undiminished. However, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable sense of estrangement lingered in Jiang Chen's heart. As he immersed himself in contemplation, the door behind him was suddenly rapped twice. "Enter," Jiang Chen replied without turning. Yet, the latch remained silent, and the door did not budge. Instead, in a shadowy corner of the spacious room, the light twisted oddly as if ink had dripped into clear water. A figure clad in dark attire emerged, seemingly seeping from the wall, silently kneeling on one knee. "Welcome back, Lord Yu." A hoarse yet respectful voice echoed from the depths of the shadows. Jiang Chen slowly turned to face the figure, now indistinguishable from the darkness, and spoke calmly. "Tianji, at your service, Lord Yu." "This is Tianji from the Shadow Division, under the command of Lord Qingying." "Rise," Jiang Chen gestured, stepping closer. After spending over a decade in the wild, he found himself momentarily unaccustomed to such rigid and solemn formalities. The shadow obediently stood, his posture as straight as an arrow. Yet he dared not meet Jiang Chen's gaze. How was the Firefly Queen faring? A hint of warmth, barely perceptible, crept into Jiang Chen's tone. "She is well, my lord. The Firefly Queen has already returned to see you." "She has seen me?" Jiang Chen paused, a wry smile curving his lips. "That girl didn't even think to come and greet me." The Firefly Queen he referred to was once a maid in his childhood palace, known as Ing-Er. She had no remarkable lineage. He had rescued her from trafficker during a visit to the capital, using a few pieces of silver. In his youth, he was brimming with imaginative ideas, often inspired to embark on a new research project. When he found himself short-staffed, he would venture out to procure some servants for assistance. Once their tasks were completed, he would restore their citizenship, provide them with a sum of money to settle down, and grant them their freedom. However, on one occasion, while conducting a study on fireflies, he encountered a frail little girl who resembled a slender bean sprout. The number of fireflies she captured alone surpassed the combined efforts of everyone else, her small hands displaying an astonishing dexterity. He decided to keep her by his side, bestowing upon her the name Ing. Later, when misfortune befell his mother, he found himself despondent and resolved to depart from Dayu. At that time, it was no longer prudent to leave Inger in the perilous palace. Thus, he gifted her 2 chests. One contained enough gold and silver to last her a lifetime, allowing her to travel wherever she wished, securing a life of wealth and ease. The other housed a detailed plan for the creation of the underground organization known as Yuqing. Choosing this path meant a life shrouded in darkness, devoid of friends and sunlight, accompanied only by endless shadows. He vividly recalled that Inger, merely 8 years old at the time, unhesitatingly embraced the heavy wooden box of Yuqing upon seeing the 2 chests. Now, the Tianji division, named after the Big Dipper, stands as a formidable component of the vast shadow organization she meticulously established. The Tianji Division governs intelligence. The Yaoguang Division oversees assassinations. The Tianquan Division manages finances. And the Yuheng Division is responsible for protection. Yuqing serves as their code name, the singular core that orchestrates the entire operation. At that time, he had been uncertain if this little girl could truly accomplish such feats, yet she had indeed succeeded beyond his expectations. Still, she remained as obedient as ever. Prompting a chuckle from Jiang Chen. When I tell you not to appear, you truly do not, he mused. You've grown up, so if you choose not to be seen, so be it. Jiang Chen shook his head in self-deprecation before raising his hand with a flourish. Suddenly, the air around him trembled violently, and a pitch-black dagger, exuding a chilling aura of death, materialized in his grasp as if yanked from another realm. This was Qing Ying's body quivered. With his mastery as the head of the Tianji Division, he found himself utterly unable to discern how the dagger had manifested. Could it be the legendary ability of spontaneous creation? The fierce aura emanating from the dagger even caused his heart to race, as if his very soul were on the brink of freezing. Yet, the King of Shadows held it with such nonchalance, as if it were not a weapon of unparalleled lethality, but merely a trivial trinket. Please help me deliver this gift to her, he said, flicking his finger to strike the blade's edge. A clear, melodious chime resonated, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, as the dagger quivered violently, sending ripples through the air visible to the naked eye. The suffocating aura of death vanished without a trace, and the dagger transformed into an unadorned piece of black iron, appearing utterly unremarkable. However, within the heart of the green fly, a tempest surged. He felt no fluctuations of elemental force. Yet, that gentle flick evoked an impression that the figure before him was not merely a youth, but an ancient being emerging from the depths of an abyss, defying the heavens. No, it was not elemental force. It was the essence of sword intent, a form of pure intent so profound that it seemed capable of severing all things in the world, even the very concept of existence itself. He had believed that the Firefly King was an unfathomable entity, only to discover that this long-absent King of Shadows was the true terror hidden behind the veil of mist. With a resolute heart, the green fly knelt suddenly on one knee, reverently accepting the dagger with both hands, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Your Majesty, this is entrusted to you by the Firefly Sovereign. Carefully securing the concealed weapon, he then retrieved a wooden box, measuring 2 feet long and 1 foot wide, presenting it with both hands. Oh, Jiang Chen, intrigued, accepted the box and examined it closely. Indeed, it bore the mark of the firefly. The box appeared unadorned, yet it contained a world within, requiring a complex series of special techniques to unlock. Any attempt at brute force would merely trigger the internal mechanisms, resulting in its destruction. Within this box lay the vital information he urgently required: intelligence concerning the Diyu dynasty over the past decade. Please convey my gratitude to her, and when time permits, I shall visit her in person, Jiang Chen remarked casually. Yes. The green fly bowed again. Suddenly recalling something, he whispered, by the way, Your Highness, several princes have been frequently visiting the capital, trying to gain access to the Shun family, but they have been consistently rebuffed by that little healer. The Firefly's sovereign instructed me to inform you of this. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, muttering to himself, this girl has garnered such popularity that she is attracting flies. It seems. Very well. I understand. You may return. The green fly clasped his fists and, with a swift motion, vanished like a drop of ink dissolving into water, silently disappearing into the shadows of the room. After the departure of the master of the Tianji Division, Jiang Chen dismissed the distractions surrounding the little healer and immediately employed the special technique to open the wooden box. As anticipated, it contained neatly stacked documents, precisely the intelligence he required. These records meticulously detailed the changes, both great and small, that had transpired within and outside the dynasty during his 10-year absence, as well as the intricate entanglements of various factions. Notably, the majority pertained to the internal strife among his siblings. He was taken aback upon reading. He had not realized that Ying-Er had indeed infiltrated every corner of the dynasty with the influence of the Firefly. She even possessed knowledge of the most intimate secrets concerning his siblings, down to the number of pups born to their dogs. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a report concerning the daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Xianxia. As he had speculated, this girl had already become the fulcrum of the power struggle among their brotherhood, in terms of her identity, strength, and status. Jiang Chen let out a light chuckle. yet his eyes reflected no mirth. It seemed he had been thoroughly ensnared by his imperial father, unwittingly drawn into this predicament. Upon his return, he was hardly allowed a moment to catch his breath before being thrust into the highest level of confrontation. Jiang Chen's fingers lightly tapped on the dossier concerning several princes. His second brother was wealthy, his fourth brother sought fame, and the third, cunning as a fox, had been thoroughly investigated by Ying. In his gaze, there was no hint of concern for his rivals. Rather, a flicker of amusement danced within. Being pulled into this fray ahead of time was fortuitous, if he did not stir the waters. How would the old foxes lurking behind these so-called brothers ever be startled enough to reveal themselves? A thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind, and a wooden box filled with secrets vanished from his hand. It had not truly disappeared, but was instead stored within an imperceptible imperial tomb nestled in his divine sea. This tomb, known as the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb, was the greatest secret of his life. It was formless and colorless, detectable only by him, and at this moment, it quietly floated at the center of his divine sea. Within the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb, there existed a realm, which not only contained an endless sword mound for honing his swordsmanship, but also served as a spatial repository for myriad objects. Its paramount utility, however, lay in its ability to penetrate the traces of all things in motion. With a mere flicker of thought, he could discern the vulnerabilities in an enemy's techniques, the nodes of energy flow, and even the fluctuations of fortune, all captured and presented in the most intuitive manner by the tomb. The master assassin he had encountered earlier had left an impression in his mind. Strengths, swift as lightning, weaknesses, as fragile as gossamer. These 8 words were but a hint from the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb. In essence, it granted him the ability to see through the strengths and weaknesses of any individual at a glance. An entity capable of perceiving the vulnerabilities of all things could undoubtedly forge the most perfect being. His achievements today were inextricably linked to the relentless honing provided by the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb. To this day, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the origins of this artifact, only knowing that it had existed in his consciousness since his earliest memories. It was precisely due to this mysterious entity that he had struggled with insufficient spiritual power in his youth, unable to fully harness its might. This often led to confusion and madness, resulting in the external world mistaking him for a true lunatic. Tragically, it was his gentle mother, who had dedicated herself to safeguarding the secret of the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb, who ultimately fell before him. Jiang Chen shook off his thoughts, a nostalgic figure from his past surfacing in his mind, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. It had been a decade since he last saw Xiaoning. He wondered if she still remembered his grass. Chapter 10. How could this madman achieve such precision? The following morning, before the Su residence, a carriage came to a slow halt, and the accompanying guards swiftly approached to draw back the curtain. A hand as pure and white as jade first emerged, followed by a young maiden clad in a light blue gauze dress, gracefully descending from the carriage while carrying an exquisite medical box. The girl's features were as picturesque as a painting, with a delicate oval face that bore no trace of makeup, yet her presence silenced the surrounding clamor and eased the tense atmosphere. However, when her lively eyes beheld the figures awaiting her at the estate, they instantly became as tranquil as a still autumn pond, subtly revealing a hint of disdain. "Welcome, esteemed physician Shun." Su Hongyu, Su Yang's father, quickly stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Shen Xining's voice rang out, cool and detached. "Uncle Su, you flatter me. Please call me Xining. I am merely here on imperial orders to see if I might save young Master Su. My confidence is far from assured." Su Hongyu detected the discontent in her tone, yet he maintained a beaming smile. This young physician was renowned throughout the imperial capital, and countless nobles had squandered their fortunes to solicit her aid, yet it was only through the emperor's direct decree that his Su family had the privilege of her presence. "Miss Xining is too modest. If you cannot heal my son, we must simply attribute it to his unfortunate fate," Su Hongyu replied, a testament to his eloquence that had swiftly elevated him to a third-rank official before the age of 40. At that moment, another tall young man in a brocade robe emerged from the estate, his face adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze. "Miss Shun, you truly embody the benevolence of a healer. On behalf of young Master Su, I thank you for your kindness and skill." This individual was none other than the second prince, Jiang Che. Shun Xining's expression remained unfazed, devoid of any ripple of emotion, as she courteously replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am merely acting under orders, doing my utmost." With that, she denied Xianxia any further opportunity for camaraderie, turning directly to Su Hongyu. Su, please lead the way. The patient's condition cannot be delayed. She was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these princes. Originally, she should have departed the imperial capital a fortnight ago to continue her wandering practice. She was unsure what had possessed her father to feign ailments day after day, first claiming stomach pain, then toothache, and later dizziness, compelling her to remain for an additional 2 weeks. The last thing she desired was to interface with these aristocrats, entangled in their disputes. Yet here she was, thrust into the heart of the royal succession strife by an imperial edict. Upon reaching the sick room, Xianxia wasted no time and immediately began to assess Su Yang's injuries. After a thorough examination, she couldn't help but feel a surge of alarm. It was uncertain whether this young man was fortunate or unfortunate. The injury to his head was precisely severe enough. If it had been any more grievous, even divine intervention might not suffice, but had it been any lighter, he would likely have regained consciousness long ago. It was astonishing how that madman had managed to wield such precise control over his strength. However, the head injury was not the most dire. The true complication lay in his left leg. The bones of that leg had been shattered by an extraordinarily overpowering force. The most severe consequence was that even the meridians in that area had been shattered. This implied that even if she could employ her extraordinary medical skills to heal him, this individual was destined to become a cripple. The mere thought of that lunatic Jiang Chen made Xianxia's heart ache with sorrow. She vividly recalled an outing from her childhood, when her mother had taken her along with the Empress, Jiang Chen's mother. That rascal had deceitfully lured her to a secluded spot and forced her to consume grass. If she refused, he would terrorize her with a handful of caterpillars. The grass was foul and bitter, yet he compelled her to consume an entire pound, instilling in her an ingrained fear of herbs and insects that resonated deep within her soul. It was precisely because of this childhood trauma that she had fervently pursued the study of medicine, determined to conquer her fears. Now, a decade later, she found herself once again cleaning up the mess caused by this madman. The more she pondered, the more her fear mounted, and the more aggrieved she felt. Distracted and anxious, her hands, which were examining the wounds, fluctuated between applying too much and too little pressure. It was only when Su Yang on the bed let out a painful groan, his breaths becoming weak and shallow, nearing a state of inhaling less and exhaling more, that she suddenly snapped back to reality. Xianxia cautiously glanced around, relieved to see that no one had noticed her lapse, and sighed in quiet relief. Hastily, she retrieved a delicate medicine box made of rosewood from behind her. Upon opening it, a row of silver needles of varying lengths glimmered ominously in the candlelight. Chapter 11. The second prince presents a grand gift. Steeling herself, Xianxia began her acupuncture. The second prince, Jiang Chen, maintained an impassive expression throughout, watching intently. However, as he observed Xianxia commence her procedure, a glimmer of assured confidence sparkled in his eyes, as if he were witnessing a treasure that was already his, forever beyond escape from his grasp. The silver needles in Xianxia's hands moved like lightning, their cold glint flashing as Su Yang was swiftly transformed into a pincushion. Following that, her fingers danced like a sword, deftly tapping on his body, and with her movements, a bubbling sound akin to boiling blood emanated from within Su Yang. His once ashen face gradually regained its color, and his feeble breaths began to deepen and strengthen. Those surrounding them were visibly astonished. Truly, she was the extraordinary woman known as the Little Medical Sage. Merely administering acupuncture and applying her fingertips yielded results more immediate than consuming miraculous elixirs. Such miraculous medical prowess could surely rival that of even the most renowned healers, one might surmise. Especially for Jiang Chen, the second prince. The confidence that had once radiated from him transformed into a fervent greed. Known for his cold and composed demeanor, he now breathed slightly more rapidly, his fingers instinctively tightening. His unabashed possessiveness seemed to yearn to seize this woman, endowed with unparalleled medical skills, completely within his control. Xianxia appeared oblivious to her surroundings, her expression intensely focused as she executed a series of movements with fluid grace, not pausing for even a moment. The acupuncture technique she employed was none other than the renowned 8 needles of Gigu. This method transcended mere physical repair of the body and the reconnection of meridians. It aimed to awaken the deepest reservoirs of life potential within a person, leveraging one's own vitality to forcibly reverse the interplay of yin and yang, thus seizing the essence of creation from the heavens and the earth. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, and any lapse in precision could lead to self-harm. Yet, once mastered, it possessed the miraculous capability to bring the dead back to life, resurrecting flesh and bone. However, 3 years prior, she had perfected this technique to its utmost completion. And despite the passage of time, she had made no further progress, remaining stuck at the 7th rank of alchemist, equivalent to the celestial realm of martial artists. After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia withdrew the final needle, beads of fine sweat forming at her temples, and she rose to speak. Su, your son will awaken in half an hour. Before Su Hongyu could display his elation, she continued, however, the injuries to his legs are severe. His bones and meridians have shattered, fundamentally impairing him. It is likely that he will never walk like a normal person again, and I am powerless to assist further. What? The joy on Su Hongyu's face instantly froze. Clearly this outcome was not what he had hoped for. Miss Xining, is there truly no other way? He asked anxiously, clinging to the last shred of hope. Unless, Xianxia paused momentarily before elaborating. Unless your son can independently break through to the legendary realm of the celestial being and reconstruct his body, or find a sacred herb known as the source spirit, which can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones. Isn't that equivalent to saying there is no hope? Su Hongyu staggered slightly, nearly collapsing. Such sacred herbs only existed in ancient texts. Even within the royal treasury, they had not been seen for centuries. How could the Su family possibly seek them out? As for breaking through to the celestial being realm, that was a mere fantasy. Their lineage had never produced such exceptional individuals. Upon receiving this grim news, an uncontrollable surge of resentment and murderous intent flickered in Su Hongyu's eyes. Yet this dark emotion was fleeting, and he quickly buried it deep within, forcing a grateful smile onto his face. Alas, it seems my son is destined to face this calamity. Regardless, I am profoundly grateful to you, Miss Xining, for your efforts to save him. In her heart, Xianxia wished to express that unless she could develop the fabled 9th needle of the 8 needles of Gigu, there would be little hope. Yet, the records in the Valley of the Medicine King had never mentioned a 9th needle, and no one had ever truly mastered such a technique. This was more a figment of her own feelings and an ethereal pursuit. After all, in nearly a millennium, only a handful had managed to cultivate the 8 needles of Gigu to the perfection of the 8th needle. A trace of sympathy flickered in her eyes as she gently waved her hand. Uncle Su, there is no need for such gratitude. I've already stated that I am merely acting on orders. If you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards His Majesty, the Emperor of Yuan. With that, she said no more, tidying her medical kit as she prepared to leave. However, Jiang Chen stepped forward, blocking her path, his gentle voice laced with an undeniable insistence. Miss Shun, it has been 5 years since we last met. Can we not have a moment to converse privately? Apologies, Your Highness, Xianxia replied coolly, her tone imbued with a palpable distance. His Majesty has tasked me to attend to the 6th Prince Jiang Chen shortly, and I truly lack the time. With that, she attempted to circumvent Jiang Chen, continuing her stride towards the exit. Jiang Chen, undeterred, maintained his signature faint smile as he matched her pace, walking leisurely beside her. By the way, Miss Shun, I have brought you a gift today. Perhaps you might find it to your liking. Xianxini's steps did not falter. In fact, she instinctively quickened her pace. Yet, when Jiang Chen presented her with a weathered, yellowed tome, she abruptly halted, gasping in astonishment, the canon of the Medicine King. This was no ordinary medical text. It was a supreme scripture detailing the essence of medical wisdom and the profound truths of human life. Long lost for a millennium, her sect, the Medicine King Valley, had devoted immense effort, even sacrificing lives in pursuit of this relic. A millennium ago, a revered medical sage perished in a perilous quest for the canon, leading to an edict forbidding future generations from recklessly seeking it. Yet, Xianxia understood that those predecessors had risked everything to uncover this text in hopes of deducing the elusive 9th needle of the 8 needles of Gigu. She had secretly sought the whereabouts of this scripture, never imagining that the coveted treasure would be presented to her so directly today. A gleam of uncontrollable joy illuminated her face, her breath quickening. She seized the ancient book, eagerly flipping through its pages. The characters and verses confirmed it was indeed the canon of the Medicine King recorded in the annals of her sect. Seeing her elation, Jiang Chen's confidence solidified further. Why is it just the first volume? Shun Xining suddenly paused, looking up at Xianxia. Miss Shun, you may not be aware, he replied, maintaining his composed, gentlemanly demeanor. The Canon of the Medicine King was originally a complete work thousands of years ago, but for reasons unknown, it was later divided into 3 parts: upper, middle, and lower. I obtained this first volume through a perilous ordeal at an ancient site 2 years ago, at great cost. He then shifted the conversation, his tone reassuring. However, do not worry. I have already obtained clues for the middle volume and am currently pursuing it with full vigor. I believe I shall soon have good news to share with you. Chapter 12. Take revenge on that madman with a few more needles. Shun Xining, with her keen intellect, could not fail to perceive the ulterior motive behind his words. The complete canon of the Medicine King likely resided in his possession. He merely sought to use it as leverage to manipulate her for his own ends. However, this scripture is something that countless ancestors of the Medicine King Valley sacrificed their lives to obtain, and if she were to lose this opportunity today, she would likely never encounter it again in her lifetime. Furthermore, if she wished to shatter the myth of the 9th needle of the 8 needles of the Ghost Valley, such aspirations would be futile. Yet, she remained reluctant to partake in the fierce competition for the imperial throne among the princes. This was not merely her personal desire, but also a long-standing rule of the Medicine King Valley. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose a more tactful approach. Your Highness, what do you require of Xianxia? As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. Xianxia, adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman, smiled gently and replied, Miss Shun, there is no need for such formality between us. This is a gift from me to you. You need not do anything but take it and ponder over it. As for the remaining 2 volumes, simply await my good news. Shun Xining was not a mere child of 3. She was well aware that in this world, what is offered for free is often the most precious. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia had already turned his gaze towards the door and kindly remarked, Miss Shun, it is getting late. You should visit my 6th brother. By the way, please convey my regards to him. I shall visit him in person another day. Holding the first volume of the Medicine King scripture, Shun Xining found herself in a conflict of emotions. After hesitating and recalling the unfulfilled aspirations of her ancestors and her own stagnation in the realm of medicine, she ultimately could not bring herself to refuse. Then, thank you, Your Highness, she said, accepting the ancient text, deciding to take one step at a time and consider other solutions in the future. As she departed, Xianxia's demeanor, once characterized by elegance and grace, shifted abruptly to one of cold, ruthless confidence, as if relishing the thrill of control. In the Prince Chen's residence, the dilapidated mansion of Jiang Chen, he rose early and casually practiced a few punches in the courtyard to loosen his muscles. He then wandered around the vast royal estate, cursing his inept imperial father 100 times in his mind. After 10 years away from home, returning from the brink of death, can't you arrange for some servants? In such a large estate, must I personally clean? Surely you could spare some coins. Now even eating is becoming a challenge. Just as he mumbled to himself, a sudden rustling from the nearby bushes caught his attention, and a shadow, half his height, sprang forth and lunged directly at Jiang Chen. What the? Bang! Before the shadow could close the distance, Jiang Chen instinctively lifted his leg and kicked it away with force. After delivering the kick, Jiang Chen felt an odd familiarity in the sensation and squinted to see more clearly, momentarily stunned. No way, that's Xianxia. He hurried over, only to find a robust black dog with a glossy coat like satin, shaking off the grass from its head while lying in the bushes. What brings you here? Jiang Chen exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight flooding his expression. The large black dog is none other than the beloved pet of his eccentric master, a faithful companion who has been by his side for nearly a decade. After being taken in as a disciple by that grumpy old man, it was this remarkable dog that kept him company atop the desolate mountain. This is no ordinary canine. Though it cannot speak, it possesses an uncanny understanding of human nature. Much like Jiang Chen, it is endowed with innate strength, causing even the most seasoned masters to flee in terror at its sight. Remarkably, this creature traversed thousands of miles, single-handedly journeying from the mountains to the imperial capital. Jiang Chen, intrigued, approached and affectionately patted its large head, teasing, you rascal. It's a miracle you haven't been caught and turned into dog meat buns along the way. The black dog shook its head and lifted one of its forelegs, gesturing indignantly, as if to say, who do you think you're looking down on? Finally, it turned around and wiggled its rear at Jiang Chen, questioning, why did you kick me? All right, Jiang Chen replied irritably, delivering a playful kick to its backside. If I were serious, you wouldn't have that rear anymore. As he circled the dog, his gaze fell upon its bulging belly. He reached out and knocked on it, producing a dull thud. Goodness, you seem to be living better than I am. What have you been eating to have such a belly? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Chunwang mansion, 2 carriages came to a slow halt. Xianxia gracefully disembarked, carrying a medicinal box, while a eunuch emerged from the second carriage, hurrying toward her with a whisk in hand. Miss Shun, His Highness the Sixth Prince is inside, he announced in a high-pitched voice. Ah, Xianxia nodded, nervously glancing around. Upon seeing the dilapidated door, its paint peeling and the rusty knocker, she felt a twinge of pity for the madman residing within. After all, a prince living in such squalor was a sad sight. Yet, reflecting on his madness, she realized that even the most splendid abode would likely be reduced to ruins by his whims. She had witnessed his penchant for destruction during their childhood. Very well. Lead the way, she instructed, taking a deep breath as if summoning immense courage. Miss Shun, His Majesty has decreed that you go in alone, the eunuch bowed. What? Xianxia's face drained of color. Why? I do not know. It is His Majesty's command, the eunuch replied. Tears brimmed in Xianxia's eyes at the thought of facing that madman alone. After all, he was a lunatic capable of breaking someone's legs over a mere disagreement. Sensing her fear, the eunuch added, Do not worry, Miss Shun. His Majesty stated that having too many people would only provoke the 6th prince further, potentially making it more dangerous. He will not harm you. Indeed, it was true that madmen often think differently, and a larger crowd could easily trigger an emotional outburst. After much hesitation, Xianxia resolved to give a try. If she could heal him, that would be wonderful. If not, she could secretly administer a few more needles in revenge for the grievances of their past. With this thought, her fear began to dissipate significantly. The heavy wooden door creaked open under her gentle push. Yet, the scene beyond was far from the chaotic wilderness she had envisioned, filled with weeds and heaps of refuse. Instead, it unveiled a verdant expanse, albeit somewhat desolate, exuding a unique charm of the wild. Her trepidation lessened slightly, yet as she traversed the desolate estate, a sense of unease gripped her. Her hands tightened around the medical kit. Each cautious step was accompanied by furtive glances, fearful that the madman might suddenly leap from the shadows to inflict a similar fate upon her legs. Just as she approached the main building, she faintly heard a voice, musing to itself. Although it was notably deeper than she recalled, the nonchalant tone was unmistakably that of Jiang Chen. Chapter 13. Have you burned the Medicine King Sutra for me? Xianxia crouched low, her footsteps as silent as a cat, concealing herself behind a large tree. From a distance, a bizarre scene tightened her chest. Jiang Chen was earnestly conversing with a large black dog. As she drew nearer, the rambling voice became increasingly clear. Oh, you come down the mountain. What a master. Is he dead? How long has it been? Only half a month? Didn't you bury him deeper? Xianxia gazed at the figure, speaking nonsensically to the dog, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Surely, this madness had sunk deep into his soul. It was beyond my capacity to heal. No, this is too severe for me to treat. With this thought, she turned to flee, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Hey, is that you, Xiaoning? What are you sneaking around for? The voice struck like thunder, halting her in her tracks, her body freezing in place as her eyes brimmed with tears. It was over. He still remembered her. The madman was particularly fond of teasing acquaintances. Would he force her to eat grass again? Like a rusted puppet, she slowly turned around, her heart pounding in her throat. Jiang Chen stood not far behind, the black dog squatting beside him, both observing her with the same curious gaze reserved for rare creatures. Why are you trembling? Jiang Chen asked, his voice tinged with innocent curiosity. I. Xianxia stammered, her lips quivering as she struggled to regain her composure and forced out a rehearsed response. I am here on the orders of His Majesty to visit His Highness the Sixth. Visit? Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. Isn't it for a medical consultation? His gaze fell upon her pallid face, and he quickly understood. She was afraid of him, hesitating to admit she had come to treat him, fearing it might provoke him. He waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I'm not ill. Since you're here, and it's been 10 years, why not stay and play for a while? Just tell them you've checked on me when you go back. With not even a servant in attendance. He knew without a doubt that this was undoubtedly his imperial father's intention to provide them with a moment of solitude. Upon hearing this, Xianxia furrowed her delicate brows. His thoughts were clear and his tone steady. He appeared to be quite well. Yet, his next statement sent her heart racing once more. "Yeah, we have guests. Prepare some food to entertain them," Jiang Chen said, patting the large black dog on the head. No need," Xianxia exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously, her complexion growing paler. Observing her alarmed demeanor, Jiang Chen finally realized that he was merely conversing with a dog, not in the mountains, and that he had unintentionally frightened her. With a resigned kick to the dog, he signaled his hunger. The large black dog seemed particularly intrigued by Xianxia, its round, bell-like eyes fixed on her, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Noticing that the dog seemed a bit hard of hearing, Jiang Chen turned directly to Xianxia. "By the way, Xianxia, I heard you have ventured into the medical arts. Could you take a look at my dog? It seems to have eaten something unsuitable lately and is experiencing some digestive issues. Perhaps a couple of acupuncture needles would help." Xianxia pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged. She was renowned as the little medical sage, a prospective successor of the Apothecary Valley, with nobles from the capital lining up to seek her expertise. Yet here she was, being asked to treat a mere beast? Only Jiang Chen would dare to utter such a request. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely stormed off in indignation. It appeared that a remedy was indeed necessary, or else he would not be able to report back adequately. After a moment's contemplation, Xianxia mustered her courage and took a tentative step forward, cautiously suggesting, "Your Highness, might you reconsider and allow me to take your pulse instead?" Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly at her words. After finally managing to act normally, why did this girl remain so skeptical? He could not be bothered to explain, merely saying, "All right, you may proceed as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt a surge of joy but remained vigilant. She scanned the surroundings and pointed toward a nearby open pavilion, saying, "Shall we go there? The open space will allow for a quick escape should you suddenly become unhinged." Jiang Chen followed her indifferently to the pavilion, while the large black dog trailed closely behind, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Chen as if to say, "This girl is quite something." Jiang Chen felt a strong urge to kick the dog, had it not shown up at such an opportune moment. This girl would not have deemed him a complete lunatic. Sensing the scrutinizing gaze of both the man and the dog upon her, Xianxia's hands trembled slightly as she retrieved her medical kit. She placed it on the cool stone table, fumbling with the clasps before finally opening it. As soon as the kit was opened, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn to a weathered tome within, the pharmacist's canon, causing him to furrow his brow ever so slightly. Seeing Jiang Chen seated quietly, and even when he showed no reaction to the gleaming silver needle she produced, Xianxia felt an unspoken tension ease within her. Perhaps his troublesome madness has transformed into a mere delusion, a simple penchant for nonsensical ramblings? Just as she pondered this, a low whisper echoed in the air. "Master, consider this as paper money offered by your disciple. May you feast and drink well below, prolonging your stay." Xianxia listened intently and instinctively turned her head. As expected, Jiang Chen had somehow procured a fire starter and was fervently tearing pages from a book to ignite them, squatting in the corner with an air of solemnity, chanting incantations as if in a ritual. Behold, is this not a manifestation of delusion? Prolonging his master's existence. Can he truly rise from the dead? Wait, the book he is burning is. Xianxia's gaze snapped back to her medicine box, now missing a section, looking at the flames. She felt as though struck by lightning, her pupils dilating. The ancient characters of the Yao Wang Jing were curling and transforming into charred ash amidst the flames. You, she screamed, lunging forward to snatch the remnants of the Yao Wang Jing that now had only a few pages left. Woe is me. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down as she pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Chen, her voice thick with anguish and boundless fury. "You madman, how could you burn my Yao Wang Jing? I shall not let this go. Oh dear, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen sidestepped effortlessly as she recklessly charged at him. "I was merely looking for suitable offerings. Is it necessary to be so agitated?" He feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender. "All right, stop crying. I can compensate you with 10 or 8 more copies later." Xianxia, having missed her target, clutched the tattered remains, turning back to him, tears streaming down her face. "You scoundrel, do you even comprehend? This is not just any book. This is the unparalleled treasure Yao Wang Jing that our Yao Wang Valley has sought for ages." "Treasure, you say?" Jiang Chen scoffed, dismissing her with a wave. "I could recite this thing from memory 800 years ago. If you cherish it so dearly, I can write 10 copies for you another day." His large black dog beside him disdainfully glanced at the charred remnants and nodded in agreement. I can recite it too. Chapter 14. A word of guidance for this girl. You know nothing. You still dare to recite it from memory. Returned Maiyao Wang Jing. Xianxia was utterly devastated. This was the supreme scripture that countless ancestors of Yao Wang Valley had poured their hearts and souls into retrieving. And this madman had reduced it to ashes in an instant. A tempest of anger, grievance, and despair surged within her, ultimately crystallizing into a chilling void. In that moment, she felt as though she had become a sinner of Yao Wang Valley, a transgressor among all healers in the world. Why did I place such an important artifact in my medicine box? Why did I bring it before this lunatic? Woe is me. She curled up on the ground, enveloped in all her anger and resentment, clutching the few tattered pages, which transformed into helpless sobs. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. After a decade, this girl remained as she had always been, prone to tears at the slightest provocation. Yet, he was not exaggerating. He had indeed memorized the pharmaceutical king's scripture thoroughly. Not only that, but he was also well-versed in dozens of similar texts, including even rarer tomes than the pharmaceutical king's scripture. Works such as the Confucian and Taoist Book of Righteous Qi, the military classic Ghost Valley's Military Secrets, and the Buddhist Great Sun Lapis Lazuli Sutra, all of which had long since vanished into the annals of history, were firmly etched in his memory. These were all gathered by his eccentric master, and they constituted essential lessons during his time on the mountain. According to his master, these texts were foundational educational materials. If one could not recite them fluently, they would lack cultural depth, ultimately bringing shame to his master upon descending the mountain. If he were not mistaken, this volume of the pharmaceutical king's scripture likely originated from his mountain school. It was probable that his inept senior brothers, in dire straits, had surreptitiously copied portions to exchange for wine money. He would return to report this to his senior sister and investigate thoroughly. Xiaoning, please do not cry. I haven't deceived you, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head as he approached to console her. I not only know the pharmaceutical king's scripture, but I can also recite the long-lost divine farmer's herbal explanation. Would you like me to recite a passage for you? However, Shen Xining had completely lost faith in this deluded madman. The divine farmer's herbal explanation, she thought incredulously. That was a legend said to exist only in the most ancient manuscripts of the pharmaceutical valley. It was believed to have vanished along with the divine farmer in ancient times, with few even knowing its name. Where could this madman have heard of it? What if I treat you to some ice candy? Jiang Chen suggested awkwardly, noticing her breathless sobs, recalling her favorite childhood treat. Upon mentioning this, Shen Xining's cries paused, and memories of their childhood flooded her mind. They had met one sweltering summer when the heat was unbearable, and she had developed prickly heat. Jiang Chen had somehow concocted a treat made of ice and presented it to her. The sweet, icy flavor was undoubtedly the best snack she had ever tasted. She vaguely remembered how Jiang Chen gently taught her to unwrap the oil paper packaging, cautioning her to lick it slowly, lest she freeze her tongue. Back then, Jiang Chen was merely imaginative and a bit mischievous, but he certainly wasn't as deranged as he was now. Perhaps it was the warmth of that childhood memory that stirred a flicker of sympathy within her, softening her emotions somewhat. Yet, glancing once more at the pile of blackened ash in the corner, a profound sense of helplessness arose within her. She could only blame her misfortune. He was a madman, utterly oblivious to the treasures of the world, and ultimately, it was her own carelessness that had led to this predicament. Strangely enough, a moment ago, his attention had been entirely focused on her. How had she managed to take the pharmacist's scriptures right beneath his nose? Come here, sit properly. I shall treat your ailment now. She suddenly rose, wiping away a tear, and commanded Jiang Chen fiercely. Perhaps she wished to exact vengeance by needling him a few more times, or perhaps she simply could not bear to see her childhood companion in such a state. What? You're really going to needle me? Jiang Chen had initially intended to respond casually. However, it seemed that if he did not allow her to jab him a few times, she would likely remain here weeping for the entire day. All right. He sighed in resignation, obediently returning to the stone bench in the pavilion. Shen Xining took a deep breath, extracting a row of silver needles of varying lengths from her needle pouch, arranging them meticulously upon the stone table. The arrangement technique was none other than the signature skill of the Medicine King Valley, the 8 needles of Ghost Valley. Was this girl truly serious about it? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, but then noticed her delicate fingers, which held the silver needles, trembling ever so slightly. He shook his head inwardly. She was still harboring some frustration. Then, with a flicker of thought, The Tao Trace imperial tomb in his spiritual sea stirred gently, and before his eyes, a sword intent materialized, forming a segment of insight. Advantages: innate medicinal body, affinity with myriad herbs, clear-minded, exceptional comprehension. Disadvantages: the method of channeling energy and wielding needles has 37 points of stagnation and 9 errors. Employing advanced needle techniques poses the risk of backlash from the blood and qi. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Truly, she was worthy of the title of Little Medical Sage. Her talent and comprehension were indeed rare in the world. However, her shortcomings were rather significant. It would be more accurate to call them bottlenecks. Once she addressed these deficiencies, her medical realm would undergo a remarkable transformation. From his understanding of Xianxia, the path she tread upon, that of pure medical practice, was far more arduous than the path of alchemy. It required not only comprehension, but also a wealth of experience, gradually gained through the practical treatment of countless patients. In simpler terms, it was a matter of relentless diligence over time, each element indispensable. Of course, there existed better methods, such as receiving guidance from an expert or discovering ancient medical texts like the pharmacist's scriptures, relying on intuition to glean insights, thus achieving rapid advancement. By destroying the pharmacist's scriptures, he had effectively severed a significant opportunity for her. No wonder she was so incensed. Perhaps he should lend her a hand. Although Jiang Chen was not particularly versed in the medical arts, he had the advantage of his unique abilities. The Tao Trace imperial tomb could penetrate the essence of all things, compensating for Xianxia's deficiencies and offering guidance with ease. Do not move, Xianxia coldly reprimanded, her demeanor fierce. Jiang Chen complied, sitting still before her on the stone bench. Xianxia first nervously extended her delicate fingers, resting them on Jiang Chen's wrist, attempting to discern the cause of his ailment through the circulation of the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, after a thorough investigation, her delicate brows furrowed even tighter. Jiang Chen exhibited no abnormalities in his constitution. In fact, not even a trace of spiritual energy resided within him. As the world had proclaimed, he was incapable of sensing or cultivating energy, merely a mundane individual endowed with a modicum of brute strength, with a body free of anomalies. The issue must lie within his mind. The mind is the abode of the spirit, the source of the meridians, the most intricate yet fragile aspect of the human body. Lacking any cultivation, he was devoid of the potential to open the sea of consciousness, and she could not recklessly probe with her spiritual force. She could only assist him by guiding the flow of his meridians, gently nourishing his vital energy and blood with the essence of her origin, in hopes of rejuvenating his spirit and perhaps igniting his body's innate self-repair mechanisms, allowing his disordered consciousness to regain a semblance of clarity. Chapter 15. The 8th needle of the Ghost Valley reaches the 10th needle. With a treatment plan in mind, Xianxia withdrew a silver needle, channeling her energy through it as she pierced through his clothing to target his Baihui acupoint. "Ah, that feels delightful," Jiang Chen suddenly exclaimed, startling her greatly. Regaining her composure, she shot him an exasperated glance, inwardly thinking, as a minor medical sage, how could it not feel good? Seeing that Jiang Chen did not react violently, she felt somewhat reassured, the tension in her demeanor easing. Next came the 2nd needle, aimed at the Xunting acupoint. This little needle is truly comforting," Jiang Chen praised once more. Indeed, it was quite pleasant. Her technique was designed to guide the vital energies, and the needle's entry into his surface brought forth a wave of tingling warmth, akin to a massage. Xianxia feigned ignorance to his words, yet a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Over the years, he was the only one bold enough to chatter so freely while she performed acupuncture. She prepared the 3rd needle, directing it towards the Tianling acupoint. Jiang Chen suddenly cried out, his body jolting. "Why are you applying so much force? Are you trying to kill me? Hurry, pull it out. It hurts terribly." Xianxia was taken aback. She had practiced the calming technique of this acupoint countless times. How could it cause pain? However, noticing his extreme reaction and fearing he might spiral into madness again, she acquiesced, saying, all right, don't get agitated." With a flick of her wrist, she withdrew the silver needle, this time applying less force as she gently reinserted it. Now that feels right, very soothing," Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Xianxia exhaled in relief, preparing to apply the 4th needle at the Fengfu acupoint. As soon as she inserted the needle, Jiang Chen's voice rang out again. "Did you insert it? I don't feel anything." Shen Xining's brows knitted in frustration. Sensing that he was being deliberately difficult, she had to withdraw the silver needle, enhance her energy infusion slightly, and try again. No, still no sensation. Apply more force. He insisted. Shen Xining clenched her teeth in frustration. What on earth did he intend? She decided to be more assertive, pulling out the needle and amplifying her energy even further before swiftly piercing it down once more. Ah, that feels wonderful. Yes, just like that. Shen Xining was so incensed that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Was he the physician, or was she? Ultimately, she refrained from voicing her frustration, merely wishing to complete this initial treatment swiftly and vacate this realm of disputes. She intended to inquire with the second prince about the availability of another copy of the pharmaceutical King Sutra. With the fifth needle, she targeted the Yamanaki point. Did you puncture it? I did. Shen Xining retorted, irritation lacing her reply. No, it doesn't feel right. Reinsert. Sensinin reselotli responded. No. At this, Jiang Chen abruptly turned his head, his eyes wide with incredulity. Startled by his sudden fierce gaze, Shen Xining hastily withdrew the silver needle and reinvigorated her technique. No, that was too light. Apply more pressure, and hasten your pace. What do you know? Increasing the force could be dangerous. Shen Xining exclaimed, a mix of urgency and exasperation coloring her tone. I don't care. I find that rather pleasant. Jiang Chen retorted stubbornly. Shen Xining was both astonished and enraged. Fine. I shall proceed as you say, and perhaps endanger your life in the process. She yanked the needle out once more and, in a fit of anger, plunged it back into the acupoint with fervor. Yes, precisely like that. Proceed. Shen Xining was on the verge of tears from frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's lips twitched, and he sighed inwardly. This treatment was originally meant to be soothing, yet this girl was evidently trapped within the rigid confines of her medical training. To liberate her from this mold and guide her toward the correct path, he could only play the role of a novice in this endeavor. At this moment, Shen Xining was utterly flustered, her knowledge of medicine completely forgotten under Jiang Chen's influence. Whatever Jiang Chen dictated, she complied, for the pain was not hers to bear, nor was her life at stake. The sixth needle targeted the Yuzhen acupoint, and after several attempts, Jiang Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. When they reached the seventh needle, the Fengshi acupoint, the situation grew even more absurd. After a dozen misguided attempts, Shen Xining, overwhelmed, turned pale, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Had it not been for the final needle remaining, she would have long since abandoned the task. Finally, they arrived at the eighth needle targeting the Dazui acupoint. Jiang Chen's demands escalated further. Do you even know how to treat a patient? You've practically ruined the skin on my neck. Don't tell me your identity as the little healer from the pharmaceutical King Valley was obtained through favoritism. Apply more force. Increase your speed, but maintain stability. You scoundrel. Shen Xining's eyes instantly reddened, tears of indignation welling up. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to insult her medical abilities in such a manner. I shall end your life today. Fueled by a mix of rage and despair, she exerted all her strength and forcefully drove the final, eighth needle into him. Oh, that feels delightful. Precisely like that. Now the next needle, lower by 3 inches swiftly. Jiang Chen, far from expressing pain, instead emitted a contented sigh, urging her onward. Shen Xining, driven to the brink of madness, instinctively grasped the ninth needle and, in a fit of anger, thrust it toward the spot he indicated. Oh dear, how could you be so foolish? It's 3 inches down, not 2.5. Apply yourself. Have you not eaten? With her dignity thoroughly crushed and tears streaming down her cheeks, Shen Xining withdrew the silver needle and plunged it back in with renewed determination. Such foolishness. You must be swift, precise, and ruthless. Concentrate all your strength at the tip of the needle. Do not let it disperse. Are you using a pig's brain? Her sobs grew louder. Once more, she followed his instructions, her complexion pale, as she awkwardly and perilously focused her energy at the needle's tip, driving it down with fervor. Oh, that feels right. Yes, finally not so foolish. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief, approvingly encouraging her to proceed to the 3-inch mark. As Shen Xining prepared to employ the 10th needle, a thunderous realization struck her mind, causing her entire being to tremble. Wait a moment. Is this the 10th needle? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she noticed the 9 silver needles behind Jiang Chen, gently quivering, and glanced at the 10th needle poised in her hand. The 8 needles of Gigu, as the name suggests, consists of merely 8 needles. The forebears of the Medicine King Valley have always stopped here. Why have I not only mastered the 9th needle, but can also execute a 10th? She connected the luck and trajectory of her previous needle placements, and suddenly, clarity enveloped her mind, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Chapter 16. Is this madman a concealed master? So it is as such. The 8th needle is not the end point, nor is the 9th the beginning. Rather, it is through a forceful breaking and subsequent establishment that the blockage at the Dazui acupoint is forcibly cleared, paving the way for the continuation of the 10th needle. The first 8 needles open the body's 8 vital points. The 9th needle serves as a guide, while the 10th needle continues the flow. Only when all 10 needles are employed does a new beginning emerge. In that moment, she realized that she had been constrained by the stubborn doctrines of her ancestors. But now, under the madman's relentless guidance, she had finally broken free from her cocoon. A magnificent new door swung open before her. At this instant, all the previously baffling aspects of her needlework became crystal clear, seamlessly integrating into her understanding. Xianxia stood transfixed, holding the silver needle, enveloped in a profound epiphany. As a subtle transformation enveloped her aura, Jiang Chen, smirking slightly, refrained from interrupting. He could assist her no further. Whether she could successfully take her first step on this fresh path of medicine now rested solely upon her own fortune. Nearby, the large black dog, panting and baring its teeth, unmistakably mocked Jiang Chen. Giving it a sidelong glance, he kicked its plump rear. "Stop your laughter. Go find something to eat. I haven't eaten all day." Upon hearing the words that a day had passed without a meal, the large black dog ceased its mockery, tucked its tail between its legs, and reluctantly dashed out of the courtyard. It was not until half an hour later that Xianxia's trembling eyelashes fluttered slightly, her gaze gradually regaining clarity. With a crisp crack, an invisible shackle that had restrained her for years shattered. Her realm shifted from a 7th-grade physician to the coveted domain of a 6th-grade medical master, a transformation many healers yearn for. An unprecedented, pristine path in the medical arts slowly unfurled before her eyes. She lowered her gaze, staring vacantly at the 10th needle still poised in her hand, unable to believe the reality before her. Had she truly broken through the bottleneck? And moreover, had she unwittingly defied the age-old taboos of the Medicine King Valley amidst the madness of this man, discovering a celestial path that countless ancestors had failed to unveil? Could it be? Her eyes flickered as she abruptly lifted her head, eagerly searching for Jiang Chen's figure. In the distance, Jiang Chen had, unbeknownst to her, removed all the silver needles from his body and was now languidly seated on the steps of a pavilion. One hand draped around the neck of the black dog while the other held a wine cup, toasting with the canine. "Come, sang biao. Let this cup of wine welcome you. Xianxia tot. Impossible, absolutely impossible." The glimmer of suspicion that had once surfaced in her mind was extinguished the moment she saw him sharing a toast with the dog. He was merely a bona fide madman. How could he possibly surpass the ancestors of the Medicine King Valley, effortlessly enabling her to break free from her shackles and embark on a novel path in the medical arts? Yet if not for him, who had repeatedly forced her to alter her fortunes and persistently urged her to change her needle techniques, how could she have discarded the rigid thoughts entrenched in her mind and risen anew from despair? Moreover, upon further reflection, she recalled that over 20 instances of stagnation in her acupuncture techniques and several mistakes had been rectified by Jiang Chen's unorthodox, albeit harsh guidance. How could one dismiss such a remarkable coincidence as mere chance? Yet, to assert it was not coincidence left Xianxia utterly bewildered, her mind racing to comprehend it all. A madman, employing a frenzied approach, had casually illuminated a path in the medical arts that transcended the ancients. Should this tale be shared, it is likely that others would not regard Jiang Chen as a sage. Rather, they would assume that Xianxia had succumbed to madness as well. "Oh, Xiaoning, why the days? Come, join me for a bite." Noticing her curious gaze, Jiang Chen casually tore off a glistening chicken leg from the roasted bird and offered it to her. "Aye." Xianxia looked at him, her expression a whirlwind of complexity. She truly could not discern whether all of this was mere coincidence or if this rumored mad prince was, in fact, a concealed genius of extraordinary caliber. It could be said that he was an extraordinary figure, yet watching him joyfully drinking while tugging at the neck of a dog, he did not exude the slightest semblance of such an esteemed persona, nor did he resemble a prince. Her mind was in disarray, regardless of whether he acted with intention. She had inexplicably received a tremendous fortune from him. Shen Xining stepped forward, unbothered, and accepted the still dripping chicken leg, stammering softly, "Thank you." "What?" he exclaimed, unable to hear. "Speak up." Jiang Chen purposely leaned in closer, grinning broadly. "If you didn't tea here, then forget it." Shen Xining stamped her foot in frustration. She took a large, fierce bite of the chicken leg as if venting her emotions, then sat down on a nearby stone bench, nibbling delicately while furtively glancing at Jiang Chen. It seemed ever more challenging to ascertain whether he truly was a remarkable individual. Jiang Chen chuckled. "Actually, your medical skills aren't half bad. The needlework isn't great. But afterwards, my whole body felt pleasantly invigorated." Had she heard this statement earlier, Shen Xining would have been infuriated. Yet now, a flicker of excitement ignited within her, akin to an apprentice receiving validation from senior master. Just as Shen Xining was about to utter a word, she hesitated and instead murmured in a voice as faint as a whisper, "Brother Chen, where have you been these past 10 years?" This was how she had addressed Jiang Chen a decade ago, and at that moment, he recognized a long-lost familiarity in her words. "I was raising a dog," Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. The large black dog squatting nearby shook its head, as if to say he was lying. Ignoring the dog, Jiang Chen turned to Shen Xining and suddenly asked, "What about you? Have you thought of me these past 10 years?" The question took her by surprise, causing her face to flush crimson and her heart to skip a beat, leaving her at a loss for where to place her hands and feet. "This madman," she stammered. I should be going, it's getting late." Uncertain of how to respond, she hastily stood from the stone bench, flustered as she gathered her medical kit. "Oh, what else with the shyness? 10 years ago, you were clamoring to be my bride." Jiang Chen teased from behind her. Upon hearing this, Shen Xining hastened her movements. Realizing he truly was a madman, she quickly packed away her needles and medicine bottles, slinging the kit over her shoulder as she hurried towards the gate. "Hey, are you really leaving? Aren't you going to stay and play a bit longer?" Jiang Chen stood up, staring in bewilderment at her retreating figure. What was she afraid of? Wasn't it just as simple, just like in their childhood? After running a few steps, Shen Xining inexplicably stopped, turned around, and mustered her courage to shout, "I'll return another day for your second treatment." As soon as the words left her lips, her heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. She was unsure why she had said that. Perhaps it was merely out of curiosity, unwilling to see her childhood companion descend into madness. Jiang Chen watched her silhouette, pondering for a moment, before muttering to himself, "Ah, my second brother, truly a man of wealth beyond measure." In the realm of Du, if one were to ponder upon who possessed the greatest wealth, the second prince, Xianxia, would surely claim the title of second richest, for none would dare assert the first. His ventures, ranging from the crafting of spiritual herbs and weapons for cultivation to the essentials of daily life for the common folk, have already permeated every corner of Du, and many have even extended beyond its borders. This prosperity is largely attributed to his illustrious maternal lineage. His mother, hailing from the esteemed Xiao family, belongs to a premier commercial dynasty that spans the 9 provinces. Consequently, his fortunes have risen in tandem with this legacy. He need not speculate that the tome The King of Medicine was indeed penned by Xianxia himself, for even if an ordinary individual possessed the requisite skill, they would lack the financial means to undertake such an endeavor. "Swift in action," Jiang Chen muttered, taking a bite of chicken. Upon finishing the last morsel, he nudged the dog on the ground, saying, "The bones are all yours. Eat thoroughly to spare me the trouble of cleaning up." With that, he made his way towards the estate's exit. The desolate royal residence required the presence of servants to enliven its atmosphere. Otherwise, it would remain too forlorn. "Senior brother." Suddenly, a crisp and melodious voice, tinged with surprise, interrupted his musings from the direction of the grand gate. Jiang Chen turned to see a young maiden, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating, as she lifted her skirts and dashed towards him with an excited expression. The girl appeared to be around 16, possessing striking features and an endearing charm. Her cheeks, flushed from running, displayed 2 adorable dimples that could easily enchant anyone. Most notably, she carried a large elongated wooden box that towered over her small frame. As she ran, the box emitted a series of delightful jingling sounds. Junior sister, how did you know I had returned?" Jiang Chen asked, astonished. "How can you even ask?" The girl reached him, hands on her hips, her small face assuming a mock-serious expression. "You told me on the mountain to wait for you in the capital, claiming you would come to find me at the Listening Rain Pavilion upon your return. Yet here I am, waiting for 3 years. And you frolicked in that shady place without even a glance in my direction. Ah, listening rain pavilion? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. This girl was none other than his youngest junior sister, Jiao, from the sect he had belonged to for the past decade. Due to her incessant chatter, she had been sent down the mountain as a means to alleviate his senior's frustrations. In the process of crafting a dramatic entrance, he had inadvertently forgotten her. Jiang Chen quickly feigned a look of sudden realization. Ah, I see now. I must have mixed up the names. No wonder I waited 3 days without seeing you. My sincerest apologies. Humph, you did that on purpose. Jiao pouted, looking as aggrieved as a little squirrel robbed of its pine cone. How could one possibly confuse the two? One is a renowned, great academy, Tianlu Academy, while the other is the most disreputable establishment in the imperial capital. If I had not been in the hospital today, overhearing the fourth prince mention that you had returned only to break Su Yang's leg, I would have remained oblivious to your arrival. You actually ventured to indulge in the brothel, and stayed there for 3 days and nights. How could you still be my esteemed sixth brother, who has always been as righteous as a sage in my heart? As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Jiang Chen, noticing her genuine sense of grievance, instinctively reached out to touzle her delicate little head, skillfully transforming it into a nest of chaos. Oh dear, junior sister, why so stingy? Come now, do not be upset. Your elder brother has brought you a gift. Upon hearing the word gift, Xiao pouted and extended her hand, asking, what kind of gift? Jiang Chen led her back to his residence and unveiled the ancient zither he had been carrying for the past few days. Under the sunlight, the zither's body emanated a profound, near-ink purple hue, with what grains as intricate as flowing water, subtly reflecting a layer of gentle luster. Spirit wood. It is actually crafted from Master S spirit wood, Xiao exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap with joy. The origin of such sacred wood had long been forgotten. It was naturally endowed with the ability to calm the mind, cleanse the soul, warm the body, and even nurture swords. Wait, wasn't Master S spirit wood previously fashioned into a coffin? Xiao curiously inquired. Jiang Chen responded with conviction, of course. I pried it off Master S coffin board. Huh? Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in her eyes as she revealed a mischievous smile, gently nudging him with her shoulder. Sixth brother, you are incredible. You even dare to pry off Master S coffin board. What do you mean by pry? I am merely maximizing the utility of his treasure, preventing it from rotting away in the earth. Jiang Chen solemnly placed the zither in her hands. Hold it well. This is now a genuine celestial treasure. Celestial? Xiao gasped, immediately clutching the ancient zither to her chest like a protective hen. In the realm of cultivation, treasures are classified into 4 grades: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. Earth-grade treasures are rare, even among nobles and royals. Her round, sparkling eyes were filled with joy. However, she soon perceived that the zither felt unusually heavy, as if it weighed twice as much as a typical 7 Xian zither. She dismissed it, attributing the weight to her brother perhaps having added some additional materials. Then, feeling a bit guilty, she glanced around, wary of their notoriously frugal master suddenly appearing from behind the walls. Yet, where had the zither strings gone? Xiao stroked the bare zither body, casting a puzzled look at Jiang Chen. Nevertheless, she refrained from asking too many questions, knowing that every zither player must seek strings that suit their own style. If the grade were too high, it might not even be usable for her. Subsequently, he opened his own portable zither and carefully removed the strings from it, before delicately reattaching them to hers. All set, Xiao clapped her hands and declared, Elder brother, I shall perform for you that soul-stirring melody you adore most. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. The so-called soul-stirring melody is a passionate battle tune that he has adapted. However, this young girl plays it in such a way that it transforms into a truly enchanting piece, one that is rather grating to the ears. Jiang Chen hastily interrupted Xiao, asking, wait, what was that about the fourth prince? Upon hearing this, Xiao puffed up her chest, which was rather disproportionate for her age, and wore an expression that seemed to invite praise. Did you not ask me to come to the capital to keep an eye on those princes and the self-important scions of noble families, assisting you in your ascent to the imperial throne? Did I say that? Jiang Chen scratched his head, recalling how he might have indeed coaxed her into it. Nonchalantly, he nodded. Well then, tell me, what information do you have about the fourth prince? Xiao spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Over the years, I have diligently monitored the noble families and several princes in the capital on your behalf. Your fourth brother, Jiang Tao, has returned to the capital ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, he is hosting a gathering at the Misty Rain Pavilion, inviting all the talented youths of the capital. It promises to be quite a lively event. Every young person has received an invitation. Inviting all the talented youths? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Tao, his fourth brother, has always had a penchant for forming friendships with people from the martial world, perpetually mingling with others. His connections spanned the four corners of the realm, and with but a command, he could rally an army of 100,000 within a day, composed entirely of those unwavering brothers willing to brave the flames and mountains for him. Although this camaraderie is predicated on the fourth prince's future ascendance to power, which faction in the martial world does not yearn for the patronage of imperial authority to elevate their own sect? Such loyalty should not be underestimated. This gathering is likely another of his annual networking events. Furthermore, the Qianlu Academy serves as a conduit for fresh talent to the Yu dynasty, and by hosting it at the Misty Rain Pavilion, he clearly aims to consolidate the gifted scholars of this year. However, the fourth prince's eagerness to return and commence the gathering suggests that his intentions extend beyond merely gathering talented students. Jiang Chen discerned that this matter might pertain to him in some capacity. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated that his brother might be seeking to leverage the crowd at this gathering to avenge Su Liang, thereby earning himself a reputation and testing the waters regarding the changes he has undergone during his decade-long absence. He recalled how he had once effortlessly knocked this fellow down with a single punch. Jiang Tao was likely curious to see if Jiang Chen had ventured into the martial path. Of course, he also remembered how this individual had betrayed his mother. And had it not been for those treacherous souls, she would not have found herself isolated and scorned by all. Returning to the present, Jiang Chen gently patted Qiu's head, offering rare praise. Well done. You possess quite a talent for gathering such precise intelligence on the prince. Just then, he furrowed his brow, casually glancing at a shadowy corner beneath the courtyard wall. Have I already caught someone's attention so soon? Jiang Chen curled his lips slightly before glancing at Qiu beside him. Ah, weren't you supposed to perform a piece? Come on, there are guests arriving over there. Entertain them with a tune, but be careful not to kill them. I have no place to bury them in this residence. Chapter 18. A meeting with those good brothers. Qiu followed his gaze, her eyes instantly brightening. All right. She leisurely retrieved a seemingly ordinary seven-stringed instrument from her pouch, settling down cross-legged and placing her delicate fingers upon the strings. Senior brother, watch closely. I call this testing the waters. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, her fingertips gently plucked the strings. Ding! A crisp note resonated, akin to the sound of a mountain spring cascading over rocks, melodious and utterly harmless. Yet, in the shadows beyond the courtyard wall, two middle-aged figures clad in black and white abruptly halted. The sound of the lute, initially a source of tranquility, swiftly transformed into an onslaught of invisible steel needles, mercilessly piercing into their minds. They exclaimed, feeling as though their heads were splitting, their surroundings distorting and swirling, their inner energies spiraling out of control, wreaking havoc within their meridians. Thud! Thud! They could no longer maintain their balance, stumbling from the shadows like drunken men, falling in a most undignified manner. In the pavilion, Qiu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Her fingers began to dance upon the strings, the melody shifting from the gentle flow of a stream to an alluring tune imbued with an enchanting power. Just as the two spies struggled to rise, the music enveloped them, their eyes glazing over as if they had succumbed to an illusion, pointing at each other in terror. There's a ghost. Stay away from me. I'm not an assassin. It's the second prince. He sent me to investigate the relationship between the sixth prince and the little healer. I'm here to deliver invitations for the fourth prince. I meant no offense to the second madam. Under the coercion of the hallucination, they inadvertently revealed their purpose for coming. Well, it seems these two fellows aren't even on the same side. Jiang Chen slowly smirked. Invitations? They've come quite swiftly indeed. He had accurately surmised that his esteemed fourth brother, Jiang Tao, truly held him in high regard, personally hosting a gathering to welcome him home. And as for his second brother, Jiang Che, he appeared quite taken with his childhood sweetheart. Qiu's playful spirit ignited, her melody shifting once more, transforming into a rousing and spirited anthem, reminiscent of thunderous war drums. The two spies, like marionettes on a winding string, began to strike themselves, their left fists landing on their right cheeks, their right hands slapping their left. "I was wrong, Grandpa. I won't dare again." The sounds of slapping echoed, blood streaming from their noses. "Enough. Don't dirty my courtyard," Jiang Chen interjected, witnessing the spectacle. Only then did Xiao reluctantly cease, the music abruptly fading into silence. The two scouts, as if granted a reprieve from death, awoke from their illusions, startled to behold their own disheveled appearances alongside one another. Recalling their recent disgrace, they were so frightened that they collapsed onto the ground. Casting a terrified glance at Jiang Chen in the pavilion, they abandoned their invitation and fled in a frantic tumble, fearing that if they lingered, that specter would drag them into the depths of the abyss. "How about it, senior brother? Am I impressive?" Xiao, clutching her zither, dashed to Jiang Chen's side, her face alight with a desire for praise. Jiang Chen ruffled her meticulously styled hair, transforming it into a chaotic nest, and casually remarked, "Not bad. For dealing with such trifling adversaries, you've proven adequate." "They are hardly trifles," Xiao retorted, puffing up her cheeks in defiance. Yet, when she recalled her sixth senior brother, who, upon first ascending the mountain, could easily defeat several elder brothers, establishing himself as the de facto leader, her own modest achievements felt somewhat diminished in comparison. Nevertheless, she resolutely shook her tiny fists and declared, "I am now a 7th-rank resonant strings practitioner, with my musical prowess. Even those pompous scholars from the Chongwen Academy and the sword fanatics from the Zhongfeng Pavilion would have to flee in terror if they crossed paths with me." Proudly puffing out her chest, she continued, "You don't know, senior brother, our sect's music masters possess techniques that are utterly unpredictable, particularly effective against those rough-and-tumble martial warriors. Even against a grandmaster, with a simple melody, I could make them turn against themselves in a phantasm." Yes, you are the greatest," Jiang Chen replied, feigning enthusiasm with a nod. Observing her prideful demeanor, he surmised that during her 3 years in the capital, this girl had not merely been gathering intelligence, but had instead become a little tyrant at the Tianlu Academy. "By the way, senior brother," Xiao suddenly recalled something she had yet to mention. "This banquet hosted by the 4th Prince is unlike any before, for the renowned beauty of Tianlu Academy, Lung Suxin, will also be present." She leaned closer to Jiang Chen, lowering her voice with an air of mystery. "That beautiful Lung not only holds the title of the most enchanting woman in the capital, but she also possesses the righteous Tao physique, naturally harmonizing with Confucian and Taoist principles, her words manifesting as laws. At such a tender age, she has already ascended to the 6th-rank Grand Scholar realm." 6th-rank Grand Scholar? Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. "The hierarchy of scholars stands as follows: 9th-rank Confucian child, 8th-rank scholar, 7th-rank teacher, and 6th-rank Grand Scholar. This is akin to the Grandmaster realm in martial arts, and the intricacies of Confucian and Taoist combat are notoriously enigmatic. A Grandmaster of such a young age could indeed be deemed a prodigious anomaly." "Exactly. Your 4th brother, Jiang Tao, is back in the capital, inviting the young talents of the city, and he immediately sent an invitation to Lung Suxin, which has made her quite smug," Xiao exclaimed indignantly, taking pride in her own prowess and status while deriding their musical path as mere frivolity. "Lung Suxin?" Jiang Chen pondered, stroking his chin. Although he had not heard of her, he was familiar with the Lung family, a transcendent ancient clan said to exist for millennia beyond the borders of Daiyu, with a depth of heritage that remains unfathomable. Even some ordinary dynasties must show a degree of respect. His 4th brother, Jiang Tao, evidently had his sights set on the Lung family. After all, at this pivotal moment in the contest for the position of heir, gaining the support of the ancient clan would significantly enhance his chances of success. How intriguing, Jiang Chen mused to himself. Barely a month had passed since the news of the power struggle was released. First, the 2nd brother Jiang Che ingratiated himself with the Medicine King Valley behind the little medical sage, and now the 4th brother Jiang Tao was scheming against the Lung family. Yet, why do these so-called brothers insist on relying on women? Noticing Jiang Chen lost in thought, Xiao promptly tugged at his arm, shaking it vigorously while playfully pouting. "Senior brother, don't you always claim that your poetry is unparalleled in the world? Tomorrow, why not recite a few lines to diminish her arrogance, letting her understand what true elegance is? Would that be agreeable?" Jiang Chen regarded her eager expression, realizing that this girl likely intended to leverage his renown to create chaos at Tianlu Academy. She had certainly engaged in such antics while on the mountain. Several senior brothers and sisters had been thoroughly annoyed by their antics, and in the end, he had no choice but to coax her down the mountain. However, it seemed the time had come to meet those esteemed brothers. The scene of Xianxia joyfully departing from the Prince of Chen's residence quickly reached the ears of the Emperor of Yuan. At this moment, within the imperial study, Emperor Jiang Yuan, sat before the dragon table, examining the report presented by his spies, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Hee, Shenyan, you old scoundrel. I allowed you to look down upon my son, but now you must recognize this marriage engagement, whether you like it or not. Chapter 19. The Emperor of Yuan issues a challenge. In truth, Jiang Chen and Xianxia had been betrothed since the age of 8. However, before they could announce it, Jiang Chen's mother faced a calamity, and simultaneously, Xianxia's mother succumbed to illness, causing the matter to fall into obscurity. Shenyan had initially hoped to evade this obligation. Yet Emperor Jiang Yuan, had never forgotten. When this engagement was brought up, Shenyan's stance had been unyieldingly firm, resolutely opposing it under the pretense of Jiang Chen's alleged madness. Ultimately, it was only under Jiang Yuan's formidable pressure that the two reached a private agreement. If Jiang Chen could return to the capital within a month, the two children would be granted an opportunity to be alone together. And if they found mutual affection, then Shenyan would have no choice but to accept the marriage. Now it appeared that this old rogue had lost both the lady and his soldiers. How could he possibly be unaware of his own son's capabilities? In just 7 days, it would be the day of remembrance for Dan Taiyan, marking the 10th anniversary of Jiang Chen's mother's passing. There was no way he would not return for this significant occasion. Moreover, while others might be oblivious to his son's skill in charming young ladies, how could he, as a father, remain ignorant? Even his own youthful prowess paled in comparison to that finesse. Jiang Yuan, in high spirits, took a sip of tea and then turned to Hua Banban, saying, "Have we discovered what the second brother gifted to Xianxia?" The elderly eunuch, Hua Banban, who had been waiting nearby, immediately bowed in response. "Your Majesty, please punish me. I am incompetent and have yet to ascertain the exact nature of this matter. However, I have just received word that this item cost the second prince an astounding 1,000,000 taels of silver." 1,000,000 taels? Even Jiang Yuan, the emperor, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment at this figure. It is worth noting that 1 tael of silver equates to 1,000 copper coins, and 3 copper coins can purchase a steaming bowl of noodles from a street vendor. The monthly expenses of an ordinary family amount to merely 1 tael of silver, meaning that 1,000,000 taels could sustain 100,000 households for an entire month. The second prince has indeed invested a considerable sum. This gift must be extraordinary. Jiang Yuan chuckled wryly. As the saying goes, a tiger's son is never a dog. None of his sons are ordinary. The second prince is wealthy enough to rival a nation. The fourth prince has friends scattered across the realm, and the eldest, third, and fifth princes each possess their own strengths, each more formidable than the last. Only the sixth prince, Jiang Chen, is of the weakest foundation, lacking wealth and power. His reputation is utterly tarnished, resembling a solitary wolf in the capital, appearing to be the least likely to ascend to the throne. Yet, it is precisely him that Jiang Yuan holds in the highest regard, not for any other reason, but due to that inherent audacity to shatter all conventions. The Diyu dynasty has flourished for nearly 3 millennia, seemingly prosperous, yet its insides have long since decayed and entered a self-destructive cycle, a certain demise rooted in corruption. To restore this dying elder to health, a radical surgical approach is required, one that disrupts the entrenched norms of the 9 provinces. This necessitates a person bold enough to defy the rules. Your Majesty, should I not commence an investigation with the Shen family? Hua Banban cautiously suggested. Jiang Yuan waved his hand, exuding confidence. No need. If I am not mistaken, that girl likely has no interest in the second princess gift. What? Hua Banban was taken aback, unable to fathom how a medical treasure worth 1,000,000 taels could fail to capture her interest. Indeed, Jiang Yuan nodded, a hint of playful amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth. That is the allure of Chener. He consistently yields unexpected results. Hua Banban grew increasingly curious about what this mad prince had done to elicit such disdain from the little physician of the Medicine King Valley towards a treasure valued at 1,000,000 taels. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's smile faded, and he shifted the subject. I have heard that the fourth prince has returned and is issuing invitations for a gathering at the Misty Rain Tower. Your Majesty, this is indeed the case. Hua Banban promptly replied. The fourth prince's gatherings occur nearly once a year for grand events, and monthly for smaller ones. I deemed it a routine matter and did not report it specifically. Humph, each one more cunning than the last, Jiang Yuan scoffed. The annual examination at Tianlu Academy is approaching, is it not? Yes. Hua Banban's heart tightened as realization dawned upon him. Tianlu Academy is the cradle of talent for the Diyu dynasty, essentially serving as a conduit for fresh blood into the court. The fourth prince's actions indicate a desire to secure promising individuals from the academy before they formally step into the court, branding them with his mark and bringing them under his command. He was somewhat perplexed. In previous years, he would select the top-ranking students only after the major examinations. Yet, why had this year's selection occurred a month in advance? Was it due to their sixth brother? He had heard that the relationships among these siblings had never been amicable, and the knives they had plunged into the back of Empress Dan could hardly be concealed. It seemed they were anxious. Jiang Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. If the majority of this year's talent from Tianlu Academy were to be siphoned off by the other sons, Jiang Chen's chances of entering the fray would be akin to climbing a steep mountain. While he held high hopes for Jiang Chen, he was acutely aware that the lad's heart was not truly set on that position, neither in the past nor now. Were it not for his desire to avenge his mother, Dan Taiyin, he would have likely slipped away to some obscure corner, relishing his carefree life as a carefree prince. However, the title of Crown Prince represented far more than merely a position. It symbolized the future of the Yu, capable of bearing the nation's fortune and guiding the dynasty through the increasingly tumultuous landscape ahead. It necessitated the support of the entire court and the hearts of the populace. Throughout history, the position of heir has never been solely determined by one individual. Even if he were forcibly elevated, he would merely be a hollow crown prince. A mediaist, the esteemed emperor of the Yu, now found himself racking his brain, compelling his own son to engage in the fierce contest for succession. What a farce it would be if this were to become public knowledge. Shen Xining, that girl, was the only one capable of tethering Chener, preventing him from drifting away amidst the whirlpool of succession struggles. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. A glimmer of insight flickered in Jiang Yuan's eyes as he continued. Hua Banban, the triennial academy examination is no trivial matter. Since the fourth enjoys the lively atmosphere, let us present him with a question for this gathering, to assess the capabilities of my sons. Shall we? Hua Banban hesitated for a moment. Having accompanied Jiang Yuan for decades, his heart had become as clear as crystal. In the past, he had remained dutiful, never interfering in the prince's disputes, serving solely as the emperor's eyes and shadow. However, recently, from Jiang Chen's return to the various arrangements made, he increasingly sensed that the emperor was intentionally, albeit subtly, pushing him from the shadows into the limelight. This was no longer a mere task, but a delegation of authority. Realizing this, Hua Banban's gaze sharpened. No longer appearing as the simpleton of yore, he bowed and said, "The old servant understands. I shall take care of everything." In another scene, while Jiang Yuan was plotting diligently, Jiang Chen found himself in a different situation. It was already late at night in the Chenwang Mansion's rear courtyard pavilion. Jiang Chen was entangled by his little junior sister, Xiao, and had no choice but to prepare a sumptuous barbecue himself. At this moment, the two of them lay unceremoniously on a long bench, sporting round, full bellies, contentedly belching with satisfaction. This was one of Xiao's favorite aspects of Jiang Chen. Despite being a lofty prince, he often behaved like an amiable neighbor, indulging her in playful antics and sumptuous feasts without a trace of arrogance. By the way, brother, how is our master faring? Upon tasting the flavors of the mountains once more, Xiao couldn't help but reminisce about that old man. He has passed away. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. What? He is dead? Xiao was momentarily taken aback, hastily burping before inquiring, is it real death or just a feigned one? I am uncertain. Jiang Chen shook his head. Over the years, their master, who often found his disciples troublesome, had died on numerous occasions. Yet, after a while, he would invariably reappear, lively and animated, much to their bewilderment. Though she understood this was merely a peculiar aspect of their master's unique cultivation method, the inevitability of death loomed over all. And who could guarantee that he wouldn't one day perish for good during his practices? A tinge of worry crept into her heart. Subsequently, Xiao, like a chatterbox, began to inquire about the well-being of the other 5 senior brothers and sisters. It had been years since they had last met, and she missed them dearly. Their master had taken in 7 disciples in total, and countless times in her dreams, she found herself frolicking on that unremarkable mountain peak, playing with her senior siblings. However, with each senior descending the mountain one after another. Such days seemed forever lost in the past. Brother, are you truly not attending that elegant gathering? After satisfying her appetite, Xiao broached the topic once more. I shall not go. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. His two elder brothers planned to attend, but such gatherings were merely childish play, and he felt it beneath his dignity to participate. Moreover, he couldn't allow this little girl to exploit his reputation for her own mischief. Seeing this, Xiao suddenly pouted, tugging at Jiang Chen's arm, her voice tinged with grievance. Brother, that Lung Suxin is bullying me. Jiang Chen shot her a sidelong glance, skeptical of her claims. Despite her apparent status as a mere 7th-rank soundmaster, her combat prowess had long surpassed this rank. She practiced the most elite techniques hidden deep within their sect, skills coveted by numerous ancient beings. Coupled with her unique physique, she possessed an array of ever-evolving lethal secrets. Not only could few students from the academy contend with her, but even the so-called prodigies from the outside world would find it challenging to match her strength. Stop pretending, Jiang Chen remarked bluntly. Is it truly her who bullies you? Or do you wish to use my hand to bully her? Xiao, flustered, sat up to defend herself. Naughty brother, when have I ever deceived you? This girl had only been out in the world for 3 years. While she had not shown much growth in skills, her competitive nature had certainly flourished. However, he couldn't simply ignore her plight. The way of sound emphasizes a tranquil state of mind and clarity of thought. If he allowed her jealousy and competitive spirit to fester, it would inevitably become a mental demon on her path to cultivation. Of course, he couldn't let her stray too far off course. He could allow her a moment in the spotlight, but no more. Very well, Jiang Chen sighed, but I can only assist you this once. Yay! Xiao instantly sprang back to life, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's and joyfully bouncing up and down. I knew you were the best 6th senior brother. Jiang Chen cast her a sidelong glance, extricated himself from her embrace, and approached the stone table. With a wave of his hand, an ancient brush and a sheet of rice paper materialized upon the surface. He laid the paper flat, dipped the brush in ink, and began to write with a flourish. Each stroke imbued with a sharp, piercing intent that seemed to slice through illusion, the ink flowing with the strength of iron and silver, penetrating the paper surface. The characters, rather than merely inscribed upon the paper, appeared to yearn to rise from its confines, leaving an indelible mark upon the void, each glyph resonating with an ineffable profundity. After a brief moment, he finished and handed the rice paper to her. Take it. Huh? Xiao received the paper, momentarily stunned. Senior brother, aren't you coming? With this, you can overshadow Lung Suxin. My presence would be superfluous, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Oh, Xiao accepted this without a hint of doubt. Even their master had lamented, stating that her 6th senior brother's prowess in poetry and prose was unmatched, and had his heart not been solely devoted to the sword, it would have been a loss to the heavens. She gazed down at the rice paper, where the bold script danced with vigor, and though she did not comprehend the art of poetry, she could feel a grandiose spirit and an air of disdain for the world emanating from it. Yet, one element was conspicuously absent, a title. Enough, the day wanes. Rest early, Jiang Chen interjected, waving his hand to disrupt her reverie. The 3rd floor is your room. Tidy it up. Got it. Xiao waved him off affectionately, her gaze still fixated on the poem. The more she looked, the more she felt it was tailor-made for the upcoming gathering. Suddenly, an idea struck her. A glint of mischief sparkled in her bright eyes. Then, from seemingly nowhere, she produced a small brush, carefully dipped it in the still damp ink, and at the poem's conclusion, meticulously inscribed the 2 characters for Jiang Chen. Now it's more like it. Content with her creation, Xiao rolled up the rice paper, cradling it as a treasure, and skipped joyfully upstairs. The following morning, Jiang Chen rose from his bed to find Xiao's absence. This girl was always so carefree, coming and going like the wind, never bothering to announce her departure. But he had grown accustomed to it. He strolled around the courtyard, yet still found no trace of the large black dog. Initially, he had suspected that the dog had been avoiding Xiao due to her incessant chatter. However, after a full day and night without any sighting, it was evident that Xiao was not the cause. Could it be that this fellow has truly been turned into dog meat buns? Jiang Chen mused, stroking his chin, before shaking his head and dismissing the thought. In the past, Sang Biao often descended from the mountain, each time bearing a task, and he sensed that this occasion was no different. As he approached the entrance, he suddenly noticed a head peeking through the crack of the door, furtively glancing inside. "Oh, what brings you here again?" Jiang Chen inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "Am I not allowed to come?" Xianxia shot him a disapproving look. It was rather ironic that, as the esteemed little physician from the Medicine King Valley, she found it difficult to secure an audience with many noble science. Yet here she was being met with disdain. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "I am here for your follow-up examination." Chapter 21. After the acupuncture session, I shall take you to a delightful place. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. This girl seemed to have developed an addiction to acupuncture. To avoid any discomfort, he immediately straightened his back and asserted, "No need for a follow-up. I feel invigorated and my thoughts are clear. I am completely healed. Do you doubt me? Test me." No sooner had he spoken than a whoosh echoed as Sang Biao, the large black dog, suddenly leaped from a distant corner. "What the?" Jiang Chen exclaimed as he seized the dog's head, retaliating with 2 firm swats, chastising, "You wretched mutt, where have you been? Do you have any idea that I've been starving all day?" Sang Biao whimpered, looking at him with a sense of grievance. Xianxia raised her delicate eyebrows. "Is this what you call being well? Relying on a dog to cook for you is a recipe for starvation." She stated firmly, "Enough of this. Come here quickly. I need to administer another acupuncture session." Jiang Chen turned his head, immediately refusing. No, I truly am not insane. No." This time, Xianxia was undeterred. Instead, she puffed out her cheeks, adopting an intimidating expression. Yet, fearing she might provoke him, she proposed a deal. "How about this? Let me give you another acupuncture session, and I will take you to a fun place where there are plenty of delicious treats." "A fun place?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, Sang Biao eagerly pawed his pant leg, its tail wagging like a pinwheel, persistently urging him to agree. Jiang Chen glanced down at the creature and instantly realized that its 2-day absence was likely spent at that very fun place. His curiosity piqued, he nodded in agreement. All right then, the two made their way to a pavilion. Xianxia retrieved her medical kit and silver needles, immediately getting to work. Jiang Chen reclined on the bench, considering the acupuncture technique as a free massage. However, the subsequent scene caused him to lose his composure. With each needle she inserted, she anxiously leaned in to inquire. "Is this correct? Does this feel comfortable? Is the pressure adequate?" Jiang Chen's lips twitched. It seemed she had come to use him as a guinea pig to hone her skills. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge that her talent was indeed remarkable. With the first 8 needles, she not only rectified various previous errors and stagnations, but also significantly improved her technique and acupoint accuracy. Yet, when it came to the 9th needle, her timing faltered, and it took her 3 attempts to barely meet the standard. As she prepared to insert the 10th needle, Jiang Chen immediately called for a halt. Stop. That's enough for today. My skin is numb from your needles. We shall continue this another time." It was not that he was unwilling to teach, but given her current skill level, she was far from mastering the 10th needle technique. Even if she practiced dozens more times, success was not guaranteed, and he did not wish to endure such a torment. Xianxia did not press the issue. Mastering the 9th needle in a single night had already shattered the millennium record of the Medicine King's Valley. It could only be deemed a miraculous fortune. After all, there was ample time in the future to learn the 10th and 11th needles. All right, let's depart. After ensuring that Jiang Chen was fine, Xianxia swiftly packed the medicine box, clapped her hands, and, with an air of naturalness reminiscent of her childhood, took hold of his wrist and dashed toward the estate. Hey, slow down. Upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence, the chaotic sounds of the street jolted her back to reality. She could not run hand in hand like in her childhood. Like a startled rabbit, she instantly released his hand, her cheeks flushing bright red to the roots of her ears. Jiang Chen, however, paid little mind to this, his gaze fixated on the carriage at the entrance. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, he boldly lifted the curtain and stepped inside, much to the bewilderment of the driver. Following closely behind was a large black dog, wagging its tail. It was only then that Xianxia realized the implications of their situation, an unaccompanied man and woman sharing a carriage. Yet, upon further reflection, she reassured herself that he was the patient and she was the healer. What was there to fear? Thus, she resolutely stepped inside, lifting her skirt. The interior of the carriage was spacious, elegantly adorned, and comfortable. There was ample room not only to sit but even to lie down and roll about. "I must say, this carriage is rather pleasant," Jiang Chen remarked lazily, reclining against the soft cushions and surveying his surroundings. He quickly discerned that while the carriage appeared ordinary, It was constructed from exquisite materials and was quite costly. He was certain that Shun Xining's father, Shun Yin, was undoubtedly a doting father. Shun Xining's cheeks flushed as she nervously nodded. Her demeanor elicited a chuckle from Jiang Chen, since she dared to invite him out for a day of leisure. Why the shyness? Yet he was aware that societal norms in this world remained steeped in feudal traditions, especially for an unmarried young lady. Being alone with a man was considered a significant breach of propriety. Should Shun Yin learn of this, he would likely pursue them with a blade in hand. Xiao Ning. Jiang Chen shifted to a more comfortable position and casually inquired, "How many years have you been in the Medicine King's Valley?" 8 years, Shun Xining replied, clutching the hem of her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, with your beauty, I can only imagine you must have many admirers," he ventured. Shun Xining instinctively nodded, but immediately realized her mistake, shaking her head vigorously as if trying to dispel the notion. "No, that is not the case." Jiang Chen feigned shock, his expression one of exaggerated surprise. Could it be that the men of the Medicine King's Valley are all blind? "You." Shun Xining's face burned with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, her cheeks aflame. Such reckless words could likely only be uttered by this madman in the presence of a young lady. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of joy blossomed within her heart. The large black dog beside her eagerly nudged Jiang Chen's thigh, signaling him to continue. Irritated by its insistence, Jiang Chen gave it a swift kick, ordering it to stay put in the corner. The carriage glided smoothly, and within the cabin, conversations ebbed and flowed intermittently. The misty rain pavilion, nestled in the bustling west city of the capital, was a picturesque sight. At its center lay a lake adorned with a platform abundant with peach trees, thus earning its name. Officially, this locale belonged to the Tianlu Academy, yet it had long been a favored gathering spot for literati and young nobles of the capital. At this moment, the entrance to the pavilion buzzed with activity, illuminated by the glow of lanterns. Lavish carriages arrived in a steady stream, disembarking not only the talented youth from prominent families, but also many skilled practitioners from the martial world drawn by the occasion. As the host, the students of Tianlu Academy could not afford to be lax. Most had gathered at the entrance, warmly welcoming guests into the garden. Among them, the most prominent figure was the event's sponsor, the fourth Prince Jiang Chen. He stood at the most conspicuous spot by the entrance, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, exuding an air of elegance. His demeanor radiated a perfectly measured humility, akin to warm jade, as he greeted every gentleman and martial artist with a respectful bow, perpetually expressing his gratitude with the words, "Thank you for gracing us with your presence." Interestingly, the second Prince Jiang Chen also lingered nearby, not to assist, but to scan the arriving traffic with keen eyes, evidently awaiting someone special. Indeed, he was anticipating Shun Xining. 2 days prior, he had sent her an invitation to the gathering. Typically, she would disregard such invites, yet with the allure of the pharmacist's scripture, she had immediately accepted and even replied that she had matters to discuss today. This was largely thanks to the clever strategy of his advisor, Mr. Zhang, who had leveraged the nearly millennium-old pharmacist's scripture from the Valley of Pharmacists to entice her. For this occasion, he had deliberately altered his appearance, shedding the cumbersome scholar-esque robes for the more streamlined attire of a martial artist, aiming to project a less effete image. Even his face bore a smile of humility that was foreign to him. He was confident that with the persona he had meticulously crafted and the irresistible bait, he could elevate his relationship with the young healer today. At that moment, a seemingly unremarkable carriage approached, coming to a halt at the entrance. Zhang Guqi's spirits lifted, for it was indeed the Shun family's carriage. He quickly straightened his attire, ensuring his smile appeared genuinely warm, and hastened to meet her. "Xining, dear sister, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting you for quite some time." As the carriage curtain was drawn, a somewhat tanned face emerged, accompanied by a robust and hearty voice that startled Jiang Chen. In an instant, his enthusiastic demeanor vanished, and he instinctively took a step back, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am your sixth brother, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon the visage before him began to merge seamlessly with that of the little madman from a decade ago. Before he could fully process this revelation, another exquisite yet bashful face emerged from behind Jiang Chen, timidly offering him a courteous bow. "I have met His Highness, the second prince." Upon witnessing the two solitary figures, a man and a woman, sharing a carriage, Jiang Chen's heart sank abruptly, akin to a coveted treasure being snatched away right before his eyes. Just as he was about to voice his indignation, he felt a sudden tightening at his shoulders. Jiang Chen had already leapt down from the carriage and enveloped him in a hearty bear hug. Second brother, how thoughtful of you to personally come and welcome me after 10 years. You. Jiang Che's brows twitched violently, veins bulging on his forehead. He struggled forcefully, only to realize that Jiang Chen's arms were as unyielding as iron clamps, refusing to budge. The commotion drew the attention of those around them. Look, who is that? How dare he be so rude to the second prince? Indeed, this is the first time I've witnessed such an exuberant greeting. Ah, fourth brother, thank you for hosting the welcome banquet. Jiang Chen seemed to have just noticed Jiang Tao in the distance, abruptly releasing Jiang Che and darting toward him. Before Jiang Tao could react, he was caught in another robust embrace, leaving the usually composed fourth prince gasping for breath. Yet, in the midst of the public spectacle, he restrained his anger. It's been 10 years. How has my sixth brother fared? Jiang Chen released him, brimming with exaggerated excitement, exclaiming, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I have missed you dearly over the past decade. Jiang Tao cast a glance at the ashen-faced Jiang Che, and an understanding passed between them. This fool remained as mad as ever. Simultaneously, they both felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Subsequently, a perfect smile graced Jiang Tao's face as he patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, saying, "It's good to have you back. I barely recognized you. Of course, I've grown far more handsome than you all. Haven't I?" Jiang Chen beamed widely before adding, "By the way, I have brought a friend for you, Xiaoning. Come here quickly." Shun Xining, who had been hiding behind the carriage, wishing to disappear into the ground, felt all eyes suddenly fixated on her. With a stiff resolve, she squeezed through the crowd and approached Jiang Chen, her head bowed in embarrassment. Come, let me introduce you properly," Jiang Chen said, throwing an arm around her shoulder. "This is my childhood friend, Shun Xining, with whom I grew up." At this point, he leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "She is known as the Little Medical Sage." Subsequently, with utmost sincerity, he addressed Jiang Tao and Jiang Che, saying, "Second brother, fourth brother, I've heard your lives have not been particularly delightful. Fear not, for with me around, should you suffer from any aches or ailments, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will have the Little Medical Sage provide you with discounts." You. Jiang Che and Jiang Tao's expressions darkened instantly upon hearing this. For this madman had once again spoken without restraint. The surrounding guests erupted in a flurry of astonishment. What? The Little Medical Sage? She is the legendary heir to the Valley of the Medicine King, the esteemed little healer, Shun Xining. My goodness, I never anticipated that this young medical prodigy would not only possess remarkable skills, but also be so enchanting. Indeed, witnessing the grace of the little healer today has truly been a worthwhile experience. As Shun Xining listened to the murmurs of the crowd, she felt so embarrassed that her toes nearly dug into the ground. Originally, she merely intended to bring Jiang Chen here for a delightful meal, hoping to lift his spirits and aid in his recovery, while also finding an opportunity to compensate for the losses incurred by the second prince. Yet, who could have foreseen that this fellow, seemingly afflicted with a severe case of social arrogance, would act as if he were terrified of being overlooked? Now, with his childhood friend by his side, he has surely made headlines throughout the capital by tomorrow. By the way, who is this sixth prince? I have never heard of him before. Shoo, keep your voice down. This individual is a taboo. He went mad a decade ago. Chapter 23. Let's first indulge in a hearty meal. Hiss, what is that? Hiss, such a large dog. Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, a gigantic black dog, towering over the height of a person, forcefully pushed its way through the throng and positioned itself behind Jiang Chen. Its formidable physique and fierce gaze stirred quite a commotion. Observing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter and embraced the massive dog, playfully rubbing its neck until it rolled its eyes in delight, then enthusiastically introduced it to his royal brothers. Second brother, fourth brother, allow me to present to you my dear companion, a brother in life and death whom I met outside, Sang Biao. Sang Biao, come and greet your two elder brothers. With that, he even playfully kicked the dog's rear. Sang Biao responded with a couple of symbolic barks directed at the two princes. The surrounding crowd could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into muffled chuckles. It is evident that this sixth prince has a few screws loose. A dignified prince, reduced to fraternizing with a dog. Ah, you don't understand anything. I heard this prince lost his mind a decade ago and has long been despised by his majesty, practically rendered worthless. It is no wonder he exudes such a streetwise demeanor. as they overheard the unflattering comments. Xianxia and Jiang Tao's faces turned a deep shade of green. The royal family's reputation has been utterly tarnished by his antics today. Were it not for the occasion, they would have eagerly called for someone to expel this lunatic on the spot. Sixth brother, having traveled from afar, you must be weary. Why not step inside and rest for a while? In a bid to spare Jiang Chen further embarrassment, Jiang Tao suppressed his rising fury and promptly signaled the servants to escort him indoors. Wait, Jiang Chen exclaimed, gripping Jiang Tao's sleeve to prevent him from leaving. Fourth brother. Second brother, we haven't seen each other in a decade. This welcome banquet has been arranged, and you want to join me for a drink to rekindle our bond? Feeling the immense force on his sleeve, Jiang Tao held back his anger and managed to force a strained smile. Sixth brother, you should go in first. I must await a few friends here and will join you shortly. Oh, is that so? Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly convinced. He released Jiang Tao and then seized the wrist of the nearby Shen Xining, pulling her along. Xiaoning, let's first indulge in a hearty meal. Oh dear, Brother Chen. Shen Xining blushed and attempted to shake free, only to find herself unable to escape his grasp, so she submitted to his pull. Being half-dragged and half-led through the entrance of the misty pavilion amid a sea of astonished gazes. However, upon hearing her bashful call of Brother Chen and witnessing her reluctant demeanor, both Jiang Che and Jiang Tao felt their hearts sink in unison. How could this be? It is well known that among the princes, regardless of which one it was, Shen Xining always met them with an aloofness that kept them at bay and addressed them with a cold, distant Your Highness. The very notion of such intimate address was unfathomable. Even managing to exchange a few words with her was considered a stroke of luck. Impossible. What prowess did this fellow possess to earn Shen Xining's favor? Surely, they were well aware of the childhood memories, having witnessed Jiang Chen once reduce her to tears. They simply could not believe this was true. Yet disbelief changed nothing. Shen Xining's hand, captured in his grasp, merely struggled as a token gesture before she shyly lowered her head, obediently following Jiang Chen. The demeanor she exhibited, so tender and yielding to his lead, was a scene they had only dared to dream of. Second brother, Jiang Tao, suddenly inquired of the dark-faced Jiang Che standing nearby. Jiang Che quickly suppressed the anger swelling within, maintaining his usual composure. After a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze and spoke. Have someone attend to him. Jiang Tao nodded. Today's invitation was meant for a warm reception, and despite Jiang Chen's momentary display of arrogance, he was still entitled to courtesy as a younger brother. The misty pavilion was divided into 4 courtyards, east, west, south, and north, with the southern courtyard serving as the main entrance. Upon entering, one was greeted by a vast open-air plaza, already bustling with lively chatter and excitement. At the center stood a grand platform, surrounded by rows of banquet tables arranged in a square formation, nearly all seats occupied. Guests raised their cups and toasts, engaging in spirited conversation amidst the clamor. However, in the northern part of the plaza, several noticeably larger and more luxurious main seats remained conspicuously empty, adorned with the finest delicacies. Jiang Chen surveyed the area and immediately set his sights on that spot. He pulled Shen Xining through the astonished crowd and unceremoniously plopped down onto the central, opulent main seat. Oh dear, Brother Chen, you must get up. This is the seat for the host and esteemed guests, Shen Xining exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she reached to pull him away. But you brought me here to have fun, did you not? Jiang Chen remained steadfast, boldly declaring. What is there to fear? The hosts are my second and fourth brothers. We are family, so no need for formality. As he spoke, he swiftly pulled back his hand, firmly pressing Shen Xining onto the seat beside him. Shen Xining puffed her cheeks in frustration, unable to resist him. She resigned herself to the thought of explaining everything properly once the 2 princes arrived. Eat quickly. Once this village is past, the shop will be gone. Jiang Chen, eyeing the table laden with exquisite delicacies, unceremoniously seized a glistening pastry and shoved it towards Shen Xining's mouth. I'll do it myself. Shen Xining protested, her mouth full, her eyes wide in muffled indignation. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. However, as that seat was reserved for the princes and esteemed guests, no one dared to intervene, merely casting scornful glances and relishing the spectacle. Jiang Chen glanced around, dismissive of their stares, and continued to devour the food with gusto. Initially, he had no intention of joining this ruckus, fearing embarrassment and a loss of dignity. But unexpectedly, this girl had unwittingly lured him into the fray. Now that he was here, Rather than succumb to embarrassment, he preferred to display his generosity. After all, with a reputation for madness, he might as well ensure he was well fed before salvaging his pride. But wait, where's that cursed dog? That rascal was the true culprit. He turned his head and was instantly filled with ire. Sang Biao had somehow made his way to the table, lying beside him, his tongue lolling out as he voraciously devoured a platter of aromatic dishes. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen smacked the dog's forehead. Behave yourself. Don't act like you've never seen fine dining. With that, he lifted Sang Biao off the table, mindful of the presence of ladies nearby, wishing not to frighten them. As Jiang Chen savored a piece of roasted lamb leg, several guards, donned in dark attire, stormed through the crowd, their faces grim with anger. Heading directly towards him, the leading middle-aged man exuded an imposing aura, clearly of considerable standing, and halted before them, pointing at Jiang Chen with an accusatory glare. "You scoundrel! Who allowed you to sit here?" Jiang Chen, chewing on his morsel, raised his head, glanced around, then pointed at himself in feigned confusion. "Are you referring to me?" "Of course." The middle-aged man fumed, his anger palpable. "Do you have any idea whose seats these are? And you?" He turned to Shun Xining, who was feigning ignorance, buried in her own world. "Who permitted you to sit in the fourth prince's place?" "Brother Chun, perhaps we should move to another location?" Shun Xining timidly tugged at his arm. Jiang Chen turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. He was well aware that these men were sent by his two elder brothers to assert their authority, and he was more than capable of responding. Rising to his feet, he retorted, "So, you mean this place is exclusively for the princes?" The group assigned to the task aimed to expel him without further ado. The middle-aged man raised his hand and bellowed, "Bring him out." Instantly, several individuals surged forward. "We are civilized people. We prefer words over violence," they protested. "Civilized, is it? Look at the empty plates on the table and the grease on your face," the middle-aged man retorted. "A civilized person would not resort to theft and indulgence. Join me. Drag him out, and let him understand that some places are permissible while others are not." With sleeves rolled up, he led the charge, shouting fiercely, and leapt over the table. Upon landing, he felt something furry and soft beneath his feet. A woo! A sudden bark erupted from beneath the table. Moments latte. A massive black head emerged from the shadows. The guards recoiled in fear, and the surrounding guests turned to observe the commotion. Goodness! Who brings a dog to such a gathering? Indeed, just look at this fellow. 2 mouse aren't he enough? He even brought his beast. The middle-aged man pondered, bewildered that his master hadn't mentioned the presence of such a large wolf dog. Before they could escalate their confrontation, the dog, filled with rage, fixed its large, bell-like eyes on the leading middle-aged man and lunged, sinking its teeth into his thigh. The speed was astonishing, and before anyone could comprehend, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the square. The middle-aged man clutched his leg, blood instantly soaking his trousers. With a growl that expressed its unquenchable fury, the dog targeted the remaining guards and charged at them. "Hey, what are you doing, Sang Biao? Maintain some decorum. Resort to words, not violence." Jiang Chen shouted from the sidelines, seemingly encouraging rather than intervening. He had intended to stretch his limbs, but was surprised by the misfortune of these individuals. Did they not realize that Sang Biao took great pride in its tail? The last person to step on it still bore the scars. Chaos erupted on the scene. The guards fled in every direction, shrieking in terror as the dog pursued them. Exquisite platters of delicacies were knocked over, wine splattered, and fruit flew through the air. It was not that they lacked courage. Rather, the muscular black dog moved with astonishing speed, creating a fierce wind with its attacks, leaving them without any chance to retaliate. In no time, the air was thick with a peculiar aroma of mingled wine, fruit, and dishes, interspersed with a hint of blood. The surrounding guests retreated to the periphery, pointing and murmuring amongst themselves. "Stop!" Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated at the entrance of the gathering. The second prince, Jiang Tao, accompanied by a formidable entourage of personal guards, arrived with a scowl etched upon his face. However, his thunderous reprimand bore no fruit. The large black dog continued its pursuit of several fleeing attendants, occasionally leaping to nip at their backsides, tearing away bits of fabric, clearly relishing in their dismay. "Your Highness, it seems the dog is impervious to human speech," a nearby attendant whispered discreetly. "And what of it?" Jiang Tao shot him a fierce glare before turning his ire upon the panicked subordinates. "Incompetence! Draw this beast away!" Upon hearing the command, the middle-aged men, regaining their composure from the initial shock, disregarded their bloody posteriors and scrambled towards the exit of the plaza. The excitable dog gave a low growl of delight and darted after them, vanishing in a flash. Witnessing the gathering, which had yet to commence, descend into chaos, Jiang Tao felt a surge of fury threatening to consume his reason. He strode towards Jiang Chen, who was seated on the ground, heartily devouring meat. Sixth brother, what is the meaning of this? Shun Xining hastily rose, alarmed. Yet, Jiang Chen appeared oblivious to Jiang Tao's wrath, interrupting Shun Xining with casual indifference, patting her hand dismissively. Fear not, Xiao Ning, it's nothing to worry about. My fourth brother has always had a temper. It's just his nature. He then turned, feigning innocence, and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. As for my fourth brother, this is hardly my doing. It was merely a case of poor eyesight. Someone stepped on the dog's tail and ruffled its feathers. You can ask anyone. Yet, not a soul dared to speak up. After all, he was the host of the gathering and the esteemed fourth prince. None would risk their prospects for the sake of a madman by publicly confronting him. Jiang Tao surveyed the scene, already knowing the answer. Even if it were true that someone had stepped on the tail, it was painfully clear that the matter was far from simple. Who could mistake that for an ordinary mutt? It possessed a remarkable ability to pursue a group of innate martial artists with such ease. The commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the other 3 courtyards in the Yinyu pavilion, as clusters of talented youths flocked to the scene. Upon witnessing the disarray at the gathering, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces, and hushed whispers filled the air as they sought to uncover the cause. The atmosphere grew tumultuous once more. Jiang Tao forcibly suppressed his rising ire, his expression as cold as ice. As a second prince, he could not possibly stoop to squabble with a madman over a dog. What would that mean for his reputation? Nevertheless, this matter could not be allowed to rest. At that moment, a sharp, piercing voice cut through the clamor. The imperial edict has arrived. The cacophony ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. A eunuch, cradling a bright yellow imperial edict, entered, flanked by a retinue of imperial guards. He cast a sweeping glance around, noting the number of attendees was satisfactory, and then unfurled the imperial edict. Long live our emperor! Long live for eternity! The resounding cheer erupted like a tidal wave, led by Jiang Tao and Jiang Che, as all the students knelt in unison. The eunuch observed Jiang Chen, who was indulging in food, and having been previously reminded, pretended not to notice. He cleared his throat and began to read in a sharp voice, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor proclaims, the Tianlu Academy is the cornerstone of our great Yu dynasty, and to inspire exceptional talents, a special reward is hereby established. In this grand examination, the top 10 candidates shall be honored. The first place will receive a rank of the 8th grade official, a reward of 30,000 taels of silver, a premier treasure of the Xian level, and a vial of premier Peiyuan Dan. The second place will be granted a rank of the 8th grade official, a reward of 20,000 taels of silver, a treasure of the mid-level Xian grade, and a vial of mid-level Peiyuan Dan. The third place will receive a rank of the 9th grade official, a reward of 10,000 taels of silver, a treasure of the low-level Xian grade, and a vial of low-level Peiyuan Dan. The 4th to the 10th places will all be granted a rank of the 9th grade official, a reward of 5,000 taels of silver, a low-level Huang grade treasure, and a vial of premier Peiyuan Dan. Upon the completion of the reading, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 25. The test officially begins. Graduation would lead directly to positions in the court, a glorious fortune to bring honor to one's family. Moreover, the treasures and elixirs were of immeasurable value. It is known that any premier weapon of a Xian grade starts at a minimum of 10,000 taels of silver, and often there are no buyers. Particularly coveted was the Peiyuan Dan, a treasure typically reserved for the noble families of the dynasty. Possessing such items would be akin to saving a decade of effort. Long live our emperor! Long live for eternity! All the students, with eyes ablaze, raised their voices once more, their tones imbued with uncontainable excitement and yearning. Only Jiang Chen remained seated, curling his lips in disdain, inwardly cursing. This old fox is trying to ensnare me again. On the surface, the edict appeared to reward the Tianlu Academy, yet in reality, it was a challenge posed to his sons. With only a month until the grand examination, breaking into the top 10 among thousands of students was impossible through diligent practice alone. One must have elixirs and treasures to achieve breakthroughs swiftly, maximizing their potential. While the children of noble families need not worry about resources, What of those from impoverished backgrounds? Possessing talent without resources rendered the promised fortune nothing more than an ephemeral dream. However, they were not entirely without recourse. The hopes of these students rested upon the princes. If they could secure the support of a certain prince, gaining access to elixirs, treasures, and techniques, they could manifest their true talents and seize their opportunity for ascension. Conversely, this also served as a test for the emperor regarding his princes, assessing their ability to discern talent, cultivate it, and win the loyalty of others. The prince whose sponsored students performed well in the examination would garner accolades in the court and earn significant favor in the emperor's eyes. After all, the future monarch must not be a short-sighted mediocrity. The most effective means to demonstrate their vision and capability lies precisely in those gifted students hailing from humble backgrounds. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became subtly charged. Many students' fervent gazes began to flit between the second prince, Jiang Tao, and the fourth prince, Jiang Che. Of course, several other princes, though absent, would not miss this opportunity. Some contemplative individuals lowered their heads in thought, weighing which prince to align with for the greatest benefit. Yet, without exception, all chose to overlook the still-seated Jiang Chen, who appeared indifferent to the unfolding events. Jiang Tao and Jiang Che exchanged a glance, each detecting a hint of uncontainable excitement in the other's eyes. Fourth brother, this reward has occurred numerous times throughout the history of Dayu, but at this critical juncture, the issuance of such a decree must hold significant meaning. Do you not think? Jiang Tao nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. I am not foolish. If father has set this test for us, then we shall compete fairly. They understood that this was likely the emperor's first formal trial for his 6 sons in the contest for the position of heir apparent. After a brief exchange, the allocation of today's talents was determined. The anger simmering within Jiang Tao had long since subsided. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen in the corner, his brow furrowing with intention. Second brother, let's show everyone just how insignificant this madman is in this arena of fame and fortune, how utterly trivial he is, becoming nothing more than a laughingstock. Jiang Che maintained his usual composure, merely nodding in agreement. Before long, the two found themselves surrounded by a throng of eager students, inundated with flattery and praise. Meanwhile, Xianxia grasped the true meaning of the emperor's decree. Observing the lively scene across the room and glancing at the solitary Jiang Chen beside her, her heart ached. It felt as if everyone was ganging up on him. With his mother passing away early, lacking a powerful background, and rumored to have been stripped of his princely title, he was now bereft of wealth and influence. Her lips unconsciously pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Jiang Chen, who was still munching contentedly. Summoning her courage, she whispered, "Brother Chen, shall we leave?" "Leave?" Jiang Chen was taken aback, chewing on a piece of roasted meat, his words muffled as he gazed at her. "Shouldn't you be cheering me on? Why do you suggest I surrender before we even begin? Whose side are you on? I'm not going anywhere. I haven't had my fill yet." Jiang Chen shook his head, seizing a chicken leg and tearing off another generous chunk of meat. As for the old emperor, he insisted on dragging him into this murky contest for the crown prince position. Fine, then let him have his way. A cryptic smile graced Jiang Chen's lips as he murmured to himself, "I hope that cunning old fox can withstand the pressure. I just hope he doesn't end up in tears." As time passed, the gathering grew increasingly lively, the cacophony of voices rising in volume. Yet the conversation remained fixated on the recent imperial edict. A group of elegantly dressed young ladies, lifting their skirts, approached with an air of grace, first exchanging pleasantries with the two princes before making their way to the neatly arranged seating. "Wait, is that?" It appears to be the renowned little healer, Xianxia. One sharp-eyed young lady recognized the bashful figure, engrossed in nibbling on a chicken leg. The little healer? Is she the remarkable woman, barely 20, who has gained fame in Dayu with her extraordinary mastery of the 8 needles of Ghost Valley? Indeed, Xianxia is not only the dream goddess of countless young talents, but also an idol to these noble ladies of the capital. Instantly, a flurry of excitement enveloped her as they rushed forward. "Sister Xining, is it truly you? How did you arrive so early? We thought we were mistaken. It's such a delight to see you in person. You are even more beautiful than the rumors suggest." Xining, taken aback by this sudden warmth, could only raise her head, offering a polite smile and nodding in response. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen beside her, who was still obliviously indulging in his meal, she stood up and led the others aside to exchange pleasantries. "Greetings, sisters." Jiang Chen, unbothered, continued to relish his food. As this was indeed a gathering for interaction among peers, brimming with endless conversation. Amidst their lively chatter, several young gentlemen who had just arrived turned their heads, eager to catch a glimpse of the enchanting figure. However, they were well aware that this goddess was already on the minds of several princes, and thus none dared approach, opting instead to admire her from afar with gazes tinged with admiration and awe. What is happening? Suddenly, a brazen girl emerged from the crowd, forcefully parting the throng and making her way to the table. This was none other than Jiang Chen's junior, Jiao. She had practically worn out her ears listening to the little healer's famed exploits over the years. Today, having finally encountered her, she was determined to make her acquaintance, refusing to let the aloof and pretentious Lung Suxin steal the limelight. "Are you Sister Xining?" she exclaimed, seizing Shun Xining's hand with excitement. "And you are?" Shun Xining was momentarily taken aback by this affectionate gesture. "Me," Jiao proudly lifted her chin, puffing out her small chest as she declared. "I am the most talented student of Tingyu Studio, Jiao." Chapter 26. The Place Where Children Play House. Shun Xining was momentarily stunned. However, those around who recognized Jiao dared not refute her claim. Instead, they instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance as if they had encountered a formidable character. This little lady not only held the title of a genius in the academy, but was also notoriously known for a fiery temperament, having bullied nearly everyone she could during her 3 years in the institution. Shun Xining discerned the uniqueness of Jiao from the surrounding gazes and, rather than showing disdain, offered a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, little Jiao." "Hello, sister." As Qiuzhu observed that she was not repelled, her joy intensified. "Look, Lung Suxin has arrived," someone exclaimed, causing all eyes in the gathering to converge upon the entrance of the plaza. Even the two princes ceased their conversation to gaze in that direction. The newcomer, tall and graceful, possessed skin as fair as snow and features exquisitely crafted like a masterpiece. Her countenance exuded a unique scholarly elegance that evoked a sense of reverence. Her presence rendered the surroundings devoid of color. In the distance, Qiuzhu puffed her cheeks. She had waited until now to make her entrance, hoping to share the spotlight, only to find that all attention was seized by Lung Suxin. With a delicate grace, Lung Suxin glided forward, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for her. Approaching the two princes, she bowed slightly, addressing them, "Greetings, second prince, fourth prince." "Greetings, junior sister Lung. It has been a long time. How have you been?" The two princes responded with humble smiles and clasped fists. "Thank you for your concern, your highnesses." Lung Suxin nodded slightly, her demeanor scholarly, her tone consistently cool and courteous. "I am well, but it seems that your highnesses have become even more remarkable than before. I trust your realms have advanced considerably." The honor she received from the princes was not solely due to her stunning beauty, but also because of her esteemed identity as a Confucian cultivator, second only to sword cultivators in prestige. Particularly noteworthy was her remarkable talent in Confucian arts, having single-handedly defeated 12 prodigies from the Dian Dynasty's academy, earning her a name in one fell swoop. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her the most gifted talent of the Tianlu Academy in a century. Jiang Chen, intrigued, lifted his gaze and was immediately struck not by her breathtaking beauty, but by the extraordinary aura that transcended the mundane realm of Confucian cultivation. Indeed, his guess had proven correct. She was truly a member of the ancient Lung clan, known for their aloof pride, never entangled in the conflicts of worldly dynasties. This woman, however, had lowered her status to appear in the Royal Academy of Diyu. It was no wonder his second and fourth brothers treated her with such deference. To them, a beautiful woman was merely a tool, but a woman of noble status held an entirely different value. After a few brief exchanges, Jiang Tao led Lung Suxin directly toward Jiang Chen. He looked down with a frown, saying, "Sixth brother, could you possibly find another place to sit?" "Ugh." Jiang Chen, hearing this, raised his head and burped, glancing at the empty seats beside him, and mumbled, "Fourth brother, you're behind ISNT that wide. Can't these seats accommodate you?" Jiang Tao's brow immediately knitted in frustration, ready to retort. However, Lung Suxin spoke first, her cool gaze resting on Jiang Chen, tinged with curiosity. "And this gentleman is?" Senior brother." Before Jiang Chen could respond, Qiuzhu, having recognized the oil-smeared figure amidst the crowd, exclaimed and hurried over, lifting her skirt. Senior brother, what brings you here?" In the midst of the crowd, She wrapped her arm around Jiang Chen's, glaring at him with discontent. Oof. Did you not claim this place was merely a playground for children? Yet here you are, sneaking in to join the fray? Upon her utterance, an oppressive silence enveloped the venue once more. Everyone felt as though they had been choked, their breath caught in their throats. A playground for children? The Tianlu Academy. The pinnacle of the Dayu dynasty's educational institutions. A place where countless geniuses vie to gain entry. Reduced to mere child's play by this madwoman? This was no longer mere arrogance. It was an affront to everyone present. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly, rubbing Xiao's head as he attempted to explain. I was merely lured here, you see. Shun Xining, who had followed Xiao, felt her cheeks flush instantly. Had she known this man could orchestrate such a spectacle, she would never have brought him along, even at the cost of her life. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, Shun Xining greeted Lung Su Xian. Oh, it is Sister Xining, Lin Suxin replied, somewhat surprised. The two had known each other for years, and she was well aware that this younger sister preferred serenity and shunned such raucous gatherings. Soon, Lung Su Xian grasped the situation from the surrounding murmurs. With the atmosphere tense, she turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen and spoke. Your Highnesses, the time is nigh. Shall we commence the gathering? Jiang Tao could only suppress his mounting ire, casting a frosty glance at Jiang Chen before nodding. What junior sister Lung says is indeed correct. Please. Allowing this fool to sit prominently was acceptable, for fitting spectacle had been prepared for this madman. Soon, he would become the laughingstock of the gathering, the subject of jest throughout the Dayu dynasty. Thank you, fourth prince. Lung Su Xian nodded slightly and proceeded to the main seating, taking her place in the third position. The main table boasted 9 seats arranged in a semicircle, with the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh positions as the focal points. Jiang Tao was about to take the 4th seat beside Lung Su Xian, as if it were his right. Yet, as he stepped forward, a figure moved more swiftly. Jiang Chen twisted his waist and thrust his rear, causing Jiang Tao to stumble, then seized the opportunity to plop down into the central 4th seat. With one hand, he pulled Shun Xining and Xiao to the 5th and 6th seats, respectively. You seek death. Jiang Tao, regaining his balance, roared in fury, an aura of mastery erupting around him. No matter how composed one might be, such humiliation before the public, I was intolerable. Oh, fourth brother, whom are you addressing? Jiang Chen turned his head, feigning innocence and confusion. As Jiang Tao's fist rose, poised to strike, Lung Su Xian immediately stood up, attempting to mediate. Fourth prince, if it is not too much trouble, please take a seat here. Fourth brother. Jiang Che also placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head vigorously in disapproval. Jiang Tao suddenly regained his composure, realizing that should he take action, he would not only fail the initial test set by his father, but also leave a poor impression of being uncouth in Lung Suxin's eyes. He gradually suppressed his anger, reined in his aura, took a deep breath, and replied nonchalantly, Junior sister Lung, you are too kind. I am content to go with the flow. With that, he sat down with Jiang Che at the 7th and 8th seats on the right, his expression dark enough to draw rain. Heartening, we truly are fated. I never anticipated your closeness with the senior brother. Xiao, blissfully ignorant, chattered affectionately with Shun Xining, causing her already flushed face to redden even further. Jiang Tao, seated at the adjacent table, felt a pang in his chest, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. His arduous efforts to host this gathering were primarily aimed at befriending the 2 illustrious ladies, Shun Xining and Lung Suxin, both of noble lineage. His attempts at probing were merely ancillary. Yet, to his dismay, one was seated to the right of this lunatic and the other to the left. After all his planning, he had become merely a stagehand, hosting this madman-esque gathering. Chapter 27. Lung Suxin recites a poem. As the countdown to the gathering commenced, the surrounding students from noble families found their places and began conversing. The topic was invariably the speculation of who would stand out today and garner the favor of the princes. However, not a single gaze lingered on Jiang Chen, the acknowledged madman, for even a moment. Before long, a graceful lady in palace attire ascended the high platform, her voice ringing clear as she proclaimed, the auspicious hour has arrived. The gathering officially commences. Our first segment will showcase talents. Those wishing to participate may come forward to register, whether it be swordplay, musical skill, martial arts, or poetry. This gathering is indeed an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Though termed an exchange meeting, It was essentially a grand exhibition of individual talents. This year, spurred by the imperial edict, the number of participants was greater than in previous years and more fervent. Those who took the stage, even if they caught the eye of the princes, would also hope to impress the young masters of the prominent families and factions, securing favorable positions upon graduation. As the palace-clad lady concluded her announcement, students began to register in droves. The first to perform was a tall young man who showcased a swordplay routine. His movements were agile, and the shimmering blade was a sight to behold, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Following him were the second and third performers. Jiang Chen, feeling somewhat stuffed, reclined on the spacious seat with a round belly, lazily on the verge of slumber. In his boredom, he turned his head, propping his chin on one hand, inadvertently catching a glimpse of the gentle and elegant profile of Lung Suxin. Indeed, this woman was far more captivating than the ostentatious swordplay displayed upon the stage. Her neck, her collarbone, and the perfectly proportioned curves were exquisite, both ample and delicate where it mattered. Cold Suxin immediately noticed his unabashed gaze, yet she chose to disregard it. She had long heard tales of the sixth prince's lack of intelligence, which was somewhat forgivable. However, this fellow not only stared but also incessantly smacked his lips. Even with Cold Suxin's cultivated demeanor, a hint of surprise flickered across her face, unable to bear the awkwardness. She turned her head slightly and initiated a conversation to break the blunt atmosphere. Your Highness, I have heard that you have been away from the imperial capital for 10 years. How have you fared during these years? Thank you for your concern, Miss Cold. I am well enough. I suppose I haven't starved, Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Cold Suxin was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected response. Her carefully prepared words caught in her throat. Your Highness, you jest, she managed to say. Jiang Chen suddenly leaned in closer, a curious expression gracing his face. And you, Miss Cold? With such beauty, I presume you must have countless admirers in our great Yu dynasty? His unabashedly frivolous remarks caused Cold Suxin's delicate brows to furrow, and the last remnants of her smile vanished. Her voice regained its icy demeanor. Your Highness, you jest. I'm wholly devoted to my path and have never concerned myself with worldly affairs. Suddenly, Jiang Chen appeared to have an epiphany. Oh, I understand now. What was it again? All right. One need not resent the pursuit of love. In books, there are handsome gentlemen to be found. Upon hearing this, Cold Suxin's heart stirred slightly. These 14 seemingly frivolous words shifted the discourse from mere utilitarianism to the nature of one's own destiny. True affinity does not stem from desperate seeking, but arises naturally from one's knowledge, cultivation, and realm. This notion touched upon the profound principle of sincerity within, manifesting outwardly in Confucian and Taoist thought. What a profound insight, she thought. However, just as she began to grasp this revelation, Jiang Chen's next remark struck her like a blow. You, my dear, must have read too many books. You. A sudden rush of indignation choked Cold Suxin, the clarity she had just attained dissipating in an instant. Miss Cold, books should not be read in such a manner, Jiang Chen attempted to elaborate. Yet, Cold Suxin could no longer tolerate his remarks. She abruptly stood up and strode towards the high platform, seeking a moment of solitude. The elegantly dressed matron in the palace, upon seeing Cold Suxin's register performance, felt a surge of joy. Everyone, please be quiet. Next, we have our Tianlu Academy's foremost prodigy, Cold Suxin, who will recite a poem for us. Cheers erupted from the audience like thunder. The poetry of a Confucian scholar is priceless, especially that of a genius like Cold Suxin, whose words could evoke talent, transforming into realms of artistic conception. It allowed listeners to immerse themselves in the experience, gaining insights into martial arts, sword intent, and the thresholds of mastery. This was no mere performance. It was an encounter with the transmission of profound teachings. Jiu, however, was not pleased. Her little mouth pouted in discontent, fearing that her spotlight would be stolen. Although her master had taught her the nine-nether, soul-subduing melody, which could create atmosphere, the piece was filled with the brutal arts of slaughter amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, making it wholly unsuitable for such an occasion. Fortunately, she had prepared another piece in advance. After a brief moment, atop the platform, Lung Suxin stood resolutely before the table, her brush poised as she effortlessly composed a poignant poem inspired by her emotions. Her cool, resonant voice, imbued with an undeniable talent, echoed throughout the venue. The vast heavens and earth serve as a great furnace, igniting my mortal bones as fuel. Who would believe that the ethereal east wind could awaken one from the dreams of the bitter sea, with a 3-foot azure sword in hand? I have weathered the wind and frost for 3 millennia. I shall shatter the palace of the celestial realm, reaching out to pluck the imperial stars from the heavens. Once the poem was complete, a profound and grandiose aura was conjured in the minds of all present. Instantly, an entranced silence enveloped the crowd. As they delved deep into the essence of the poem, they envisioned themselves advancing amidst thunder and lightning, perceived the bottlenecks on their paths of cultivation transforming into towering mountains, and glimpsed the distant imperial stars high above in the 9 heavens. A fierce, indomitable spirit ignited within each heart, a fervent resolve to seize their destinies in their own hands. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Even the elegantly adorned lady in the palace attire was absorbed in the ambience woven by the poem. Jiang Chen smirked slightly, recognizing that this woman was undoubtedly the most gifted scholar he had ever encountered. Regrettably, her poetry and intent felt somewhat detached, lacking the warmth of human experience and the gravity of life and death. As the saying goes, art is derived from life, yet transcends it. It is a reflection of the myriad facets of existence. After a time, enlightenment struck. A figure among the audience, possessing remarkable insight, was the first to emerge from the spellbound state, his eyes ablaze with newfound clarity, his aura suddenly swelling with vitality. Clearly, he had successfully comprehended the martial technique he had long struggled to grasp through the poem's inspiration. Subsequently, more individuals awakened, second, third, and increasingly more, each face illuminated with excitement and gratitude. Clap, clap, clap. In the next moment, thunderous applause resonated throughout the square. In the face of such overwhelming acclaim, Lung Suxin exhibited no trace of arrogance. She merely nodded to the crowd, humbly stating, "I hope you forgive my modest offering," before gracefully retreating. With her brilliance shining so brightly, subsequent performances appeared rather lackluster, the atmosphere growing noticeably subdued, as no one wished to step forward and risk humiliation, becoming mere backdrops to Lung Suxin's poetic masterpiece. Just as the elegantly clad lady prepared to call upon the next performer, a boisterous voice interrupted her. Me, it's my turn." Xiaozhu, clutching a glistening chicken leg, hurriedly pulled out a sheet of paper from her bosom and joyfully ascended the stage, lifting her skirt with exuberance. Chapter 28. Is this a timeless masterpiece? The elegantly attired lady was Chun Jing, a teacher from the Martial Arts Academy. Well aware of the fearless reputation of the spirited Xiaozhu, whose name was known far and wide. "Xiaozhu, there should be limits to your antics. Where is your 7-string zither for your performance?" "Who said I was going to perform music?" Xiaozhu retorted, raising her chin defiantly, her small frame standing upright with pride. "I am here to recite poetry." As the words "recite poetry" left her lips, a sudden hush fell over the square. Even Lung Suxin, who had just taken her seat, her demeanor as serene as a snow lotus on a mountain, slightly furrowed her brow. She and Qiuqiu, one a paragon of Confucianism at Chowan Pavilion, the other a small tyrant at Tingyu's studio, maintained a harmonious distance. Today, however, she dared to venture into her domain, challenging the expertise of the masters. Jiang Chen suddenly had an inkling of impending trouble. As expected, Qiuqiu's next words nearly provoked him to intervene. "The poem is certainly not of my own composition," Qiuqiu declared, hands on her hips, her expression one of disdain for the mundane crowd, proudly announcing, "It is a splendid line crafted by His Royal Highness, the 6th Prince, and I am here to present it." What? The audience, including Jiang Tao and Jiang Che, was engulfed in confusion, silence enveloping the room. Subsequently, all eyes converged on the two stunning beauties, particularly on the eccentric figure reclining and picking at her teeth. Suddenly, someone could no longer contain their laughter, and the room erupted in a cacophony of mirth. A madman composing poetry? Surely I heard wrong. The laughter continued to swell like a tidal wave. How ridiculous! A lunatic writing poetry? I bet she can't even spell her own name. And a splendid line? Has this little demon gone mad alongside the 6th Prince? The 2nd Prince? Jiang Che could not hold back his laughter either. He had been contemplating how to further promote his younger brother's notorious reputation, only to find him unwittingly walking into the line of fire. Although Lung Suxin did not laugh, her gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with sympathy. "Brother Chen, should we perhaps leave?" Shun Xining, feeling embarrassed, gently tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Yet Jiang Chen remained unfazed by the ridicule, instead patting her soft hand to reassure her. "It's fine. Mere words cannot drown us. How absurd. Soon, I shall dazzle your eyes. No, rather your ears. Xianxia exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation, as she stomped her foot and thrust a crumpled manuscript into Chen Jing's hands. Read it. Recite it for this group of blind fools. If not, my senior brother has more. Chen Jing, caught between amusement and exasperation, regarded Xianxia's antics as childish folly. However, being a prince, one must uphold dignity. With a hint of reluctant compliance, she slowly unfurled the manuscript. Yet, as her gaze fell upon the paper, she was met with ink flowing like a torrential river. Strokes sharp as swords, each twist and turn imbued with a fierce, commanding spirit and an undeniable authority. The calligraphy was strikingly audacious. This craftsmanship alone sent a tremor through her being, solidifying her previously dismissive expression. The laughter from the audience persisted, yet a growing number began to sense something amiss. What has happened to Teacher Chen? Why is she frozen? Why should one wield a sword to assert their might, when the spirit of both literature and martial prowess can stand proud? The sword dances like dragons and snakes, stirring storms and rain, blood staining the mountains and rivers, securing the lives of the people. These lines resonated with a magnificent aura of valor, crashing upon Chen Jing like a wave, compelling her to read further. One dares to establish a doctrine for heaven and earth. One desires to grant longevity for the populace. One even seeks to inherit the profound knowledge of the sages, also swearing to bring peace to all generations. As the final character of peace captured her gaze, Chen Jing trembled violently. What a magnificent spirit! What an overwhelming aspiration! Laughter continued to echo. Yet, Chen Jing remained silent, allowing the jarring laughter to resonate starkly in the vast square. Haha, why don't you read it? Teacher Chen, could it be that it's just a casual poem, and you're too embarrassed to recite it? Someone couldn't restrain their teasing. It seemed as if Chen Jing was oblivious. Her eyes fixed intently on the manuscript, her face gradually taking on an expression of profound shame and reverent solemnity. Lung Suxin furrowed her delicate brows. She understood Chen Jing's character well enough to know she would never lose her composure in such a setting without cause. Realizing something was amiss, she disregarded the mockery surrounding her, rising gracefully to the stage. Teacher Chen, she called softly. Chen Jing remained lost in her own feelings of inadequacy, unresponsive. Lung Suxin had no choice but to step closer, her gaze falling upon manuscript. At a mere glance, the delicate beauty of her face, akin to a frozen lake, shattered like ice. The cheap paper bore lines of wild, unrestrained characters, each stroke a dragon soaring, a phoenix dancing, radiating an intensity that pierced the heavens. Such calligraphy was a master-s work the likes of which she had never encountered in her life. As for the content, a husband need not wield a 3-foot blade, yet dares to establish a path for heaven and earth. I vow to bring peace to all generations. Lung Suxin's breath caught in her throat, these words echoing uncontrollably in her mind. What profound sentiment, what grand ambition. The 3-foot blade in hand serves to establish a path for the universe, while the vow to bring peace is for all of humanity. Her pursuit of the imperial star was for herself, for the glory of singular supremacy. Yet his sword, like a dragon traversing the skies, willingly descends into hell to carve out a future for all beings. One seeks for oneself, the other for the multitude. A wave of indescribable shame surged within her. Her former pride was utterly crushed beneath the weight of this poem. The laughter from the audience diminished significantly. Many had witnessed. Following Chen Jing, even the most talented Lung Suxin stood frozen, her exquisite face flushed with both red and white, as if she had committed a deeply guilty act. Soon, several top scholars from Chowan Academy could no longer contain themselves, hastening to the stage. The outcome was the same. A mere glance caused their pupils to constrict, standing in a daze, murmuring involuntarily, to establish a path for heaven and earth, to bring peace to all generations. What a noble spirit! This peculiar scene rendered the thousands in the square utterly silent. With a triumphant stance, Zhu Jiao proudly placed her hands on her hips before the petrified geniuses, her face alight with superiority. Brother is indeed impressive. With just a flick of his fingers, he has reclaimed all the lost glory for me. Suddenly, she noticed a stout man, who had laughed the loudest moments before, attempting to approach. Without hesitation, she leaped forward to block him. Fatty, get lost. You have no right to look. Sister Jiao, dear Aunt Jiao, I implore you, just let me have a glance. Jiao retorted with a fierce glare, not even a fleeting glance, especially after you laughed so heartily just now. The fourth prince, Jiang Tao, and the second prince, Jiang Che, finally sensed something awry and exchanged a knowing glance before striding over with purpose. Upon noticing the two troublesome figures approaching, Jiao pouted and swiftly snatched the manuscript from Chun Jing's hands. Enough, that should suffice, don't ruin it. The manuscript vanished in an instant, jolting Chun Jing, Lung Suxin, and others from their state of shock. Jiao, let me see it one more time. Yes, let's behold it once again. Those who had yet to grasp the true essence crowded around eagerly, for the sake of the common folk. Those who understood the profound meaning continued to murmur these words in a daze. They hailed from privileged backgrounds, gifted in talent, and had spent lavishly to enter the academy, seeking merely higher status, more resources, and longer lives. They possessed martial spirit, wielded sharp blades. Yet had they ever contemplated what they might do for the countless lives around them? This poem struck like a hammer, forcefully impacting their self-serving hearts. Chun Jing slowly raised her hands, as if savoring something, becoming immersed in a profound realization. The poem contained no directly discernible martial techniques or philosophies. Yet its shock was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold more significant than any martial way. For it illuminated the true value of power. One's blade exists to establish righteousness in the world, and bloodshed across the land is for the sake of eternal peace. It does not impart mere skills, but instead poses a profound inquiry. With its most powerful language, it illuminates a path so grand it sends shivers down the spine for all those who wield power. Why do you draw your sword? For what purpose do you cultivate your strength? Establish righteousness, pursue longevity, uphold profound learning, and usher in peace. This is the ultimate significance of power. This embodies the responsibility of a martial artist. The foundation of one's character, aspirations, and goals far surpasses that of mere techniques and physical prowess. This poem serves as a sacred beacon, illuminating the way for all those in confusion and allowing the arrogant to perceive their own insignificance. A single poem can inspire the hearts of all martial artists. This is a timeless masterpiece. Chapter 29. The Contemporary Sage of Confucianism. Suddenly, someone burst into laughter, yet their mirth was laced with deep self-mockery and shame. Their bloodshed was merely for the sake of claiming a treasure, their battles, solely for personal glory and wealth. In stark contrast to the grand ambitions of the poem that sought to establish peace for the populace. Their trivial thoughts seemed utterly laughable and tragic. Silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Tao stood on the stage, his countenance pale with anger. He surveyed the disheartened students of the academy, then glanced at Chun Jing and Lung Suxin, whose expressions were complex and tinged with awe, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Something was amiss. A madman could never possess such talent and vision. Jiang Tao's gaze pierced through the crowd below. Jiang Chen remained reclined, nonchalantly as if nothing were amiss, even leisurely picking his teeth. I shall see for myself whether this is true or false. Jiang Tao's eyes shifted towards Jiao, and in a low voice, he queried, Jiao, dear junior sister, you assert that this poem was composed by my sixth brother. Do you possess any evidence? As these words escaped his lips, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. The onlookers, as if awakening from a dream, collectively turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Indeed, how could a man who had been deranged for a decade, who might not even recognize all the characters, craft such a breathtakingly extraordinary poem? Evidence? Does my senior brother need to furnish proof for his poetic endeavors? Jiao retorted, her demeanor radiating a sense of entitlement. The crowd fell silent, unable to counter her claim. Surely, it cannot be accepted that your word alone suffices? Indeed, with no tangible proof, I could just as easily claim it as my own. Alas, the manuscript was simply misplaced. Jiao, enraged, clenched her fists and glared at the condescending gazes directed at her, barely restraining herself from retaliating. Very well. Keep your eyes wide open. She brandished the manuscript once more, hurling it directly towards Jiang Tao. The second prince and Jiang Che approached with grave expressions. Upon a mere glance, their pupils constricted sharply, with a spirit of both literary and martial prowess. One strives for the longevity of the populace and the peace of the ages. Others may perceive only the poem's fervent aspirations, yet as princes entrenched in the power dynamics, how could they fail to discern its deeper implications? This transcends the realm of mere poetry. It elucidates the supreme philosophy of governance, painting a grand vision befitting an emperor. It asserts the fundamental essence of a dynasty, not in the might of its military or the expanse of its territories, but in aligning with the will of heaven and bearing the mandate of the people. This addresses the ultimate questions of what it means to rule and what it means to govern. Such thought has surpassed mere martial force and cunning, touching upon the very foundation of imperial rule. Should this poem reach the ears of the emperor, should it grace the court, it would surely unleash towering waves of upheaval. Ultimately, their gazes fell upon the signature at the bottom of the manuscript. The two characters, incongruous with the flamboyant script throughout, yet exuding an air of grace. Prince Jiang Chen, rather than feeling alarmed, both princes simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief. Jiang Tao immediately scoffed, "Jiao, dear junior sister, do you understand that in our great Yu dynasty, the act of plagiarizing another's poetry is a grievous offense, tantamount to treason, punishable by death?" Plagiarism? Jiao was taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she seized the manuscript back, cursing vehemently, "I'll plagiarize your mother's big-headed ghost. You." A flicker of menace crossed Jiang Tao's eyes as he clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. "Bring forth the intruder." Second prince, calm your wrath. Gold susinin terhictiv. Stepping forward to intercede. "Calm my wrath." Jiao remained unyielding, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Tao. "Let him make a move, and watch as my senior brother dismantles him." The surrounding crowd was utterly dumbfounded. They were aware that this audacious young lady was unruly, yet they did not anticipate that she would dare to publicly scold a prince to his face. Was she courting death? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly shifted, and a gentle, harmonious aura swept through like a spring breeze, instantly soothing all the hostility and anxiety in the space. The crowd turned in unison to see a robust, refined middle-aged man who had mysteriously appeared behind them. It was rumored that a timeless masterpiece had emerged at the gathering. Could it be true? Mr. Miao. Upon recognizing the visitor, everyone was taken aback and quickly composed themselves, bowing respectfully with clasped fists. They did so not for any other reason, but because this man was the highest-ranking teacher at Tianlu Academy, the renowned contemporary sage of Confucianism, Miao Zhiqiu. The title of sage was a mythical status, a paragon of virtue and learning, revered as a transcendent being. Even the current Emperor Yu would bow respectfully in his presence and address him as Sir. No one had anticipated that such a distinguished figure could be stirred by an academic gathering. The hostility on the faces of the second Prince Jiang Tao and the fourth Prince Jiang Che vanished in an instant, replaced by humble smiles as they bowed in deference. Students Jiang Tao and Jiang Che pay their respects to Mr. Miao. "Master," said Lung Suxin, who also bowed slightly. She was the sage's direct disciple and confirmed, "Indeed, a timeless masterpiece has emerged." "Oh!" A hint of surprise flickered across Miao Zhiqiu's face. He had been meditating in the back mountains when he felt a stirring in his spirit, as if a treasure of literary significance had manifested, prompting him to follow the sensation. Now, hearing such validation from his proud disciple piqued his interest greatly. For Suxin to deem it worthy of historical record was no ordinary achievement. However, he secretly believed that this group of students was merely overreacting due to their inexperience. "Bring it forth, let me see." "I won't." Xiao, brimming with indignation, puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away defiantly. Miao Zhiqiu glanced at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with familiarity and affection. How could he not recognize this little girl who often snuck into his retreat to steal his fish? Chunjing, noticing the situation, quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Xiao, don't be mischievous. This is Mr. Miao. I don't know him." Xiao showed no regard for the remark, clutching the manuscript paper even tighter. Seeing the earnestness in the crowd, Miao Zhiqiu believed them to some extent and continued to smile at Xiao, as if coaxing his own granddaughter. "Little girl, if you have any grievances, speak them. Here, I shall advocate for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao turned her head back, her eyes glinting mischievously. "You said it, right? A gentleman's word." Miao Zhiqiu chuckled, stroking his beard. In a distant corner, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, casting a glance at the old man. With a slight raise of his brow, he nonchalantly closed his eyes again, wishing for the matter to conclude quickly so he could return to a restful sleep and digest his meal, unaware that the situation was only becoming more complicated. With a reluctant sigh, Xiao handed over the manuscript. Miao Zhiqiu accepted it with a smile, his gaze casually drifting over the paper. Yet in that fleeting moment, the smile on his face faltered. He remained silent, and his expression showed little change, but those around him could distinctly sense an uncontrollable tremor, a surge of righteous spirit that seemed to stir the very heavens, altering the atmosphere around them, to inherit the teachings of the ancients and to usher in peace for all generations. As the words to vow for the peace of the world entered his vision, this sage of Confucianism, who had lived for 180 years and had long since mastered the art of concealing his emotions, found a murky tear rolling down his cheek. With a long, complex sigh, he expressed an overwhelming blend of shock, emotion, and a profound sense of enlightenment. This was a display of sentiment that none had witnessed before, leaving those present in a state of astonishment. "What a magnificent poem!" he exclaimed, holding the manuscript, the previous lightness of his demeanor evaporating, his voice trembling with excitement. "In nearly 300 years of inquiry, my lifelong pursuit has been to honor the sages of the past and enlighten future scholars. I believed I had arrived at the threshold of understanding. Today, upon seeing this poem, I grasped the essence of heaven and earth, the significance of all existence, and the depth of true aspiration." He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with fervor, shedding any semblance of a mere scholar, now embodying a seeker who had found his lifelong quest. "This is no mere timeless masterpiece. This poem, once revealed, shall serve as a guiding light for all scholars and practitioners across the ages. Its weight shall endure through eternity." Upon hearing Miao Zhiqiu's almost prophetic admiration, everyone finally recognized that their previous assessments had woefully underestimated the true merit of this poem. Miao Zhiqiu's gaze shone with intensity, as if he had discovered a long-lost confidant, and he urgently exclaimed, "Quickly, tell me, Jiang Chen, who is it?" Chapter 30. The legendary measurement stele. With a swift motion, all eyes turned toward the corner where a seemingly slumbering youth resided. "Master, that is His Highness the Sixth Prince, Jiang Chen," Lung Suxin explained softly. "The Sixth Prince?" Miao Zhiqiu stroked his beard, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He was fully aware of Jiang Chen's affliction. He had even investigated it years ago, confirming the chaos within his spiritual sea. Miao Zhiqiu glanced back at the manuscript. The strokes were wild, yet imbued with a fierce sharpness, exuding an untamed spirit throughout the verses. However, when he reached the final two characters, Jiang Chen, his brows knitted tightly. "Alas, a single rat dropping can spoil a whole pot of porridge," Miao Zhiqiu lamented, his face etched with pain as he inquired, "Which little rascal penned those last two characters?" "I did." Xiao puffed out her small chest, proudly declaring, "My senior brother composed the poem but forgot to sign it, so I took the liberty of adding his name." "Oh." The crowd suddenly understood, realizing that the poem was likely a serendipitous creation of Jiang Chen, left unsigned, and Xiao had taken it upon herself to inscribe his name. The crowd collectively shook their heads, their gazes towards Jiao filled with understanding, as if to say, "So that is what it means." Jiang Tao nearly burst into laughter, relieved that Jiang Chen had not been humiliated, and at the very least, the poem was not his creation. "What do you mean by this?" Jiao, noticing the mocking glances, pouted her lips in indignation and snatched the manuscript back. Glaring at Miao Zhiqiu, "Old man, I shall ignore you." Miao Zhiqiu, unperturbed, continued to smile as he stroked his beard. He understood that to uncover the true origin of this poem, the answer could only be sought from these two individuals. He stepped down from the stage and approached Jiang Chen. Shun Xinning, worried about Jiang Chen's emotional state, had remained seated, but upon seeing the crowd gather, she immediately stood and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Miao." "Ah, Xinning," Miao Zhiqiu nodded, then turned his attention to Jiang Chen. "Your Highness, I trust you are well." Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and glanced at him sideways. "Oh, Mr. Miao, did this poem indeed spring from your hand?" Yawning, he lazily continued, "What? Do you look down upon me? Am I not capable of composing poetry?" "Your Highness jest," Miao Zhiqiu replied. "I am merely curious." He refrained from pressing further, for he already harbored a vague answer in his mind. Turning to the crowd, he declared in a resonant voice, "I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment any longer. Please continue, but remember, within the academy, do not let chaos arise." Though he spoke with a smile, his tone bore a distinct weight. Everyone present could discern that this venerable sage was lending support to the unruly young girl. The second prince, Jiang Che, furrowed his brows. realizing that this little girl's status must be extraordinary. Otherwise, a sage would not stand up for a mere student. As his words fell, Miao Zhiqiu vanished into thin air, and the invisible pressure in the room dissipated instantly. Jiang Che's frown deepened as he cast a long, thoughtful glance at Jiu. Recognizing that this headstrong little girl was likely of significant lineage, a disciple of an academy, regardless of talent, could not possibly warrant the personal backing of a sage. Junior sister Jiu, the jovial fourth prince, Jiang Tao, suddenly spoke. Might you consider selling me this poem? Jiang Che's lips twitched, but he remained silent. Not for sale. Jiu replied with resolute defiance, her eyes narrowed. After nearly being infuriated moments ago, now they wish to purchase her poem? No way. 100,000 taels. Jiang Tao calmly stated. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd at this staggering figure. 100,000 taels. Such a sum could ensure a lifetime of comfort. Jiu's breath caught in her throat. A flicker of struggle crossed her bright eyes, but she quickly recalled her senior brother's languid demeanor and steeled her resolve. Not for sale. I refuse. Not even for 100,000 taels, nor even 1,000,000. Beside him, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. What had prompted this little money grubber to suddenly exhibit such resolve? Jiang Tao's expression shifted, wavering on whether to continue raising the bid. The value of this poem far exceeded 1,000,000 taels. Presenting it to the emperor would undoubtedly bring him immense joy, its political worth immeasurable. Yet, upon observing Xianxia's stubborn and unyielding demeanor, he ultimately restrained himself. Time was on his side. He would find a way to acquire it eventually. Jiang Ke, standing beside him, shared a similar fervor in his gaze, evidently calculating how to obtain this poem. As the clamor gradually subsided, Chun Jing ascended the stage, cleared her throat, and announced the conclusion of the first exchange session, with the second set to continue. Below the stage, Qiu hurried to Jiang Chen's side, first eagerly presenting the precious manuscript to Shun Xining, before pouting and whispering her grievances in Jiang Chen's ear. Senior brother, they all bullied me. Why didn't you help me just now? Jiang Chen shot her an exasperated glance. With your demeanor, did you really need assistance? Don't be upset, Qiu. Shun Xining gently consoled, holding her small hand. This is an elegant gathering, not a brawl. See, you're unharmed, aren't you? But they don't believe me. Qiu protested, still feeling aggrieved. Why should they believe you? Jiang Chen muttered lazily. It's better they remain in ignorance. It will be their misfortune. Huh? Qiu scratched her little head, murmuring, that does seem to make sense. Shun Xining rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, bemused. She had thoroughly examined the poem. Its essence and the resolute spirit woven through its verses were indeed breathtaking. Yet, she distinctly recalled that in his childhood, Jiang Chen would complain of headaches at the mere mention of practicing calligraphy. How could this poem possibly be his creation? Look, what is that? Just as thoughts swirled among the crowd, a startled exclamation shattered the atmosphere of the gathering. Everyone turned in unison. At the entrance of the square, a steward was leading 8 burly men, who were hoisting an enormous stone tablet over 3 meters high, advancing carefully towards the platform. The tablet was pitch black and unadorned. Yet the cautious glances of the 8 strong men, as they treaded as if on thin ice, indicated its immense value. Boom! The tablet was dropped heavily in the center of the square, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the ground. It seemed to be the fabled measurement tablet. Seemed? That is indeed the measurement tablet. I just heard that the second prince and fourth prince leveraged their connections to rent it from the East Sea Sword Pavilion. Hiss! The East Sea Sword Pavilion. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Chapter 31. Qiu takes the stage. That was indeed the East Sea Sword Pavilion. An extraordinary force that transcends the mundane, composed entirely of exceptional sword cultivators, is reputed to be the foremost martial power across the 5 states. Even the reigning emperor must show deference to those who have encountered them. While it is widely acknowledged that the fourth prince possesses connections that reach the heavens, few could fathom that they would garner the favor of the enigmatic and formidable East Sea Sword Pavilion to procure such a treasure. Consequently, the gaze is directed towards the 2 princes transformed into genuine respect. Upon the elevated platform, Jiang Tao and Jiang Che sensed the reverent attention from below, yet they did not exude a sense of complacency, as if this were merely a trivial affair. The measuring yuan monument is indeed more than just a mere artifact. It is a unique possession of the East Sea Sword Pavilion, seldom valued in terms of worth and rarely lent out. The relationship between the sword pavilion and the Great Yu has been fraught with friction over the years, and their ability to borrow this item is attributed to their desire to mend a rift with Great Yu. Originally, Jiang Tao intended to present the Measuring Yuan Monument as the crowning highlight of a refined gathering, aimed at attracting those with exceptional potential and testing whether Jiang Chen had discovered a path into the martial realm. However, the sudden issuance of the imperial edict has elevated the significance of this treasure to unprecedented heights. This artifact assesses an individual's cultivation talent by measuring the true essence infused by martial artists. With this, everyone's innate abilities would be laid bare, and in the Emperor's scrutiny, who could possibly rival them? Moreover, it now serves an even greater purpose. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted towards Jiang Chen, his sixth brother, who happened to be a waste incapable of sensing even the elemental energies of heaven and earth. Soon, he would compel Jiang Chen to step forward, allowing him to realize, amidst the ridicule, the distinction between genius and failure. He intended to solidify the reputation of the Mad Prince as a complete failure, resonating throughout Great Yu, ensuring that all would recognize him as utterly inept, a madman combined with a waste. The people of Great Yu would not tolerate such a worthless individual vying for the throne. In this manner, his chances of a resurgence would be severely diminished. The arrival of the Measuring Yuan Monument instantly polarized the atmosphere. The exceptionally talented scions of noble families eagerly prepared, ready to showcase their brilliance before the princes and beauties, while those of humble origins, uncertain of their own abilities, turned pale and broke into a sweat. Should their talents be deemed mediocre and they suffer public humiliation, their future paths would likely be irrevocably obstructed. Now it all hinged on fortune. Jiang Chen, too, noticed the imposing black monument, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. His second brother certainly held him in high regard, even going so far as to borrow treasures from within the East Sea Sword Pavilion to test him. While not an extraordinary rarity, its value was considerable. If they were to inadvertently damage it, one could only wonder how they might be extorted. As the atmosphere escalated once more, Chun Jinglian gracefully advanced to the Measuring Yuan Monument, her voice ringing clear as she called out, "Esteemed guests, in this gathering, the convergence of so many brilliant young talents in the illustrious capital of the Yu is indeed a stroke of fortune for us." She pointed delicately at the stone monument beside her and continued, "This artifact is surely familiar to all of you. To honor your esteemed presence, this Yuan measurement monument has been specially borrowed from the East Sea Sword Pavilion by the two princes, solely to enable each of you to gain a clearer understanding of yourselves and to uncover your potential, thereby contributing more pillars of strength to our great DU in the future. The method of testing is straightforward. Simply infuse your true essence into the monument, and it shall illuminate in various colors. The talents are categorized into 5 grades: low, medium, high, celestial, and sacred, corresponding to the colors white, yellow, green, red, and orange. From the lowest to the highest, who among the talented individuals wishes to take the lead? As soon as Chun Jing finished speaking, a bright and clear voice suddenly rang out, overpowering all discussions. It was Jiao. Such an excellent opportunity for performance could not be allowed to slip away to Lung Suxin. Then let us welcome Jiao. Chun Jing exclaimed loudly, drawing all eyes towards her. With uncontainable excitement, Jiao bounced to the Yuan measurement monument, resembling an inquisitive child, examining here and touching there, only to pout her lips and declare, "It's not as good as the one on my mountain." The crowd expected her to summon her 7-stringed zither and channel her true essence through its melodies. However, she simply stood before the dark stone monument and casually snapped her fingers. With a crisp sound, a visible ripple of true energy emanated from her fingertips and lightly struck the surface of the monument. At that precise moment, Jiang Chen, who was watching the spectacle, seemed to inadvertently tap his toes gently against the ground. Buzz! The previously silent Yuan measurement monument suddenly erupted in resplendent brilliance. A flash of white light was swiftly followed by a surge of yellow and green luminescence, culminating in a dazzling red glow that solidified with a resounding impact, instantly casting half the square into a sea of crimson. Gasp! Celestial grade talent. The air was filled with gasps of astonishment, and a pin dropping could have been heard. Everyone was aware of the prowess of this newcomer who had been a force to reckon with for 3 years. Yet none anticipated her talent to soar to the celestial grade. In this Tianlu Academy, It is rare for even a few students to possess such celestial-grade gifts in a century. The uproar soon caught the attention of several professors observing from distance. Upon witnessing that brilliant red radiance, they became so excited that their beards quivered, rushing forth to seize Jiao and take her to the dean. Don't pull me. I haven't even exerted myself yet. I am of sacred talent. This wretched thing must surely be broken. Jiao protested vehemently as the elderly professors tugged at her, unheeding of her defiance. Yet, their excitement left little room for consideration as they perceived her outburst as mere childishness, dragging her away with little regard. This scene left those once smug members of the distinguished families feeling utterly humiliated. While their talents were commendable, most were limited to medium or high grades. Amidst the brilliance of rare jewels, how could they approach now without becoming the subject of ridicule? Mere background figures? As soon as Xianxia departed, an icy silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to step forward for the test. Why not let me give it a try? Suddenly, from the periphery, a robust figure with a sun-kissed complexion spoke up with a hearty grin. Excellent. Li, you shall take the stage. The crowd seemed to find their footing and eagerly pushed him forward. Li scratched his head, expressed his gratitude to the assembly, and respectfully bowed to Chen Jing. Subsequently, he rolled up his sleeves, inhaled deeply, and gathered his strength, delivering a solid punch against the stone tablet. A resounding hum ensued, followed by a flash of white light. Then silence fell. Low grade. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Oh dear, Dady, your physique is impressive but ineffective. In the face of their jests, Li displayed no hint of disappointment. Rather, he beamed with excitement, scratching his head in glee. None of my ancestors for 3 generations possessed martial talent. I am content to have even a low-grade aptitude. Thank you, fellow brothers. After expressing his thanks with a cheerful grin, he ambled back to the corner of the crowd. The 2 princes on the high platform remained composed, displaying no trace of disdain, simply observing in silence, with Li as a stepping stone. The atmosphere in the gathering grew lively. The fear of embarrassment dissipated, and testers began to line up. Streams of white, yellow, and occasionally green lights illuminated the stone tablet in succession. Xianxia suddenly realized something, tugging at Jiang Chen's arm with a hint of urgency in her voice. Brother Chen, shall we take our leave? Chapter 32. Jiang Chen takes the stage. Xianxia pulled Jiang Chen's arm, her tone laced with barely perceptible tension. Leave? Why? Jiang Chen shrugged off her grip, his eyes fixated on the dazzling lights dancing upon the stone tablet. The vibrant hues were quite pleasing to the eye. However, Xianxia hesitated, yearning to convey that remaining any longer would likely lead others to coax him into testing. He was unable to sense the energy of the world, a secret known only to a select few nobles in the court. Should this matter be publicly exposed, the entire populace of Dayu would be aware, jeopardizing his standing in the capital. Meanwhile, Lung Suxin, who had remained silent, instinctively turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen. She could not believe that the poem "For Also Soaring Clouds" was truly his creation. Yet the line, "Seeking fragrance and beauty need not worry, for within the book lies a visage like jade," was far too profound for a mere madman to utter. She sensed an inexplicable incongruity about Jiang Chen. Yet at that moment, observing his curious and somewhat foolish demeanor toward the testing stone tablet, she began to question her own perceptions. Not far away, Jiang Tao overheard their conversation clearly, and his heart tightened in response. If Jiang Chen were to flee prematurely, all of his meticulous efforts would be rendered futile. He immediately exchanged a glance with Jiang Che, who slightly nodded in agreement. Jiang Che had gone to great lengths to borrow the measuring yuan monument from the EC sword pavilion, specifically for Jiang Chen, while others remained oblivious. He was acutely aware of the immense value that the emperor placed on his mad 6th son. This posed the greatest threat on his path to supremacy and must be eradicated swiftly, as long as the reputation of Jiang Chen as a talentless waste did not spread. Even if he had a sword saint standing behind him, he would unequivocally lose his eligibility to compete for that coveted position. At that moment, Jiang Tao casually turned his head, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Sixth brother, with such lively measurements taking place, do you not wish to try your hand? Let us see how much your innate divine strength has developed over the past decade." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened with curiosity. Can it truly measure strength? I thought it could only assess yuan qi. Brother Chen, it can only measure innate yuan qi. Xianxia interjected anxiously, aware that if Jiang Chen approached, It would signify irreversible consequences. Cold Su Xin cast a sideways glance at Jiang Tao, her clear eyes shimmering momentarily. Yet she had no intention of involving herself in the royal power struggle and remained silent. Sister Shun, one cannot say that, Jiang Tao interrupted with a smile. After 10 years apart, what if Sixth Brother's innate divine strength has suddenly transformed into Yuanqi? Ah, Jiang Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh earnestly. What you say seems plausible. I've been dreaming of soaring through the skies lately. Could it be that my divine strength is awakening? With that, he rose to his feet, brimming with eager anticipation. Jiang Tao's amusement deepened. He had prepared several provoking remarks, yet it had been remarkably easy to sway Jiang Chen. However, just as he took a step forward, Jiang Chen abruptly shook his head. No, no, this object emits such beautiful light. What if I accidentally break it with a punch? Then there would be nothing left to admire. Indeed, Brother Chen is right. We cannot afford to pay for any damages. Shun Xining seized the opportunity, urgently echoing his sentiments and attempting to pull him away. Sixth Brother, Jiang Tao raised his voice, anxious that he might truly depart. Am I such a petty person? Please, go ahead and try. This measuring yuan monument is a terrestrial-grade artifact. Not even a master-level expert could budge it. To put another way, even if it were to be accidentally damaged, I would take full responsibility. Madmen often possess innate divine strength, and as they age, their power naturally swells, typically reaching the realm of celestial warriors at most. He had encountered a few of such naturally gifted individuals in his lifetime, yet achieving the celestial realm was often the pinnacle of their potential. Moreover, Jiang Chen was merely a brash individual of the innate realm at present. Tilting his head, Jiang Chen appeared skeptical. Really? You must not deceive me. If I break it, you won't go and tell father, will you? I, Jiang Tao, am not a child of 3 years, running to father for every little thing. Jiang Tao replied hastily, thumping his chest in assurance. With Sister Lung here as a witness. Do you still doubt me? My dear fourth brother, your kindness overwhelms me. Jiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Rest assured, once I uncover my unparalleled talents, I shall elevate you to greater heights. No sooner had he spoken than he strode purposefully out of the room. Observing this, Jiang Tao, fearing the spectacle would lack an audience, immediately summoned his spiritual energy and called out, Everyone, please quiet down. Now let's welcome my sixth brother, Jiang Chen, to showcase his talents. His voice echoed throughout the square. In an instant, the clamorous crowd fell silent. The throng awaiting their turn for testing parted, creating a clear path to the talent testing stone. Countless gazes converged upon Jiang Chen. For many, the mad prince was merely a figure of insanity. Few were aware of the rumors surrounding his inability to cultivate. Those unfamiliar with the details began to speculate, for the other princes of Dayu were all prodigious talents. And surely this sixth prince was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, those who had already heard of his reputation as a waste of potential crossed their arms, their expressions revealing a keen interest in the unfolding drama. Chun Jing furrowed her brow, fully aware of Jiang Chen's past. She feared that this test would cement his reputation as a failure throughout Dayu, leaving no room for redemption. As she swallowed her words, preparing to intervene, she found Jiang Chen standing before the talent testing stone, eagerly rolling up his sleeves. Ultimately, she chose to hold her tongue. After all, this contest among princes was beyond her purview as a mere instructor in an academy. Jiang Chen approached the obsidian stone, surveying it with a determined gaze, his fists cracking with anticipation. He then turned to the onlookers and commanded, Please, step back a little. I wouldn't want my overwhelming aura to inadvertently cause you harm. The crowd, skeptical yet intrigued, complied, creating a wide space before the stage, their eyes wide with anticipation for the display of his might. Below the platform, Jiang Tao smirked, silently awaiting the performance. Satisfied that he had piqued everyone's curiosity, Jiang Chen nodded and, with a sudden motion, delivered a powerful punch against the dark surface of the stone. Bang! A resounding thud reverberated, shaking the platform. The surrounding spectators jumped in astonishment, acknowledging the prince's formidable strength. However, confusion arose. Where was the light? After the tremor, the stone remained unresponsive, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Why isn't the talent testing stone reacting? Someone murmured in disbelief. Panic washed over Shun Xining's face as she foresaw the impending avalanche of mockery and scorn. Jiang Tao's smirk widened into a silent, maniacal laughter. Yet, in the next moment, A barely perceptible crack echoed from within the ancient stone. Chapter 33. It shattered. Following that, a second crack sounded, then a third, each louder than the last. What was happening? The crowd's gaze shifted back to the stone. Their curiosity piqued once more. The crisp sound of cracking grew increasingly intense, as spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread from the center of that fish shadow, under the astonished gazes of all present. Before anyone could react, a thunderous roar erupted. The solid, dark measuring stone shattered before everyone's eyes, disintegrating into a chaotic scatter of debris, raising a cloud of dust. The surrounding crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. It shattered? Jiang Tao's ecstatic smile instantly froze. Even the typically unflappable Xianxia felt a heavy weight in his heart. This was not merely a treasure, but a symbol of the relationship between the Yu and the East Sea Sword Pavilion. Now, being publicly destroyed by a prince, it signified the fracture of a relationship that was already tenuous. How could he explain this to others? Xianxia covered her mouth in shock, utterly bewildered. She had already devised a plan to extricate Jiang Chen from this predicament, only for it to culminate in such a disaster. Not far away, Lung Suxin quietly observed the sudden pallor on the faces of the two princes, her cool brows slightly twitching, before glancing towards the disdainful expression of Jiang Chen on the platform. Alas, the sixth prince truly exuded an aura of dominance. Who would have thought he was so formidable that the measuring stone couldn't even gauge his talent, and was simply obliterated? Below the stage, the uninformed students were the first to react, erupting in astonished exclamations. Meanwhile, the knowledgeable scions of noble families were left speechless. They understood this madman possessed great strength, but never anticipated it to such an extent, to shatter a solid, renowned Earth-grade artifact with a single punch. What manner of monster was this? Furious, Jiang Tao finally snapped back to reality, a chill creeping down his spine as he realized the implications of the destroyed Earth-grade artifact. He alone understood the consequences of this destruction. Wrath enveloping him, he swiftly ascended to the platform. "Oh, fourth brother, your timing is impeccable," Jiang Chen said disdainfully, dusting off his hands. "This thing is of such poor quality. I only exerted a fraction of my strength, and it shattered." He then rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring, "Do you have another? Bring one over for me to try again." Jiang Tao's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He could hardly believe that this lunatic truly possessed the strength to obliterate an Earth-grade artifact with a single punch. This destruction represented not only the loss of a treasure, but also the humiliation of the East Sea Sword Pavilion. Such a crime would undoubtedly befall him. And how could he face his father upon returning? "Seize him!" Jiang Tao roared, his reason consumed by rage. "Take me to see father." Jiang Chen blinked, tilting his head with an innocent expression. "Ah, fourth brother, didn't you just say that if it broke, it would be your responsibility? Why the sudden desire to involve our parents?" At this moment, if Jiang Tao still failed to realize that this madman had deliberately concealed his strength to ensnare him, he would be the greatest fool in the world. "What are you dawdling for?" He bellowed at the guards behind him. Several guards clad in dark armor received orders and stepped forward, their formidable presence instantly locking onto Jiang Chen. "Fourth prince, please calm your anger. We will compensate." Xianxia, witnessing the scene, turned pale and immediately stretched her arms to shield Jiang Chen. Yet, the few celestial guards seemed oblivious, their focus solely on Jiang Tao's command. One of them, with an expressionless face, raised his hand, fingers curling like claws, directly aiming for Xianxia's shoulder, ready to push her aside. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed. Such swiftness! The onlookers gasped, unable to discern how Jiang Chen had acted. The wrist of the celestial guard had been brutally broken, his face turning a shade of purplish hue. "A gentleman uses words, not fists." "Behave yourself," Jiang Chen said, retracting his hand and positioning Xianxia protectively behind him, his expression one of displeasure. "Fourth brother, one must honor their word. Did you not say that if something goes wrong, there would be no need for compensation?" He then turned to the crowd and shouted, "You there? Cold beauty. Yes, you. Don't look at anyone else. Come here and bear witness for me." Cold Suxin, who had been an observer until now, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She truly hadn't anticipated being drawn into the fray of their sibling rivalry. Now, if she were to step forward, no matter what she said, she would inevitably offend one side, plunging herself into this murky situation. "Everyone, cease at once." Just as she hesitated, a powerful voice resonated from behind the crowd. All eyes turned in unison. The newcomer, clad in a purple robe, had a lean visage, eyes sharp as lightning. Though he had surpassed his 60s, his posture remained erect, exuding an inherent authority. It was none other than Jiang Chen, the head of the Tianlu Academy. Headmaster. Greetings, Headmaster. All the students present, including Chen Xian, bowed in respect. Jiang Chen maintained a stoic expression, his piercing gaze first sweeping over the ashen-faced Jiang Tao, then glancing at the taciturn Jiang Che, before finally resting on Jiang Chen. Three princes, he began slowly, his voice not loud, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I do not concern myself with your identities. Within the Tianlu Academy, you must adhere to our rules. This is a place for imparting knowledge and nurturing talents, not a battleground for personal grievances. Should you have matters to resolve, kindly take them outside. He paused, surveying the entire assembly, and declared, the gathering is hereby concluded. Everyone disperse. The expressions of the two princes darkened, nearly dripping with fury. Nevertheless, they ultimately suppressed their anger and stiffly clasped their fists toward Jiang Chen. Yes, Headmaster. Though the Tianlu Academy bore the name of the Imperial Dynasty, it operated under its own independent regulations, transcending the laws of Dayu. This was a sanctuary for cultivating talents for the world. If imperial power could intervene at will, the very purpose of the academy would be rendered meaningless. Thus, even the princes were bound to comply with the rules here. Jiang Chen's brows subtly furrowed. He was no fool. The fact that the director had chosen to appear at this precise moment was clearly orchestrated by someone. However, it was neither Jiang Tao nor Jiang Che who had summoned him, but rather one of the three absent princes. The intention was unmistakable. He was not there to quell their disputes, but to disrupt the forthcoming discussions of this elegant gathering, hindering the brothers' efforts to win the hearts of the people. Yet, as Jiang Chen stroked his chin, he mused quietly that while he was indifferent to their attempts at garnering support, interrupting his display of sophistication was rather impolite. Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced. To have shattered the measuring stone with a single blow, testing their little schemes, and shattering the dreams of his two elder brothers seeking to curry favor with the Donghai Sword Pavilion, was a fortunate turn of events. And there was no need to create further complications. Chapter 34. If there are no geniuses, I shall create them. Jiang Tao was left to swallow his bitterness, clenching his fists as the veins bulged on his hands, casting a deep glare at Jiang Chen. His failure to connect with the two illustrious ladies of noble lineage was unfortunate, and now the measuring stone lay in ruins, rendering the elegant gathering utterly fruitless. He regretted bringing Jiang Chen along. Yet, the imperial decree still echoed in his ears. His father's test was far from over. The pressing issue was to devise a means to recover from the losses and mitigate the repercussions of this incident. Otherwise, he would not even pass his father's scrutiny. Jiang Tao quickly recalibrated his mindset. He surveyed the crowd. Originally, the measuring stone would have allowed him to directly identify the most talented individuals. Now, that opportunity had evaporated. He understood that this madman was far more complex than he appeared, but as long as the labels of madness and ineptitude persisted, he was disqualified from his trial. Noticing the two princes casting their gazes about, the ordinary students who had not yet tested their abilities immediately turned their eyes toward the rubble, their expressions shimmering with a peculiar light. The absence of the measuring stone meant that the princes could only make blind guesses, and it seemed they now had a chance to catch the prince's attention. Meanwhile, those young scions who had intended to make a grand entrance were now crestfallen, regretting their missed opportunity to shine in front of their admired companions. Jiang Tao withdrew his gaze, rapidly calculating in his mind. To recover from the losses and quell his father's anger, he needed to excel in the upcoming assessments. Fortunately, he had already instructed his subordinates to note the few students with exceptional talents identified earlier, and having previously focused on a group of prodigies, assembling a core team of several dozen was well within reach. With dedicated nurturing, securing first place was at least an 80% certainty. On the other hand, Jiang Che, though not as well prepared as Jiang Tao, had the advantage of wealth. He prioritized loyalty over talent, believing that with sufficient financial backing, he could assemble a team of prodigies. The atmosphere at the venue quickly became lively once more, as students flocked towards Jiang Tao and Jiang Che, their eyes brimming with anticipation. However, the two princes did not intend to cast a wide net. Instead, they promptly produced a list handed to them by their subordinates and began to read aloud the names inscribed upon it. In an instant, the atmosphere turned palpably tense. With every individual straining to hear, anxiously rubbing their palms together in hopes that their names would be spoken by the princes. Those students who had already been assessed and found to possess inferior talents huddled together, their spirits visibly dampened and faces marked by dejection. Among them was the first tested, Li Deidi, who maintained a remarkably positive demeanor, patting his colleagues on the shoulder and encouraging them not to lose heart, continuously rallying their spirits. Seeing that the conflict had completely subsided, Xianxia exhaled in relief and began to engage in quiet conversation with Lung Suxin beside her. Jiang Chen, wearing a triumphant smile, sauntered back to his original position and reclined languidly. Suddenly, he felt a familiar fragrance wafting towards him, and upon turning his head, he discovered that Xianxia had returned, her face alight with excitement as she leaned against him. Senior brother, I'm about to take flight. That old man, no. The dean wants to take me as his direct disciple. Ah, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, did you agree? Xianxia puffed out her rosy cheeks. Well, not exactly. I told him I already have a master and suggested he challenge my master to a duel. If he wins, I shall change my allegiance. To Jiang Chen's astonishment, the old man had actually agreed. Jiang Chen felt a pang of exasperation. Well, your approach is indeed quite fair. Of course, Xianxia declared proudly, raising her tiny fist. Doesn't my master always say he is invincible and too lonely? It's the perfect opportunity to see if he is merely boasting. Jiang Chen shot her an exasperated glance, pondering how his master would react if he learned that this little imp was contemplating a change of allegiance. Surely, he would concede defeat immediately and even present a generous gift to Dean Zhang, thanking him for recognizing talent and facilitating the transition. Xianxia, could you show me that poem again? Suddenly, a chubby student approached, wearing a sycophantic grin. Get lost. Xianxia glared, raising her delicate leg as if to kick him. The plump boy jumped back in fright, hastily extending a finger. 10 taels of silver, just for 10 breaths. Is that acceptable? Xianxia slowly lowered her leg, her eyes darting thoughtfully. Could this be the kind of foolish yet wealthy individual her senior brother spoke of? 5 breaths? Wouldn't tea that make me rich? With this thought, her eyes sparkled even more, and she cleared her throat, calling out loudly to those around her, a timeless masterpiece. 10 taels of silver for 3 breaths. Time waits for no one. What? 10 taels of silver for 3 breaths? Let me see. Save me a spot. The previously overlooked wealthy youths, upon hearing this, lit up with excitement and surged forward like tide. They had thought they would never have the chance to witness that divine work again. But to realize that 10 taels of silver could fulfill their desire was simply too good to be true. Xianxia, observing the crowd that had rapidly formed around her, silently lamented her haste. She should have called for 100 taels. Forget it. After all, it's a no-loss transaction. Let us profit from this batch first and raise the prices for the next. A smirk played at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Realizing that this girl had indeed found a lucrative path, he glanced up at his 2 elder brothers, who were bustling energetically on the high platform, as the assembly was drawing to a close. Since they had encountered the emperor's trial, how could they allow them to seize the first place? That coveted top position must be snatched away. Jiang Chen languidly yawned and proclaimed, those who wish to secure a place among the top 10 in the grand examination, come register here. The slots are limited to 10, first come, first served. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the square, bringing an abrupt silence to the crowd. Suddenly, someone couldn't contain their laughter. It seemed as though a switch had been flipped, and the sound of mockery erupted in waves. Did this madman wish to join the fray? Indeed, was he attempting to cultivate a few strongmen? I heard he cannot even sense the vital energy. It's merely innate strength. When Jiang Chen made his move earlier, there had been no fluctuation of vital energy, and this news had already spread through the crowd. Now, nearly everyone deemed him nothing more than a talentless brute. Does he think this is a marketplace? Jiang Tao cast a cold glance at him, not taking him seriously at all. In his view, Jiang Chen's ability to shatter the vitality testing stone was likely due to some rare fortune he encountered over the past decade. Honing a peculiar technique that transcended the limitations of physical strength, forcibly elevating it to a level comparable to a master, thus creating a legend. But what of it? To claim the top spot in the grand examination, one requires not only mastery-level strength, but also a wealth of resources and profound connections. What could Jiang Chen possibly use to compete with him? The crowd regarded this as a mere joke. After a few chuckles, they resumed their own conversations. Jiang Che also dismissed him from his mind, though he was more wary of the enigmatic sword saint behind Jiang Chen. After all, he was not lacking in wealth. Thus, after finishing the list in hand, he read aloud the names of those with decent talents who had not been selected by Jiang Tao, casting a wide net. Those who were not called either were absent today or hadn't had time for testing. These students still harbored hopes of aligning themselves with other princes, naturally disregarding the madman Jiang Chen. As for those with inferior talents, Xianxia was eager for them to flock to Jiang Chen, perfectly wasting the resources of this lunatic. Jiang Chen was well aware of their petty schemes. If there are no geniuses, I shall create one. His imperial tomb of Dao marks was a veritable genius-making apparatus, requiring no innate talent. It all depended on who had the fortune. Thus, Jiang Chen shouted once more, no restrictions on talent, no limitations on background, and no distinctions between genders. The final 3 breaths, and the opportunity shall be lost. Chapter 35, The Emperor's Excitement. No restrictions on talent. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent for a brief moment, before erupting into even louder laughter. Insanity, this fellow is truly mad. Lacking talent, yet aspiring to achieve prominence in a grand examination? Hush! Do you seek your own demise? Lower your voice. He is indeed a madman. Yes, a madman. A madman. The sound of derisive laughter and whispered gossip rose and fell like a cacophony of summer cicadas. Observing the scene, still devoid of attention, Jiang Chen grew weary of the countdown. He slowly stood, stretching his limbs, the joints cracking with a crisp sound, preparing to return home for some rest. However, at that very moment, a robust youth named Li Deidi approached, scratching his head in a somewhat foolish manner. Your Highness Lulu, I am at the mid-stage of the innate realm with inferior talent. Is that acceptable? Of course it is, Jiang Chen replied, patting his sturdy shoulder with a nonchalant tone. The first place in the grand examination shall be yours. Laughter erupted once more, unabashed and hearty. Yet, as Li Deidi stood forth, it was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, generating ripples that spread outward. Those with similarly inferior talents, who had long endured scorn, felt a stirring of hope. Rather than struggle in hopelessness, why not take a chance with the madman? After a moment of hesitation, a dozen individuals gradually stepped forward. Undoubtedly, the majority remained apprehensive of Jiang Tao and Xianxia's influence, compounded by Jiang Chen's notorious reputation. Although the prince's title had been stripped, they ultimately chose to observe. Amidst the jeers, Jiang Chen scrutinized the assembled students before him. There were 12 in total, comprising 3 young women and 9 young men, each one either from a humble background or possessing a talent that was increasingly disheartening. He paid no mind to their circumstances, grinning amiably. Very well, you 12 shall suffice. Report to my residence tomorrow morning. Thank you, Your Highness, they exclaimed in unison, bowing deeply, their faces unable to suppress their elation. Prior to this moment, they had been regarded as the most hopeless cohort within the academy. Now, being selected by a prince, no matter how mad he may be, was far preferable to being overlooked. Accepting a meager offering was certainly better than pleading with the heavens for assistance. Brother Chen, Shun Shining squeezed through the crowd, seizing his arm and stamping her foot in distress. Stop your foolishness. Honestly, in the blink of an eye, you've concocted yet another farce. Jiang Chen shot her a glance of annoyance, retracting his arm. Whom you look down upon. Come, let us return and cultivate genius. With that, he waved his hand and sauntered toward the exit, indifferent to the mocking gazes that followed. Shun Shining cast him a disapproving look, clearly taking his words as the ramblings of a madman. Wait for me, senior brother, she called, hastily snatching back a piece of paper inscribed with poetry from the last wealthy scion, hastening to catch up. Oh no, I haven't finished reading yet, lamented the last young gentleman, thoroughly exasperated. Keep pace, Chiu excitedly clutched Jiang Chen's arm, her face flushed with exhilaration. Senior brother, I have struck it rich. In just a short time, I earned 300 taels. Amidst their boisterous chatter, the trio exited the misty pavilion and once again slipped into Shun Shining's seemingly ordinary carriage, vanishing at the end of the street. On the high platform, Jiang Tao merely cast a fleeting glance in the direction of their departure. This time, he did not consider this madman's visit a waste. At least he confirmed that the fool had yet to embark on the path of martial arts. A waste of space who had not even begun his journey in martial arts could never hope to carve out a place in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme. As for that group of students, they were merely a bunch of inept followers accompanying a madman, a farcical spectacle prepared for the amusement of others. Retracting his gaze, He wore a sardonic smile as he continued to scrutinize the list, searching for any genius he might have overlooked. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's icy gaze remained fixed on the direction the carriage had taken, his expression betraying no emotion. Regardless of everything else, he needed to firmly grasp the card that was little medical fairy in his hand. Of course, he was also certain he could maintain tight control over Xianxia. The earlier provision of the pharmaceutical king-s scripture was merely the first thread he had cast. It is mine. It shall ultimately not escape this prince's grasp. As the clamor within the pavilion gradually subsided, the tremors throughout the capital were just beginning. What? His Majesty has issued the first test for the establishment of a successor. This news struck like a boulder plummeting into a deep pool, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves within the grand estates. The officials, who had long since placed their bets and were ready to take action, rubbed their hands in anticipation, awaiting the command from the prince they supported. Some ministers even began to rack their brains to decipher the emperor's intentions. While the establishment of a successor was not solely at the discretion of one individual, the emperor's stance could decisively influence the prevailing winds. For all the supporters behind the princes combined could not measure up to the weight of this monarch's word. This madman had even invited a dozen students to nurture, seeking to stir the pot. Upon hearing this news, everyone dismissed it as a mere joke. A madman, a deposed identity, a waste banished from the royal family. Yet, the ministers were somewhat perplexed. This prince had been deposed. Yet upon his return a decade later, the emperor did not exhibit the anger they had anticipated, nor did he drive him away again. Fortunately, the emperor had not restored his princely status, nor had he extended any overt favors. They took this as a sign of deep paternal affection, allowing the royal family to save face and refraining from pursuing the matter of Jiang Chen, the timeless masterpiece. For also ascend to the clouds? Upon discovering that this was the work of a student named Xiao masquerading as Jiang Chen, it incited a monumental jest. Even among these well-read ministers and self-proclaimed scions of noble families, they were astonished and moved by the poem's grand spirit. How could this possibly be the creation of a madman? At this moment, within the imperial study, a voice echoed, "What a splendid poem! What a splendid piece!" For also soaring in the clouds, and what a profound line, "A husband needs not a 3-foot blade." Emperor Yuan looked at the manuscript that had just been presented to him, his dragon-like body trembling with excitement, his voice tinged with a raspy quality, and tears welling up in his tiger-like eyes. A husband needs not a 3-foot blade. One who possesses literary and martial prowess stands proud. He murmured to himself, as if envisioning the spirited youth he once was. A true sovereign relies not on mere brute strength, but on the strategic foresight of literary wisdom and a military acumen that consolidates a realm. This spirit embodies the essence of kingship, with swords that dance like dragons and serpents, stirring storms and rains, blood staining the mountains and rivers, securing the lives of the populace. Emperor Yuan's gaze grew profound and distant. He recalled the smoke of war in the northern states, the insurrections in Yinzhou, and the peace that was bought with blood and bones. This line of poetry encapsulated the world's cruelty and resoluteness. To establish longevity for the living and usher in peace for countless generations. These 4 lines are not merely poetry. They represent his ultimate ambition, pursued throughout his life, often feeling beyond his reach and unspoken. To establish order and principles in this vast realm, to seek welfare and tranquility for billions, to inherit the wisdom and glory of the ancients, ultimately to create an unprecedented era of peace. Chapter 36. Jiang Chen takes action? What a magnificent also soaring in the clouds. Emperor Yuan trembled as he sat back on his dragon throne, tears still glistening in his eyes, mingled with deep regret and self-reproach. Hua Banban, whose hand penned this poem, the emperor's voice bore a hint of hoarseness. Hua Banban was momentarily a loss for words. He had certainly heard the rumors from the elegant gathering, yet the name Jiang Chen was ultimately added later by others. How could it be taken seriously? Is it truly composed by Chen? The emperor's voice suddenly became resolute, tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Hua Banban's heart jolted, nearly blurting out, "How do you know?" He quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the title of this poem indeed belongs to His Highness the Sixth." But the name was presumptuously inscribed by a female scholar who refers to His Highness as her senior brother, Jiao. Jiao? The emperor did not pursue the truth further, but instead softly repeated this unassuming name. For upon his first glance at the poem, he had already determined it must have originated from Jiang Chen's hand. To inquire further was merely to seek confirmation. What intrigued him more now was this girl named Jiao. He knew his son's character all too well. He was extraordinarily talented, yet never ostentatious. Languid as if his very bones were melting under the sun. This poem was evidently inspired by someone, and that someone must be Jiao. He had long been curious about Jiang Chen's whereabouts over the past decade. Why did he voluntarily renounce his status as a prince? And why did he compel himself to expel him from the imperial city? This Jiao might just be a clue. Include this poem, for also soaring in the clouds, in the royal canon, and inscribe it on a monument for posterity. The emperor's voice was resolute. Hua Banban was astounded. To be included in the royal canon was already a tremendous honor, but to be inscribed on a monument for eternity? It is worth noting that even the esteemed Emperor Yuanjin himself has not composed two pieces worthy of such honor. Yet, he dare not retort. Instead, he cautiously reminded, Your Majesty, whether it concerns the compilation of texts or the inscription on stone, it must bear a genuine signature. Shall I send someone to verify? What? You doubt that this is the work of Chun'er? Jiang Yuan turned his head, his voice darkening, the emperor's imposing presence instantly enveloping the entire imperial library. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I would never dare. Hua Banban, frightened, quickly knelt. Proceed with this task, but do not affix a signature. The emperor's tone softened somewhat, yet remained resolute. His signature would eventually be inscribed in due course. As you command, the old servant replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Hua Banban was about to withdraw when he seemed to remember something and, summoning his courage, reminded, Your Majesty, this matter must, by precedent, be submitted for selection by the cabinet. Selection? Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow, exuding authority without anger. I am curious to see who dares to cast a dissenting vote, who would seek their own demise. This poem, with its grand theme of serving the people, anyone who opposes it would be an enemy of the world. If they wish for death, I can oblige. As you decree. Hua Banban dare not speak further. By the way, the emperor casually inquired. You mentioned that Chun'er has also selected 12 students for training? Indeed, Your Majesty, 3 females and 9 males, albeit of mediocre talent, came the response. No sooner had the words left his lips than a look of unrestrained joy blossomed on the emperor's face. Huh, excellent. Finally, this rascal is willing to take that step. Hua Banban was utterly stunned. But surely you should offer some support? Reports indicate that the 6th prince is struggling to find sustenance, let alone train students. He may starve before he can even consider it. Hua Banban found it incomprehensible that the emperor, who evidently held high hopes for Jiang Chen, would provide no substantial support, not even restoring his princely status, leaving him ill-equipped to contend with the other princes. The emperor seemed to perceive his confusion, waving a hand dismissively, his gaze drifting far away as he mused. You do not understand Chun'er. He is adept at creating miracles. The things he has lost are always reclaimed by his own efforts. The things he desires are obtained solely through his own capabilities. He finds little satisfaction in what is handed to him. Not satisfying? Hua Banban was left with countless questions. Is his taste so peculiar? Enough. Dispatch the Golden Guards to investigate the identity of Jiao for me. The emperor's warmth suddenly vanished, replaced by an unfathomable chill. As you command. Hua Banban's heart quaked, and he immediately bowed. Remember, it must be discreet, the emperor cautioned, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. After a brief silence, he continued, If you encounter circumstances beyond the Golden Guard's capabilities, cease all inquiries immediately. Hua Banban bowed once more, solemnly acknowledging the order. He had followed the sovereign of the abyss for decades, well aware that the golden armor guards were the sharpest claws in his majesty's grasp, seldom to be unleashed. The deployment of such forces was shrouded in the utmost secrecy. Now, with the addition of an inexplicable layer of complexity, this was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. Clearly, the young lady named Jiao harbored depths so profound that even the sovereign held a wary regard for her. Just as Hua Banban bowed to take her leave, an announcement resounded from outside the palace. Your Majesty, the 2nd prince and the 4th prince request an audience. The excitement lingering on the sovereign's face gradually faded, transforming into a placid expression akin to a still pond. He then gestured, let them enter. As the brothers Jiang Tao and Jiang Che stepped into the hall, they hastened forward, kneeling with a thud, and in unison, they pleaded for forgiveness. Your sons have been remiss in their duties, neglectful and careless, resulting in the 6th brother Jiang Chen damaging the measuring stone of the East Sea listening Tide Sword sect. We implore you to punish us Father. A flicker of displeasure crossed the sovereign's visage. The East Sea, listening Tide Sword sect had engaged in covert skirmishes with the Diyu dynasty for over a century. Their sudden overture to present the measuring stone was inherently suspicious. He was not oblivious to the ulterior motives of his sons, who, in their ineptitude, sought to deflect blame onto a madman. With a resounding bang, the sovereign slammed his hand upon the table, his fury erupting like thunder, chastising his two wayward sons with fervor. The pair knelt like errant children, heads bowed in silence. Jiang Yuan unleashed a torrent of reproach, but did not impose undue hardship upon his sons. He recognized Jiang Chen's potential, yet he understood that both palms contained flesh. Subsequently, in the spirit of fairness, he tossed the burden back to the brothers, insisting they resolve the mess they had created. Should they fail, they would be exiled from the capital. Instantly, a wave of relief washed over the two princes. In previous instances of folly, they had never been afforded the chance to redeem themselves. Entrusting the resolution to them seemed tantamount to absolution. As long as they provided a deposit and compensated for the damages, the issue should be manageable, though they would attribute the entire cost to Jiang Chen. Chapter 37. Whether fortune favors me depends on you. The following day, Jiu had just returned from Jiang Chen's residence to the Tianlu Academy when she was encircled by representatives from various prominent families and high-ranking court officials. Drawn by the news, the price for acquiring the true masterpiece of four also ascending the clouds had soared to an astonishing 500,000 taels of silver. Jiu's heart raced wildly at this figure, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. Finally, with a flick of her small hand, she declared, "Want to buy? Not a chance. However, for 100 taels of silver, you may observe for 3 breaths." This was a lesson imparted by her elder brother, emphasizing the importance of a steady stream of income. Thus, she set up a small platform at the academy's entrance, brought in chairs, and sat behind it, joyfully counting her piles of silver. Her eyes, narrowed in mirth, rarely opened wide. Once the value of the poem was fully extracted, she planned to sell it, allowing her elder brother to compose a new one. Indeed, financial worries would soon become a thing of the past. At the break of dawn, Jiang Chen rose and scoured the Wang residence both inside and out. He discovered that Sang Biao had not returned since yesterday, when it had chased after a group of guards at the elegant gathering. However, he harbored no concern for the dog's safety. This beast, with its immense strength, was merely endowed with a trivial advantage. In terms of survival skills, it was even inferior to him. Those fellows would never manage to keep it. Now, he required this dog to train the students he had recruited, and he could not afford to let it wander off. He lacked the patience to cultivate them slowly. Fortunately, just as he reached the entrance of the Wang residence, he spotted Sang Biao, its belly round and plump, stealthily emerging from a corner. Blast it! Jiang Chen approached and delivered 2 hefty slaps, causing Sang Biao to yelp in protest. "You fool, the capital city is not like the mountains. Do not roam about recklessly, or you might end up in someone's pot." Sang Biao, feeling wronged, sprawled on the ground and waved its paws in a feeble attempt to assert its prowess. Jiang Chen tapped its forehead sharply, admonishing, "This capital is filled with hidden talents. It is not merely a matter of strength." Previously, while in the mountains, this dog could hardly sit still, often disappearing for 3 to 5 days at a time. Now that it was in the capital, without anyone to oversee it, it was turning into a wild dog. He promptly issued a warning. "I don't care how strong you think you are. Just do not run off indiscriminately from now on. By the way, I have a task for you. Follow me." Sang Biao then scrambled to its feet, nodding vigorously in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, led Sang Biao to the exterior of the prince's residence. As soon as he pushed open the gate, he beheld 12 figures sprawled haphazardly on the steps, engrossed in conversation about the dilapidated walls surrounding them. Upon hearing the commotion, they immediately fell silent, stood up, and, after glancing at Sang Biao, bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the 6th Prince." Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, coming, as they followed him. The sight of the muscular, sinewy black dog made them somewhat apprehensive, given the notorious reputation of the Mad Prince. However, upon entering the residence, their expectations were pleasantly surprised. They had anticipated the interior to mirror the exterior's disrepair, only to find that although the courtyard was modest, it was impeccably clean and free from dust. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Jiang Chen led them directly to the backyard, arriving at a half-constructed, dilapidated palace. The 12 students immediately refocused their attention, standing upright and poised, awaiting Jiang Chen's directives for their training over the next month. Standing atop the steps, Jiang Chen surveyed them with a discerning gaze. He was acutely aware that their true intention for coming to him was merely to seek out opportunities and not to earn accolades in the grand examination. After all, these individuals had become accustomed to relying on their privileges as members of the elite. Even a meager allocation of resources from him would suffice for them to sustain themselves outside for an entire year. However, since he has accepted this trial, he is certain to secure a place among the top 10. Yet, even though he possesses the ability to effortlessly assist them in achieving this goal, he would never squander his efforts on those lacking ambition, dreams, and a steadfast spirit. Whether they can seize the opportunity depends solely on themselves. Reclaiming his gaze, he seated himself upon a stone bench in the courtyard and remarked, "Without further ado, for the next month, the unfinished construction over there shall be entrusted to you." As he spoke, he gestured towards the nearby pile of bricks, stones, timber, and tools. "Now, prepare yourselves and get to work." The 12 individuals were momentarily taken aback, believing they had misheard him, and it took them a while to regain their composure. Among them, a fair-skinned and rather astute student named Su Liang stepped forward, asking, "Your Highness, are you suggesting that we assist you in building a house?" "Indeed," Jiang Chen nodded. "Is there a problem?" "Not at all." Su Liang et galim an si li. "Your Highness, are you not supposed to help us enhance our strength?" Jiang Chen surveyed the group. Aside from Li Deidi, who remained in place with a foolish expression, the other 11 exhibited varying degrees of confusion and dissatisfaction. He was indifferent to their reactions and countered, "Does enhancing strength conflict with building a house?" Su Liang swallowed hard, wanted to argue that of course there was a conflict. If we were to build a house for you, when will we have time to cultivate? Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. The others hesitated as well, clearly struggling to accept this unexpected outcome, further solidifying their perception of the prince's eccentricity. With the examination approaching, even if they could not attain a top 10 position, they should strive to improve their scores, as this major test would be recorded in their final graduation results. Jiang Chen observed their expressions keenly and reiterated, "In this month with me, I shall fulfill my promise and ensure you easily attain a top 10 rank and its rewards. Your sole task, aside from building the house, is to build the house. If you cannot accept this, I shall not insist. You may leave at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Not only did they doubt Jiang Chen's capability to secure them a top 10 finish, but even the youngest children in the capital would likely find it hard to believe. Ultimately, Su Liang could not accept his seemingly mad proclamation and was the first to step forward. "Sixth Prince, I apologize, but given my previous performance, I cannot." Before he could finish, Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting his futile remarks. "You may leave, but please remember to shut the door behind you." Su Liang nonchalantly nodded and turned to depart. With Su Liang leading the way, soon the second student, named Wang Ruifeng, and the third, Wang Shanyan, hesitated briefly before resolutely stepping out of line. "Sixth Prince, I am sorry." Jiang Chen nodded, his demeanor devoid of displeasure, and inquired again, "Is there anyone else?" The remaining 9 ultimately held their ground. Coming from impoverished backgrounds without connections or influence, they could only bet on their meager talents in this world that revered martial prowess. Before the grand examination, the top 10 did not take it seriously. However, as long as they could obtain some elixirs from his prince, it would surely be more advantageous than languishing in the academy. Jiang Chen cast a casual glance, unwilling to waste further time, and issued his final ultimatum. "Have you made your decision? Once you choose to stay, those who wish to withdraw midway must first confront Sang Biao." Wang. Sang Biao complied with a couple of barks, wagging his tail. Chapter 38. The Primal Bloodline of the Savage Bull. The 9 scholars recoiled in shock, having witnessed the ferocity of a large black dog firsthand, as a group of innate martial artists had been left rolling on the ground after being bitten. Who would dare to step forward and meet their demise alone? Fear swiftly eclipsed any lingering hope. Instantly, 2 students, their faces pale with fright, stepped forward without hesitation, a male and a female. "Your Highness, I withdraw. I too withdraw." Jiang Chen nodded nonchalantly. "You may leave, but remember to close the door behind you." "Yes." The 2 felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and dashed away, terrified that Jiang Chen would force them to remain as his servants. Now, only 7 individuals remained. Although their legs trembled with fear, they ultimately managed to endure. With inferior talents and meager backgrounds, their futures appeared bleak in this ruthless world. After all, Building a house posed no mortal danger. Gritting their teeth for a month was manageable. Perhaps one day this mad prince would be in a good mood and casually bestow some treasure upon them, which would be 100 times better than their current plight. What differentiates a person without dreams from salted fish? After all, a thin dead camel is larger than a horse. This prince was, after all, still a royal. Jiang Chen surveyed the remaining 7. He understood that from the beginning, these individuals had never believed in their chances of securing a place in the top 10 of the grand examination. Expecting them to unconditionally trust a notorious madman was indeed unrealistic. However, it mattered little. He sought those with dreams, those who dare to take risks and fight against all odds. Those who chose to stay had already proven their worth in his eyes. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme and class structures are rigid, carving out one's own niche requires the audacity to defy conventions and challenge established norms. Without such resolve, even if one were to achieve a modicum of success in the future, they would ultimately remain a mere oversized ant of little consequence. Jiang Chen's gaze finally settled on the earnest youth who had first stepped forward. "You are named Li Deity?" Li Deity was taken aback that the prince remembered his name, his face flushing with excitement as he stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Your Highness, I am Li Deity, a senior student at the Martial Arts Institute of Qianlu Academy." At the mid-stage of Innate Realm, Jiang Chen patted his sturdy shoulder. "Very well, you shall be the captain of their team." This is unexpected." Li Deity scratched his head, having always been a subordinate running errands in the academy. He had never held the title of captain. "Your Highness, I don't think I'm suitable for this role. I say you are capable. Thus, you are." Jiang Chen spoke with an undeniable tone. His focus lay not on the individual's abilities or physical stature, but rather on their sincerity and steadfastness. While he could cultivate skills, he had no time to rectify a lack of diligence or an impulsive nature. From the moment he entered the gates of the Chun Wangfu, the other 11 displayed varying degrees of hesitation and inner turmoil. Only this individual maintained an unwavering gaze from beginning to end. Clearly, he had never contemplated giving up upon arriving here. This indomitable spirit was precisely the quality he sought in talent. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted once more to the remaining 6 individuals, and he remarked, "Please introduce yourselves." The 6, adjusting their demeanor from left to right, complied promptly. The first to step forward was a female scholar, her voice crisp. "Your Highness, I am Lin Wei, a senior student at the Chongwen Academy." At the mid-stage of the Innate Realm, the second was a tall, slender youth who stepped forward with a steady voice. "I am Xiao Zhan, a senior student at the Shangwu Academy." At the late stage of the Innate Realm, "I am Zhao Hu, also a senior student at the Shangwu Academy." At the mid-stage of the Innate Realm, "I am Sun Yu, a senior student at the Shangwu Academy." At the mid-stage of the Innate Realm, "I am Zhou Ping, a senior student at the Shangwu Academy." At the late stage of the Innate Realm, the final individual was the youngest girl, who timidly spoke. "I am Xianxia, a senior student at the Shangwu Academy." At the early stage of the Innate Realm, their strengths varied, with most being among the lowest ranks. Jiang Chen possessed a modest understanding of the Qianlu Academy system. Each major discipline was divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced, with students advancing every 3 years. After 9 years, they would face their first major examination, a pivotal moment that would determine their destinies. The court would allocate official positions based on the students' final performances, though only a select few would achieve commendable results. Those who fared poorly would have to forge their own paths, often seeking out sects to become disciples and continue their martial pursuits, or entering influential families to secure positions for training. However, those who ranked within the top 10 in this major examination would directly obtain official titles, effectively bypassing the final exam. At this juncture, they could opt for early graduation or remain at the academy to further their studies, preparing for a future in the court. Yet, considering the standard capabilities of advanced students, only those at the mid to late stages of the Tianxiang realm were deemed competent, with only such individuals having the potential to excel in the final examination. For Jiang Chen to elevate these underperforming students into the top 10, he would need to adopt unconventional methods. He ascended the steps and took a seat, gesturing for them to line up. "Now, I shall assign you tasks, and you must unconditionally comply with my requirements to facilitate the development of the Chun Wangfu." "Yes." The 7 responded in unison, nodding their agreement. As they arrived, they were ready to give it their all, each bolstered by their innate cultivation, knowing that engaging in physical labor would not exhaust them. Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred. Suddenly, the Tao Trace imperial tomb within his divine sea trembled. manifesting an invisible sword intent before him, delineating a series of profound characters for the first individual, lead deity. Avantage, naturel et robuste physique, exceptionnel bonne structure. Possessing a rare ancestral bloodline of the barbaric ox. Disadvantages, primarily focused on fist techniques, neglecting the potential of his physique, resulting in a dormant bloodline power that remains unactivated. This was a function of the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb, capable of unveiling the traces of a person's path to greatness, revealing the advantages and disadvantages along their martial journey. Upon seeing the characters representing the barbaric ox bloodline, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this a special bloodline? This ancestral bloodline, often accompanied by extraordinary abilities, possessed potential and rarity that surpassed even some so-called special physiques. For instance, his own immense strength was not merely a side effect of madness, but stemmed from the mysterious bloodline power of his maternal lineage. Theoretically, anyone could possess the potential for ancestral resurgence, yet those who truly awaken it are as rare as a needle in a haystack. This fellow had clearly been like a pearl covered in dust, having missed the optimal moment to activate his bloodline, thus squandering this extraordinary opportunity. Encountering him today, however, was indeed a stroke of luck. Lidatia. Step forward. You are tasked with organizing and cutting all the building materials. Jiang Chen pointed at the mountain of stones and timber. Remember, no tools or a shred of vitality, only your body. How you proceed is up to you. Understood. Li Deity replied without hesitation. He approached the pile of boulders, took a deep breath, harmonizing his waist and horse stance, and with bulging muscles. He astonishingly cleaved a massive stone with a single hand. The other 6 watched in awe, realizing their decision might have been rather hasty. Was such a unique approach really necessary to build a mere house? This prince indeed seemed to have a few loose screws. Chapter 39. Dao Trace Imperial Tomb, Second Layer. However, it was too late for regrets. The 6 wore expressions of tension, akin to those awaiting a final judgment, silently praying for a more favorable assignment. Jiang Chen then turned his gaze to the second student, Xiaozhan, and once again, a series of characters materialized before him. Xiaozhan, advantages, solid foundation, agile movement, possessing a unified essence. Disadvantages, primarily focused on light sword techniques, lacking sufficient penetration, with a declining innate foundation. Xiaozhan's current cultivation direction was entirely contrary to his strengths. The correct path should align with the way of strength, utilizing his innate advantages to anchor his agility in power. As the saying goes, one force overcomes 1,000 techniques. Jiang Chen commanded directly, "You shall wield a heavy hammer." Xiaozhan was taken aback. He had been pursuing a path of finesse and precision, and now he was being asked to swing a heavy hammer. Wasn't he that counterproductive? If one were to cultivate excessive strength in their hands, becoming cumbersome, how could they wield a sword in the future? What? Hurry up. Jiang Chen's voice intensified. Wang, Sang Biao, in perfect synchronization, bared his teeth and let out a low growl in response. Yes, yes. Xiaozhan trembled in fear, scrambling toward the enormous iron hammer, nearly half his height, and effortlessly hoisted it up. The subsequent tasks, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, were no different. Their inherent advantages remained unmanifested as they strayed further down the wrong path. The tasks Jiang Chen assigned were laborious endeavors, entirely contrary to their current paths of cultivation. When it was the turn of the youngest girl, Xianxia, the situation varied slightly. She had chosen the right path, yet among them, her talent was the most mediocre, and her foundation the weakest. Achieving a breakthrough to the innate realm was already a miracle. Should she continue to practice methodically, it could be said that she would struggle to enter the celestial realm throughout her life. Jiang Chen still assigned her a task. She was to relay building materials, but only by throwing them. Lacking talent and a privileged background, she was relegated to an unconventional route, one of hidden weapons. This discipline requires not exceptional talent, but rather ingenuity and an extraordinary level of perseverance. It is hoped that she can endure this hardship and persist. The final individual was Lin Wei, a scholar of unique demeanor. She possessed a natural keen observation and an extraordinary memory, following the literary path, communicating the power of the heavens through the essence of words. She too had strayed from the correct course, her innate advantages nearly diminished. Her keen observation and remarkable memory were better suited for the path of painting, where a single stroke could capture mountains and rivers. This should be her future talent. Jiang Chen straightforwardly assigned her the responsibility of supervising the quality of their work, documenting each individual's efficiency, and noting any details or states. He would check in at intervals. In the distance, several boys laboring to move stones exchanged glances, feeling an intense sense of imbalance. Is it true that beauty warrants special treatment? Lin Wei was renowned for her beauty in the academy. Yet her introverted nature and few words had led to her isolation, hindering her progress. However, unperturbed by such matters, her eyes brightened as she promptly bowed. Accepting her task, "Thank you, Your Highness." With that, she hurried to the side, producing paper and pen, diligently monitoring everyone's actions and recording various details. Jiang Chen observed the 7 individuals fulfilling their respective duties, satisfied that there were no errors. He nodded appreciatively and rose to return to his quarters. Yet, upon taking a step, his countenance visibly waned, a result of the excessive consumption of his spiritual energy from continuously probing the Tao Mark Imperial Tomb. Nevertheless, a good night's rest would suffice to restore him. The exploration of the path traces Emperor's Tomb serves merely as one of its functions, and it is the most demanding in terms of spiritual power. It is categorized into 3 levels: superficial, earnest, and profound exploration. While superficial exploration incurs negligible consumption of spiritual energy, profound exploration, given his current realm, permits him to engage in it merely 10 times within a single day. Typically, he employs superficial methods to discern identities. Today marks his first experience of repeatedly engaging in profound exploration. This is largely due to the extraordinary ineptitude of the 7 individuals, which exceeded his expectations, leading to such significant energy expenditure. However, as time progresses, his proficiency in utilizing the path traces Emperor's Tomb has notably improved, resulting in diminished consumption of spiritual power. Additionally, he has discerned that the sword crypt within the tomb constitutes only the first layer of its spatial dimensions. As for the second layer, he has sensed its existence, but, for reasons unknown, it remains inaccessible to him. His 10-year wait before descending the mountain partly stemmed from a desire to discover a method to unlock the second layer of the path traces Emperor's Tomb. His journey diverges sharply from that of the common folk, charting a novel path in swordsmanship. Regarding the realm he has attained in this art, he himself struggles to articulate it, and even his master, who has lived for countless years, cannot elucidate it. It is only known that 5 years ago, he possessed the ability to slay sword saints with a mere gesture. Now he has reached an astonishing level, yet he simultaneously confronts a formidable bottleneck that renders any advancement impossible. He can only hope to find a means to shatter this impasse within the second layer of the path traces Emperor's Tomb, thereby stepping into the legendary realm of the extraordinary. This, too, is a prerequisite for uncovering the truth behind his mother's demise. After taking a few steps, Jiang Chen casually glanced toward a distant corner before meandering forward. Within the imperial study, the air was thick with the fragrance of dragon saliva, creating a somber atmosphere. What is this fool attempting? Of the 12 individuals, 5 have already fled at the outset, and now he expects the remainder to construct a house for him? Emperor Yuan Jiang Yuan held the report recently delivered from the Chunwang Manor, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Even with his faith in Jiang Chen, this audacious maneuver left him utterly bewildered. This rascal, could it be that he is seizing this opportunity to dupe a few free laborers? Hua Banban stood to the side, not daring to breathe. He, too, was confounded by Jiang Chen's actions. With only a month left until the grand competition, allowing others to labor on a house was nothing short of a delay to their futures. Absurd. In his fury, Emperor Yuan hurled the report onto the imperial desk. Initially, he believed Jiang Chen had embraced the struggle for succession, yet such a demeanor hardly resembled that of a contender. Was this not simply a means to invite ridicule? That scoundrel, has he truly imparted no techniques or secrets? Hua Banban reflected on the report from the Shadow Guard, then shook her head and replied, "Your Majesty." The 6th prince merely assigned them each a construction task before retreating to sleep. The expression on Emperor Yuan's face darkened further, leaving him perplexed by his son's actions. He forcibly suppressed his rising anger and inquired again, "What are the other princes?" In response to Your Majesty, the other 5 princes, aside from the 1st prince who is stationed at the borders, have summoned esteemed figures from their respective fields to serve as mentors for their students today. The 2nd prince, in particular, has procured a substantial quantity of mystical-grade elixirs and earth-grade techniques to distribute among them. Emperor Yuan wearily rubbed his temples. He had hoped that if Jiang Chen excelled in this examination, he could facilitate the restoration of his princely status, allowing him to return to the court with righteousness. However, given this situation, not only would his identity remain unrestored, but those ministers who disapproved of him might conspire to petition against him, accusing him of disturbing the academy, and subsequently drive him away once more. Enough, enough, Emperor Yuan said impatiently, waving his hand. Continue to monitor the situation. Report any unusual activities immediately. Yes. Hua Banban bowed and withdrew. Just as she took a step, the emperor's voice called out from behind. By the way, there are still 3 days remaining until the commemoration of his mother. Hua Banban paused, turning to respond. Indeed, Your Majesty. The emperor's gaze drifted through the window, staring into the distant horizon, his eyes gradually revealing a profound sorrow and a sense of helpless guilt. After a long silence, he instructed in a barely audible tone. Prepare accordingly, as before, but ensure it remains discreet. As anticipated, during the morning court session the following day, Jiang Chen's controversial actions were raised by a concerned official. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Sixth Prince has engaged 12 scholars from Tianlu Academy to construct the royal residence, resulting in 5 of them leaving in humiliation, while the remaining 7 waste their studies daily on menial labor. This is utterly absurd. Upon this statement, a wave of suppressed laughter echoed through the court. Indeed, Your Majesty, with the major examination approaching, the Sixth Prince's actions are nothing short of a ruinous blight on their futures. We implore Your Majesty to impose severe punishment upon the Sixth Prince, lest the dignity of the royal family be tarnished. In an instant, voices of condemnation rose in chorus. At that moment, the Minister of Personnel, Shen Yin, reluctantly stepped forward, his aged face drawn long. Your Majesty, my esteemed colleagues, may be overreacting. The Sixth Prince has had a troubled mind since childhood and requires compassion. Is there no shred of empathy among you? Despite his words, Shen Yin's heart bled, for he knew he had essentially lost his wager with Emperor Yuan. His beloved daughter had become infatuated with Jiang Chen since she had treated him, incessantly calling out for Brother Chen and lamenting how everyone bullied him, expressing her desire to assist him. Once a mere mention of returning to the Valley of Medicine King had faded into oblivion, never again to be spoken of by her. Had he not steadfastly intervened, that young lady would have moved to the residence of Prince Chen, serving as a personal physician to Jiang Chen. The several princes glanced at Shen Yin, who, astonishingly, stepped forward to support Shen's argument. Your Majesty, he began, I believe Minister Shen of the Ministry of Personnel makes a valid point. My sixth brother may simply be a bit too playful. Let's grant him an opportunity to prove himself. Once the grand examination concludes, should those 7 scholars fail to achieve any rank, all losses shall be borne by our royal household. The chorus of ministers echoed in agreement, declaring the proposition reasonable. Upon the dragon throne, Emperor Jiang Yuan observed with a cold demeanor. He was well aware of his son's ulterior motives. This exchange was merely a prelude to the greater farce that lay ahead. To provide Jiang Chen with an opportunity? Had the struggle for succession not already commenced? It is likely that even if Jiang Chen rendered those scholars utterly incapable, none would pay them any heed. However, should the 7 individuals nurtured by Jiang Chen be publicly humiliated during the examination, it would surely create a sensation throughout the capital, becoming the most entertaining spectacle in their eyes. As this matter reached a temporary conclusion, a formidable general clad in armor, Luo Tianhong, stepped forward and clasped his fists in respect. Your Majesty, I bring news from the Military Affairs Office. The remnants of the chaotic Zone faction, quelled for 2 decades, have begun to stir once again in the capital. I beseech your judgment on this matter. The court fell silent, each face etched with gravity. Emperor Yuan's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had enjoyed a full day of restful slumber. Although oblivious to the external speculations, he had surmised a fair amount. Rising early, he slipped into the rear courtyard for a stroll. Not a single one of the 7 had faltered. All appeared punctually in the courtyard that day. Sang Biao basked in the sun nearby. Yet, apart from the ever-enthusiastically deity, the remaining 6 seemed drained, unmistakably weary, harboring a hint of regret for their presence here. Nonetheless, persistence was commendable. Jiang Chen inspected their laborious endeavors, finding their efficiency commendable, far surpassing that of ordinary bricklayers. Within a mere day, they had successfully laid the foundation for a structure according to the blueprints. Jiang Chen praised each of them individually. Subsequently, he ventured alone to a pavilion in the rear garden. This pavilion had originally been designated as a training room within the palace, though it had fallen into disarray. Neglected since its completion. Entering a study on the first floor, Jiang Chen navigated with familiarity to his celadone vase, gently rotating its body. With a soft whirring sound, a heavy wall adjacent to him began to shift, revealing a vast entrance leading underground. The secret chamber was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. A single step left a distinct imprint upon the floor. Approaching the bookshelf at the chamber's end, Jiang Chen skillfully activated a hidden mechanism nestled in the corner. A crisp click resonated in the stillness. The bookshelf slid aside, revealing a more concealed stone chamber. Within the dimly lit room, there was nothing but a solitary, ancient sword box, yet the sword it once contained had mysteriously vanished. As expected, Jiang Chen gazed at the empty box and murmured softly. He then cast a sharp glance around, finding no signs of forced entry. How cunning, indeed, to discover such a hidden place. The sword box had originally housed the celestial tear sword, Qing Ling, the sole relic left to him by his mother. However, there was no trace of anger on Jiang Chen's face. Instead, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. This was, after all, a trap he had deliberately set. To find this intricate hidden chamber so quietly, and to take only his mother's relic while leaving everything else untouched, indicated a singular focus on her. Those individuals had not given up after all. A scene from 10 years past surged uncontrollably in his mind. That night, the palace sky had been stained a ghastly crimson, and the pervasive scent of blood had permeated every corner. Shadows clad in identical gray robes moved like tireless specters, striking down one wave of victims only to be followed by another, as if they were endless. In the end, his mother, Dan Taiyin, collapsed before him, drenched in blood, using her last ounce of strength to create a formation that concealed his presence, gently telling him, "Sure, it's all right. Live on, do not seek revenge." Those words became her final farewell. Chapter 41. Remnants of a Fallen Clan. He was unaware of the origins or intentions of those in gray robes. Yet he could distinctly sense their formidable and enigmatic presence, so powerful that even the millennia-old Yu dynasty was left with no options. Since they had not given up, they made things easier. Jiang Chen's eyes reflected not the anger of loss, but an unprecedented excitement. His ostentatious return, shrouded in the guise of a madman and a fool, was precisely because those individuals were far too cautious and mysterious. He could only cultivate the illusion that he, Jiang Chen, was a mere insect to be easily manipulated. This would allow them to approach him with a false sense of security, pressuring him for information about his current circumstances. Now, it seemed, they could no longer restrain themselves. It was only a matter of time before they revealed themselves again, regardless of who they were or whence they came. Now that he had caught a glimpse of their trail, they should brace themselves for the wrath he would unleash. If he was not mistaken, Sang Biao must have discovered traces of these individuals, which was why he had been pursuing them from the outside. Shaking off his heavy thoughts, Jiang Chen donned a carefree demeanor once more, turning to ascend the staircase and hang a lantern on the windowsill. After a brief wait, a slight movement stirred in the dark corner behind him, and a slender figure clad in black emerged silently, kneeling on one knee and intoning solemnly, "Qing Ying, pays respects to King Yu." Jiang Chen turned back, took a seat at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and also filled a cup for his visitor. "Gulme, seat." The figure of the blue fly stiffened noticeably, its head lowered even further. "I dare not." Before the Lord of the Abyss, there was no place for subordinates. Jiang Chen did not press further, sliding a teacup toward him and inquiring softly, "Are you satisfied with the gift I presented to you?" Replying to the Lord of the Abyss, the Insect King is very pleased. A subtle tremor infused the blue fly's tone, revealing that she had been unable to sleep for 2 days and nights. "Yet still you wouldn't tea, let us rest." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, taking the conversation further. Indeed, the blue fly nodded earnestly. In truth, he merely wished to convey the Insect King's sentiments to Jiang Chen. The organization of the Abyss and Fireflies, while rigorously disciplined to the point of being almost extreme, fostered a camaraderie that transcended all else. They were siblings bound by life and death, sharing hearty drinks and loud laughter, even fiercely debating the rights and wrongs of their missions. It is no exaggeration to say that this bond is rarely found even among blood relatives. Over the years, most members of the organization had never glimpsed the true visage of the Lord of the Abyss and were unaware of his true nature. However, all understood that the advanced systems, humane rules, and ingenious operational methods of the Abyss and Fireflies were crafted by the legendary Lord of the Abyss himself. They could discern from the Insect King's gaze the profound respect she held for him, along with the deep-seated affection she had buried within her heart. This time, when the Insect King was elated, she rallied everyone to train rigorously, under the pretext that the Lord of the Abyss's gift served as motivation. And we must not allow him to perceive even the slightest flaw in us. That girl, Jiang Chen chuckled, shaking his head. All right, you go back and tell her not to wear herself out so much. Yes, the blue fly responded with a salute. The military aura surrounding her was hardly surprising. When Jiang Chen initially established the Abyss and Fireflies, he had drawn inspiration from the military systems of his past life, merging them with commercial operational models. Darkness for the Abyss, light for the Fireflies. The Abyss and Fireflies would inevitably emerge from the shadows, bringing illumination to the world and dispelling the invisible mists that loom over humanity. This was not only his ideal, but also a sword in his hand. Are there any difficulties within the organization recently? Replying to the Lord of the Abyss, the organization has been established for 10 years, currently comprising 800 members, divided into 3 regiments, 5 groups, and 32 teams, each consisting of 20 individuals. The initial members have now become capable of independent operations, and the Insect King believes the time has come to expand, initiating the 3rd phase of the development plan. The 3rd phase? Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting her to have solidified the foundation so swiftly. The 3rd phase of the Abyss and Fireflies aims to establish multiple strongholds, creating a vast network that integrates combat, intelligence, commerce, infiltration, and assassination. Such a system would ensure self-sufficiency and maintain formidable combat power, regardless of the complexities or adversities faced in the future. Cultivating a covert force hinges not on numbers, but on the core talents who are familiar with the organization's operations and share a common ideology. Only with a deep and solid foundation can one erect a towering edifice. Otherwise, no matter how many people there are, they remain a mere rabble, easily dispersed by the slightest breeze. Initially, he believed it would take a few more years. This news, indeed, came as a delightful surprise to him. Immediately, Jiang Chen incisively inquired, "So you are currently in dire need of funds?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Qingying. Truly, as the sovereign who personally established the organization, he perceived the crux of the plan at a glance. "Yes," he replied solemnly. "The commercial revenue from a Yuhing division under the organization is presently only sufficient to cover daily training and operational expenses. To expand our scale and expedite the transition of the organization into its 3rd phase, a substantial capital investment is required." Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded with assurance. "There is no need to worry about finances. I will find a solution. You should proceed according to the original plan." As he spoke, Jiang Chen took out an exquisite cipher box from his pocket and handed it over. "Deliver this to Ing'er and ensure she retrieves the intelligence I require as swiftly as possible." Understood. Qingying solemnly accepted it and added, "Your Majesty, the organization has just received word. A mysterious force has emerged in the capital." "Oh," Jiang Chen mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware. Do not concern yourselves with them, nor pursue them. Follow my instructions." "Yes." Qingying clasped his fists in salute, and in a fleeting moment, he vanished silently into the shadows like ink dissolving in water. Once Qingying departed, Jiang Chen found himself in a quandary. His concern lay not with the mysterious force, but rather with the considerable sum required for the expansion of the organization, a figure that was anything but trivial. At that moment, he had no clear ideas. As for the mysterious force, if he was not mistaken, it was likely aimed at the entire Dayu dynasty. This had long been a festering issue for Dayu. A century ago, Dayu was embroiled in turmoil, perpetually ravaged by conflict. The source of this strife was none other than the myriad sects within Dayu's borders. To elaborate, several millennia ago, Dayu succeeded in establishing its realm due to these various sects overcoming obstacles, toppling the preceding dynasty and quelling chaos. Consequently, after founding the nation, these sects naturally became the esteemed contributors to its inception. The founding emperor, in recognition of their achievements, granted these sects significant autonomy and privileges, effectively segregating them from the imperial authority and forming 2 independent systems that remained non-interfering. Thus, over the following 2 millennia, these sects developed independently, coexisting with the dynasty, provided they refrained from causing catastrophic devastation, thereby escaping the constraints of Dayu's laws. However, as time progressed, The dynasty grew increasingly powerful, while these sects descended into chaos. They engaged in perpetual conflicts within Diyu, with massacres occurring frequently. Today it was your clan exterminating mine, and tomorrow it would be my lineage annihilating yours. Chapter 42. Utilizing the Zhenwu division as a reward for this imperial competition ultimately gave rise to countless malevolent practitioners, demonic cultivators, and an array of sects and factions, numbering in the tens of thousands, resulting in an unfathomable number of tragedies among the populace. It is often said that when deities clash, mortals suffer. The common folk of the Great Yu have been relentlessly tormented, leading to a life of despair. While the increasingly powerful Great Yu dynasty has been dragged into turmoil, its national strength waning and perpetually besieged by neighboring states, resulting in incessant warfare. 5 centuries ago, Emperor Qian, the grandfather of Jiang Chen, Jiang Qingcong, in a fit of rage, rallied his armies for a stern and unyielding campaign. Over the course of more than 200 years, he single-handedly not only repelled foreign invasions, but also eradicated thousands of sects and factions within the Great Yu realm. From that moment on, the land knew no sects. Only the royal academy and distinguished families remained. This territory became a forbidden ground for all martial artists. Whether one was a dragon soaring across the river or a tiger descending from the mountain, all were compelled to abide by the new order. Consequently, Emperor Qian became a legendary figure in the annals of the Great Yu dynasty, a name that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. However, despite the obliteration of countless sects, a few remnants inevitably escaped annihilation. After Emperor Qian abdicated, these remnants gradually resurfaced, forming substantial underground forces that, under the pretense of rectifying injustices and restoring the martial world, plotted to subvert the imperial authority from the shadows. After ascending to the throne, Emperor Yuan, Jiang Chen's father, devoted another 50 years to suppress these resurgent remnants. Yet, new challenges emerged. The disorganized rabble, significantly diminished by years of persecution, had left behind only the most cunning and formidable of the remnants. They had learned to be more strategic, opting for guerrilla tactics that kept the imperial court in a state of constant agitation and sleeplessness. The 2 decades of peace and prosperity enjoyed by the Great Yu can be attributed not only to Emperor Yuan's enlightened governance, but also significantly to Jiang Chen's mother. Dan Taiyan, renowned for her extraordinary beauty and unparalleled intellect, she was a legendary figure and a formidable powerhouse. In just 3 short years, she had vanquished the remnants lurking in the shadows, instilling fear that kept them from re-emerging. Now, a decade later, the news of Dan Taiyan's demise began to circulate, and those long-silent remnants could no longer contain themselves, preparing to stir chaos once more. "I hope your death has nothing to do with my mother," Jiang Chen murmured softly, before turning his thoughts to how to acquire funds. Perhaps he could borrow a bit from his wealthy second brother? After some contemplation, it seemed that only this affluent sibling could meet his needs. If he wasn't mistaken, this fellow would likely continue to indulge in lavish spending to woo women, perhaps even offering further volumes of the Medicine King scriptures. Preparation was essential. In the royal palace, within the imperial study, a resounding crash echoed as Emperor Yuan slammed his fist onto the desk, causing the entire hall to tremble. "Your Majesty," Hua Banban approached swiftly, her face etched with concern. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Consider your health. Consider my health." Emperor Yuan's eyes blazed crimson as he pointed at the urgent report on the table. Roaring in fury, these remnants of a chaotic sect, they're like weeds in a field, cropping up anew after each harvest. How can I find peace with such turmoil? Hua Banban quickly bowed in counsel. "Your Majesty, these remnants have been dormant for nearly 2 decades. Their resurgence must have its reasons. Worrying will not aid us. Our immediate task is to uncover their roots and eradicate them completely." If Hua Banban could perceive this truth, how could Emperor Yuan remain oblivious? 20 years prior, they should have been eradicated entirely. Yet at the crucial moment, the news leaked, allowing most of their forces to escape and lie in wait for over 20 years. Now, with the struggle for succession just beginning, they have emerged once more, their intentions unmistakable. There are undoubtedly supporters among the court. This seemingly tranquil Yu has long been corroded from within, teetering on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, the root of all this chaos lies with those sections. They are akin to a double-edged sword. While Emperor Qian's obliteration of these sects would indeed restore peace and prosperity to the people, it would simultaneously cost him the support of these martial warriors, significantly diminishing the nation's military might. A nation stripped of its martial deterrence will inevitably become prey to external threats and the ambitions of treacherous ministers. Of course, what angers Emperor Yuan most is the inept sixth prince. He had hoped that Jiang Chen's return would alleviate some of his burdens, yet this fellow. Words failed to describe him. Hua Banban discerned the emperor's thoughts. Over the past decade, his emotional fluctuations had never been as pronounced as in these last few days, all stemming from the return of the sixth prince. He understood that Emperor Yuan had been eagerly awaiting Jiang Chen's return, but as this thought crossed her mind, Hua Banban suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold. The urgent matter at hand is to establish a dedicated force to eradicate the remnants of the chaotic sect." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yuan fell silent. This notion was not foreign to him. The current Golden Row Guards were, in fact, a reformed branch of the original force dedicated to purging the sect remnants 2 decades ago. Yet, the Golden Row Guards could not be easily deployed for this task. They were needed elsewhere. He had always intended to leave the establishment of this new force to Jiang Chen, allowing him to take the reins personally. However, to bestow this power upon him, a legitimate pretext was required. Initially, he had planned to grant the authority to form this force as the ultimate reward in the upcoming student competition. He had even prepared the imperial edict. Yet that reckless fool seemed to treat it as a mere game, showing no regard for the matter at hand. If he were to make a hasty decision, would he not be handing over this power without due cause? It is not that he doubts the capabilities of his other sons. Rather, the remnants of the chaotic sect have, over the course of 2 centuries, stealthily developed into a deeply entrenched and formidable force, employing an array of ever-evolving tactics. Should the Zhenwu division falter, it would serve as a stepping stone for these nefarious elements to establish their notoriety. At that moment, the hearts and spirits of the people of Yu would undoubtedly waver, potentially leading to a loss of national unity, which could trigger a cascade of internal strife and external threats, leaving Dayu vulnerable on all fronts. Given its already precarious state, Dayu cannot afford any losses, nor can it gamble on uncertain outcomes. Therefore, the individual who assumes this role must possess exceptional strategies and unwavering confidence, and Jiang Chen, with his eccentric methods and composed disposition, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Yuan Huang exhaled deeply. He could already foresee that the following morning's court session would ignite a fervor of petitions advocating for the establishment of the Zhenwu division, which would be lauded as the ultimate reward for this trial. Chapter 43. The Zhenwu division. After today's court meeting, the atmosphere in the capital became palpably tense. At this moment, whether among nobility or prominent families, thoughts diverged. The resurgence of the remnants of the chaotic sect was seen as a misfortune by some, yet many regarded it as an unprecedented opportunity. Forward signifies a reshuffling of wealth, manpower, and status. Some individuals have already begun to rub their hands together, contemplating how to capitalize on this chance to reap substantial benefits. Military supplies, provisions, elixirs, and weapons all represent vast fortunes. With proper maneuvering, even a small leak of profit could fill a family's coffers to overflowing. Moreover, some have already begun to operate covertly, preparing to donate money and resources to establish familiarity, thereby securing for themselves or their descendants a position of authority. After all, war is the swiftest catalyst for career advancement. Meanwhile, the truly astute individuals are pondering deeper issues. They understand that countering the remnants of the chaotic sect will necessitate a specialized military force. Although the Zhenwu division has existed, its 20 years of inactivity have rendered it a mere ordinary army, ill-equipped to confront the cunning and powerful remnants. Thus, the court will inevitably re-establish a new Zhenwu division. The Zhenwu division stands apart from the 3 armies, wielding the emperor's exclusive authority, capable of executing nobles and officials alike, and answering solely to the emperor himself. The contest for succession has already commenced, and the control of this new Zhenwu division is almost certain to fall into the hands of a specific faction. In an instant, the major families began to position themselves, with undercurrents of intrigue swirling as they plotted to support their favored princes in securing this critical position. The next day, the Golden Lawn Hall erupted in fervor, as one faction advocated for the Zhenwu division to be designated as the ultimate reward for this grand examination. The rationale is that time is of the essence. This approach is the most direct and efficient. Moreover, it enables students to excel in the grand examination, Whether it is the discerning eye of the prince himself or the principles of talent cultivation, the ability to nurture individuals stands as the most palpable validation. Conversely, the opposing faction is equally resolute. The position of the commander of the town military division is a vital instrument of the state, concerning the safety and stability of the realm. It necessitates meticulous deliberation, requiring a comprehensive evaluation of the character, abilities, martial prowess, and financial acumen of several princes, which cannot be taken lightly. In an instant, the court erupted into a cacophony of heated debate, with civil and military officials vying for supremacy, their faces flushed with fervor. Bang! The emperor, in a sudden display of authority, struck the armrest of his dragon throne, his commanding voice swiftly silencing the tumult. Enough! Do you take this place for a marketplace? His gaze swept over the assembly, finally settling on the Minister of Personnel, Xianxia, whose raucousness had been most pronounced, his glance laden with significance. Ultimately, he gestured with his hand, rendering an irrefutable decree. This matter shall be deferred for further discussion. You will each compile your proposals into documents and submit them to the cabinet, which will convene with the 3 departments for joint deliberation. This was the best means of delay he could conceive. The ensuing organization of opinions and evaluations, with their back and forth, would afford at least 10 to 15 days of reprieve. He could only hope that within this fortnight, that insufferable Jiang Chen would demonstrate some change. Otherwise, even if he covertly incited Xianxia and several elder ministers to create chaos, the momentum propelled by all the ministers would be challenging to suppress. As the court session adjourned, aside from the eldest prince, Jiang Hao, who was stationed far the borders, and the 5th prince, Jiang Yan, who remained away in pursuit of knowledge, the 2nd prince, Jiang Che, the 3rd prince, Jiang Feng, and the 4th prince, Jiang Tao, exhibited a range of expressions. The emergence of the remnants of the chaotic lineage was not merely a source of pressure for them. Rather, it was a fortuitous boon. If they could secure the position of commander of the town military division, in this contest for succession, apart from their elder brother, who commanded 1,000,000 troops, they would assuredly outstrip their other siblings. The appearance of the chaotic lineage demanded immediate action regarding the establishment of the town military division. There was no time left for delay. The method of determining success for this position would most likely hinge on the upcoming grand examination. They no longer had the luxury of time to leisurely ascertain a victor. At this juncture, these princes, aside from investing heavily in the students they were recruiting, were also augmenting their intangible leverage. Over the past few days, they had labored tirelessly, clandestinely visiting influential ministers, promising substantial rewards to garner support, mobilizing the resources of their maternal families to amass considerable wealth, issuing broad invitations for talented individuals seeking to enrich their ranks. Only by surpassing their brothers in these unseen battlegrounds could they gain greater influence within the court, earning the trust of more ministers and supporters. It was only by decisively outshining their siblings that they could capture their father's attention, thereby securing ultimate victory in this critical trial. Within the prince's residence, in an elegant loft, after attending to the pressing matters at hand, Jiang Che stood quietly by the window, his gaze serene as he overlooked the orderly scene within the royal courtyard. It was not until a report echoed from outside the door that a ripple of emotion stirred within his calm demeanor. "Your Highness, Mr. Jiang has returned. Allow him to ascend," Jiang Che replied in a flat tone, not turning to look. Moments later, an unremarkable elder, exuding a subdued presence, entered hastily and approached him. Guilt flickered in his eyes as he bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, I have failed in my duties and could not uncover the whereabouts of the remaining volumes of the pharmacist's canon." Jiang Che slowly turned, his brow furrowing. "None in the 4 surrounding kingdoms?" Mr. Jiang shook his head, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Since the upper volume of the pharmacist's canon had made a fleeting appearance 6 years ago at Mount Tangwu, there had been no trace of the other 2 volumes, as if they had vanished from existence. Jiang Che's expression darkened instantly. At this crucial juncture in the struggle for succession, Xianxia was an indispensable piece on the chessboard. Not only was her father, Xianxia, a highly esteemed minister of personnel favored by the emperor, but the formidable force behind her, the Valley of the Pharmacist, served as a pivotal anchor for any royal prince. The Valley of the Pharmacist was an extraordinary power renowned for its medical and alchemical expertise. Their disciples spanned the entire realm. Countless nobles and dignitaries owed them favors, and masters and powerful figures indebted to them were as numerous as the stars in the sky. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a mere word from the valley could summon forces rivaling those of a minor dynasty. Moreover, Xianxia's future commercial ambitions were gravitating towards the realm of alchemy. If he could secure the support of the Valley of the Pharmacist, even if he could not attain the position of the commander of the military, he could still position himself favorably in this contest for the throne. Initially, he believed that the upper volume of the pharmacist cannon would be sufficient to win Shunxining's favor and bring them closer together. However, he never anticipated that the madman Jiang Chen would suddenly emerge, disrupting all his plans. Now, the only way to alter Shunxining's stance was to locate the remaining 2 volumes. This was not merely a hope, but a certainty, for he understood that the Valley of the Pharmacist had expended nearly a millennium in their quest for the complete pharmacist canon, investing countless efforts and resources. As long as he could present the remaining 2 volumes, no, even just one, if Shunxining herself were reluctant, the antiquated authorities of the valley would undoubtedly compel her to forge a bond with him. Chapter 44. Can building a house secure the first place? Jiang Che's gaze sharpened, a commanding aura emanating from him as he spoke in a low voice. Continue the search. Spero no expense. He added, if all else fails, inform my maternal clan, the Xiao family, to mobilize all their resources for assistance. This prince must see the remaining pharmacist cannon within half a month. Understood, Mr. Zhang replied, his expression grave. He was acutely aware of the significance of the pharmacist's cannon. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he shifted the conversation. Your Highness, there is one matter that I cannot shake off. I sense that Shunxining's attitude towards Jiang Chen is somewhat peculiar. What do you mean by peculiar? Zhang Duke inquired, puzzled. It is said that Shunxining has attained the rank of a 7th-grade pharmacist and is currently facing a bottleneck. The pharmacist's cannon is pivotal for her breakthrough. Logically, she should be eager and anxious about it. However, ever since she visited the prince's mansion, her attitude towards the pharmacist's cannon has become rather indifferent. Recently, she has been visiting the prince's residence daily, as if she has completely forgotten about the matter. This is highly illogical. Oh, you're referring to this. Zhang Ke, upon hearing this, smiled, his face radiating a confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Shunxining and that madman have known each other since childhood. Having grown up together, she has always been kind-hearted. How could she possibly stand idly by upon learning of her childhood friend's deteriorating condition? This prince has received word from the Shun resident stating that Jiang Chen's madness is quite stubborn and will require multiple treatments to see any effect. Moreover, does she not carry a medicine box every time she visits the prince's mansion? Her reluctance to get close to me is merely due to that old fox Xinyan, who does not wish for her to be involved in the succession struggle. You need not worry. This prince knows how to handle it. Mr. Zhang, upon hearing this, remained silent for a few seconds. He still felt that something was amiss, but seeing the prince's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further comments. Furthermore, there was a more pressing matter that required his report. After contemplating, he decided to temporarily suppress his doubts, and then clasped his hands in salute, saying, Your Highness is wise. I have urgent matters to attend to, and shall take my leave. With that, Mr. Zhang bowed and exited. At the prince's mansion, Jiang Chen has been enjoying a rather pleasant life these past few days. He rises leisurely each day, only getting up when the sun is high in the sky. And upon waking, a stunning beauty personally administers acupuncture and massages to him. At this moment, in the courtyard's pavilion, Shunxining carefully stored away the last silver needle. Fine beads of perspiration glistening on her fair forehead, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Chen, do you truly feel that your previously muddled mind has become clearer? Indeed, much clearer. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly, and my memory has improved as well. If you don't believe me, test me. I believe. Shunxining nodded repeatedly, her joy evident. Through these past few days of treatment, she has observed that Jiang Chen's mental state is indeed more stable than before. Additionally, she has seized this opportunity to master the 9th needle beyond the 8 needles of Gigu. Especially today, she even dared to attempt the 10th needle. But Jiang Chen's cries were so pitiful that she ultimately could not grasp the technique entirely. Jiang Chen, however, was rolling his eyes inwardly. Could he say that there was no effect? This girl was genuinely treating him like a guinea pig for practice. His skin was nearly ruined from her incessant needling. If it weren't for the therapeutic nature of her treatment, which relaxed his muscles and bones, he would have long since thrown her out. Brother Chen, since you feel that you have improved, why not release those 7 students? Shunxining suddenly asked tentatively. Release them? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. And then he shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel any doubts. No way. Absolutely not. If they were allowed to leave, who would construct my house? Xianxia pouted her lips in response. Wasn't this what we had agreed upon? Clearly, it was the same old story. It seemed the only solution was to swiftly master the 10th needle and adopt a new treatment plan. In an effort to avoid upsetting his mood, Xianxia had to suppress her urge to glare at him and resignedly said, all right, the house is important, and you should give this to them. As she spoke, she produced an exquisite jade vial from her bosom. What is this? Jiang Chen inquired with curiosity as he accepted it. Upon uncorking the vial, a rich and pure medicinal fragrance wafted into the air, and he was instantly mesmerized. Goodness, it was filled to the brim with low-grade Pei Yuan Dan. He took a gentle whiff, and, after a brief examination, he realized it was undoubtedly a royal tribute, thanks to his father quietly opening a back door for him. In the next moment, while Xianxia was distracted, Jiang Chen tilted his head back. Gulp, gulp, just like munching on sunflower seeds. He swiftly consumed the entire contents of the vial. The flavor was quite delightful. Xianxia suddenly turned her head, her delicate face shifting in shock as she snatched the jade vial back. To her dismay, it was completely empty. She exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. This was meant for those students. How would you eat it all? They are far too busy constructing houses to have any time to refine these pills. Jiang Chen spread his hands innocently. I ate it for them. Isn't that the same? You. Xianxia nearly succumbed to exasperation. This was a treasure her father had specially brought back from the Abyssal Emperor, intended to enhance the strength of those 7 students, so they wouldn't suffer a humiliating defeat in the upcoming examination, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. Yet, he had devoured it all as if they were mere candies. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. How could his mind be so foolish? He was clearly becoming increasingly deranged. Why are you so stingy? Observing her near tears, Jiang Chen's playful demeanor softened as he reached out to ruffle her hair, offering a reassuring explanation. I understand your intentions. Rest assured, those 7 individuals will surely shine brightly in the examination, achieving top 10 rankings as easily as children playing house. Top 10? Let us hope they don't collapse from exhaustion first, Xianxia mumbled, glancing at the empty vial in her hand and reluctantly accepting the grim reality. It seemed she would have to return and inform her father not to waste his efforts any further. After Xianxia stormed off in anger, Jiang Chen stretched lazily and made his way to the back courtyard of the Wang residence. The atmosphere in the courtyard was bustling with activity. The 7 prodigies were diligently laboring away, some laying bricks, others transporting materials, each engaged in their tasks with commendable diligence. However, their spirits were visibly waning, a palpable decline in their vitality. Evidently, they had genuinely taken on the role of laborers, eager to hasten through this month and escape this wretched place. Upon noticing Jiang Chen's arrival, the 7 individuals instantly perked up, quickening their movements, fearful of incurring the wrath of this erratic prince. Jiang Chen surveyed the scene, nodding in satisfaction. As long as they adhered strictly to his commands, everything else was of little consequence. This was both a test and an opportunity that could slip away at any moment. He preferred not to impose, nor did he wish to. Whether they could seize this monumental chance depended solely on their own mindset and fate. Lin Wei, come here. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's call, the other 6 exchanged covert eye rolls. Indeed, no man was free from lustful thoughts, especially a prince. Lin Wei approached, her cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her gaze as she murmured, "What is your command, Your Highness?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips at her bashful demeanor. What were these individuals thinking all day long? Bring me your record book. Chapter 45. The Anniversary of My Mother's Passing. Yes. Lin Wei promptly handed over the record book. Jiang Chen opened it and perused its contents. It meticulously documented their daily workload, task completion rates, and even each individual's physical condition. Remarkably, it even included notes on who had muttered insults about him behind his back. Impressive. Her insight was indeed exceptional. From today onward, in addition to recording their work and status, you shall also document the surrounding environment, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects and birds. Closing the book, he added, in short, everything you can see, hear, or feel must be recorded. I will conduct random inspections. What? Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, then protested. Isn't this a bit excessive, Your Highness? Monitoring their work is one thing, but you wanted to keep watch over flowers, plants, and insects too? What? Do you have objections? Jiang Chen shot her a glance. Lin Wei's eyes reddened slightly, her stubborn silence betraying her feelings, though her expression spoke volumes. Jiang Chen's countenance darkened. If you disagree, very well. I will send the fierce dog over to you. If you can defeat it, you may leave. The mere mention of that vicious beast jolted Lin Wei, instantly quelling her resentment and grievances. Quietly clutching the record book, she hurried back. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure with a sigh. It was not his intention to torment the girl. Rather, among the seven, her martial path had deviated the most, albeit with the greatest potential, to guide her towards the path of painting. The key lay in honing her mental and shaping abilities. For worldly warriors, only upon reaching the master realm could they tenuously merge mental energy with elemental force to form momentum. In contrast, the art of painting, from its very inception, demanded the utmost application of mental energy, wielding it as a brush and utilizing all things as instruments. He instructed Lin Wei to document the process of moving bricks and building walls, allowing her to experience the rhythm of strength, observe the scenery, the flight of birds, the chirping of insects, and the falling of leaves. This was to enable her to depict the traces of the Tao with her spiritual energy. Once she could adeptly imprint these traces in her mind, the images she sketched would transcend mere illustrations, transforming into manifestations of spirit. The more intricately she perceived, the more tangible the creations of her spiritual energy would become, imbued with profound Taoist resonance. This is what is meant by breaking through myriad laws with rhythm. If she painted a sword, her spiritual energy would be shaped into the form of a sword, capable of collecting targets from 100 miles away. If she painted a fierce tiger, her spiritual energy would take on the form of a tiger, possessing both the might of a tiger and the ability to pounce and tear. This is the essence of the artistic path, a path that requires no physical toil, yet enables one to command the cosmos through spirit. Having settled matters on this side, Jiang Chen leisurely returned to the attic, his hands clasped behind him, and brewed himself a pot of fine tea. He savored a sip, relishing the fragrance that enveloped his palate. The time had come to borrow some money from his second brother. He muttered to himself, moving to the windowsill to wipe the lantern hanging there. In but a moment, from the shadowy corner of the attic, the air shimmered slightly, and a deep voice resonated. Subordinate Qing Ying pays respects to the king of the underworld. Rise, Jiang Chen replied, turning his head to pour him a cup of tea. Qing Ying emerged from the shadows but dared not step forward to accept the teacup, as this first cup was reserved for the king. How has the organization been faring these days? Jiang Chen inquired nonchalantly, returning to the king of the underworld. The Firefly leader has already initiated the third phase of the development plan for the organization. Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the report. Did you bring the items I instructed Firefly to prepare? Yes, I did. Qing Ying promptly produced a bulging package from behind him, presenting it with both hands. Jiang Chen accepted the package, placing it on the table, then retrieved an ancient, yellowed book from his robe, instructing, deliver this to Firefly and arrange for an underground auction. Understood. Qing Ying respectfully accepted the book, but upon glancing down, his heart jolted. The Taoist scriptures of medicinal kings. Is this not a legendary treasure, thought, lost for millennia? How could the king possess such a thing? However, he dared not inquire further about its origins, only expressing his confusion with, my king, what price do you intend to set for this item? Jiang Chen raised 2 fingers. The starting bid is 20 million taels. 20 million. Qing Ying was taken aback once more. A book with a starting bid of 20 million taels of silver? It was known that under the Firefly leaderess guidance, their Jade Balance division had labored for 10 years to develop their commercial layout, barely reaching that figure. The king could earn in a mere gesture what they had struggled for over a decade. This was simply astonishing. Jiang Chen continued, remember, subtly released news of the Taoist scriptures, a medicinal king's existence, to pique everyone's interest, in an endeavor to conduct an underground auction while ensuring absolute safety. Should circumstances prove unfavorable, one could simply abandon the pharmaceutical king scriptures, prioritizing the preservation of strength. Upon hearing the final words, a flicker of stubbornness and discontent appeared in Qing Ying's eyes, as if Jiang Chen's statement belittled his capabilities. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall undoubtedly accomplish this task to perfection. Otherwise, I shall present my head. This was the first official assignment bestowed upon him by the king of the underworld. If he could not manage such a trivial matter, how could he ever honor the name of Ying? There is no need for that. Simply do your utmost. Jiang Chen gestured dismissively. His expectations of Ying were not tethered to such trifles. There were countless avenues for profit, It was not worth their resources to falter over such matters. Yet, observing the unwavering determination in Qin Ying's resolute gaze, Jiang Chen chose not to elaborate further, confident that Inger would comprehend his intent. Qin Ying solemnly clasped his fists in respectful salute before turning and vanishing silently like a wisp of green smoke within the loft. Once Qin Ying departed, Jiang Chen's gaze finally settled upon the bulging package, his eyes betraying a profound nostalgia. Within the package lay not merely trinkets, but his mother's favorite snacks and some gifts. In his memories, she sometimes resembled a child who never grew up, particularly fond of candied hawthorn, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile upon each taste. Yet, when faced with grave matters, she would swiftly conceal that innocence, revealing the fierce and resolute demeanor of a mother, shouldering the weight of the world. Today marked the anniversary of her passing. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. The 7 laborers in the backyard, weary from toil, had already retreated to rest. Alone, Jiang Chen stood quietly before the loft window, allowing the night breeze to caress his garments, motionless as if he were a statue. It was not until the chirping of the insects outside gradually subsided that he stirred, vanishing from the loft in an instant. The next moment, his figure materialized on the silent streets of the capital. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the Chun Wang Manor, a lurking shadow cast a distant gaze upon the loft, noting the absence of any anomalies, and slowly narrowed its eyes. Chapter 46, Wilderness Assassination. Sword Immortal. It was already the dead of night. Although much of the bustling lights of the capital had dimmed, a few lanterns still adorned the nightscape. However, as Jiang Chen walked along the long street, he felt no inclination to appreciate the scenery. It was as if a torrent of words weighed heavily in his heart, trapped in his throat, leaving him speechless. Simultaneously, a surging fury and killing intent simmered within him, yet reason tightly bound it, leaving him without an outlet for his emotions. Before long, he arrived at the heavily guarded Dongling Gate of the capital. Jiang Chen's figure flickered past the entrance, and in the next moment, he appeared like a specter atop a nearby mountain outside the city. At this moment, the wilderness was shrouded in darkness, with only the countless stars in the night sky guiding his path. Yet, Jiang Chen moved with an effortless grace, maintaining his pace as if he were intimately familiar with every inch of this terrain. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that he finally halted before a solitary grave. A tombstone devoid of a name or date stood before him. The area surrounding the grave was pristine, free of any weeds, indicating that it was frequently tended to with care. Jiang Chen understood that besides Ing, there would be no one else. He stood there quietly, the myriad words that had surged within him now transformed into profound silence. Time passed unmeasured before he slowly crouched down, retrieving from his bag his mother's favorite snacks and a gift he had crafted by hand but never had the chance to present. One by one, he meticulously laid them before the cold gravestone. Upon completing this, Jiang Chen gradually knelt, lifting his finger to gesture towards the offerings. With a soft hiss, an intangible sword intent erupted from his fingertip, enveloping the snacks and gifts in a gentle flame that emitted no smoke. He bowed deeply before the frigid tombstone, watching the flickering firelight, his voice tinged with youthful innocence. "Mother, look, I've grown up, I've become a man. Some matters, I believe it's best I decide for myself, otherwise I feel an unease within. You wouldn't want to see me troubled, would you? Since you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent." As he spoke, a smile broke across his face, though it resembled more of a grimace than joy, warm tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. In the past, whenever he had uttered those words, his mother would chuckle and pat his head. "You, my dear, are doing well. Even if you desired the stars above, I would find a way to bring them down for you." At that time, he dismissed her words as mere bravado. Now he realized that while she might lack the power to pluck stars from the sky, she undeniably possessed the will to do so. Jiang Chen straightened his back, the innocence in his eyes swiftly replaced by an overwhelming ferocity. "Mother, I know you only wish for my safety throughout my life, but rest assured, I wield a sword. This blade shall sever the heavens that loom over to you, and it is more than capable of cutting through the skies that envelop the land of Jiuzhou. I can sense that they have discovered me and are about to emerge." Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, his ears perked. "Are they really coming?" A barely perceptible ripple disturbed the distant space, and in the next heartbeat, a razor-sharp beam of sword light tore through the night, silently aiming for the nape of his neck. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen did not turn his head but casually raised his finger, clasping it backward. Clang! A faint sound of metal meeting metal resonated. The astonishing sword strike, quick enough to pierce mountains, was effortlessly caught between his fingers as if he were merely pinching a chopstick. What? The figure shrouded in darkness trembled, waves of astonishment crashing within. Impossible. This is indeed the sword that has traversed the martial world for over 2 centuries. What could possibly be impossible? Jiang Chen slowly turned his head, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Let me hazard a guess. Are you affiliated with the Celestial Hall, or merely a lackey of the Penglai Pavilion? Upon hearing this, the newcomer felt an icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head, realizing he had gravely underestimated Jiang Chen, and even more so, his strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his inner energy, forcefully drawing his sword. Yet, the blade seemed welded to Jiang Chen's fingers, remaining utterly motionless. Release. A glimmer of desperation flashed in the newcomer's eyes as he unleashed his full power, causing the very air around him to quiver. Crack, accompanied by a devastating force. The high-grade Earth-tier artifact in his hand was abruptly severed, yet the sword tip remained firmly clutched between Jiang Chen's 2 fingers. Seizing the rebound force, the cloaked man retreated at an astonishing speed, vanishing several hundred meters away, and continuing to flee through the void at a terrifying pace of 100 meters per second. Having come this far, you intend to leave without a word? Jiang Chen muttered, still kneeling in place, flicking his fingers. The severed sword tip emitted a resonant hum, trailing a visible ripple through the air before vanishing. Hundreds of meters away, the fleeing figure felt a soul-chilling pressure descend upon him from behind, causing his heart to falter for a beat. He sought to evade it, but there was no time. Swoosh! A shard of the sword silently pierced through his back, erupting in a spray of brilliant crimson. Yet, even with his heart instantaneously pierced, the cloaked man did not perish on the spot, clearly possessing a formidable realm. He pressed on a vital point on his chest, igniting his vital essence, and hastened his escape. However, after merely traversing a few hundred meters, his body suddenly froze, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. The black-clad man was horrified to discover that his innards had been inexplicably shredded into a pulp by an unseen and bizarre sword intent. Sword Immortal. He managed to utter the 2 words with great difficulty, his eyes filled with endless terror, before life ebbed away, and he plummeted from the sky. Jiang Chen did not even glance back at the fallen figure, merely rising slowly, brushing off the dust from his knees, and addressing the empty darkness with a nonchalant tone. Don't need to invite you out? No sooner had he spoken than the space before him warped, revealing a gaunt figure in black robes. Ha ha, truly. You are the most concealed dragon of the Dayu dynasty. The individual's piercing gaze fell upon Jiang Chen, scanning him with an air of disdainful arrogance. Indeed, you possess some skill, but that is all. With that, the slender figure moved, flames of a deep crimson igniting in his right palm, exuding the ferocity of burning mountains and boiling seas, as he aimed to strike directly at Jiang Chen's chest. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, realizing his hasty conclusion had been misguided. These 2 individuals were clearly not on the same side. That old man had acted too prematurely, maintaining a calm demeanor. He raised his hand, mirroring the action, and met the impending force head-on. Boom! An indescribable torrent of destructive energy erupted violently from the point of contact between their palms, radiating wildly in all directions, except for the solitary grave behind Jiang Chen, which remained untouched. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters, the trees, rocks, and grass, instantly vanished, transforming the landscape into a barren wasteland. With a splatter, the emaciated figure in the black robe was violently propelled over 100 meters away by a terrifying backlash, spewing a copious amount of blood, his face etched with fear and disbelief. You're wrong, he stammered. What do you mean by wrong? Jiang Chen replied, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Chapter 47. The Abyssal Emperor in shock. What kind of power is this? The man in black shrieked. It's neither elemental energy nor mental force. How ignorant he was, having never encountered anything like it before. Jiang Chen cast a disdainful glance in his direction. This is bad. The black-robed man's expression shifted drastically as he horrifically realized that the arm he had just struck against Jiang Chen had not only lost all sensation, but was also undergoing a gruesome transformation. The flesh and bone of his arm, starting from the palm, felt as if it were being sliced by the sharpest of blades, with chunks of flesh falling away, and the incision rapidly creeping toward his shoulder. Is this sword intent? Without a moment's hesitation, The gaunt man summoned a long sword to his hand and brutally severed his right arm at the shoulder, with blood gushing forth. He swiftly pivoted and vanished into the darkness, fully aware he was no match for Jiang Chen, especially not against that sword intent, which was not merely terrifying but also bizarre, propagating within his body like a virus, multiplying exponentially. Had he hesitated by even half a second, he might have been utterly obliterated. "Oh, don't run away just yet. I haven't even begun my inquiries," Jiang Chen declared, stepping forward and in the next instant, appearing spectrally before the fleeing black-robed man. The man's pupils dilated in shock, as if encountering a ghost, and he abruptly hit the brakes, his face contorting into a sycophantic grin. "Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. I was merely passing by to admire the night scenery. It has nothing to do with me, and I harbor no ill will towards you." "Ah, so you recognize me. Yet your previous words tell a different tale," Jiang Chen replied, shaking his head. "Since we are acquaintances, I shall not be overly harsh. Tell me, who are you, and what are the identity of that previous individual?" "The individual from earlier?" The black-robed elder appeared momentarily taken aback. "Don't tell me you don't know him." Jiang Chen's tone grew heavier. "I swish." Without warning, the black-robed elder unleashed a fierce sword beam aimed at Jiang Chen's face, simultaneously retreating once more. Jiang Chen understood that without applying some real pressure, this old fellow would remain tight-lipped. With a delicate tap of his toes upon the ground, he sent an inconspicuous pebble soaring into the air. Bang! The terrifying sword light, potent enough to cleave a mountain asunder, was unexpectedly dispersed by this unremarkable stone. The black-robed elder's heart raced with dread. He realized he had severely underestimated Jiang Chen. The elder's realm and his bizarre, domineering sword intent had utterly shattered the elder's comprehension. This night, it seemed, held the promise of certain death. No, this news must be conveyed. A glint of madness flashed in the elder's eyes as he bellowed, "Frenzied blood technique." Buzz! A violent surge of blood energy erupted from within him, and his once gaunt frame expanded into a colossal mass in the blink of an eye. "Have you truly inflated?" Jiang Chen remarked, just as the now bloated elder shot forth like a cannonball, his speed and strength magnified several-fold. Jiang Chen remained stationary, casually plucking a solitary leaf from a nearby broken branch. Whoosh! He flicked the leaf forward with a gentle motion. To the corpulent elder, this seemingly ordinary leaf appeared sharper than any divine weapon known to man. He could distinctly sense that it harbored a sword intent capable of rendering this place into nothingness. Should it graze him, even tenfold his strength would not suffice to save him. "Break!" The elder dared not hold back, channeling all his power into his longsword. He swung down fiercely against the leaf, shattering the very laws of nature. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated from the tip of the leaf, devastating the remnants of trees and rocks within the valley, reducing them to mere dust. Crack! The elder's high-grade earth-tier sword crumbled to pieces upon contact with the leaf, disintegrating into a cloud of iron shavings. Yet the overwhelming sword intent showed no sign of waning. He had no time to be astonished. With a swift strike of his palm, he unleashed a colossal palm imprint. Boom! It barely managed to halt the encroaching invisible sword intent. Yet he was sent sprawling hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, cough! He spat out another mouthful of blood, rising from the ground, igniting his life force and essence into a brilliant streak of bloodlight that shot skyward. His speed surpassed that of the previous assassin by dozens of times. And in the blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away. Jiang Chen would not allow him to escape. With a flicker of his form, he stealthily pursued. Should this man flee, the precious lead he had painstakingly acquired would vanish. Meanwhile, several miles down the mountain, a group of individuals clad in ornate robes, exuding an imposing presence, carefully shielded a middle-aged man in plain attire, who bore an air of authority as they ascended towards the summit. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the mountaintop, causing the entire mountain to tremble. "Protect! Protect!" A sharp, piercing voice rang out. Clang! 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 The accompanying personnel swiftly drew their swords from their waists, their vital energy surging forth, creating an imposing defensive formation. This group was none other than the mighty Emperor Yu, Jiang Yuan, who had secretly departed the palace, along with his elite bodyguards. Standing at the center of the crowd, Emperor Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon the direction of the mountaintop. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him, causing his heart to plummet. "This is bad. Jian Er is in danger. We must provide assistance at once." However, a tall, imposing middle-aged captain of the guards stepped forward, urgently interjecting, "Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken. That energy fluctuation just now has reached at least the level of a celestial being. Your safety is paramount. We cannot take such a risk." Celestial being? Upon hearing those words, the emperor's heart sank further, yet his resolve surged anew. "Preposterous! Do you dare defy my command? We must swiftly render aid. Those who disobey shall be executed." As his words echoed, a blinding flash erupted from the mountainside, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Immediately after, a thunderous roar resonated, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. "Your Majesty, please reconsider." With a rustle, 20 guards, led by the captain, knelt before him in unison. These were seasoned warriors, accustomed to the bloodiest of battles. Even the residual energy they felt indicated that the conflict on the mountain was beyond their capabilities. To charge forth recklessly would render them mere cannon fodder. The chief eunuch, Hua Banban, standing beside the emperor, furrowed his brow and promptly bowed, stating, "Your Majesty, the situation on the mountain is unpredictable. I advise we retreat to the palace and devise a plan." "Hua Banban." The emperor whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You dare disregard my words? Do you believe that your contributions grant you immunity from my wrath?" Chapter 48. A Clash of Passing Experts. Although he held confidence in Jiang Chen, it was merely based on the young man's extraordinary intellect and skills. However, no matter how confident he felt, it was inconceivable that within a mere decade, Chen could ascend from an ordinary individual to the realm of celestial beings. Celestial beings represent the pinnacle of martial prowess in the mortal realm. "Your Majesty, please temper your wrath." Hua Banban felt his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing. "Your presence is vital to the court of the Yu. The millions of citizens rely upon you." Seeing the emperor's anger unabated, he resorted to a more humble plea. Looking up earnestly, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to investigate. If it is indeed the sixth prince under attack, I shall risk my very life to ensure his safe return." The emperor stood there, his fists clenched tightly, filled with unending guilt and anguish. Throughout history, royal families have struggled to balance familial bonds with matters of state. After a long silence, he finally managed to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. "Go swiftly." Upon receiving the command, the guards dared to rise, once again encircling the emperor as they cautiously retreated down the mountain, casting anxious glances behind them. The mountainside lay in utter disarray. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all things were crushed into dust by an invisible and terrifying sword intent. Under the cold moonlight, the ground exhibited an eerie smoothness, as if it had been licked by some colossal beast. Jiang Chen stood quietly at the center of the scorched earth, gazing at the elder before him, whose form resembled a deflated balloon, now shriveled and diminished. He spoke calmly. "You are not doing well. The more you fight, the thinner you become. If you continue like this, you will perish. Quickly, disclose your origins and the identity of the person who attempted to assassinate me. Provide a satisfactory answer, and I shall allow you to leave." Cough, cough. The elder in the black robe violently coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, struggling to lift his gaze. Fixing his eyes on Jiang Chen, his voice was frail as he uttered, "I truly do not know that person. I was merely passing through." "All right, I believe you." Jiang Chen interjected, concerned about the time he had left. He continued, "Then tell me, why did you attempt to kill me?" This question seemed to trigger a forbidden thought within the elder's heart, his gaze flickering with despair as his body suddenly swelled dramatically. A cataclysmic and violent energy erupted explosively from his dantian. The elder shouted, preparing to self-destruct in a final act of mutual destruction. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged. He casually raised his hand, extending a single finger to gently touch the elder's forehead. Buzz! The overwhelming and destructive force that had reached its zenith seemed to be punctured like a balloon under that singular touch, dissipating into nothingness. The elder's ferocious expression froze on his face. Devoid of the energy to sustain him, his body abruptly softened, collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. What a pity! Jiang Chen sighed, shaking his head. He had initially believed that the two were allied, for such a choice did not seem characteristic of individuals from disparate factions. The first was likely sent by those who sought to pry into the secrets of his mother. This one, however, was solely intent on his assassination, preferring self-destruction to revealing secrets. How rash! A lead that had been so painstakingly sought was carelessly severed by his own hand. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. His formidable consciousness swept through the area, revealing no other suspicious figures aside from a familiar face stealthily approaching. He crouched down, searching the corpse of the black-robed elder. Besides a warm, palm-sized purple bronze token inscribed with an ancient character for flame, there was nothing else of note. He picked up the token, scrutinizing it closely. Its exquisite material suggested it was an identity token. Reflecting for a moment, he recalled that there seemed to be no powerful sect in the cultivation world associated with the character flame. Could it be a remnant of a chaotic sect? He muttered to himself before stowing the token away and vanishing from sight. The next moment, he appeared at the location where the first assassin had fallen. However, at that moment, the body had already been completely obliterated by the domineering sword intent, reduced to mere powder, leaving no useful clues behind. It appears that the clues have indeed run dry. Jiang Chen shook his head, his form flickering once more as he headed towards a figure cautiously approaching from several miles away. Hua Banban, at this moment, was entirely focused, treading with utmost caution, inching closer to the center of the recent battle. Hua Banban, are you here to admire the moon? A languid voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling him, causing his hair to stand on end as he spun around. In the soft glow of the moonlight, he discerned that the speaker was none other than Jiang Chen, leaving him both astonished and perplexed. Your Highness, you're unharmed? Why should I be? Jiang Chen replied curtly, casting a disapproving glance at him. This old fellow, despite possessing considerable strength, was surprisingly timid. At such speed, if he were truly in danger, the situation would have long since turned dire. No, I do not mean that. Hua Banban hastily waved his hands, exhaling a long breath. Your father is terribly worried about you. It is a relief that all is well. Such unnecessary concern, Jiang Chen dismissed, waving his hand. It's late. You should return to your rest. With that, he turned and ambled down the mountain nonchalantly. Hua Banban remained rooted in place, glancing back at the desolate battlefield, barren and lifeless, then at Jiang Chen, who stood unscathed with his back turned. His face was etched with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the energy fluctuations that had just occurred. Even a typical celestial realm expert might not have been capable of such a display. Could it be? He quickly pursued Jiang Chen, asking Sixth Prince, what exactly transpired just now? Jiang Chen turned to survey the valley, now reduced to rubble, feigning sudden enlightenment. Oh, you mean that? It was merely two passing experts who, for reasons unknown, engaged in a fierce conflict, resulting in a cataclysmic showdown that ended in mutual destruction. Hua Banban was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response from Jiang Chen. Who would believe that? The situation was undoubtedly more complex than he had described. Sensing the Sixth Prince's reluctance to elaborate, he wisely refrained from pressing further. Your Highness, the night is late and the mountain path treacherous. Allow me to escort you down. Hua Banban spoke calmly. Jiang Chen nodded. He could not dismiss the goodwill extended to him. After escorting Jiang Chen down the mountain, Hua Banban promptly dispatched news of the Sixth Prince's safe return to the palace. The occurrence of a celestial realm-level battle near the capital was no trivial matter. He then immediately led a detachment of Imperial Guards to seal off the entire mountain, personally investigating the scene. Naturally, while such disturbances might escape the notice of ordinary citizens, they could not possibly go unnoticed by the ancient beings residing within the capital. Before long, the recently ravaged mountain resembled a clandestine gathering in the dead of night, as dozens of concealed, yet formidable presences converged silently from all directions. Chapter 49. Initiating the true transmission of law. As they beheld the battleground, now a desolate expanse imbued with a lingering aura of terrifying sword intent, they could not help but draw in sharp breaths of astonishment. To his astonishment, within the capital, beyond the few prominent figures, there lurked such formidable masters of terror. Regrettably, the Imperial Guard had preemptively sealed off the scene, safeguarding the remnants of the corpses and the critical areas. The various dignitaries who had arrived upon hearing the news were unable to approach, left only to speculate from afar about the true identities of the deceased. As dawn broke, Emperor Yuan, Xianxia, had spent a sleepless night, although he felt a sense of relief knowing that Jiang Chen was unharmed. The sudden emergence of two unknown celestial beings in the capital compelled him to swiftly assess the enormous risks concealed beneath this development, as well as the potential impact it could have on the imperial dynasty structure. Indeed, his worst fears were confirmed when Hua Banban returned with the remains of the two assassins. After a night of examination by the Royal Forensic Institute, it was revealed that one of the relatively intact corpses belonged to Su Yongming, an elder of the chaotic remnants, who had been notorious and sought after by the Dayu dynasty a century ago. The second corpse, having been reduced to mere powder, yielded no discernible clues. Truly, ambition runs deep, and the heart of a thief never rests. The emperor slammed his fist heavily onto the dragon table, his expression dark as water, with a palpable killing intent emanating from his eyes. He then turned to Hua Banban, seeking confirmation once more. Is Chun'er truly unscathed? Hua Banban promptly nodded, replying, Your Majesty, I can assure you, the sixth prince is entirely unharmed, not even a wrinkle in his garments. The emperor inhaled sharply, the gloom on his face dissipating in an instant, replaced by an uncontrollable joy. Do you think it possible that those two were slain by Chun'er himself? Hua Banban paused thoughtfully before cautiously responding. I too harbor such a suspicion. However, there lingers an overwhelmingly fierce sword intent at the scene, profound and inscrutable. Even I cannot discern its depth. Sword intent? The emperor furrowed his brow. He prided himself on understanding Jiang Chen's martial prowess, although the lad could not sense vital energy. He had been devoted to fortifying his physique since childhood, never neglecting his training. Yet, he had never heard of his involvement in the way of the sword. It was evident that a fourth individual had likely been present. I surmise that there exists a deeply unfathomable swordsman safeguarding the sixth prince from the shadows, Hua Banban posited, offering the most plausible explanation. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor slowly nodded, agreeing with this hypothesis. If it were any other force, he might have suspected Jiang Chen of concealing his power. However, sword intent was another matter. The arduous nature of sword cultivation was well known among martial artists. Even an extraordinary genius could not, within a mere decade, acquire the swordsmanship capable of effortlessly slaying celestial beings. Regardless of the outcome, it was for him an immense source of joy. His greatest concern lay in the safety of Jiang Chen. Initially, he had covertly assembled elite experts, intending to position them by Jiang Chen's side for protection. However, it now seemed that urgency was no longer necessary. With a glint of determination in his eyes, the emperor commanded, Let all who are aware of the sixth prince's presence on the mountain last night keep their silence. This matter is classified as the highest secret. Should any information leak, the offenders shall face annihilation of their entire clan. Understood. Hua Banban replied with a nod, fully aware that the competition for the throne had officially commenced. If those with ulterior motives were to discover that the sixth prince possessed such a trump card, they might be compelled to act prematurely, resorting to unscrupulous means. Until the sixth prince truly matured, every moment of delay was crucial. The emperor rose and paced the imperial study, lost in contemplation once more. With the emergence of the remnants of the chaotic sect, the establishment of the Jinwu division could no longer be postponed. He suspected that the chaotic sect's remnant had targeted this very issue, intending to slay a prince he deemed inconsequential to incite turmoil within the royal family, thereby pressuring the court to expedite the establishment of the Jinwu division. He would not believe that no one within the court was stirring the pot behind the scenes. Do not let me discover who this lackey is, or I shall ensure that not a single member of their family remains. The emperor's eyes gleamed coldly, his voice chilling to the bone. The azure sky was clear, and a gentle breeze rustled through the air. Autumn winds carried a few withered leaves, swirling gracefully as they drifted into every corner of the prince's residence. In the backyard, tranquility reigned. Jiang Chen, seemingly unfazed, leisurely sipped tea in his abode, relishing the therapeutic massages administered by Shen Xining, living a life of utmost comfort. It was as if the cataclysmic battle from days prior had merely been a dream, scattered by the autumn breeze. On this day, after enjoying a session of massage therapy from Shen Xining, Jiang Chen rose and strolled around the courtyard. Sang Biao had appeared a few days earlier, only to receive a beating from him. However, that fellow was tough-skinned and unyielding, slipping away once more. Now, 3 days had passed without a trace of him. Jiang Chen understood that he was likely scheming something significant outside. He felt no inclination to intervene, merely hoping that he would not find himself in dire straits, ultimately becoming someone else's meal. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard, he found that 7 students had constructed a separate residence according to the blueprints he had provided. Observing the uniquely styled and intricately designed 3-story building before him, the 7 individuals beamed with a sense of accomplishment. Well, If we cannot find suitable employment in the capital after graduation, becoming architects wouldn't be a bad option. Xiaozhan mused, seated on a large stone while holding a hefty octagonal hammer. Indeed, although my martial arts have seen little progress, I have certainly mastered this innovative building technique. I need not fear hunger in the future, Zhou Ping added, nodding seriously while tapping his tiling knife. Jiang Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. If these fellows did not make their appearance soon, they might indeed form a construction team, and the path of martial arts would drift far beyond recognition. Your Highness. Noticing Jiang Chen's sudden arrival, Li Deidi, who was engaged in hewing stone with his bare hands, immediately set aside his task and clasped his fists in greeting. The other six, their expressions suddenly serious, swiftly shifted from their craftsman mode, rising to their feet, yet they awkwardly resumed their tasks, feigning busyness. Jiang Chen nodded, refraining from further comment. After this period of tempering, they had nearly adapted to the new habits of exertion. His seemingly crude methods were, in fact, designed to help them completely forget their previous advantages and combat habits, preparing them for new techniques and practices. For instance, Xiaozhan, who primarily focused on sword techniques, had carried a sword with him at all times. Yet, after swinging a heavy hammer for over a week, he had not touched a sword once, naturally diminishing his previous sword-wielding habits. Although this method was somewhat clumsy, it proved to be the most effective means of breaking down and rebuilding for individuals whose skills had become entrenched. Fortunately, all seven possessed a certain resilience, enabling them to persevere. Thus, the next step would involve genuine training for them. Jiang Chen had formulated a plan in his mind. He cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze ultimately settling on Lin Wei, who was quietly recording something in the corner. Lin Wei, come here. Chapter 50. How could a bird in a painting ever fly? In the distance, Lin Wei's body stiffened as she raised her head. This time, her face did not flush, for she understood that this mad prince was about to trouble her once more. The remaining six silently prayed for their unfortunate senior sister. Jiang Chen led her to a distant pavilion. From your notes, Lin Wei, not daring to delay, immediately handed over her notebook. Jiang Chen received it and casually flipped through its pages, discovering that within just a few days, she had filled an entire volume. In addition to detailing the daily activities and changes in state of the seven individuals, she had meticulously recorded dozens of insects found in the courtyard, noting the times of their appearances and the durations of their calls. Furthermore, she had observed the habits of numerous bird species. Such thoroughness demonstrated her keen insight and extraordinary ability to capture details. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Well, at least you haven't been slacking. Lin Wei remained silent. Yet inwardly she scoffed. No matter what, you are a prince. How could I possibly slack off? Jiang Chen returned the notebook to her and continued. Did you bring drawing paper? Yes, I did. Lin Wei eagerly nodded. As a scholar, brushes and ink were essential to her craft. How could she not carry them? She promptly ran to fetch her pack, retrieving a new brush and a stack of rice paper. Jiang Chen seated himself on a stone bench, pointing at the stone table before him, and commanded, draw me a bird. Draw a bird? Lin Wei was taken aback. She initially believed that Jiang Chen merely wished for her to ghostwrite a letter. Given that she had attained a level of scholarly refinement akin to that of a minor Confucianist, and her literary prowess was undoubtedly commendable. However, what did he mean by drawing a bird? Although her scholarly pursuits had brushed upon the arts of calligraphy and painting, she had never delved deeply into them. What is she hesitating for? Hurry up, Jiang Chen urged impatiently. With a sense of resignation, Lin Wei spread out the writing paper, cautiously inquiring, Your Highness, what kind of bird do you require me to draw? Anything, just draw whichever bird you are adept at. Without hesitation, Lin Wei took up her brush, focused her energy, and with swift strokes, a vividly lifelike sparrow in ink wash style sprang to life on the paper. Your Highness, I'm done. Please take a look and see if it meets your satisfaction. Jiang Chen accepted the scroll, and to his surprise, the girl's brushwork was indeed impressive. The small sparrow appeared so vibrant and its expression so genuine. However, this was not what he desired. He crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside. What kind of wretched bird is this? Why doesn't it move? Doesn't he move? Lin Wei was taken aback. Should the bird on the paper be capable of movement? No. Could it be that he was having another episode? The thought sent a chill through her heart, and she hurriedly explained, Your Highness, please calm down. The bird in the painting is, well, lifeless. It cannot move. Nonsense, Jiang Chen exclaimed, furrowing his brow in frustration. Lin Wei shrank back in fear, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The 6 individuals working at a distance turned their heads, whispering among themselves. Poor senior sister Lin. She is being unfairly targeted by His Highness again. Indeed, how pitiable. Overwhelmed by his outburst, Lin Wei could only nod repeatedly. All right, I'll redraw it immediately. She took up her brush once more, hastily sketching another sparrow, this one flapping its wings, and timidly presented it to him. Jiang Chen glanced at it, his dissatisfaction resurfacing. What I want is a sparrow that can fly freely, not one that merely flutters on paper. Are you jesting with me? I really can't manage that. Lin Wei retorted, her eyes reddening, her voice tinged with tears. I've never even heard of a bird that can be drawn to fly around. Is it your excuse for being so incompetent? Jiang Chen regarded her with disdain. You. Lin Wei felt a surge of indignation, her chest rising and falling with anger, biting her lip as she nearly resigned from this endeavor altogether. Hurry up and redraw it, as I instructed. Jiang Chen commanded in a low voice. Redo it. Follow my requirements precisely, or you shall go without dinner today. His tone left no room for dissent. Lin Wei, feeling wronged, felt her nose tingle, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. There was no alternative. After all, he was a prince. If he were to have another episode today and cause a catastrophe, even if he did not harm her, she would face dire consequences should those in power find out. In that moment, she truly regretted her impulsive decision to come here. With a heavy heart, Lin Wei spread a fresh sheet of rice paper. Picking up her brush once again, Jiang Chen stood beside her, his voice deep and rhythmic. Focus, calm your mind. Forget the pen in your hand and the bird you intend to paint. Concentrate on me. Use your heart as the brush and your spirit as the ink. Lin Wei, tearful and distraught, found her mind a blank canvas, like a puppet, doing as Jiang Chen instructed. Observe its form, capture its essence, expand its meaning, and concentrate. Suddenly, Lin Wei's sobs gradually ceased, plunging her into silence within her artwork. Yes, continue. Every element in the universe leaves a mark. What you must do is not merely paint, but imprint. The brush danced silently, like a breeze caressing willows. The strokes were powerful, akin to a dragon soaring upward. Each flick and dot represented its wings. Each dot and curve embodied its spirit. Jiang Chen's voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, every word resonating within Lin Wei's heart. Her mental energy, under an unprecedented focus, flowed through the brush tip, merging with the ink. When the final stroke was made, her entire being froze. Buzz! The sparrow on the paper flapped its wings, truly struggling to take flight. Lin Wei, still wearing a sorrowful expression, stared blankly at the sparrow, nearly transparent and composed of ink. The sparrow she had painted truly wobbled and flew into the flower bushes beside the pavilion, wild and free, deftly snatching a wriggling caterpillar before soaring out of the courtyard. However, after flying a few meters, it suddenly burst apart with a pop, dispersing into a cloud of ink dots. The caterpillar fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Wei stood there, stunned, unable to regain her senses for quite some time. Suddenly, an idea struck her like thunder. A forgotten principle escaped her lips. This is the path of painting. The brush possesses spirit. The ink becomes reality. Moreover, she could sense that this was no ordinary path of painting. The sparrow she had created possessed the primal instinct of a predator, a state documented only in the most ancient texts of Confucianism. Had she truly conjured this into existence? A sudden realization washed over her. Reflecting on her first day here, when Jiang Chen had instructed her to record landscapes, observe the states of people, and feel their power, and later, to document the habits of insects and birds, this had all been a guide to transition her from the path of literature to the path of painting. Her gaze slowly fell upon Jiang Chen, who stood with his hands behind his back, a look of exasperation on his face. How could this be possible? Under the guidance of such a madman, she had taken a step into the realm of a painting master. Chapter 51. Has Lin Wei been driven mad by the prince? Lin Wei's heart trembled at this moment. She vaguely understood that the seemingly derided mad prince before her might indeed be a man of extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength, a sage of Confucianism. No wonder he had always cared for her so deeply. The world had completely misunderstood him. Many thanks to His Highness for his support. Lin Wei could no longer afford to feel aggrieved or harbor complaints. With her knees buckling, she fell to the ground, prostrating herself with a heavy bow. In just a few days, she had ascended from an ordinary Confucian scholar to the exalted realm of a Confucian master, and remarkably, She had become an exceptionally rare, great master of painting. Such a miraculous transformation was likely something she could never repay in her lifetime. Enough, rise. Jiang Chen, fearing she might truly harm herself, hastily gestured for her to stop. Yes. Lin Wei trembled as she stood up, respectfully taking her place beside him. Her demeanor now devoid of any disrespect, her eyes filled solely with profound admiration and reverence. It was as if the one seated before her was not a mad prince, but an unparalleled sage overlooking the mortal realm. You need not thank me. I merely guided you onto the path you were meant to tread, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly. Moreover, with your rather clumsy, scholarly pursuits, you hardly qualify to express gratitude. Had this been before, Lin Wei would have been infuriated. Yet at this moment, she felt only embarrassment and shame. She had never anticipated that the so-called madman and waste of society was, in fact, a person of unfathomable prowess. Even the elusive Mr. Miao from the academy, who was rarely seen, could not compare. Jiang Chen, undeterred by her thoughts, commanded, "Within 10 days, I must see the sparrow you paint. Solid and unyielding." "Yes, your highness." Lin Wei straightened her posture and nodded earnestly. "Go." Jiang Chen waved his hand. Lin Wei once again offered a deep bow. Carefully gathering her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone, cradling them as treasures in her arms, and joyfully dashed back. The 6 students in the courtyard, having just witnessed her tearful supplication, were now baffled by her sudden display of blissful delight. Once Jiang Chen had walked away, they cautiously approached, whispering, "Sister Lin, what has happened? Did His Highness treat you poorly?" Lin Wei was about to share the exhilarating news of her meteoric rise to great master painter with them, but she hesitated, biting her tongue. The world had misunderstood His Highness as a madman, and it was evident he wished to conceal his true capabilities. If she were to divulge this now, it would be tantamount to betrayal. She exhaled quietly, relieved that her instincts had saved her from a potential disaster. However, since these 6 juniors had also benefited from His Highness's mentorship, they would surely learn of his talents in due time. Therefore, she pulled them aside and lowered her voice. "I have something of utmost importance to share with you all." "What is it?" The 6 of them leaned in, curiosity piqued. "You must first swear that what I reveal today remains a secret from the 8th person," Lin Wei insisted gravely. The group was bewildered. They had just been in tears, and now she was asking for a secret to be shared? Yet, their curiosity was thoroughly ignited, and they knew they wouldn't sleep soundly that night without clarity. All right, we swear." The 6 of them, still in a daze, unanimously took their oaths. Lin Wei once again scanned her surroundings anxiously. Noticing that Jiang Chen showed no intention to intervene, it implied his tacit approval. Thus, with a solemn expression, she declared, "I must tell you all, every action you're currently undertaking, splitting stones, wielding hammers, tossing pebbles, serves as a unique method through which His Highness imparts his teachings. From this moment forth, you must diligently perform every action, attend to each task with utmost seriousness. Do not be complacent, for to do so would mean missing out on a monumental opportunity, one that could lead to lifelong regret. Renovating a house is a method of imparting teachings." The 6 individuals were momentarily stunned, their gazes converging on Lin Wei, who appeared both mysterious and agitated, her excitement palpable. They exchanged glances, the shared understanding reflected in their eyes. This senior sister seems to have been driven to madness by His Highness. No wonder she was just crying. Now, she suddenly radiates joy as if she has stumbled upon a treasure. Once their silent communication reached a consensus, sympathy crept onto their faces. "Yes, senior sister, we understand. Rest assured, we will work diligently. You may take a break. We will handle the tasks at hand." "Indeed," Xianxia chimed in, nodding vigorously, reaching for the notebook in Lin Wei's hands. "You've worked enough today. Please go rest." Lin Wei, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Upon noticing their expressions of concern, akin to those caring for a patient, realization dawned upon her. These individuals not only disbelieved her teachings, but also suspected that her mind had become unhinged, leading her to utter nonsensical words. Fury surged within her. "You fools. What I say is the truth. Of course we believe you." They chorused. Yes, please go rest. We will manage things here." You. Lin Wei glared at their dismissive attitudes, nearly exploding with rage. "I tell you, I am now a grand painter." "A grand painter?" Their collective gaze fell upon her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Weren't you always a scholar in the literary path? How did you suddenly become a painter?" a grand painter at that. Initially skeptical of her sanity, their doubts were swiftly dispelled with that proclamation. Ah, it is clear now, we see it. Senior sister is truly remarkable. Yes, indeed. Senior sister is formidable. You all. Lin Wei's lips trembled with indignation. It suddenly dawned upon her why the sixth prince had not advised her to keep this a secret. Such matters, unless experienced firsthand, would be utterly unbelievable to others. Not only would they not believe her, but she herself had become an example of madness. Oof. I have already told you. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Lin Wei, exasperated, stamped her foot, suppressing her tears, and withdrew to a corner, crouching down to weep. These tears were not shed for her own plight, but rather for the misunderstood sixth prince, Jiang Chen, who had bestowed upon her extraordinary gifts. At that moment, she finally grasped the agony of being misunderstood by all. The six individuals standing motionless observed Lin Wei, whose body trembled incessantly, and shook their heads in sympathy. It appeared that her madness had escalated to a rather severe extent. Just a quarter of an hour ago, she was still a scholar, and in the blink of an eye, she had abandoned her literary pursuits to become a grand painter. Such a rapid transformation seemed implausible, almost dreamlike. What shall we do? My friends? We entered together. We cannot simply abandon her. Indeed, if word spreads, we might be accused by our peers of lacking loyalty. Shall we gather some silver and take her to the physician tonight? I agree. Prompt treatment is essential. Thus, after a brief discussion, the six resolved to proceed as such. They rummaged through their pockets, ultimately gathering a meager sum of 3 taels of small silver coins. Soon, it was time to conclude their labor. Exhausted, they hastily consumed a few mouthfuls from the makeshift kitchen in the courtyard before approaching Lin Wei, who remained sulking in a corner. Sister, come. Let's take a stroll tonight to unwind. Unwind? Lin Wei lifted her head, her expression one of confusion as she regarded the six. Typically by this hour, these fellows would be utterly fatigued, sprawled on the ground. What prompted their sudden desire to wander the streets? Surely, they harbored ulterior motives. I refuse. Lin Wei averted her gaze defiantly. Exchanging glances, the group refrained from further dialogue. Li Deidi and another tall student seized her from either side, lifting her effortlessly. Sister, it will be quick. We shall return shortly. You, what are you doing? Lin Wei sensed the gravity of the situation and struggled desperately against their grip. However, Li Deidi's formidable strength rendered her efforts futile, and she found herself helplessly dragged from the premises. Upon being brought to a brightly lit street and spotting the prominent golden sign of the Huachuntang Clinic, enlightenment dawned upon her. You lot, I am not insane. Let me go. Her cries soon attracted a gathering of onlookers, who pointed and gossiped. What a pity for such a beautiful girl to have lost her sanity. Indeed, look at those students' attire. They must be esteemed scholars from the academy. How unfortunate. During this time, Shen Xining had been unwavering in her daily visits to the Chun Wang residence. She assured that in a few days, the effects of the Qingxi needle would manifest, ensuring Jiang Chen's mind would be remarkably lucid. Yet, while Jiang Chen's clarity improved, today Shen Xining's demeanor appeared somewhat troubled, her expression heavy with concern. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen inquired, Xiao Ning, what troubles you? You seem rather unhappy. It's nothing. Shen Xining replied, shaking her head, unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Chen pressed, is someone bothering you? How did you know? Shen Xining was taken aback. Indeed, someone was troubling her. And that person was none other than the second prince, Jiang Che. Early this morning, the personal maid of the second prince conveyed a message, stating that His Highness had invited her to the gathering of Talent's pavilion in the capital tomorrow. She was well aware of the underlying motive. It was merely a request for her to repay the favor regarding the pharmaceutical king's scripture. However, the original manuscript had been reduced to ashes by the individual before her, and she had not had the opportunity to clarify the situation previously. Now, she found herself at a loss as to how to explain it to the second prince. Because you're like a worm in my belly. I can sense it, Jiang Chen jested. Cut out. You're more like a worm in my belly. Shen Xining shot him a glance. Her cheeks flushed as she picked up her silver needle to continue his acupuncture treatment. Jiang Chen continued. Shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson? That way, he won't dare to trouble you again. Upon hearing this, Shen Xining felt a warmth in her heart. Despite his recent erratic behavior, he was genuinely considerate towards her. He had a knack for making her smile, often surprising her with delightful snacks. And his untainted affection made her feel as if she had returned to a carefree childhood. Observing his earnest profile, a subtle emotion began to blossom within her. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Xianxia quickly shook her head. No need, I can manage myself. This fellow had finally settled down for a few days. She couldn't let him cause any more trouble. Do you doubt my strength? Jiang Chen flexed his fist, producing a series of crisp sounds. Of course not. I believe you. Xianxia laughed at his antics, conceding, if I truly can't handle it, then you can step in to help me deal with him. All right? Jiang Chen fell silent, for he had already received news. The copy of the pharmaceutical king's scripture that he had casually transcribed had been purchased back at an exorbitant price of 26 million taels of silver by his wealthy second brother on the black market. It was clear to him what his second brother's intentions were in meeting Xianxia. Xianxia, who had gained a reputation as a small medical sage, was certainly no fool. Her inner turmoil stemmed from her reluctance to meet the second Prince Jiang Chen and become embroiled in the fierce competition among the princes for succession. However, although the pharmaceutical king's scripture had become somewhat irrelevant to her, she could not disregard the influence of the pharmaceutical valley behind her. Please don't cry, second brother. To prepare Xianxia for a less passive encounter with Jiang Chen the following day, Jiang Chen had her practice the 10th needle of Ghost Valley. Under his vociferous guidance, Xianxia made significant progress in her technique. With a few more attempts, she would likely master the essence of the 10th needle. On the following morning, Xianxia rose early. After her father had departed for court, she stealthily made her way to the eastern courtyard, where she lingered at the entrance of a somewhat antiquated bamboo house, peering inside with curiosity. Within the bamboo house, there was merely a row of simple wooden structures, their eaves adorned with strings of dried meat and salted fish, exuding the aroma of home-cooked meals. 2 bamboo cages at the entrance housed chickens that occasionally clucked in the morning light. However, within this humble abode, reminiscent of a rustic countryside dwelling, resides the esteemed Grand Tutor of the realm, the illustrious Diyu, whose influence permeates the court. It is not that he deliberately seeks a low profile. Rather, the Shen family is renowned for their integrity, never indulging in corruption or favoritism, solely devoted to serving the nation and its people with earnest diligence. Consequently, as the number of sycophants dwindles, so does their wealth, and true friends become a rare commodity. Thus, in his leisure, Grand Tutor Shan Jingyan tends to a small vegetable garden and raises a few chickens and ducks. He often remarks that interacting with these creatures is devoid of fatigue. They cluck when hungry and are satisfied once fed, free from the intricate machinations of human nature. Ah, Ningge, what are you doing lurking here so early in the morning? A gentle yet resonant voice emanated from within the courtyard. Xianxia Ning's eyes sparkled as she swiftly emerged from behind the door. In the yard stood an elderly gentleman clad in a plain robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. His countenance was lean, and his gaze profound and serene. Despite his advanced age, he maintained an upright posture, exuding an innate scholarly dignity that commanded respect without a hint of anger. He was none other than Xianxia Ning's grandfather, the Grand Tutor Shen Jingyan. She dashed over and affectionately linked her arm with his. Greeting, good morning, Grandpa. Shen Jingyan raised an eyebrow, suspecting that her sweet tone hinted at more than just a simple greeting. He opened the slightly ajar courtyard door and proceeded to the corner where the chicken coop was situated. Bending down to open the gate, he casually grabbed a handful of grain while inquiring in a calm manner, "Are you in need of money?" Xianxia Ning's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded shyly, "Yes. Grandpa truly possesses remarkable insight." "You little rascal." Shen Jingyan shook his head in resignation, casually asking, "How much do you need?" "Not much. Just 100,000 taels will suffice." 100,000 taels? Shen Jingyan paused mid-motion, his hand halting in disbelief. As his eyes twitched in shock, was this truly not an excessive amount? This was the first time she had asked him for money since her mother was still alive. It was precisely due to her mother's circumstances that the bond between grandfather and granddaughter had grown somewhat distant. Contemplating this, a complex expression flickered across Shen Jingyan's face. Very well, he understood his granddaughter's character. She had perfectly inherited the Shen family's ethos, practicing medicine without charging the impoverished and often subsidizing the cost of her own remedies. He realized that if she were not in dire straits, she would never set aside her bitterness over her mother's passing, an event he had remained passive about, to request this substantial sum from him. With a quiet sigh, Shen Jingyan waved his hand. "Just wait a moment." "Thank you, Grandpa. I knew you would be the best to me." Xianxia Ning beamed with delight. Shen Jingyan did not press her on the purpose of such a large sum. He scattered the grains, attracting a flurry of clucking hens eagerly competing for their feed. Once he brushed the remnants of grain from his hands, he turned to return to the wooden house of the old residents. A moment later, he produced a heavy, dark red wooden box and handed it to her. "Take this." "Thank you, Grandpa." Xianxia accepted the box with the reverence of a treasured gift and promptly dashed away. Observing her figure darting away faster than a rabbit, Jiang could only shake his head in resignation. Although he remained oblivious to the reason behind the girl's sudden need for such a substantial sum of silver, his instinct, honed over decades of navigating the imperial court, allowed him to surmise the situation. This girl was likely entangled in the fierce power struggles among the princes. If it weren't for the marriage contract from a decade ago, he, as the Grand Tutor, could have spoken a few words in front of the Emperor. Yet, now that the die was cast, he could only leave her fortunes to fate. He murmured a silent hope that the little madcap wasn't truly deranged and would manage to protect herself. Xianxia, clutching a wooden box, hurriedly made her way to her unassuming little carriage, setting off towards the Jushin Pavilion. The Jushin Pavilion was the largest and most renowned tavern in the capital, shrouded in mystery regarding its true ownership. Its branches spanned the 9 provinces, serving as a nexus of wealth and power. Here, the minimum cost for a meal began at a staggering 100 taels of silver, deterring ordinary nobles from even daring to approach. Yet, the second prince, Jiang Chen, had reserved the entire establishment for the day, showcasing the significance he placed on today's banquet. Upon arriving at the Jushin Pavilion, Xianxia found the perimeter strictly guarded by a cadre of imposing, armored guards, making it impossible for common folk to come near. As the carriage came to a halt, a middle-aged steward clad in brocade approached with a beaming smile. "Miss Shun, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. His Highness has prepared your favorite delicacies in the Tianzi private room and has been waiting for quite some time." Clutching her wooden box, Xianxia's delicate face revealed no signs of emotion as she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Lead the way." Following the steward into the Jushin Pavilion, she entered a first floor adorned with intricately carved sandalwood partitions, embellished with landscape embroidery, exuding elegance and charm. The eaves and columns of the building were adorned with calligraphic masterpieces, each stroke alive with vigor. This was the custom of the Jushin Pavilion. Any poet or writer whose work caught the eye of the judges could enjoy complimentary drinks, attracting literary figures from all corners. The second floor maintained a similar opulence, with even more luxurious compartments, carpets from the western regions, and curtains of shark skin, the air imbued with a subtle hint of ambergris. The third floor, renowned in the capital, housed the esteemed Sun's room. This area comprised 3 independent pavilions, each adorned with the timeless poetry of illustrious figures from various dynasties. Those capable of composing such verses could enjoy a year of complimentary drinks here. As Xianxia's gaze swept across the verses, her mind sought a particular name, Exiled. She pondered whether that celebrated poem, which had resounded throughout DU, was indeed penned by the madman Jiang Chen. "What nonsense am I thinking?" she chided herself, shaking her head to dispel the absurd notion. How could that lunatic possibly craft such breathtakingly brilliant lines? She had personally witnessed her lofty father meticulously copying the poem for also soaring clouds for 3 consecutive days and nights, utterly captivated, constantly exclaiming about its splendid verses and grand spirit. As she was guided to the 4th floor, her steps suddenly halted. Raising her gaze, she beheld the main hall of the prestigious Tian chamber, where, prominently displayed in the center, hung a massive plaque crafted from purple sandalwood. Upon it, in an elegant script, were inscribed the 4 resplendent characters, 4 also soaring clouds. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She had heard her grandfather mention that over the past few centuries, only a handful of poems had graced the esteemed Tian chamber of the Jushin Pavilion. One was penned by the most distinguished sage of the Dongli Howren Academy, while the other belonged to the elusive Mr. Miao Zhiqiu from the Tianlu Academy. Yet, at this moment, these 2 celebrated works were relegated to the sides, while 4 also soaring clouds hung regally at the center. It is known that poetry worthy of the Emperor's chamber bestows a lifelong privilege of unlimited libations. Just as Xianxia was lost in her reverie, a voice, gentle as jade, resonated from behind her, breaking her thoughts. "Sister Xining, are you astonished by this poem?" Turning her head, she saw a young man clad in a moon-white brocade robe standing at the entrance of the Tian chamber. His robe was adorned with golden thread depicting auspicious clouds, his stature upright, and a soft smile graced his face, reminiscent of a spring breeze. It was none other than the second prince, Jiang Chen. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," Your Highness, Xianxia regained her composure, slightly bowing her head in courtesy. Jiang Chen smiled warmly and invited her into the Tian chamber. The interior was fresh and elegant, with her favorite plain-colored curtains adorning the windows. And a vase at the corner held several budding white plums, while a burner in the corner wafted calming sandalwood incense. Clearly, this space had been specially arranged by Jiang Chen, with considerable effort invested. The table was laden with an array of exquisite delicacies, including crystal meat, crab roe lion's head, and squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, all of which were her childhood favorites. However, after spending time dining at the madman Jiang Chen's estate, where the simple yet spicy grilled meats had become her staple, she found herself disinterested in these meticulously crafted delicacies. At that moment, as she surveyed the spread before her, she felt it was greasy, her stomach churning, and one glance was enough to satiate her. Jiang Chen had anticipated her to display some semblance of gratitude. To his surprise, Xianxia merely sat indifferently to the side and placed the wooden box she carried onto the table with a thud. Your Highness, I'm grateful for your kind gesture. I have been preoccupied with various matters since you gifted me the first volume of the Pharmaceutical King as scripture, and have not had the chance to express my thanks in person. I hope you will not take offense. Chapter 54. The second Prince Jiang Chen was exasperated. Jiang Chen gracefully took a seat and personally poured her a cup of tea, his movements fluid and imbued with princely elegance. Sister Xining, you are too kind, he replied with a gentle smile, his gaze resting on her hands, which, though accustomed to grinding herbs, bore no signs of roughness. Though we both hail from noble lineages, our paths diverge. You seek to embrace the world, offering aid to those in need, while I find myself ensnared in the tumult of courtly strife. The esteemed Pharmaceutical King scripture, in the hands of His Highness the Prince, is merely a dusty tome, yet in the possession of you, the little healer, it transforms into an unparalleled treasure capable of saving countless lives and benefiting the common folk. While this statement may sound grandiose, it incited a roll of the eyes within Xianxia's heart. She was no fool. She could certainly discern the underlying implication that the second prince presented the hopes of the world as patience and the fortunes of the populace. To decline would be to disregard the suffering of countless individuals. Such moral coercion, had it been a fortnight ago, she might have felt an immense debt of gratitude for this Pharmaceutical King scripture. Fortunately, through the inexplicable torment inflicted by Jiang Chen, she inadvertently shattered the constraints of the 8 needles of Ghost Valley, mastering the 9th needle of reversal and even brushing against the threshold of the 10th needle of death. Now, the Pharmaceutical King scripture was of little consequence to her. She had even anticipated the words this individual intended to utter today. Xianxia lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, casually remarking, Your Highness's compassion and concern for the populace are commendable. I, Xining, express gratitude on behalf of all patients in the realm for your generosity. Her words, though light, effectively elevated Jiang Chen to great heights while omitting any mention of her own affairs. The composure on Jiang Chen's face dimmed slightly, clearly taken aback by Xianxia's tactful evasion. He waved his hand, redirecting the conversation. Sister Xining, come, let us not waste this splendid feast. I have specifically instructed the masters at the gathering of Worthy's pavilion to prepare dishes tailored to your usual tastes. Yet, Xianxia did not even reach for her chopsticks. She pushed the wooden box on the table forward, her clear gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Your Highness, I have come today not only to express my thanks, but also to convey an important matter. She paused, a hint of well-timed embarrassment gracing her features. The Pharmaceutical King scripture you previously bestowed upon me has, unfortunately, been misplaced. Misplaced? Jiang Chen's smile faltered, struggling to process the information. Such a rare treasure could be lost. He sensed a deeper reason behind her words. However, since he possessed a copy, it was not a grave concern. Just as he was about to generously dismiss the matter, Xianxia pointed at the wooden box on the table and continued, Your Highness, this is my compensation of 100,000 taels of silver. I implore you to accept it as restitution for my oversight. Jiang Chen's expression darkened instantly. After spending 1,000,000 taels, she believed a mere 100,000 could suffice. Yet, he soon grasped the truth. Losing the scripture was a pretext to distance herself from him and abstain from the struggle for succession, maintaining a facade of warmth. He waved his hand dismissively. Sister Xining, there is no need for such formality. To err is human. Who among us is infallible? It is merely a scripture. If it is lost, so be it. As he spoke, he retrieved a more exquisite jade box from his robe, intending to unveil it sooner than planned. Yet, witnessing Xianxia's unwavering resolve, he realized that if he did not reveal his trump card soon, he might lose the opportunity altogether. Xianxia opened the jade box, revealing an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age. The midsection of the pharmaceutical sovereign canon was not merely a continuation. It was the key to whether Yaowang Valley could break the restraints of the 8 needles of the Ghost Valley. He could hardly believe that Xianxia would be able to resist such temptation. Dear Sister Xining, this is the pharmaceutical sovereign canon midsection that I have tirelessly sought for you. It not only elucidates many of the perplexing points from the previous section, but also, I implore you, do not decline it. He pushed the jade box forward, his voice imbued with an undeniable confidence. However, as the box came to rest before Xianxia, she did not even lift her eyelids. Xianxia observed her lack of the anticipated excitement. The absence of the tears of gratitude from before, and even the slightest ripple of emotion was missing. His heart sank gradually. Xianxia gazed at the very tome that had once captivated her thoughts, her mind alert with alarm. The first section of the pharmaceutical sovereign canon might have been a gesture of goodwill towards her. But the swift retrieval of the second section made her acutely aware of the second prince's intentions. Instantly, she rose and pushed the jade box back, slightly bowing as she spoke. I am grateful for your concern for the patients of the world, Your Highness. However, my medical skills are rudimentary, and my understanding of such profound texts is limited. It would be more fitting for you to bestow this tome upon the esteemed elders of the medical academy, where it could foster the development of greater medical practitioners, thus better aiding you in your noble aspiration to save lives. With those words, she deftly dismantled Xianxia's carefully laid plans and dismissed his good intentions. Upon finishing her speech, she felt no lingering attachment and turned to leave. Jean-Luc stood friesen, scarcely able to believe his eyes. The pharmaceutical sovereign canon was the sole method capable of breaking the shackles of the 8 needles of the Ghost Valley, a fact long corroborated by Yaowang Valley. How could she refuse so resolutely? Had she perhaps already acquired the complete pharmaceutical sovereign canon? Impossible. He had paid an immeasurable price to procure 2 sections, and she had only emerged from Yaowang Valley less than half a year ago. Even if she possessed the financial means, she certainly lacked the time. What had gone awry? Suddenly, as she reached the door, Xianxia halted her steps and turned back. Ah, Your Highness, as a noble prince, you may refer to me as Miss Xian or Dr. Xin from now on. She herself was puzzled by her own words. Yet after saying them, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Perhaps she was merely worried that her mad brother, Chen, might misconstrue something. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia felt a surge of heat in his chest, a wave of bitterness rising up to his throat, nearly causing him to spew blood on the spot. He, Xianxia, the illustrious second prince of the Yu, the most formidable contender for the future throne, renowned throughout the realm, had never before faced such a merciless rejection and humiliation. It was an unprecedented experience. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the table, causing the heavy rosewood round table to tremble violently. A table laden with exquisite delicacies was violently shaken, causing dishes to soar and broth to splatter, resulting in a chaotic mess of shattered plates. Your Highness, please temper your anger. From behind the ornate screen, a figure gradually emerged, bowing respectfully to Xianxia. It was none other than his chief strategist, Mr. Zhang. Miss Xian is the designated heir of the Medicine King Valley. Her pride is to be expected. Mr. Zhang's voice was steady. If she were a shallow person easily swayed, she would lose all value to us. Xianxia inhaled deeply, suppressing his surging fury. He was well aware of this fact. Xianxin's recognition by the Medicine King Valley stemmed not only from her talent, but, more importantly, from her character, which earned her the admiration of the world. She practiced medicine and saved lives without seeking any remuneration, amassing an unparalleled reputation that was essential for his ambitions toward the crown. With such a consort rallying public support for him, his path to usurpation would be significantly eased. This was why he was willing to pay such a price. However, Xianxin's resoluteness and strong reaction far exceeded his expectations. Mr. Zhang, do you think a response might be influenced by that old man's words? A glint of cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Are you referring to Grandmaster Xinjingyan? Mr. Zhang inquired. Indeed, Zhang nodded. Although Xinjingyan had participated little in court affairs in recent years, harboring a desire for retirement, This cunning old fox was still feared by all for his astute capabilities. Beyond that, he could not fathom why Xianxia would reject the temptation of the Medicine King scriptures. Mr. Jiang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. It should not be him. Although Shan Jingyan possesses remarkable influence and can discern the unseen, if he were to actively guide Miss Shan, it would be tantamount to openly involving himself in the struggle for the throne, which is contrary to his cautious nature. But who else could be sabotaging this prince's interests? Zhang que question perplexedly. What the Medicine King scriptures signify is clear to Xianxia, yet she remains unyielding, declining so decisively. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Mr. Zhang observed Jiang Che's troubled expression, a flicker of insight gleaming in his murky eyes, and he spoke solemnly. Your Highness, I suspect the issue may lie with the sixth prince, Jiang Chen. Jiang Che's gaze snapped to Mr. Zhang, as if he were confronting an old fool. Jiang Chen? A madman? How could he possibly influence her? Surely I know who he is, even if he had some fortuitous encounters during his 10-year disappearance. It does not alter the fact that he is indeed a madman. What could a madman offer to make Xianxia forsake such immense fortune? Mr. Zhang recognized Jiang Che's skepticism, yet he struggled to articulate his intuition stemming from the Zhang family's lineage of celestial masters. He began to speak slowly, his tone laden with gravity. Your Highness, upon the return of the sixth prince, he shattered Su Yang's leg, subsequently slew a master, and publicly obliterated the Yuan measurement tablet with a single strike, even composing the astonishing poem For Also Soaring Clouds. While one or two of these incidents might be attributed to the antics of a madman, perhaps mere coincidence or luck, the sheer multitude of events surrounding him, all bearing a singular characteristic, cannot be overlooked. Mr. Zhang paused, articulating each word with deliberation. That is, since his return, he has yet to suffer a single setback. This is indeed most intriguing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che's gaze shifted. He suddenly recalled the day of the elegant gathering. They had meticulously devised a trap, intending to embarrass Jiang Chen publicly. Yet what was the outcome? That madman, with a series of seemingly absurd utterances and actions, not only effortlessly unraveled their scheme, but also caused both brothers to suffer a covert loss, leaving them humiliated before their father. The earlier incident of breaking Su Yang's leg could be dismissed as a fit of madness. However, the events at the gathering were anything but coincidental. Could it be an act? Once this thought sprouted, it proliferated wildly in Jiang Che's mind like untamed weeds. Whether it is an act, we cannot ascertain. But this sixth prince is certainly not as simple as he appears. Mr. Zhang's tone grew increasingly grave. Jiang Che approached the window, hands clasped behind him. Gazing down at the bustling crowd below, his eyes profound. If Jiang Chen is indeed concealing his true abilities, then this struggle for succession becomes perilous. At this juncture, a sudden jolt of realization struck him, especially now, as various factions within the court are exerting pressure regarding the newly established Shenwu division. And their father intends to use this as a test for the princes. Should that madman emerge victorious in this matter, the consequences could be dire. However, he quickly dismissed the notion as implausible. Even if the madman were indeed feigning, could he possibly transform those 7 discarded talents from Tianlu Academy into unparalleled geniuses? Jiang Che exhaled slowly, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. His modus operandi has always been to exert full force even when combating a mere rabbit, leaving no opportunity for any potential threat to regain footing. Mr. Zhang, I command you to dispatch individuals to monitor every movement of the Chun Wangfu closely and, if necessary, take decisive action. The last 2 words remained unspoken, yet the glint of cold determination in Jiang Che's eyes conveyed the immense trouble that Jiang Chen was about to face. Understood. Mr. Zhang clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then casually inquired, Your Highness, the pharmaceutical king scriptures cost a staggering 26 million taels. Speaking of this caused Jiang Che a pang of anguish. He was not entirely certain why the midsection of the pharmaceutical king scriptures had surfaced among a group of enigmatic assassins. Investigations led to an ambush that yielded no valuable information, resulting in significant losses for him. Ultimately, he was compelled to pay 26 million taels to procure it from the black market, a sum equivalent to an entire year's earnings from his extensive business across Dayu. Yet now, he would not accept a futile endeavor. He possessed myriad methods to compel her passive acceptance. You need not concern yourself with this matter. This prince has his own arrangements. Upon leaving the Gathering of Talents Pavilion, Shun Xining leaned comfortably against the carriage window, her spirit lifted after resolving a lingering worry. Her mood was exceptionally buoyant, and even the vendors' calls and the laughter of passers-by seemed to ring with a delightful charm. Yet, simultaneously, a flicker of doubt arose within her, akin to an undercurrent beneath the surface. She could not shake the feeling that her dealings with the second prince had been alarmingly smooth. Reflecting on it, if she had not mastered the 9th and 10th needles beyond the 8 needles of Gigu, would she not have succumbed to the allure of the royal pharmacopoeia? At this thought, she became acutely aware that everything seemed far too coincidental, almost unervingly so. Had she not acquired those 2 needles, she would undoubtedly have accepted Jiang Chen's royal pharmacopoeia today, which would have plunged her into the murky waters of the prince's struggle for succession, making it nearly impossible to extricate herself. Yet, just as she began to delve into the first part of the royal pharmacopoeia, on the verge of being ensnared, Jiang Chen had, in an almost supernatural manner, enabled her to break free from her constraints and grasp the 9th needle. This effectively rendered the royal pharmacopoeia worthless, leaving Jiang Chen's ambitions in vain, and allowing her to withdraw her foot from the mire she had inadvertently stepped into. Could it be that Brother Chen is a master of the healing arts? The moment this thought emerged, she immediately shook her head, finding it ludicrous. He spent his days engaging in nonsensical antics, appearing quite mad. If he were truly a holy physician, he would have long since cured his own affliction. Yet, if he were not, how could he have fortuitously led her to break the shackles of the 8 needles of Gigu in such an astonishing manner? Chapter 56. Shun Xining's Upcoming Troubles. Shun Xining had not pondered this deeply before, but now, connecting Jiang Chen's intentions with Jiang Chen's earlier antics while she was needling, along with today's outcome, she felt as if Jiang Chen were an omniscient strategist, observing the game with a detached demeanor. He seemed to be silently protecting her in his own way, ensuring she did not fall into danger. Had I never truly understood Brother Chen? At this realization, her heart jolted, and she immediately called out to the driver, "Uncle Shun, turn around, to the Chen Wangfu." "Yes, miss." The driver, Uncle Shun, replied promptly, swiftly redirecting the carriage towards another street. Moments later, the carriage halted in front of the dilapidated gates of the Chen Wangfu. Shun Xining, lifting her skirts, hurried inside. She traversed the backyard and arrived at the familiar pavilion, where sight made her stomp her foot in frustration. Jiang Chen was embracing the suddenly appearing mutt, his large hand delivering slaps to its face like a fan, all the while berating it. "Where's the food? I sent you to find some game, and you bring me a rat." The fleeting thought that he might be feigning madness was instantly dispelled by this slap. After more than half a month of acupuncture. How could this be? "Xiao Ning, when did you arrive? What are you hiding there for?" Jiang Chen noticed her and immediately released the dog, which he had previously caused to see stars. "I just got here." Shun Xining, feeling disheartened, walked to the stone bench in the pavilion and sat down. She truly wished Jiang Chen were merely pretending to be foolish, but the scene before her, even the dog was acting up, was far from anything normal. "You didn't come here just to see me, did you?" Jiang Chen inquired as he sat beside her, curiosity etched across his face. "I am." Shun Xining instinctively wanted to say she had come to give him acupuncture, but upon touching her shoulder, she realized she had not brought her medical kit for the banquet. "I knew you must have been captivated by my charm long ago. Is it true that one day apart leaves your heart feeling empty?" Jiang Chen said with an understanding expression, winking playfully at her. Shun Xining rolled her eyes at him. "You narcissist. Can't I just sit here without coming to give you acupuncture?" "Of course you can." Jiang Chen suddenly dropped his playful demeanor and leaned in closer. "But I see a frown on your face. If it's not because you miss me, then someone must be troubling you?" The unexpected teasing and concern warmed Shun Xining's heart, yet she stubbornly replied, "Stop being so vain. My father is the Minister of Personnel. Who would dare bully me? It's you who shouldn't torment to hate anymore." Jiang Chen turned to glance at the dog beside them, which was wagging its tail furiously and nodding its head in agreement. He remarked irritably, "What are you looking at?" "Scram." As he lifted his foot to kick the cheeky creature, he hesitated and withdrew his leg. "I didn't bully it. It was just itchy, and I was helping it scratch." He casually deflected before changing the subject. "By the way, aren't you a disciple of the Medicine King Valley? I heard they are quite strict with their disciples. Even family visits have time limits. How come it seems like you're free every day? Are you on a relaxed schedule?" Upon hearing this, a hint of pride appeared on Shun Xining's face. "I am one of the candidate sanuses of the Medicine King Valley, currently undergoing a 3-year worldly experience. My actions are not constrained by the Sectes rules. I can go wherever I please." Experience, huh? Jiang Chen looked her up and down, a knowing smile playing on his lips. So, you came to gain experience at my Chun Wangfu? Shun Xining's cheeks flushed red. Realizing he was about to tease her again, she quickly composed herself and adopted the demeanor of a Medicine King Valley disciple. As disciples, we are dedicated to healing others, emphasizing a commitment to see things through. As long as the patient remains unwell, the treatment is not considered complete. Jiang Chen feigned horror, retracting his neck. Does that mean if you don't cure my madness, you'll have to stick with me for life? Stick with you? Can't you speak properly? Shen Xining scolded him, her cheeks burning. If one were to say this fellow was mad, his words always had a way of stirring the heart. If he wasn't mad, he was always flirting with his light-hearted banter. Nevertheless, she also sensed a subtle hint in Jiang Chen's words that suggested he might want her to leave. Had he shown such an attitude before? She might have been angered enough to walk away. With merely half a month remaining until the grand examination at Tianlu Academy, she could already envision the scenario wherein Jiang Chen would be thrust into the eye of the storm, becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the entire imperial capital. If she were to depart, who would come to his aid in such a dire moment? Whether out of childhood camaraderie or in gratitude for his assistance in breaking the shackles of the 8 needles of Ghost Valley, she resolved to remain by his side for one last time. Once I have mastered the 10th needle of death, I will assist you with a few more treatments, she declared resolutely. More needles? Jiang Chen instinctively recoiled at her words. I assure you, I'm not mad. I am perfectly well. If you doubt me, feel free to test my faculties. I know you are not mad. Shan Xining sighed, soothing him as one might comfort a patient. I merely wish to help you restore your health and strengthen your constitution. Jiang Chen wore a pained expression. After having been her experimental subject for over half a month, he felt as though she had not yet satisfied her curiosity. It was not annoyance he felt. Rather, her presence at his residence indicated that she had not fallen into Jiang Che's schemes. He was well aware of his second brother's petty nature. Once he set his sights on something, he would stop at nothing to obtain it. If he failed, it was merely due to a lack of skill. If this girl remained, considerable trouble was likely to follow. Sighing inwardly, Jiang Chen suddenly posed a seemingly irrelevant question. Is your grandfather still alive? Could you not ask something more pleasant? Shen Xining retorted, somewhat irked. My grandfather is healthier than you. By the way, why do you inquire about him? Nothing in particular. I just recalled he was once my teacher in my youth and was merely curious, Jiang Chen replied casually. Oh, Shen Xining nodded, not dwelling on it further. Does your grandfather no longer teach those princes? Jiang Chen inquired suddenly. Shen Xining shook her head. This brought forth vivid memories of 10 years ago in the study. In the past, her grandfather, the esteemed Grand Tutor Shun Jingyan, had been remarkably proud and aloof, unyielding even in the face of those of noble birth. He would shake his head when necessary and reprimand when warranted, without a hint of courtesy. Yet, upon first encountering the 6th prince, Jiang Chen, he had been overcome with excitement, proclaiming him a prodigious talent and declaring him the hope of Dayu's future. However, this promising situation was short-lived. Merely 2 days later, her grandfather fell gravely ill, and it was discovered that he had suffered internal injuries from sheer frustration. From that point onward, whenever her grandfather encountered Jiang Chen, his expression would darken as if he had seen the bottom of a pot, requiring several days of bed rest to recover, all the while cursing, rascal, madman. The infamous title of madman that her brother Chen had gained had originated from the lips of her grandfather, the most revered grand tutor of Dayu. Afterward, her grandfather had completely retreated to the rear courtyard, constructing a bamboo cottage and tending to a flock of hens, embracing a life of seclusion. He publicly claimed to be unworthy and unlearned, fearing he might misguide the youth, and thus refrained from teaching. Yet, throughout the capital, few were unaware that this legendary grand tutor had been driven to abandon his post by the 6th prince, Jiang Chen. However, she had inquired several times. Yet her grandfather adamantly denied it, merely sighing deeply and lamenting that his past literary prowess had withered away, claiming that continuing to teach would only bring disgrace. Jiang Chen scratched his head, astonished. Didn't your grandfather always say he would shed the last drop of blood for our great Yu dynasty? Is he suffering from anemia, or is a thrombus obstructing his vessels? Shen Xining shot him an exasperated glance. It's all your fault. Observing Jiang Chen's foolish demeanor, a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Her grandfather was already over 100 years old and had not much longer to live. She hoped he wouldn't be driven to his grave in anger. Quickly, she changed the subject. All right, haven't you eaten yet? Let me take you to buy some groceries and cook. Yes. Right? Upon the mention of food, Jiang Chen dismissed Shun Jingyan and exclaimed, I had forgotten. I haven't eaten all day. Seeing his distressed expression, Shun Xining felt a pang of sympathy and grasped his wrist. Let us go buy fish to grill? No way. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously. Today I want to eat roasted suckling pig. No sooner had the words left his lips than the lethargic dog, Sang Biao, perked up at the mention of roasted suckling pig, his ears twitching, and he sprang to his feet, tongue lolling and drool nearly pooling on the ground. For the past half-month, Shun Xining had been the sole provider for both the man and the dog. They had roasted almost every notable beast and fowl from the capital. Only her father, the minister Shun, indulged his daughter. A common family would find it hard to sustain such gluttons. However, Shun Xining had also nurtured the insatiable appetite within herself. She had no idea where Jiang Chen had acquired his extraordinary grilling skills. The roasted meat was crisp on the outside, sprinkled with unknown spicy seasonings. It appeared greasy. It was rich without being heavy, bursting with flavor, making one yearn for another bite, impossible to resist. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed from the little healer of Medicine King Valley into a veritable food lover. Indeed, this was one of the reasons she frequented the prince's residence. It was Jiang Gij who revealed to her that everything in this world could be roasted. After a whirlwind feast, the trio, a man, a dog, and a girl sat, their bellies full and bodies sprawled on the chairs, unable to move. On the grill, a sizzling pig hind leg remained. Jiang Chen wrapped it in oiled paper and tucked it into Shun Xining's arms. Take this back for your grandfather to enjoy. Shun Xining did not refuse. Today, she had just borrowed 100,000 taels from her grandfather and had yet to properly express her gratitude. This would serve as a fitting gift. She just wondered if her grandfather, who had maintained a bland diet all his life, would be able to adjust to such rich fare. After bidding farewell to Shun Xining, Jiang Chen and Sang Biao, one large and one small, sprawled languidly in the pavilion. Jiang Chen let out a contented burp, gazing at the setting sun in the distance, and murmured, I wonder if that old man can understand my intentions. It doesn't matter. After all, she is his beloved granddaughter, with his enduring spirit. He surely cannot remain so obstinate forever. The following day, a thick morning mist enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Chen, concerned that Sang Biao might sneak out again, rose early. Fortunately, that fellow was still in the courtyard, indulging in slumber, appearing quite docile. He approached, intending to assign a task. But as he descended from the loft and had taken only a few steps, he was startled by a cacophony of shouts and curses emanating from the entrance of the estate, loud enough for half the royal residence to hear. What could be causing such commotion? Jiang Chen, intrigued, opened the grand door of the estate, only to find a group of servants surrounding another group, shoving and jostling, with a throng of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. He frowned and pushed his way through the crowd. Upon a mere glance, his expression grew grim. Xiaozhan, Li Deidi, and Sun Yu were being held down, their faces bruised and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood to the side, her face ashen, weeping and repeatedly bowing in supplication. Young Master Wang, I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to. I will compensate you. Compensate? A burly young man, adorned in finery, clutched his waist with a disdainful look. My waist is of utmost value. What could you possibly offer? As he spoke, his beady eyes roamed over Xianxia, noting her delicate, tear-streaked visage, a glint of lewdness flickering in his gaze. However, if you are willing, he grinned, extending his pudgy hand toward her cheek. Jiang Chen's expression darkened like a stormy sky. He stepped forward, twisting his wrist to grasp the young man's wrist with a grip like iron. What is happening here? His sudden appearance silenced the ruckus. The young man's ruffians snapped to attention, ready to surge forward. Impudence! Release my young master! One of them shouted. Your Highness! Xianxia, upon seeing Jiang Chen, exclaimed in relief, rushing towards him as though she had found her anchor. The mention of your Highness caused the ruffians to halt abruptly. The young master, too, was taken aback, quickly recognizing the identity of the person before him. Jiang Chen, the infamous sixth prince of the imperial capital. Oh, it is His Highness the sixth prince? He stammered, feigning composure. These wretches, silence. Jiang Chen interjected sharply, releasing his grip and pointing at Li Deidi on the ground. You speak. Seeing the opportunity, Li Deidi freed himself from the grasp of the servant pinning him, and, alongside Xiaozhan and Sun Yu, they helped each other to stand, heads bowed, as they explained. Your Highness, it was Qin Shimi who, after purchasing her goods this morning, inadvertently startled young Master Wang's carriage. causing it to overturn and injuring his waist. And so, you did not retaliate, allowing them to assault you? Jiang Chen continued, taking up the conversation. The three, filled with shame, nodded in unison, burying their heads even lower. Wang Liang, emboldened by the rationale favoring his stance, recalled that his grandfather was the esteemed grand tutor of the current dynasty. This mere deposed prince before him seemed insignificant, and thus he puffed out his chest with bravado. "Six, Prince, have you heard? It was she who startled my steed. This horse is a rare breed, unique to the Flame Beast sect, not to mention its worth. Do you comprehend the extent of my injuries and the consequential delays in my affairs? Were she not a woman, I would have already broken her legs. I merely seek compensation, which I consider to be extraordinarily magnanimous." Chapter 58. Now, it is time to settle the account of this prince. Wang Liang surveyed the crowd, deliberately raising his voice. Even as a prince, one must adhere to reason, right? Indeed, young Master Wang speaks truth. The onlookers echoed, supporting his claims. Startling a horse and injuring a person warrants compensation. Jiang Chen cast a steely gaze over the crowd, his anger boiling. What is all this commotion? His thunderous voice resonated like a clap of thunder, silencing the gathering instantly. Those who had supported Wang Liang shrank back, too intimidated to speak further. Jiang Chen's cold gaze swept over them before lingering momentarily on a middle-aged man lurking within the crowd. This individual, slender in form, yet possessing remarkably sturdy limbs, bore the unmistakable signs of someone well-versed in martial arts. Upon meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, the man instinctively turned aside, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Feigning disinterest in the unfolding drama, Jiang Chen redirected his focus to the robust brown steed beside the carriage. His attention caught by a small patch of damaged fur on the horse's hindquarters. It was evident that the true cause of the horse's fright was an injury inflicted by some concealed weapon, leading to its uncontrollable panic. He glanced back at the arrogant Wang Liang. It was clear to him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The spectacle staged at the entrance of the Wang residence early in the morning was clearly aimed at someone specific. "Very well," Jiang Chen spoke suddenly, his tone composed. "What compensation do you require?" Wang Liang was momentarily taken aback, but his spirits soared in delight as he puffed out his chest. "I am not unreasonable. Given the fright my steed has suffered and my own injuries, a sum of 10,000 taels of silver would suffice to put this matter to rest." 10,000 taels? Li Deidi and the others gasped. However, feeling guilty, they found themselves unable to contest. The previous onlookers resumed their murmurs of agreement. "Yes, quite reasonable. I recognize this horse. It is bred from the flame blood horse of the Flame Beast sect, which alone is worth 30,000 taels. Indeed, had this been any other young noble, those people would have been beaten to a pulp." As these discussions unfolded, Wang Liang's arrogance swelled further, even leading him to believe he had set a low price. Yet, having spoken, he hesitated to raise it. "Very well," Jiang Chen nodded, 10,000 taels it shall be. Attributed to me. Wang Liang was utterly stunned. He never anticipated that the legendary madman, the sixth prince, would be so amenable. Initially, he had prepared to leverage the presence of numerous witnesses to escalate the situation. However, Jiang Chen abruptly shifted his tone, coldly regarding him. "Your account has been settled. Now, it is time to reckon with mine." "Wah, what account do you have?" Wang Liang was taken aback. "Your Highness. Rise only after the sun has ascended high in the sky. Today, due to your raucous disturbance at my residence, I was deprived of a full 3 hours of sleep." Jiang Chen stated leisurely. "This has severely impacted my physical and mental well-being. As the saying goes, time is more precious than gold, and such losses cannot be compensated with money." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with no one daring to contradict him. Regardless of the worth of Jiang Chen's life, he was, after all, a prince who would argue against the value of a royal's exquisite existence. Wang Liang was incensed. This is absurd. This is extortion." "Extortion?" Jiang Chen chuckled. No. I have never had a concept of money. I do not require you to compensate me." Wang Liang exhaled in relief. "Then I can apologize. An apology is unnecessary. I have no interest in flattery." "What do you wish then?" Wang Liang observed the cold glimmer in Jiang Chen's eyes, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. "You have inflicted harm upon my body and mind." Jiang Chen stepped forward. "I merely wish for you to experience the taste of such affliction." Before his words could fully resonate, his figure vanished from sight. "Moments later, smack." A resounding slap echoed. Wang Liang's corpulent frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was lifted off the ground by the force, spinning twice in the air before Jiang Chen, like a specter, materialized behind him, seizing his collar. With a sudden knee strike, Jiang Chen forcefully impacted Wang Liang's midsection. The sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible. Wang Liang let out a wretched scream, his body contorted like a shrimp. "Release my young master." The group of ruffian servants finally reacted, charging forward in fury. Jiang Chen retaliated with a sweeping motion, and bang, bang, bang. Several of them were sent reeling as if struck by a battering ram, crashing into the previously unsuspecting onlookers, causing them to spew blood and wail in agony. The ordinary citizens, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, shrieked in terror and fled in an instant. "Your Highness!" Zhao Hu and the others, both frightened and astonished, hurriedly approached to dissuade him. "Your Highness, please quell your wrath." This had become a grave predicament. Wang Liang's grandfather was the current Grand Tutor. Although Jiang Chen was a prince, he wielded no real power. Should this incident reach the Criminal and Military Affairs Division, which oversees law and order in the imperial city, they would all be implicated. Yet, Jiang Chen paid no heed to their pleas, releasing his grip and allowing Wang Liang, whose face was swollen like a pig's and frothing at the mouth, to collapse onto the ground. He slowly approached the magnificent steed, expressionless, and raised his hand to deliver a swift slap upon the horse's rear. The proud and fiery creature suddenly stiffened, its legs faltering, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, silenced forever. "Take it inside. Tonight we feast," Jiang Chen commanded with a wave of his hand, then turned silently towards the Wang Fu, leaving behind a cacophony of wails and stunned disbelief. The grand gates of the estate slammed shut. In the courtyard, the lifeless steed lay discarded upon the ground, resembling a mound of flesh. Xiao Zhan and Lin Wei were summoned, standing alongside Li Deidi as they beheld Jiang Chen, who stood in the center of the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back, silent and brooding, the atmosphere stifling and oppressive. They sensed that the mad prince had truly lost his mind today, and they feared they might not escape a beating themselves. "Your Highness, forgive me," Xianxia murmured, her head bowed, her form trembling, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. "All of you, come here," Jiang Chen gestured dismissively, then seated himself upon a stone chair in the courtyard. He lifted his gaze, calmly surveying the 6 trembling figures before him, except for Lin Wei, whose face was etched with guilt. Among them, she possessed the highest cultivation, yet she had been dragged away by Xiao Zhan and the others to the medical hall for treatment. Otherwise, she would have surely subdued that rotund fellow with ease. For the 6th prince was not truly deranged. "Then tell me, why did you not retaliate?" Jiang Chen's gaze pierced like a blade into the 3 with bruised faces. "Lift your heads and look at me," he commanded, his voice low and heavy. The 7 of them trembled, raising their heads in fear, unable to meet his eyes. Chapter 59. The blood feast of the mystical beast delivered to our doorstep. Li Deidi glanced at Xiao Zhan, whose face bore remnants of bruising. Then, at the still red eyes of Xianxia. He opened his mouth, but ultimately hung his head, unable to utter a word. Jiang Chen was struck with a mix of amusement and frustration at his pitiful demeanor. "Are you worried that if you retaliate, that fat fool will escalate his violence against you? Li datia nudda silanli. And if you do not fight back, does he spare you?" Jiang Chen countered, his words striking each heart like a heavy hammer. Upon hearing this, the 7 lowered their heads once more. In the past, when faced with similar situations, they had simply allowed the boorish sons of the affluent to beat them, sustaining minor injuries until their assailants grew bored, thus granting them a semblance of mercy. This practice of enduring humiliation for the sake of peace had long become an instinct for survival among these lower-tier scholars. How could Jiang Chen remain unaware of their humble plight? This fear of the affluent and powerful was ingrained in the very bones of every commoner. Of course, those in positions of power were not exempt. They too harbored their own fears. Indeed, even the mighty Diyu dynasty, when confronted with unspeakable forbidden zones and the eternal doctrines, displayed moments of humility and retreat. In plain terms, they lacked the fortitude. "So cowardly. I know what you are thinking," Jiang Chen declared, rising to pace before them, his voice icy. "You may believe that taking a step back will open up a vast expanse of possibilities. Yet, have you ever pondered what your concessions truly yield? Allow me to enlighten you. It is nothing but an escalation of bullying, an endless cycle of probing and oppression from the adversary. Today, You may choose not to retaliate for the safety of your companions, but will you not find yourself tomorrow on your knees, begging for mercy in pursuit of your own future? And what of the day after? Will you betray your own comrades to save your own life? These words struck like slaps across the faces of the gathered, a harsh reality check. Only Lin Wei grasped the true essence of Jiang Chen's message. She alone bore the weight of guilt, for among their 7, her cultivation was the highest. Yet during the incident, she had been dragged away by Xiao Zhan and others to seek medical attention. Otherwise, she would have ensured that the rotund bully was thoroughly subdued. The other 6 were left shaken, their faces flushed with a mixture of shame at their own weakness and a profound helplessness in the face of reality. They did not lack the desire to resist. Rather, they were paralyzed by fear and inability. The cost of defiance was simply too great for them to bear. In unison, they lifted their gazes, astonished at Jiang Chen, a rumored madman, capable of articulating such profound truths. Had they been mistaken all along? Was Lin Shiji truly correct? They turned their heads towards Lin Wei, who bore an expression of remorse, but the subsequent words made them question their own assumptions. Let me tell you this. In this world, dignity is not bestowed upon you by others. It is forged through your own strength and resolve. If you wish to evade bullying, to protect yourself and those you cherish, there exists but one path. Jiang Chen abruptly halted, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over each individual as he thundered. That path is to become more audacious than anyone else. Be fierce enough to instill fear in all. Be so brazen that your words become the law. Be so resolute that your assertions become the truth. From this day forth, remember this. While you reside within my Chun Wangfu, should anyone dare to strike you, you shall retaliate tenfold. Should anyone dare to insult you, make them regret ever entering this world. If the heavens themselves should fall, I shall bear the burden for you. The 6 were left utterly bewildered. Your Highness, while you are indeed a prince, we are but ordinary students. To assault the grandson of the Grand Tutor in public, surely you can withstand the consequences, but what of us? This appears rather mad, indeed. Yet his words ignited a fervor within them, rekindling the flames of passion that had long been extinguished. They had never imagined that a lofty prince would stand before them, uttering such empowering words, offering them support. Though his words were somewhat unhinged, they crystallized the understanding that retreat does not yield respect. It only invites deeper disdain and oppression. To carve out an existence in this merciless world, where status can crush the unwary, Jiang Chen's counsel stands as the singular route forward. In this moment, they felt that their suffering over the past days had not been in vain. Although no readily accessible elixirs or secret manuals were obtained, the mere utterance of his words and the weight of his promise rendered everything worthwhile. In that moment, their postures unconsciously became more upright, with His Highness bearing the weight of all matters. If they were to cower any further, they would ultimately scorn themselves. Jiang Chen observed the subtle change in their demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. When dealing with such individuals at the bottom of the hierarchy, many profound principles fall on deaf ears. It is essential to ignite their passion, allowing them to comprehend the world's laws, but the path must be forged by themselves. As for whether they desire to live with dignity, it hinges on their willingness to shatter the bone of humility that binds them. Presently, it seemed that the 6 possessed commendable resolve, a realization they had all grasped. Enough. Jiang Chen pointed at the mound of flesh on the ground. Go, prepare that horse. It will be your sustenance for the next fortnight. A jolt of surprise coursed through them. That steed bore the bloodline of an arcane beast. Its flesh, a potent nourishment for warriors, capable of strengthening the body and fortifying foundations, valued at tens of thousands of taels. Would His Highness truly allow them to consume such a treasure? Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Any delay would render the meat less fresh. Thank you, Your Highness. The thrill in their hearts surged as they dashed towards the fallen horse, hurriedly lifting the carcass and making their way to the kitchen in the courtyard, fearful of being too slow. Lin Wei stamped her foot in frustration, her anger flaring upon noticing the furtive glances exchanged among the group and the skeptical looks cast her way. A bunch of wooden-headed fools. She was all too aware that the blood of the fiery horned steed was specifically procured by His Highness from Wang Liang to bolster their sinews and fortify their foundations. She had initially believed that Jiang Chen's actions would reveal to them that he was not the madman the world perceived him to be, but these imbeciles. Soon enough, they would come to regret their short-sightedness. Jiang Chen reclined casually back onto the stone chair, stretching comfortably. His early rise was intended for a venture into the mountains outside the city to find some blood nourishment for these younglings, to arrange special training for them. However, he had not anticipated that someone would deliver a pillow to him in his moment of drowsiness. It was evident that this gesture bore the mark of his notoriously petty second brother, Xianxia. Furthermore, it was a steed endowed with the bloodline of an arcane beast. Arcane beasts are creatures of a significantly higher tier than ordinary wildlife, embodying the primal energies of heaven and earth. In the present day, within the Jiuzhou continent, such beings are exceedingly rare. The few remaining bloodlines are tightly controlled by the major empires and elite sections. Chapter 60. The Sixth Prince's Disregard for Royal Authority. The unique arcane beast of the Diyu dynasty is known as the Crimson Moon Wolf, entirely crimson, charging forth like fire. The royal family has devoted a millennium to the cultivation of merely 10,000 steeds, thus forming an invincible legion known as the Crimson Flame Army, one of the strategic weapons concealed by the Diyu dynasty. However, today's events are shrouded in a facade of confrontation, while the underlying motive is indeed a test. His naive brother is cunningly employing a strategy of utilizing another's weapon to eliminate his foes. Through the clumsy antics of the Grand Tutor's grandson, he endeavors to gauge the capabilities of the students he has gathered, thereby deducing his own current strength and standing. Little did he anticipate that these individuals would exhibit such cowardice. Despite hiring numerous onlookers as actors, he has achieved nothing, instead incurring the ire of the Wang family. The Grand Tutor, Jiang Chen, mused quietly to himself, tilting his head and comfortably leaning back against his chair, closing his eyes to indulge in a brief respite. Meanwhile, within the Golden Yuan Hall, the oppressive atmosphere of the morning court persisted. The establishment of the Zhenwu division had resurfaced as a topic of contention due to the recent disturbances caused by remnants of the chaotic sect, igniting heated debates among various factions. Ultimately, however, it was forcefully suppressed by Emperor Yuan Jiangyuan, rubbing his weary brow. He was about to dismiss the court when a sharp, quacking voice pierced the air from outside. Report. Grand Tuteur Wang de request en audience. The mention of the Grand Tutor sent shockwaves through the assembly. Wang had long since retired from political affairs and had not appeared in court for many years. What could prompt such a visit now? The court erupted into whispers and speculation. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Yet he steeled himself and gestured grandly. Summon him. Moments later, an elderly gentleman clad in the Grand Tutor's ceremonial robes burst into the hall, his rotund figure collapsing to the ground as he prostrated himself, performing the customary 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, you must take heed of this old servant. Tears streamed down Wang De's face as he lamented. My only grandson, Wang Liang. This very morning, he was brutally assaulted by the 6th prince in the streets, leaving him paralyzed. Even his fiery steed was slain and devoured by the 6th prince. I beseech your Majesty to grant justice for this old servant. As his voice faded, the court, consisting of over 100 officials, fell into stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of reactions. Some secretly reveled in schadenfreude, others feigned indifference, yet many appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. The emperor, too, was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression darkened. You ungrateful wretch! He had initially thought this elderly man sought to pressure him regarding the Zhenwu division, only to discover that his own reckless son had once again harmed another's grandson. Why did it always come to this? Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he beckoned to the chief eunuch, Hua Banban, who quickly understood and retreated. The emperor's countenance returned to its usual composure as he spoke in a deep, measured tone. Lord Wang, rise. Please recount the details of this incident. If it is indeed Jiang Chen's deliberate wrongdoing, I shall not show favoritism to any party. The esteemed minister Su felt an undeniable sense of familiarity with the words spoken. Wang De immediately recounted the morning's events, his lamentations unceasing. Meanwhile, the returning Hua Banban whispered something into Jiang Yuan's ear. Upon hearing this, the emperor's gaze flickered with a hint of fragmentation, yet he composed himself, nodding subtly, his expression returning to normal. He addressed the weeping Wang De with a commanding voice. My dear minister, indeed, the fault lies with Jiang Chen. I empathize with your sentiments. Rest assured, I shall not favor any party. According to the laws of Diyu, state your demands for compensation. I shall not shy away. Compensation under the laws of Daiyu? Wang De, who had been crying fervently, suddenly froze, his sobs caught in his throat. He had prepared a fervent speech, intent on rallying the elder ministers to vehemently denounce the prince's misdeeds and compel the emperor to punish the perpetrator severely. Yet, upon the emperor's utterance, he was met with the mere suggestion of compensation. What sort of approach was this? I speak of state law, and you speak of compensation? Your Majesty. Wang De regained his composure, indignation bubbling forth. What we seek is not mere compensation. That rebellious sixth prince brazenly committed violence in public, showing utter disregard for the law, assaulting the family of a court official. Such heinous acts, if left unpunished, how can we uphold the law and quell the anger of the people? As his words hung in the air, the seasoned minister Su En, who had previously suffered from similar grievances, leisurely stepped forward. Minister Wang, your Majesty is indeed upholding the law. You may be unaware, but the laws of Daiyu, specifically Article 128, clearly state, any individual who is mentally deranged and causes injury, if not resulting in death, shall have their guardian bear full responsibility, providing monetary compensation without facing criminal charges. At this revelation, silence enveloped the assembly. It dawned upon everyone that when Jiang Chen had left Su An's grandson crippled, the matter had also ended without resolution. The root of this situation was now laid bare. This old fox had concealed it well. Minister of War Shan Yin timely rose, stroking his beard and affirming, indeed, such laws do exist. I recall, during the revisions of the laws, it was you, esteemed Su, who proposed this addition, was it not? Eyes shifted en masse towards Su and several other elder ministers who had participated in those revisions, their gazes laden with intrigue. Wang's heart sank heavily. This law exceeded his expectations. Instinctively, he glanced towards the third prince, Jiang Feng, positioned among the royal line on the right side of the throne, dressed in resplendent robes. His countenance was as polished as jade, seated with perfect posture, his attention seemingly aloof from the surrounding tumult, exuding an air of serene detachment. Yet, the sight of him sent a chill through Wang's heart. His grandson had only stepped out this morning after receiving an invitation from this very third prince. Having navigated the court for a century, if he could not discern his grandson being used as a pawn, then his efforts had been in vain. However, his grandson must not suffer this injustice in silence. The Wang family deserved reparation. With resolve hardening within him, Wang's face flushed crimson as he once more fell to his knees, crying out, Your Majesty, madness cannot serve as an excuse for his violent actions. Our great Daiyu was founded on martial principles, prioritizing stability above all. Today, he may strike the grandson of an esteemed official due to madness. Tomorrow, could he not, in a fit of lunacy, storm into the Golden Hall with a blade? This precedent must not be set. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to rescind the decree. Although the Emperor Yuan is generally affable, this demeanor is maintained only when his boundaries are not crossed. Now, Wang De has audaciously challenged the laws of Daiyu and the authority of the emperor himself, provoking his wrath. Preposterous! A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Golden Hall, silencing the assembly of ministers who bowed their heads in trepidation. It became evident that the emperor had genuinely lost his temper. Observing the impending chaos, an elderly official, the Minister of Rights, Lu Qingfeng, swiftly stepped forward to mediate. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The Grand Tutor Wang, driven by concern for his grandson, acted out of desperation. I hope your Majesty can show mercy. He paused, then turned to Wang De, speaking gently. Grand Tutor Wang, your words prompt me to perceive a peculiar aspect of this matter. Peculiar? What could be peculiar? Wang De retorted defiantly, though internally he sighed with relief. He was well aware of the oddities at play, yet he knew that the true machinations were not orchestrated by the mad prince, but rather by another, more powerful prince. To seek justice, he would have to cling to Jiang Chen resolutely, compelling Emperor Yuan to uncover the real perpetrator and restore his grandson's honor. Lu Qingfeng stroked his beard and spoke with measured calm. You mentioned that the incident occurred at the gates of the sixth prince's residence, where a retainer of the sixth prince collided with your grandson's carriage. Such a coincidence seems rather suspicious. Furthermore, as you have stated, your steed is a flame-blood horse, known for its fiery temperament. It is hardly likely to be startled into uncontrollable behavior by a mere young girl. Upon hearing this, whispers of intrigue rippled through the court. Indeed, how could such a magnificent creature be frightened by a child? There must be some underlying scheme. What does Master Lu imply? Could he be insinuating that I am lying? Lu Chengfeng offered a slight smile. You misunderstand, Grand Tutor. I merely suspect that there may be deeper implications involved. Perhaps we should call for a thorough investigation by the criminal and military department. What do you think? He deliberately emphasized the name of the department. Emperor Yuan remained seated upon the dragon throne, his expression as inscrutable as water, refraining from interjecting. His cold gaze fixed upon the two elderly gentlemen engaged in their theatrical exchange. Lu Qingfeng had long since aligned himself with the third prince. By raising the notion of peculiarity, he appeared equitable while, in reality, he sought to exonerate his ally and muddy the waters, drawing other princes into this murky affair to suppress his rivals. As anticipated, the moment he mentioned the criminal and military department, an official aligned with the second prince, Xianxia, could no longer remain seated and promptly stood to speak. Your Majesty, Master Lu's assertions are erroneous. The flame-blood horse has already been claimed by the sixth prince, leaving no witnesses to ascertain the true cause of the fright. The venerable minister opines that to untie the bell, one must first have tied it. The root of this matter lies not with the horse, but with the individuals involved, particularly the sixth prince's madness. Should we fail to address the problem at its core? Today it may be the grandson of Wang Taifu, but tomorrow it could just as easily be the relatives of Minister Li or Director Zhang. If this continues, the capital will be rife with anxiety, and the nation may face ruin. I implore your Majesty to discern the truth. Thus, the ball was once again tossed back into Jiang Chen's court. In an instant, the three factions erupted into a cacophony within the Golden Luan Hall. Their words sharp and fervent, each claiming their own rationale, spittle flying in the heated exchange. Emperor Yuan observed silently, his gaze profound and contemplative, remaining resolutely mute. He needed not ponder. He was acutely aware that the fine steed had been deliberately killed by that scoundrel Jiang Chen, with the intent of obliterating evidence and leading this assembly into a quagmire of conjecture. Meanwhile, the shrewd ministers below had begun to discern the underlying currents. The eagerness of the second prince's faction to redirect blame onto Jiang Chen was embarrassingly blatant, suggesting that the true puppet master behind this scheme was likely him. Standing among the ranks of princes, the second prince, Jiang Che's countenance, was as dark as a storm cloud. It was evident that he had not anticipated that in his attempt to probe those scholars for insights on the madman, Jiang Chen would once again defy expectations, escalating matters to such a degree that they had reached the court, thereby placing him in a precarious position. Now, he was nearly certain that Jiang Chen was indeed feigning insanity. In truth, all present understood that the crux of today's affair was neither the unfortunate grandson of Wang De nor the identity of the shadowy figure behind the startled horse, nor even Jiang Chen himself. The true issue lay in the deathless decree concerning the madness, as articulated by the Grand Inquisitor. Previously, Jiang Chen's absence from the power struggle rendered this decree a mere jest. However, now that he had returned, should he choose to contend, this decree would transform into an insurmountable weapon. They could almost envision the terrifying scenario. Jiang Chen, under the guise of madness, could assault any adversary he found displeasing, even resorting to murder, before casually declaring, "I am mad," and relying on the emperor to compensate for his actions. Once he had eliminated all obstacles, he could then proclaim, "Ah, my madness has suddenly vanished," effortlessly ascending to the position of crown prince. This would be far more efficient than the convoluted machinations of his princely peers, who labored tirelessly to outmaneuver one another. Upon contemplating this dire realization, the ambitious princes felt a chill run down their spines. They recognized a profoundly grave issue loomed. Under the current laws, if they could not eliminate Jiang Chen or nullify his immunity, their own lives could be extinguished in vain. It was rumored that this fellow possessed strength rivaling that of a master. Among them, none was more anxious than the second prince Jiang Che. He was acutely aware that Jiang Chen was accompanied by a mysterious sword saint of formidable prowess. With such an unfathomable power at his side, assassination plots were futile, compelling them to devise strategies through legal and courtly means. As the tumultuous clamor within the grand hall threatened to uproot the very ceiling, a thunderous clap echoed as Emperor Yuan forcefully struck the dragon throne and rose abruptly. Silence. His commanding presence unleashed a palpable aura of authority, instantly subduing the entire assembly. The hall fell into a hushed stillness. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the ministers, including several princes, were seized with trepidation at this sudden tempest of wrath. In the midst of this profound silence, Minister Shun Yin of the Ministry of Personnel, stealing himself, stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The laws of the land must not be breached, nor can the ancestral precedents be disregarded. Since the sixth prince has been officially diagnosed with madness by the Imperial Medical Institute, the law must prevail, and it is only right that compensation be rendered to the injured party. As for the grandson of the Grand Tutor, I can arrange for my daughter to provide treatment. Whether she can heal him depends on the fortunes of your esteemed son. Shun Yan's intervention was clearly an attempt to ease the deadlock, and all present understood that the real issue lay beyond the court. Thus, dissent faded into silence. Wang De, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further folly. After all, it was inconceivable for his grandson to remain incapacitated indefinitely. The assembly cast grateful glances at Shun Yan. This old fellow had a knack for finding the most graceful exit at critical junctures. Emperor Yuan gradually reigned in his formidable aura, casting a glance of approval toward Shun Yan, then suppressing his rising joy, spoke in a deep voice, "Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. Henceforth, Wang Aiqing, the treatment of your grandson shall be entrusted to the young healer. As for compensation, I shall uphold my word." Dismissed. With a flourish of his sleeve, Emperor Yuan departed, leaving no room for further discourse. Hua Banban, with a sharp voice, called out, "Dismissed." The civil and military officials bowed deeply, watching as the emperor's figure vanished beyond the hall as periphery. Before daring to straighten up, each wiping the cold sweat from their brows, Wang De knelt on the ground, as if mourning a great loss. He understood that in this contest, he had suffered a calamitous defeat. Not only had his grandson been unjustly harmed, but he had also unwittingly thrown himself into the fray of the prince's struggle for succession. How could he not realize that this calamity befalling his grandson was merely a warning from the second prince, orchestrated through the hands of that madman? Chapter 62. Restoring Jiang Chen's royal status. Within the palace of imperial edicts, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Emperor Yuan's gently smiling face. For the first time in half a month, he felt a sense of ease and satisfaction akin to today. Hua Banban, are you certain that Rascal truly shared that fiery blood stallion among several students? Hua Banban stood respectfully to the side, affirmatively responding, "Your Majesty, it is undoubtedly true. Reports from our spies indicate that a large pot has been set up in the sixth prince's residence, and the aroma of meat wafts through half the street. Moreover, I have verified that early this morning, a student named Lin Wei was dragged to the medical hall by several peers, proclaiming loudly that she is now a grand painter. From the aura sensed by the Golden Row guards, she has indeed broken through to the rank of grand painter. It was during the return from escorting Lin Wei that they fortuitously collided with Wang De's grandson. Excellent. Splendid." Emperor Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At last, this impetuous young man has not disappointed me. For the past 10 days, I have finally managed to hear some positive news regarding this rebellious child. He has been able to provide blood food for the 7 students. And the recent breakthrough in Lin Wei's realm signifies that he is indeed prepared to wholeheartedly participate in this trial. However, Hua Banban shifted the tone of the conversation. A hint of concern etched upon his face. "Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated the identities of those 7 students. Their performance and potential at the Tianlu Academy seem to have reached a plateau. Except for one who comes from a somewhat respectable background, the others hail from humble beginnings. It is likely that relying solely on Lin Wei, they will struggle to achieve notable results in the upcoming academy examination." "Huh, Hua Banban, you underestimate Chinner too much." The Emperor of Yuan waved his hand, confidence gleaming in his eyes. It was the first time Hua Banban had witnessed such unwavering faith from the Emperor in an individual, and his own worries began to dissipate somewhat. Yet, doubt lingered within him. "Your Majesty, I understand your perspective, but my concern lies not with the examination itself. Even if the sixth prince truly possesses the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, contending for the ownership of the Zhenwu division remains a matter of propriety. According to the DU system, any prince participating in the ownership dispute of the Zhenwu division must hold an official position or a formal title to be considered legitimate. Yet, the sixth prince currently possesses nothing but an empty princely title, lacking any official role or identity, rendering him legally unqualified to partake. To speak bluntly, the very reason he can remain in the capital unscathed is precisely due to his lack of princely status, which is why the other princes and ministers do not perceive him as a genuine threat. However, should he demonstrate his capabilities, the court may very well witness a repeat of past events. It was indeed because Jiang Chen disgraced the royal family by violating the dignity of General Luo Tianhong's legitimate daughter that he was collectively impeached and expelled from the capital. The Emperor of Yuan, upon hearing this, smiled mysteriously. Do not worry. Someone will soon assist him in restoring his identity and bestowing upon him the necessary qualifications. Hua Banban was utterly taken aback. Who would be so altruistic? Assisting the sixth prince in regaining his status would only serve to establish a formidable rival. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he understood in an instant. The imperial pardon. Indeed, Jiang Chen's abrupt infliction of injury upon another's grandson has already left the ministers restless. They would never tolerate the continuation of Jiang Chen's imperial pardon. Abrogating the laws is impossible. The only solution is to render Jiang Chen's madness ineffective. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Hua Banban, the emperor's voice pulled him from his astonishment. Have all the spies on Chun'er withdraw. From today onward, direct all efforts towards the remnants of the chaotic lineage. Yes, Hua Banban replied, his heart stirring with a sense of urgency as he acknowledged the command. The struggles within the court are mere trifles. It is those remnants of the chaotic lineage, lurking in the shadows, that pose the true threat to imperial authority. He understood that the emperor was about to take decisive action. Some individuals truly underestimated the old dragon's wrath, mistaking his majesty for a mere serpent. Today's court appeared to be nothing more than a madman's farce. Yet the seasoned foxes present could not fail to discern the emperor's unabashed favoritism towards Jiang Chen. This brought to mind the events of a decade ago, when Jiang Chen had dared to flirt with the daughter of the Grand General. They had collectively impeached him, intending merely to save face for the royal family. However, to their astonishment, the emperor, without a moment's hesitation, had agreed to their proposal and exiled Jiang Chen from the imperial city. It was only now that they realized the swiftness of the emperor's decision back, then concealed ulterior motives. This was also the reason why, since Jiang Chen's return, the ministers had remained silent, choosing to observe rather than mention his exile again. Fortunately, they had managed to remain composed. Judging by the emperor's demeanor towards Jiang Chen today, the expulsion from a decade ago was far from simple, nor was the apparent favoritism as straightforward as it seemed. That said, this individual was a formidable madman, bearing the madness insignia, a kind of immunity. Rumors had circulated that his strength was at least that of a grandmaster. If he were to unexpectedly approach and strike, who could withstand such an assault? What was even more frustrating was that a stab would be utterly futile. Meanwhile, several princes returned to their respective residences, their faces as dark as soot. They all realized that their father's attitude towards Jiang Chen had never wavered. That so-called 10-year exile was likely a veiled form of protection. Now, the immunity he possessed posed a lethal threat to all of them. Assassination? This was the most favorable thought that crossed their minds as a method to eliminate a significant threat. In the chaotic landscape of the remnants of a clan, could they eliminate him and pin the blame on the past without anyone being the wiser? Yet, as soon as this notion arose, they received a mysterious piece of intelligence. Astonishingly consistent, the sixth prince, Jiang Chen, was guarded by a sword saint. Upon learning this news, they were both shocked and furious. What extraordinary fortune had he encountered over the last decade that he was accompanied by a sword saint? The second prince, Jiang Che, also received the same intelligence, but he was more curious about its source. He had not anticipated that others, aside from himself, were aware of the sword saint's presence behind Jiang Chen. However, they could not simply stand by and allow Jiang Chen to wield his madness as an immunity to act recklessly. Yet, there were indeed methods available. Jiang Chen had been expelled from the imperial city precisely because he held both princely and scholarly identities, committing grave errors in the ancestral hall due to his power, which warranted severe punishment. This was articulated in Article 129 of the Great Yu Law as a supplement to Article 128. Those suffering from madness, should they cause significant harm due to their identity, power, or position, would not be afforded protection under this law. To render the madness of this lunatic ineffective, there exists but one method: to employ the same strategy once more. Chapter 63. Entering the court. Restore his formal identity as a prince and assign him an official position. Once he accepts this role, he shall be subjected to the comprehensive constraints of the Great Yu's laws and the regulations of the officialdom. Should he dare to act recklessly thereafter, such as embezzling military funds or issuing erratic orders resulting in calamities, his pretense of madness will undoubtedly falter. Moreover, at present, as Jiang Chen poses no substantial threat to them, It is prudent to restore his identity first, and then maneuver to ensure he can never rise again. The impending imperial examination provides the perfect opportunity. Let him take those wretched individuals with him, allowing the emperor to witness how he tarnishes the royal reputation. The princes in the capital shared an unspoken understanding, swiftly uniting to petition the emperor for the restoration of the sixth prince's royal status. The second prince, Jiang Chen, initially wished to refuse. However, upon reflection, he could not fathom Jiang Chen transforming the seven inept individuals into super geniuses within a mere 20 days. To eliminate this potential threat sooner rather than later, he ultimately acquiesced to the plan. The autumn sun cast its last rays, enveloping the entire Chen Wangfu in a warm, languid golden glow. The heavy gate creaked open, revealing a pale-faced little eunuch cautiously peering in, casting furtive glances. Jiang Chen swiftly appeared beside the eunuch without a sound. Startled, the eunuch nearly fell to the ground. Upon recognizing the legendary Mad Prince, his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet, recalling his imperial mandate, he steeled his courage, stepped forward, and cupped his hands in respect, addressing, "Your Highness, the imperial edict has arrived." Imperial edict? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly, then regarded the eunuch with curiosity. "Shouldn't you be at the entrance, bellowing the arrival of the edict and waiting for my 3 bows and 9 prostrations before reading it?" "And no, I dare not." The eunuch hastily shook his head, as if it were a rattle. "How could I presume to display authority before you? The one who recently incapacitated the beloved grandson of the Grand Tutor? That would be akin to inviting calamity upon myself." With a quick thought, he sweetened his words. "Everyone in the capital knows you are a unique figure. Ordinary rules are meant for the common folk. If I were to impose such regulations upon you, it would be a grave error. Moreover, Chief Steward Hua Banban has specifically instructed that you are the Emperor's cherished one, and everything should be kept simple to avoid disturbing your tranquility. Should I dare to speak out of turn and cause you displeasure, I fear for the safety of my legs." Indeed, quite right. Jiang Chen was lavished with compliments, causing his heart to bloom with joy. He patted the shoulder of the speaker and inquired, "What is your name, my good fellow?" "Your humble servant is called Lu Chongzi," the young eunuch replied modestly. "Oh." Jiang Chen's gaze swept down from the eunuch's face, and a look of sudden realization dawned upon him. "Lu Chongzi, no wonder you chose to become a eunuch. This vocation is indeed tailor-made for you." Lu Chongzi was momentarily taken aback, not fully comprehending the implication, yet instinctively responded with a smile. "Thank you for your kind words." "Your Highness." "Very well. Leave the items and be on your way." After the eunuch's figure disappeared around the corner, Jiang Chen leisurely opened the imperial edict. The contents were rather straightforward, encapsulated in a single sentence. Summon the sixth Prince Jiang Chen to attend court tomorrow. Alas, was his golden ticket to immunity already on the verge of expiration? Jiang Chen tucked the edict away with a resigned sigh. It seemed that his days of indulging in leisurely sleep were numbered. The following day, as dawn broke, the autumn breeze rustled the withered yellow leaves in the courtyard, creating a soft whisper. Jiang Chen tightened the thin, coarse fabric of his clothing and reluctantly stepped out of the prince's residence. This was the primary reason he wished to avoid the title of crown prince. Rising with the roosters for the daily morning court was unbearable. Should he ever ascend to the dragon throne, the first decree he would issue would be to shift the morning court to the afternoon, and perhaps convene it only intermittently. On his way, he casually purchased a few freshly steamed meat buns from a roadside stall. Indeed, the only advantage of waking early was the opportunity to savor the freshest breakfast. As he savored the steaming buns, he ambled toward the imperial palace. By the time the hazy morning light pierced through the clouds, he found himself at the entrance of the Xuanwu Gate. The expansive stone square was already bustling with activity. Black lacquered official carriages and crimson-wheeled carts streamed in, coming to a stable stop at the edge of the square. Dignitaries clad in robes of various colors cautiously dismounted from their carriages, assisted by their attendants, and then gathered in small groups, exchanging greetings and walking together. An invisible hierarchy permeated the procession. Those of higher rank walked in the center, engaging in lively conversation, while their lower-ranking counterparts followed behind, bowing and fawning, their faces adorned with sycophantic expressions. As they passed Jiang Chen, curious glances were cast his way. How did someone dressed in coarse cloth manage to infiltrate the Xuanwu Gate? Indeed, he bore no resemblance to a palace eunuch. Rather, he appeared as though he were visiting a temple fair in the city. Noticing their scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Chen proactively offered a warm smile and clasped his hands in greeting. "Good morning, esteemed officials." The crowd momentarily hesitated. Someone from within the throng muttered, "Isn't that the mad sixth prince?" What? Upon hearing that name, the crowd recoiled as if a cat had been stepped on, swiftly creating a void around him. Alarm bells rang in their minds. The expression and demeanor of Jiang Chen resembled that of a vengeful specter, causing fear that he might suddenly spiral into madness and unleash his wrath upon them. "Good morning, Your Highness." The crowd responded with hasty words and dispersed in a flurry, fleeing faster than rabbits. What does this mean? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head and murmuring, "Am I truly that terrifying?" Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a familiar figure. Although aged a few years compared to his childhood memories, the gentle and elegant demeanor remained unchanged. "Old Shun, good morning." The Minister of Personnel, Shun Yin, turned at the sound, his brow slightly furrowing as he searched his memory for a long moment before exclaiming in surprise, "You are that mad Prince Liu?" "Yes, yes, indeed," Jiang Chen exclaimed, casually placing a hand on his shoulder, excitement evident in his voice. "Old Shun, you still remember me." "Go away." Shun Yin impatiently shrugged off his arm, adjusting his disheveled official robe. The Xuanwu Gate is a place of great significance. Such familiarity is quite inappropriate. Jiang Chen laughed. "What kind of relationship do we have that warrants such formality?" Shun Yan's lips twitched, and thoughts of his precious daughter filled him with frustration as he retorted, "Step aside. You're being too presumptuous. You haven't even made proper introductions." With that, he disregarded Jiang Chen and continued walking ahead. What introduction? Jiang Chen was left stunned. Chapter 64. The Smiling Third Prince. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly realized that old Shun was rather generous. Had he truly entrusted his daughter to him? He had initially thought it was merely his father's unilateral desire. Little did he know that his future father-in-law was also involved. Was there a secret he was unaware of? Just as he contemplated pursuing to inquire further, he caught sight of another familiar figure and, with a broad grin, rushed over, slapping a sturdy middle-aged man with a full beard on the back. "Hey!" General Luo Tianhong of the state was startled by the sudden exclamation, and without a second thought, reacted with a reflexive punch, swinging backward. Jiang Chen effortlessly grasped his wrist. Smiling amiably, "Good morning, Brother Luo." Luo Tianhong attempted to withdraw his arm, but found Jiang Chen's grip as unyielding as iron. Alarmed, he asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your brother, Jiang Chen." "Jiang Chen." Luo Tianhong's gaze narrowed in confusion as he scrutinized him, slowly reconciling the face before him with the mischievous little figure from 10 years ago. His expression brightened instantly. "Prince Liu?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Chen nodded, releasing his hold. "Good lad, you've grown quite strong." Luo Tianhong clapped him on the shoulder, admiration shining in his eyes. "By the way, you've been back for some time. Why haven't you come to my residence for a visit?" It's just that my brain isn't quite functioning. I couldn't find your house." Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Hearing this excuse, Luo Tianhong smirked. "You young rascal. Just say if you find my daughter unappealing." "Not all. Hongshang is the most beautiful lady in the capital. How could I possibly think that?" Jiang Chen quickly waved his hands in denial. How could Luo Tianhong fail to detect the insincerity? He casually remarked, "All right, you shall come to my home tomorrow, bringing along the betrothal gifts." However, he thought better of it, adding, "Perhaps it's best to reconsider. I find myself rather impoverished at the moment." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders, a look of desolation upon his face. What he truly wished to express was that the daughter of Luo Tianhong was none other than the fiercest tigress of the capital, and he was too daunted to approach her. The catalyst for his expulsion from the capital a decade ago was precisely due to being relentlessly pursued by Luo Tianhong's beloved daughter, Luo Hongshang, which led to the unfortunate incident of him tearing her garments in desperation. Ultimately, it was unclear who spread the tale, inciting the officials to convene, thus providing him the perfect opportunity to depart from the imperial city. Naturally, this account remained known only to a select few. Suddenly, a frown darkened Luo Tianhong's countenance as he declared, "However, your intentions to propose are in vain. My daughter Hongshang has been so enraged that she has fled home for 10 years. Fled home for 10 years. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Was that woman truly so tempestuous? Upon noticing the complexity in Jiang Chen's gaze, Luo Tianhong reminisced about the past, recalling, by the way, 10 years ago? Oh dear. Oldly, you're still alive? Before Luo Tianhong could finish a sentence, Jiang Chen abruptly slapped his thigh, as if he had spotted an old comrade, and hurried towards a frail old man ahead. The old man, referred to as Oldly by Jiang Chen, was none other than the esteemed Grand Tutor, Xianxia, who had been one of Jiang Chen's mentors. Upon glancing back, the old man's murky eyes recognized Jiang Chen's identity at once. In the next moment, this venerable figure, eager to prolong his years, lifted the hem of his official robe and took off in a sprint. The speed at which the 80-year-old dashed forth rivaled that of a sprightly young lad of 20. "Slow down, oldly. Don't fall," Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment from behind, urgently calling out. However, his voice seemed to ignite a starting gun. Not only did Grand Tutorly take flight, but the ministers, who typically ambled at a leisurely pace, also sprang into action upon recognizing his status, all following suit in a mad dash. Jiang Chen glanced back at the scowling Luo Tianhong, and with a resolute heart, he joined the fray, chasing after the cluster of elderly men. In a moment, an utterly absurd scene unfolded before Xuanwu Gate. A large group of officials clad in colorful robes resembled a flock of startled ducks, desperately scrambling forward. Behind them, a young man in coarse linen chased after them, pleading for them to slow down, while a burly general, sporting a bushy beard, relentlessly pursued from behind. In the morning light, the vibrant array of official attire flowed like a rushing river, creating a spectacle both grand and bizarre. Upon bursting through Xuanwu Gate, the cacophony ceased abruptly. Before them lay an expansive, pristine white jade plaza, so immaculate that it reflected their silhouettes. The sun bathed the distant palace complex's golden glazed tiles, casting a dazzling radiance. Upon the 99 steps, the imposing palace loomed like a colossal beast, and the air was thick with the solemn and weighty aura of imperial power. The ministers who moments ago raced like the wind, now leaned heavily on their knees, bending over, their faces flushed and necks strained, their chests heaving like a worn-out bellows. Utterly incongruous with the solemnity of the surroundings, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Golden Yuan Hall and cast a glance inside. The vast interior could accommodate 1,000 people. Towering pillars, each requiring several men to embrace, were adorned with lifelike golden dragons, their eyes surveying the scene with an intimidating majesty. At this moment, nearly 100 ministers had gathered in small clusters, murmuring softly, the cacophony deafening. Jiang Chen quickly spotted 3 familiar figures: his second brother Jiang Che, fourth brother Jiang Tao, and third brother Jiang Feng. Each held significant positions, and, in the capital, attendance at court was mandatory unless there were pressing matters or approved leaves of absence. The eldest prince, Jiang Hao, was stationed at the border, rarely returning for a year and a half. The fifth prince, Jiang Li, was similarly away honing his martial skills, seldom making an appearance. Jiang Chen broke into a smile and approached them warmly, greeting, "Good morning, second brother, third brother, fourth brother." Jiang Che and Jiang Tao merely responded with indifferent murmurs, their eyes betraying a hint of undisguised disdain. In contrast, the third prince, Jiang Feng, with his strikingly handsome face and innate charm, surveyed Jiang Chen with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Sixth brother, you've returned. Why not visit my residence for a while?" Jiang Chen, patting his forehead, replied, "Ah, third brother, my mind is often muddled, and I couldn't find your front door." Jiang Feng, embodying the brotherly demeanor expected of him, said candidly, "Sixth brother, you jest. I shall personally come to fetch you another day, and we shall enjoy ourselves at my home." "Excellent. It's a promise." Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. "I remember there's a moon reflection lake in your backyard. We must go fishing there." "Absolutely." Jiang Feng agreed enthusiastically. The two appeared as if they were inseparable friends, conversing freely without a hint of distance. Alas, being born into a royal family destined them to bear the weight of a heavy fate. Beneath their smiles lay an abyss, and beneath their warmth, ice. Chapter 65. The Nation's Treasure. In the Golden Yuan Hall, the officials stood solemnly, the air thick with tension. After the pleasantries, Jiang Chen surveyed the room once more. Although some familiar ministers were present, their deliberately averted gazes indicated a desire to avoid him, prompting Jiang Chen to refrain from seeking unnecessary discomfort. Suddenly, his gaze transcended the crowd and landed on the resplendent, intricately carved dragon throne at the highest point of the hall, symbolizing the supreme authority. His eyes brightened, and he found himself unconsciously moving in that direction. This action immediately drew the attention of many, yet none dared to intervene. After all, he was a madman for whom murder bore no consequence. Who knew what might happen if his madness flared? As Jiang Chen approached the dragon throne, intending to plop down and savor the experience, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! Sixth Prince, you must not, you must not." A sharp and piercing voice resonated as the chief eunuch, Hua Banban, emerged from the shadows. Arms outstretched like a hen shielding her chicks, positioning himself defiantly before Jiang Chen. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chen replied with an air of nonchalance, patting his aching thigh. "This is my father's chair. I've stood long enough, and sitting for a moment won't cost him any flesh." Hua Banban had anticipated this scene, having arrived early to prevent such a calamity. Had Jiang Chen taken a seat, the heavens might have collapsed. Come, your highness," Hua Banban said, exuding exasperation while gesturing towards a distant corner. "His Majesty has specifically ordered a designated seat for you." Jiang Chen followed the direction of his finger and beheld two young eunuchs carefully carrying a pearwood stool. Placing it with utmost caution in the farthest corner of the grand hall, a considerable distance from the nearest minister. "What does this mean? Are they afraid I might bite?" Jiang Chen muttered under his breath. Nevertheless, he chose not to protest, contentedly striding over and plopping down on the stool, crossing his legs with casual arrogance. This was certainly preferable to standing all morning. The surrounding ministers were taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor, seated like a street ruffian. In the 3,000 years of the Great Yu dynasty, they had never witnessed anyone other than the emperor occupying the golden throne, and certainly not with such audacity. Yet, despite the myriad thoughts swirling in their minds, none dared to speak out. After all, this was a madman. They could not risk standing beside him, should his insanity strike. Who would they turn to for justice? In light of their own safety, they resigned themselves to viewing Jiang Chen as a patient in need of special care. As the two eunuchs withdrew, two imposing, steady-breathing elite guards with prominent temples approached, standing like sentinels on either side of Jiang Chen. This sight instantly bolstered the minister's sense of security. It seemed the emperor was exceedingly considerate of their well-being. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt the light beside him dimmed. Turning his head, he inquired, "What are you doing?" An elderly minister, closest to him, hastily approached to explain, "Your Highness, these are specially dispatched by His Majesty to protect you." He felt compelled to clarify, for with the madman so close, should Jiang Chen become displeased and dismiss the guards, his unpredictable madness could erupt, and the unfortunate first victim would be none other than himself. "I didn't quite catch that," Jiang Chen said, probing his ears with a teasing glint in his eyes. "Are they here to protect me, or to protect you?" An awkward silence enveloped the gathering. At that moment, a resounding announcement shattered the peculiar atmosphere. "His Majesty has arrived." Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe adorned with 9 dragons and wearing a 12-crest crown, the emperor, with an air of unyielding authority, strode from the rear hall, each step imbued with a commanding presence, heading straight for the dazzling golden throne. "Long live our emperor! Long live! Long live!" Within the grand hall, the officials swiftly returned to their respective positions, kneeling in unison as their voices reverberated, shaking the very beams of the palace. The emperor, Yuan, settled firmly into his seat, an invisible aura of imperial authority enveloping the space. His gaze swept across the room, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Rise, my esteemed ministers. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious favor." The ministers replied, standing up. Yuan's eyes scanned the crowd below, and he pondered, "Where is that reckless lad?" Just as he was about to inquire, his peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Chen, who was almost reclining on a bench in the corner. His eyes twitched slightly. Whose foolish idea was this? Nevertheless, seeing that no one beneath the throne objected, he chose to disregard it. "Honorable ministers, do you have matters to present?" "Your Majesty, I have something to report," announced Shun Yin, the Minister of Personnel, stepping forward first. Yuan's gaze settled upon him, and he nodded. "Minister Shun, please proceed." Shun then addressed the assembly regarding the official appointments for over 1,000 scholars from the Dayu Academy after the new year. This matter was briefly discussed, but reached no conclusion, prompting another general clad in armor to rise. "Your Majesty, I have a report to make." "Speak." Yuan gestured with his hand. The general solemnly reported, "Your Majesty, our city guard has received intelligence that remnants of the chaotic sect have resurfaced, with numerous skilled individuals infiltrating the capital and establishing multiple underground strongholds both outside and within the city. Based on various traces, I suspect they are plotting something significant. A thorough investigation will require time. I implore Your Majesty to decide." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the grand hall instantly grew somber, even the emperor's expression darkening. Subsequently, a myriad of suggestions arose from the assembly. Some proposed to assign the Western Defense Army to impose citywide martial law, tracing the roots of the threat. Others suggested involving the City Defense Bureau to devise a comprehensive strategy, luring the snakes from their dens by disseminating false information to ensnare them all at once. After these impractical ideas were exhausted, conservative voices emerged, cautioning against such measures. This approach is inappropriate. It may disrupt the lives of the populace and incite panic. The costs are too great. What if we alert them and drive them into hiding, leading to endless troubles? A heated debate ensued, their voices rising in fervor for a full half-hour. In the end, the discussion veered towards the ultimate objective, the establishment of the City Defense Bureau. The civil officials argued for its swift confirmation to consolidate all forces for a lasting solution. The military officials, however, were immediately displeased. What? Do you look down upon our Imperial Guard and City Defense Army? To secure the interior, we must first stabilize the exterior. The City Defense Bureau is a crucial instrument of the state. How can it be hastily determined? Thus, a new round of disputes ignited. Just as the crowd grew weary and a temporary recess was called, an incongruous gurgling sound shattered the tranquility of the hall. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise. On the edge, Jiang Chen reclined languidly upon the pearwood bench, his head occasionally drooping. As he had fallen into slumber, a glistening droplet of saliva gracing the corner of his mouth, rhythmically accompanying his breaths. The Emperor of the Abyss, seated upon the dragon throne, was instantly cast into a shadow of displeasure. Chapter 66. The Emperor of the Abyss was amused by anger. Upon witnessing this, Huap Banban hastily approached with light steps, gently prodding Jiang Chen. Your Highness, awaken, Your Highness? Jiang Chen stirred from his slumber, rubbing his drowsy eyes. What is it? Has the meeting concluded? He surveyed the surroundings and noted the gazes fixed upon him, quickly adding, Oh no, has the court adjourned? The crowd momentarily paused, but upon reflecting on Jiang Chen's significance, they swallowed their reprimands, each adopting an expression of indifference, as though they had seen nothing amiss. The emperor, noticing the restraint of his subjects, feigned ignorance of his son's embarrassing display. He was well aware of the intentions behind their prolonged discourse. In the next moment, a minister from the faction of the third prince, Jiang Feng, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the remnants of the chaotic sect are rampant within the capital, and the sixth prince lacks status and the protection of palace guards, rendering his safety a grave concern. I propose that after 10 years of exile, the prince has endured sufficient punishment. I earnestly request Your Majesty to restore the sixth prince's imperial status. At this declaration, immediate agreement arose. Indeed, Your Majesty, I second this proposal. Furthermore, the situation at the borders is precarious. The sixth prince possesses innate strength and is a remarkable talent in warfare. Should his status be restored, he will undoubtedly contribute significantly to our great U, instilling dread in our adversaries. We concur. The sixth prince, being of royal blood, has been lost to the outside world, which tarnishes the dignity of the royal family. He ought to return to his roots and reclaim his rightful honor. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Chen became intrigued and sat up straight, ears perked. However, as he listened, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Why did it seem as if these individuals were treating him as if he were their own father? The ministers exchanged earnest words, as if failing to restore his status would result in a tremendous loss for the great Yu court, a misfortune for the state itself. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stood up. His movement startled the ministers before him, who instinctively recoiled a significant distance, creating a safe gap. Jiang Chen scratched his head and remarked, I think this is quite satisfactory. As for your talk of remnants of the chaotic sect, fear not. I possess great strength. 1 adversary I shall crush. 2 I shall vanquish in tandem. Let's change the topic. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. He was ungrateful for the restoration of his status. It seemed he was not particularly astute. Several leading ministers exchanged glances, their resolve solidified. One stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm, and declared, Your Highness, you are mistaken. Your noble status should not compel you to face danger personally. Your Majesty, I propose not only to restore the sixth prince's status, but also to confer upon him an official position. I believe that the position of the chief officer of the City Defense Patrol is ideally suited for Your Highness. This role is leisurely, with many subordinates, and offers ample enjoyment, perfectly aligned with Your Highness's inclinations. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched. He understood that these individuals were certainly not harboring honorable intentions. However, the Emperor of Yuan did not take their flattery to heart, and, following their lead, turned to Jiang Chen in the corner, asking, Jiang Chen, what are your thoughts? To his surprise, Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously. No, no. This chief officer of the city patrol is exposed to the elements. Please assign me to a position with greater financial reward. I am quite adept at managing numbers. The old foxes, who had been calculating their own gains, could not help but grimace at this demand. It was already a privilege for him to regain his status as a prince, yet he was being selective? Absurd. The Emperor of Yuan frowned and sternly commanded, "Return to your seat." Very well. Jiang Chen showed no deference, defiantly stating, "I will only discuss positions that offer financial benefits. Everything else is off the table." All right then. The Emperor of Yuan appeared quite vexed by his response, yet he acquiesced. "I shall restore your status as a prince for now. We can deliberate on the official position later." Upon hearing this, the scheming ministers immediately expressed their discontent, though none dared to voice their objections outright, instead collectively falling into silence. The emperor continued to play his part, smoothly inquiring, "Esteemed ministers, what are your thoughts?" An elderly minister, his hair and beard white, trembled as he stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Majesty, the 16th prince has endured 10 years of punishment, which should suffice to atone for past transgressions. He rightfully deserves to regain his princely title. However, restoring his title does not guarantee absolute safety in the capital. Thus, I believe the immediate priority should be to establish the Jinwu division without delay." The emperor chuckled in exasperation. This was their true objective, to leverage Jiang Chen's restoration as a pawn to pressure him into establishing the Jinwu division. If only these old fellows demonstrated such astuteness in practical matters. It was absurd that even the restoration of a prince's status was being used as a bargaining chip for their desired interests. The emperor knew well that if he did not agree to the establishment of the new Jinwu division today, other ministers would immediately rise with grandiose justifications to oppose Jiang Chen's return to princely status. They were truly placing the threat of a blade against his throat. The Jinwu division? Jiang Chen, seated, instantly grasped the implications. No wonder they were treating him so favorably. They intended to monetize his princely identity. However, a decade had passed, and the name of the Jinwu division felt somewhat unfamiliar. Originally, the Jinwu division had been established by his mother to combat the remnants of rebellious factions. At that time, the Jinwu division wielded immense power, capable of executing nobles and summoning armies to apprehend traitors, existing as a unique entity independent of imperial authority. Yet, with his mother's decline, some of the core members within the Jinwu division had also lost heart and subsequently faded into obscurity, leading to the division's nominal existence. The immense power of the Jinwu division can be traced back to the reform proposal he presented at the tender age of 6. It could be asserted that, without his integration of certain military management and espionage techniques from his previous life, even with an additional 20 years, they might not have been able to suppress the remnants of the chaotic sect. The Emperor Yuan scanned the room, and, upon learning of Jiang Chen's decision to participate in the competition for the crown prince, had initially no intention of continuing to pressure the establishment of the Jinwu division. As the crowd began to stir once more, he spoke in a firm tone. "Lord Luo, what is your perspective?" General Luo Tianhong stepped forward, his voice resonant like thunder. "Your Majesty, Lord Wang speaks with great wisdom. The remnants of the chaotic sect have lain dormant for a decade, undoubtedly amassing substantial resources. We must not let our guard down. The establishment of the Jinwu division is imperative, and it must be expedited." He paused before continuing. "In times of turmoil, stringent measures are required. Only with a heavy hand can we deter the malevolent and safeguard the peace of our great Yu for millennia." The Emperor Yuan pondered for a moment and finally declared, "Since all esteemed ministers unanimously agree that the establishment of the Jinwu division is of utmost urgency, it shall be permitted. The specific regulations shall be drafted collaboratively by the cabinet and the 6 ministries and presented within 3 days. Your Majesty is most sagacious." The assembly bowed in unison, their anticipation and excitement palpable. However, this was merely the beginning. Having finally secured a bargaining chip to sway the emperor, how could they not fully extract the value of this madman? The crowd turned their gazes once more to the half-conscious lunatic, exchanging knowing looks. Subsequently, a minister from the cabinet, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the regulations for establishing the Jinwu division have been prepared. However, we have yet to find a suitable individual to oversee this significant undertaking." Chapter 67, A Brilliant Plan. Immediately, a second minister proposed, "Your Majesty, in the past, such specialized departments within the court were personally established by their leaders. Only through personal selection can we ensure the team operates in unison, functioning as an extension of one's will, thereby amplifying their combat effectiveness. I suggest we first appoint the head of the Jinwu division and then entrust them with the authority to assemble their own team. Indeed, another chimed in, recalling the previous head of the Jinwu division. At this point, the speaker hesitated, seemingly reluctant to utter the name of that woman, and swiftly shifted the topic. It was that esteemed individual who personally selected top talent from the Great Yu's 3 armies to form the division. The minister opined that if the new Jinwu division were to replicate the past triumphs and decisively eradicate the remnants of the chaotic sect, the best course of action would be for the head to personally oversee its formation. Upon hearing this, the second Prince Jiang Chen, the third Prince Jiang Feng, and the fourth Prince Jiang Tao all exchanged glances, their eyes alight with newfound vigor. The establishment of the Jinwu division. This was not merely a position of prestige. For them, it represented a tremendous opportunity. According to the laws of Great Yu, once an individual was chosen by the head, regardless of their status, they would be obliged to agree to join unconditionally. Failure to comply would be deemed defiance against the imperial will, tantamount to treason, punishable by the annihilation of their entire clan. Naturally, no one would be foolish enough to decline the opportunity presented by the esteemed Xianxia. Should their prince ascend to the position of the master, he could seize this chance to openly consolidate the power of the Great Yu realm, enlisting the numerous skilled and top-tier talents from the 3 armies to bolster his claim for the title of Crown Prince. It could be said that whoever secures the Master's position, with a few notable accomplishments thereafter, would be halfway to securing the title of Crown Prince. This is one of the reasons they were willing to take risks and agree to restore Jiang Chen's princely status. Only by promptly solidifying this matter could they afford more time to gather the talents of the world. Emperor Yuan's expression darkened somewhat. Yet he nodded and spoke. Do you have suitable candidates to recommend? No sooner had he spoken than Minister Su stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, historically, such military positions that pertain to national prestige have always been held by members of the royal family. This old minister believes that the Master's position should be selected from among the princes. Indeed, immediately, others emerged to advocate for the fourth prince, Jiang Tao, praising his meticulous mind and exceptional talent for utilizing people, deeming him fit for great responsibility. Supporters of the third prince swiftly countered, extolling Jiang Feng's benevolence and love for the people, as well as his respect for the wise. Of course, the first and fifth princes, though not present in the capital, were not without their supporters. Officials aligned with their faction promptly stood up to emphasize the first prince's military achievements and the fifth prince's extraordinary talents. In an instant, the Golden Wan Hall was once again engulfed in uproar. Observing this scene, Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. However, his amusement did not stem from the folly of these elderly gentlemen. Rather, it was the shrewdness displayed in this seemingly chaotic spectacle akin to market vendors vying for a cabbage. This was, in fact, a demonstration of their cunning and the intricate power play within the court. Who were they contending with? Undoubtedly, it was with the interests they held dear, as well as with Emperor Yuan seated upon the dragon throne. Their seemingly meaningless squabbles served to express their respective stances and positions within the court. Without such commotion, how could Emperor Yuan discern their limits? How could he be compelled to make concessions? Their message was clear. Should the first prince be chosen, those on their side would be displeased. Should the third prince be selected, their discontent would remain unchanged. If any choice were made, the court would inevitably descend into discord. The primary concern remained that the first prince commanded an army of 100,000, while the fifth prince possessed unparalleled martial talent. Either of these two could easily fulfill the requirements of the Master's position, if they did not compel Emperor Yuan to implement a relatively fair method of competition. The other princes might not even qualify to participate. With a sudden crash, Emperor Yuan slammed his palm upon the armrest of the dragon throne, producing a thunderous sound. Have you all finished your clamor? A profound aura of authority instantly enveloped the hall, rendering it silent. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. We too are concerned for the nation, and our impatience leads to disorder. The emperor rubbed his throbbing temples, and then turned his gaze towards the ever-silent Grand Guardian. Xianxia. Minister Li, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Li Hongzhi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Clearly, the emperor's unexpected call upon him had taken him by surprise. However, he understood that it pertained to the crown prince. for he was the crown prince's tutor and currently aligned with him. The emperor was not merely asking for his opinion, but rather inquiring about the stance of the crown prince. Fortunately, prior to leaving the capital, the crown prince had already made his position clear. The position of the Jinwu division could be relinquished. It is worth noting that the crown prince currently commanded an army of over 1 million. If he would also gain control of the Jinwu division, not only would the other 4 princes be troubled, but the emperor himself would likely find no rest. Steeling himself, Xianxia stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, I believe that each of the princes is a remarkable individual, difficult to distinguish among them. Given this, it may be prudent to conduct a trial to determine their capabilities, allowing the ultimate victor to assume control of the Jinwu division. Thus, the outcome would earn the respect of all." At this proclamation, a brief silence enveloped the court, soon followed by a chorus of agreement. "What Minister Li says is indeed wise. I second that." The emperor nodded in satisfaction. Among his sons, he held the greatest regard for the crown prince, Jiang Hao. His broad perspective and temperament made him fit for kingship. He was composed and magnanimous, possessing a profound depth of character. Yet, in the current state of Du, such qualities alone were insufficient. Regrettably, these 6 sons were born into a royal family, destined to confront the harsh reality of fraternal rivalry. Thus, he could only play the role of a seemingly unfeeling, yet truly helpless, solitary father. Next, the grand tutor, Wang De, stepped forth, his expression laden with concern. "Your Majesty, the remnants of the chaotic faction are conspiring a grand scheme. The situation is urgent, and we may not have the luxury of time to test and evaluate the prince's abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, others chimed in. "Indeed, if we conduct a grand selection for the Jinwu division, the news will undoubtedly leak. Those remnants of chaos may act rashly and strike prematurely." The emperor recognized this as the true purpose of the assembly, and with a cold smile within, he nodded, "Minister Wang, your words hold merit. Do you have a viable solution?" Everyone present was seasoned and cunning. With the academy's major examination approaching in half a month, who did not realize this was a covert contest? Now, it merely required someone to verbally unite these 2 matters transparently. The Minister of Personnel, Xianxia, surveyed the room and reluctantly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, with the impending academy examination, I have learned that the princes have each generously supported numerous talented individuals from humble beginnings to inspire the students. Why not determine the victor based on the final rankings of the students each of them has sponsored in this grand examination?" Xianxia immediately stroked his beard in agreement, exclaiming, "Minister Shen's words are indeed profound. The Jinwu division requires a leader adept at discerning talent, employing it wisely, and nurturing it effectively. If a student supported by any prince achieves outstanding results, it will undoubtedly reflect the sponsor's keen insight and capability in selecting and utilizing talent." Indeed, Minister Li speaks with great reason. In an instant, voices of concurrence filled the hall, as if this were an exquisitely crafted, fair, and impeccable strategy. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Jiang Chen from a corner, unable to contain himself. "Are you all truly intent on using the examination as a basis for comparison? I hope you won't come to regret it." However, at that moment, everyone was caught up in excitement, and his laughter went largely unnoticed. Emperor Yuan, however, did take note. Fearing that his reckless son might cause further mischief, he did not allow the flattery to continue unabated, striking the dragon chair decisively and declaring, "Well, since all of you esteemed ministers unanimously agree that employing the results from the Academy's grand examination to contest the position of the Jinwu division's leader is most appropriate, let it be so. Your Majesty is indeed wise. This method not only inspires scholars throughout the realm, but also selects talent for the nation, a truly advantageous strategy, a hallmark of a sage ruler." The ministers immediately erupted in exuberant cheers, showering praises as if they were of no cost. Jiang Chen had anticipated the re-establishment of the Jinwu division in court, but had not foreseen that they would resort to the grand examination for selecting its leader. Now he understood why his father had sent medicine and personally commanded him to attend court. It turned out that such a splendid opportunity awaited him. Had I known earlier that the Jinwu division would adopt this method, I would have invested more effort and seriousness into my preparations, Jiang Chen mused to himself. Yet, it seemed that time was still on his side. "Esteemed ministers, do you have any further matters to present?" The emperor's voice resonated once more. Jiang Chen's value had been thoroughly extracted. Everyone's objectives had been achieved. In the court, no one dared to speak further, exchanging glances with one another. Suddenly, The emperor revealed a knowing smile, surveying the assembly. These cunning old foxes believed they had maneuvered him, the sovereign, into a corner, unaware that he and Jiang Chen were, in fact, the true victors. In a buoyant mood, he raised his hand and called, "Jiang Chen, heed my decree." "Yes, I am here." Jiang Chen lazily rose to his feet. "From this day forth, your status as a prince is restored. The prince's residence is already yours, thus it is exempted. Moreover, I bestow upon you 300 guards, 10,000 taels of gold, and 100 maidservants and house servants each. As for an official position, I shall refrain from mentioning it, stating only that we will discuss it when a suitable opportunity arises." No dissenting voices arose from the assembly regarding this. After all, he was merely a madman, who feared not being able to grasp his weaknesses. Patience was the key. Jiang Chen performed a symbolic bow and said, "Thank you, Father Emperor, for your great kindness." Subsequently, the emperor issued another decree, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Che, Jiang Feng, Jiang Tao, and Jiang Chen. "Jiang Ge, Jiang Feng, Jiang Tao, Jiang Chen, take heed. The position of the Zhenwu Division's leader shall be determined by the results of this grand examination. I hope you all will not disappoint me. My sons, I shall not fail your expectations." The three of them bowed in unison, their voices resolute. Jiang Chen also nodded symbolically. The fervent gazes of the crowd swept over Jiang Che, Jiang Feng, and Jiang Tao, yet they all conspicuously overlooked Jiang Chen. It was not that they doubted him. Rather, they were well aware of the meager talents of the 7 students at the bottom. Even if an extraordinary force were to invest all its resources, it could not guarantee that they would astonishingly break into the top 100. How could a madman, devoid of any merit and wit, possibly achieve such a feat? Unless, of course, Jiang Chen possessed a miraculous ability to turn waste into treasure and defy fate. This matter was settled. The court session was adjourned. As Hua Banban announced with a resonant bow, Jiang Chen was about to return for a brief nap when Hua Banban hurried over, a smile adorning her face. "Your Highness, the Emperor requests your presence in the Imperial study." "What for? Is he going to give me special treatment?" Jiang Chen inquired curiously. Bowing slightly, Hua Banban replied, "Your Highness, this old servant does not know." "Very well." Jiang Chen stretched languidly, joined the throng exiting the Golden Lawn Hall, then took a turn towards the Imperial study. Not far off, the 3 princes, observing his direction, understood his purpose. However, they remained indifferent. In their hearts, they believed their father to be fair-minded. It was precisely for this reason that the position of crown prince could not be acquired through favoritism or generosity, but must be earned through genuine ability and personal strength. The second prince, Jiang Che, merely cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Chen's retreating figure before withdrawing his gaze. Subsequently, each of them returned to their respective residences, resolutely determined to secure the first position in the impending examination and claim the position of the master of the Zhenwu Division, utilizing the final 20 days for an all-out effort. At this juncture, there was no room for brotherly affection. The necessary measures must be taken. Emperor Yuan was already seated at his desk, reviewing a mountain of memorials while awaiting him. Jiang Chen strode confidently into the imperial study, glanced at the towering stacks of memorials, and then sauntered to the side, plopping down and crossing his legs. "What is this? The grand performance has just concluded, and now you're eager to summon me to the backstage for a share of the spoils?" Emperor Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, setting down his red brush, and admonished sternly, "You have now regained your princely status. Cease this lack of decorum. The necessary etiquette between sovereign and subject must be upheld." He genuinely feared that his wayward son, should he ever ascend to that position, would engage in brotherly camaraderie with the ministers, transforming the court into a den of bandits. There is no one else present. Why bother with all this formality? Jiang Chen muttered softly. Emperor Yuan did not pursue the topic further, instead shifting the conversation. "How prepared are you for the grand examination?" Jiang Chen chuckled softly. "You've opened such a large back door for me. If I don't secure the first place, how can I justify your heartfelt efforts?" The Emperor Yuan shot him a glance, but inwardly he exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he had those words from Jiang Chen, that was sufficient. Even if he ultimately failed to claim the top position or become the leader of the Zhenwu Division, all his efforts today would not have been in vain. For he understood Jiang Chen's capabilities better than anyone else. If he so desired, the throne of Diyu would undoubtedly belong to him in the future. The issue, however, was that only he believed in his son's potential, which was insufficient. After all, A vast dynasty requires countless subjects to sustain its operation. It was essential for everyone to gradually recognize and acknowledge his abilities. Only then could he rightfully ascend to that position and genuinely command the realm. Otherwise, even with the title of emperor, if his orders went unheeded, and there was duplicity in the court, such an emperor would merely be a hollow figurehead. A grand joke of the empire. This was precisely why he preferred to invest more time, allowing his sons to contend for the throne step by step. Only a son who ascended to the throne through such efforts will be the true emperor recognized by the entire DU. The current DU faced both internal strife and external threats, teetering on the brink. It required a strong-willed monarch capable of uniting this tumultuous empire. I have prepared the palace maids, domestic servants, and guards for your residence. Take advantage of this time to hasten the construction of your Qinhuangfu. The Emperor Yuan's voice was gentle. No need. Jiang Chen shook his head without a moment's hesitation, firmly declining. I will find my own palace maids, servants, and guards. Chapter 69. The Mysterious Forces Intruding. The Emperor Yuan fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, handle it as you see fit. But do not claim that I am biased later. Traditionally, it was he, the father, who provided the funds and personnel for the establishment of his sons' residences. Since Jiang Chen did not require assistance, he felt no need to press the matter. Finding one's own people had its advantages, primarily their unwavering loyalty and reliability. There was also a deeper reason behind it. The Qinhuangfu had initially been overseen by Jiang Chen's mother, yet remained unfinished due to her passing. It was not that he was unwilling to spend money, but he understood this son well. The residence was Jiang Chen's only tangible connection to his mother. He did not wish to disrupt that. Just give me 100,000 taels of silver, and I will consider it settled. Jiang Chen shifted the conversation, extending his hand toward the Emperor Yuan as if it were a matter of course. Are you dreaming? The Emperor Yuan was nearly amused to the point of anger. Shooting him a glare, the national treasury is already depleted. The 10,000 taels of gold I could provide come from my own private funds. So poor? You don't even have 100,000 taels? Jiang Chen made a face of disdain. With ongoing border conflicts, widespread natural disasters, and the remnants of a chaotic faction scheming in the shadows, you are not unaware of these circumstances. The Emperor Yuan replied curtly. Jiang Chen nodded, finding the information he received from Yu Qing to be quite similar. Yet he was astonished to learn that even his imperial father could not afford a mere 1 million taels. Very well, I shall find a way to procure the funds myself. However, I require the abandoned mine located at Xishan outside the city. You mean the Highland Mountain, that black-scale mine? The Emperor of Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Chen affirmed with a nod. This mine, known for its exceptionally hard and mixed ores, had been abandoned for centuries, and he could not fathom Jiang Chen's purpose for it. Nevertheless, very well, I shall grant you that mine. Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. This mine was no ordinary one. While the world only recognized the Highland mine for its impenetrable hardness and difficulty in extraction, what they did not know was that, with the right refining techniques, one could extract a unique metal known as Shenlin gold. Its resilience rivaled that of Earth-tier profound weapons. The most inferior of such weapons could fetch an astronomical price of 100,000 taels of gold in the market. Possessing this mine equated to having an inexhaustible treasury. As for matters in your residence, I shall not inquire further. The Emperor's tone shifted, his expression growing grave. I have arranged for 2 guards to accompany you, set to arrive tomorrow. The remnants of the chaotic sect are indeed plotting a grand conspiracy, and their target may very well be a certain prince. A warmth blossomed in Jiang Chen's heart. His father, despite having failed to protect his mother in the past and appearing somewhat ineffectual, harbored a deep-seated paternal love and helplessness beneath his imperial facade, making it impossible for him to harbor any genuine resentment. Forget it. You may keep them for yourself. Jiang Chen gestured dismissively. I shall take charge of my own safety, as I am rather eager for some excitement. The Emperor paused, quickly understanding the implications. This scoundrel has hidden quite a few cards after a decade away. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Jiang Chen grew restless, shifting in his seat. Nothing more, be gone quickly. The Emperor urged him impatiently, though his tone, despite its apparent anger, was laced with an unprecedented sense of pride and anticipation. In truth, the primary reason he had summoned Jiang Chen today was for his safety. After all, the other princes were surrounded by formidable experts, while Jiang Chen only had, to his knowledge, a sword saint by his side. However, Hearing the confidence in Jiang Chen's voice brought him complete reassurance. Humph, Jiang Chen scoffed, rising to his feet and brushing off his clothes, leaving without a backward glance. The Jinwu division was tasked with suppressing the remnants of the chaotic sect. His agreement to undertake this mission was not merely to engage in a game of succession with his elder brothers. Even if it were just to deal with the vagabonds of the martial world, it felt like overkill. What he sought was a force that could operate in the light of day, endowed with imperial authority. A legitimate private army bold enough to confront the lofty figures lurking in the shadows. He intended to use this blade to flush out the hidden titans. However, to wield this knife effectively, it must first be sharpened. Undoubtedly, the greatest benefactor today is not the Jinwu division, but rather the black-scaled mine situated in Xishan. This mine has been a source of envy for him for a decade, as it contains not only the essential materials for refining tools, but also a plethora of stones required for the construction of the Qinhuangfu. Unfortunately, at that time, the mine was still under the control of Yun Fei, who is now likely referred to as Queen Yun. Through the intelligence gathered by Yu Qing, Jiang Chen learned that this Queen Yun ascended to her position only after the untimely demise of his mother. Although he remains unaware of the means by which she secured her authority, the fact that she has relinquished this mine is a fortuitous turn of events. Upon returning to the Qinhuangfu, Jiang Chen swiftly summoned Qingying, the contact of Yu Qing. Soon, within the western courtyard's loft, a barely perceptible sound emerged behind him. A shadow knelt on one knee. Subordinate Qingying pays respects to the Yu King. Rise. Jiang Chen waved his hand and subsequently produced a map alongside a thin booklet. Handing them over. This is the map of the black-scaled mountain outside the western city of the capital, along with a mining development plan and refining techniques. Deliver these to Inger. Yes. Qingying accepted the items, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. He possessed some understanding of the black-scaled mountain, recognizing it as royal property, and wondered how their underground faction could possibly claim the right to mine there. Jiang Chen discerned his apprehension and promptly clarified, "This mine now belongs to me. Inform Inger to establish a commercial association under the Yuheng department, and have the head of this association contact me. I shall then contract the mining rights to them under the guise of a cooperative venture." Yes. Qingying nodded, his mind suddenly enlightened. A wave of elation washed over him as he grasped the implications. The Yu King had likely reclaimed his princely status. Although the identity of the Yu King's princely lineage had never been disclosed to them by Ying Zhu, those among their ranks who had long dealt with intelligence could hardly be oblivious to it. At last, the time had arrived for their Yu Qing organization to truly make its mark. That position must be theirs. Yu King, do you have any further commands? Qingying's tone unconsciously brimmed with excitement and fervor. By the way, have there been any recent reports regarding the remnants of the chaotic sect? Qingying nodded. There are a few, though none are particularly significant. They have been quite subdued of late. Quite subdued? Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. This contradicted the information he had received from his father. He had specifically instructed that the focus of intelligence be directed towards the mysterious organization within the capital. However, Qingying recalled something and spoke again. While the remnants of the chaotic sect have shown little activity, a mysterious force has recently emerged within the city, having infiltrated from abroad. From the traces of their activities in the capital, it appears they are preparing for something monumental, and Ying Zhu has been dispatching individuals to keep a close watch. Chapter 70. Awakening the Ancient Bloodline. Oh, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. Clearly, his father's intelligence network was not as efficient as he had presumed, as it had led to a mix-up between two groups. The intelligence system of Yu Ying was established using the information network from his past life, espionage, employing single-line communication and deep-sea infiltrations, with layers of encryption making the network intricately complex. The removal of any single node would not hinder the overall operation of the intelligence network. In this regard, it was foolproof. For the past 2 weeks, keep a close watch on them. Additionally, send someone to investigate whether they have any connections to the remnants of the chaotic sect. Understood. Jiang Chen suddenly rose, gazing out the window in silence for a moment before retrieving a letter he had prepared in advance. This should be personally delivered to Ying, instructing her to look into a woman named Danlon. Remember, do not alert anyone. Off you go. Yes. Qingying accepted the envelope, her figure flickering before she silently vanished from sight. Danlon was none other than Shun Xining's mother, and she had been the best friend of Jiang Chen's mother. Dan Taiyin, after his mother's unfortunate incident, he had not seen Aunt Danlon again, He only learned of her death through intelligence from Yuying. The reports indicated that Danlon had passed away precisely 1 month after his mother's accident, with the official cause of death listed as illness. Could a cultivator at the celestial realm simply succumb to illness? Jiang Chen had a nagging suspicion that Danlon's demise was far more complicated than that. It was worth noting that Aunt Danlon had reached the late stages of the celestial realm in her prime. A cultivator at this level enjoyed a lifespan of up to 200 years. At the age of 30, she was in the prime of her vitality, and it was inconceivable that she could fall victim to a common ailment. He was aware that Shun Xining's dedication to the medical arts was closely tied to her mother's passing, but there must be other underlying reasons. Most importantly, Xin Yin, that old rascal, was notoriously known for his doting on his daughter. How could he so casually place his precious girl in the proximity of such a madman? There had to be some unavoidable circumstances that compelled him to yield. It was likely connected to the true cause of Danlon's death. Initially, he had no intention of letting Shan Xining get too close, fully aware that the tempest surrounding him would inevitably stir up a maelstrom of bloodshed and chaos. However, if the events were indeed linked to the gray-clad man, then he could not afford to remain an onlooker. Hopefully, it is not as I fear. Jiang Chen shook his head, attempting to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, he heard a commotion from downstairs and moved to the windowsill, where he spotted the rotund figure of a dog emerging from a hole. Jiang Chen swiftly darted over. "You wretched dog, I do not care what mischief you've been up to lately, but there is a crucial task I must assign to you." Upon hearing this, the dog perked its ears and straightened its belly attentively. Jiang Chen gestured towards the direction of the backyard. "Those 7 inept individuals, assist me in training them. Solidify their foundations and elevate their realms. If they fail to meet expectations, they can leave." A flicker of hesitation crossed Sang Biao's eyes, yet he ultimately nodded gravely. Despite being merely a dog, under the influence of Jiang Chen's eccentric master, Sang Biao possessed martial insights that were not significantly inferior to Jiang Chen's. Moreover, he himself wielded strength comparable to a martial arts grandmaster, making his guidance for those 7 individuals undoubtedly feasible. However, entrusting them solely to him was not an option. The following day, Jiang Chen awoke around midday, yawning as he leisurely made his way to the backyard. Upon arrival, he spotted Lin Wei alone in a corner, idly poking at ants on the ground with a stick, her small face clouded with discontent as she muttered to herself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the yard, Li Tai and his companions were fervently constructing a wall, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Wei, their expressions filled with avoidance and apprehension. Were they engaging in backyard bullying and isolation? Jiang Chen speculated as he sauntered over. "Lin Wei, what troubles you? Have you been quarreling with the ants?" Upon hearing his voice, Lin Wei startled, akin to a frightened rabbit. She quickly rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and bowed. "Your Highness," sighed. "I am fine." Jiang Chen's gaze swept over her face, and a smile tugged at his lips. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, and she claimed to be fine. His voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. "If you have suffered any grievances, speak to me, and I shall advocate for you." The individuals in the distance, engaged in wall construction, paused upon observing Jiang Chen conversing with Lin Wei. They contemplated warning the mad prince to tread carefully, for Lin Wei had also exhibited signs of madness and violent tendencies. After her outburst yesterday, she had dealt them a thorough thrashing, revealing considerable strength. However, the thought of provoking either of them into a dual fit of madness made the backyard seem unbearable, so they ultimately refrained from intervening. "Your Highness, I truly am fine," Lin Wei murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment. She could not possibly disclose that since she announced her breakthrough to a grand artist, these fools had treated her as if she were deranged, insisting on dragging her to the medical hall for treatment daily. Had it not been for her use of mental prowess to frighten them into submission yesterday, she might well have been driven to madness by their antics. Seeing her tight-lipped and unwilling to divulge anything, Jiang Chen chose not to press further, merely nodding. "Very well, you may return to your tasks." He then waved to Li Tai, who promptly set down the stone he was handling, wiped his muddy hands against his clothes, and jogged over. "Your Highness, what orders do you have?" Jiang Chen's gaze shifted, a fleeting, intangible sword intent flashing within his eyes as he swiftly scanned his surroundings, silently nodding in approval. Indeed, after enduring a period of arduous training, coupled with the horse meat consumed yesterday, the primal bloodline of the bull within him had begun to simmer. The next step was to fully awaken this ancient bloodline. However, merely relying on physical exertion would not suffice to activate such a lineage. Contemplating for a moment, Jiang Chen waved his hand and instructed, "Follow me." Yes, Li Deidi obediently followed him to a distant pavilion. Jiang Chen seated himself upon a stone bench and casually inquired, "After half a month of labor, how do you feel?" "Not bad." Li Deidi scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we have no complaints. In another half-month, we will surely complete the construction of the western courtyard." Jiang Chen's lips twitched. "Was that what I was asking?" He sighed and rephrased his question. "I meant to inquire whether you have noticed any changes in your body." "Changes?" Li Datia pauja, pundaring deeply. "Now that you mention it, there does seem to be something. Initially, I was sore all over and utterly exhausted, but I gradually got used to it. Recently, I felt as if there's a fire burning within me, intensely hot. I suppose it's due to the fiery blood horse we consumed, causing some agitation." "All right, enough of that." Jiang Chen impatiently interrupted him, gesturing towards a large piece of green stone the size of a grinding wheel in the corner. "Go, bring it here." With a thud, Li Deidi heaved the 300-pound stone over, placing it firmly on the ground before the pavilion, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, "Your Highness, do you wish to carve a stone bench?" Jiang Chen shook his head, reclining lazily against a pillar. "Just do as I say." "Oh, Li Datia nuda ubadianli." "First, split it open," Jiang Chen commanded. "Understood." Li Deidi rubbed his hands together, gripping his fist the size of a cooking pot, ready to begin. "Wait," Jiang Chen suddenly called out to him. "Does your Highness have further instructions? Use your head to split it, not your fist." "My head?" Li Deidi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening like saucers. In the distance, several onlookers, eager to witness how Jiang Chen drove a person to madness, perked up their ears to eavesdrop. Upon hearing Jiang Chen instruct Li Deidi to use his head to strike the stone, they collectively gasped in shock, finally comprehending why Lin Wei had been driven to the brink of insanity. That stone was comparable to iron, not mere bricks. Even a celestial-level warrior without the support of vital energy could not hope to break it with their fists. Using one's head? Was there any difference from courting death? Only Lin Wei clenched her delicate fist in silence, watching the scene unfold, while secretly musing, "Once senior brother Deidi achieves his transformation. Let us see how you all mock me then." "What? Are you afraid?" Jiang Chen's voice echoed. "And no." Li Deidi chuckled innocently, then touched his forehead, taking a deep breath, gathering all his strength to charge forward. "Wait," Jiang Chen called out to him again. This naive giant truly was earnest. However, given the trace of the bull bloodline coursing through his veins, even if he were to ram into something, he would merely be stunned, not mortally harmed. Yet, Jiang Chen did not possess the luxury of time to accompany him in a leisurely manner. "You may harness your vital energy," Jiang Chen instructed directly. "Listen carefully. Channel your energy, as I say." His lips moved slightly, and an ancient, profound incantation resonated clearly in Li Deidi's ears. "Let the energy sink to the dantian. Guide the intention to the crown, draw forth the fire of the triple burner, and gather the 3 flowers atop." Li Deidi, not daring to hesitate, immediately held his breath in concentration, silently reciting the incantation within his heart. As the vital energy within him began to circulate according to the peculiar method, he felt the once dormant heat within him surge forth, as if it had found an outlet, rushing violently through his meridians straight to his forehead. His skin turned a vivid crimson at a visible pace, his muscles bulged, veins slithered beneath his skin like serpents, and a faint golden light even emanated from the crown of his head. Upon completing the incantation in his mind, he felt as though his head might explode, an overwhelming urge to release himself welling up inside. With a roar, he charged headfirst into the bluestone without a second thought. Bang! With a resounding crash, the 300-pound bluestone shattered instantaneously beneath his forehead, scattering into countless fragments and sending dust flying into the air. Thud! Thud! In the distance, the other 5, excluding Lin Wei, stared wide-eyed, their tools slipping from their grip, frozen in place, as if under a spell. Did he really just break it? With his head? Li Deidi was equally dumbfounded. When did my head become this hard? He dazedly touched his dust-coated forehead, finding not a single wound, not even a scratch. Wait, even he, despite his simplicity, began to comprehend. The reason he could shatter the bluestone was not due to his head's hardness, but rather the incantation imparted by Jiang Chen. He could distinctly sense that when the vital force circulated within him according to that method, An unprecedented immense power had gathered at the crown of his head. Typically, even when he exerted all his might, bolstered by vital energy, he could never hope to shatter the notoriously hard blue stone with his fists. Yet, under the influence of this incantation, he had obliterated the massive stone using his head. It was obliteration, not mere cracking. The force of this strike unquestionably surpassed that of an ordinary innate realm, and it could be said that even a master of the celestial phenomenon realm might struggle to achieve such a feat. If he still did not realize that Jiang Chen was bestowing enlightenment upon him, he would be the greatest fool under the heavens. Li Deidi immediately knelt down with a thud, his voice stammering with excitement. "Thank you immensely for your teachings, Your Highness." "Enough, enough," Jiang Chen replied. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand to interrupt him, pulling out a crumpled note from his pocket and tossing it over. This was a recipe for a body-enhancing elixir, reasonably priced, to be soaked for an hour each day. "Remember, from now on, your greatest weapon shall be your intellect, not your fists." Indeed, Li Deidi solemnly tucked the recipe into his bosom, nodding earnestly. Without Jiang Chen's guidance, he would have remained unaware of the formidable potential of his mind. He could distinctly sense that even when employing the same incantation, the force generated by his fists would scarcely compare to that of his head-on collision. In truth, the extraordinary power of his head stemmed from the primal bull bloodline coursing through him. In ancient times, the essence of the primal bull was encapsulated in its formidable horns. It was said that a fully grown primal bull could pierce through a mountain with its might. Under Jiang Chen's tutelage, Li Deidi had merely begun to awaken this bloodline power, far from fully activating it. Once he truly harnessed this lineage, even a mere third of its potential would render his head impervious to blades and weapons. At that juncture, not even a grandmaster would be able to breach his defenses. A single charge from him could bend ordinary earth-grade weapons in half. "My prince, Li Deidi cradled the thin recipe, gazing at the pile of rubble on the ground, stammering incoherently. He realized that all the words of gratitude he could muster would not equal even a fraction of the debt he owed for this transformative boon. "Enough," Jiang Chen interjected, waving his hand. "You need not thank me. This is all a result of your own efforts. Had you not been diligent and complaint-free during this period, my offerings would bear no value for you." "Yes." Li Deidi responded earnestly, nodding vigorously. Suddenly, memories of his blind mother before entering the academy surfaced in his mind. Her frail yet warm hands caressing his face as she once said, "Deidi, though my eyes cannot see the path, my feet can discern the solid from the ephemeral. If you encounter a benefactor who does not scorn your simplicity or lack of prospects, willing to assist you in carving a path through the mountain of stones, then mere words of thanks will not suffice. You must protect this path through your actions. Live your life with dignity and stability, and you will honor the trust others place in you. Remember, in this world, 1,000 kind words pale in comparison to a single deed." Li Deidi, though simple-minded, understood the essence of gratitude from his mother's words. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed all his excitement and appreciation, transforming them into a conviction he did not fully comprehend, yet felt compelled to uphold. "Stop dawdling, go fetch Xianxia," Jiang Chen instructed. "Yes." Li Deidi clasped his fists and turned, striding purposefully away. As he passed by Lin Wei, his face flushed with embarrassment, he scratched his head and said, "Senior Sister Lin." "Oof." Lin Wei huffed, turning her head aside, refusing to look at him. Li Deidi let out a bitter laugh and called out to the several individuals nearby. "Junior Sister Qin, His Highness requests your presence." In an instant, the 5 individuals set aside their tasks and gathered around, clamoring with excitement. "Brother Li, did His Highness impart any teachings to you?" Although they had witnessed the astonishing spectacle with their own eyes, they still sought confirmation. "Indeed, Li Deidi nuda emphatically. Senior Sister Lin did not deceive us. From the moment we entered the royal residence, His Highness has been testing and nurturing us, imparting to us the supreme teachings." The 5 of them collectively held their breath, nodding in unison, their hands trembling with excitement. They had all witnessed the spectacle of the shattered stones. The force displayed was something even a master of the celestial realm might struggle to achieve. At that moment, they fully believed in Senior Sister Lin's words. She had indeed spoken of a great painter. Both of them had received an extraordinary fortune. Did that not imply the same for themselves? Simultaneously, they cast awkward glances at Lin Wei, who turned her head away, engrossed in her study of insects. To alleviate the tension, Li Deidi nudged Xianxia. "Junior Sister Qin, Hurry along, do not keep His Highness waiting. Oh, Xianxia, overwhelmed by this immense surprise, felt her cheeks flush as she lifted her skirt and hurried towards the pavilion. Your Highness, she murmured, her gaze lowered, her voice trembling, though she had begun to sense that this prince was not mad. The miraculous fortune before her still left her body shaking with nervousness. Jiang Chen's gaze swept over her. She was petite yet quite lovely, her eyes brimming with vitality. But why do you tremble? Jiang Chen inquired casually. Are you cold? And no, Xianxia stammered, squeezing her palms tightly in an attempt to steady herself. Yet, the thought of an opportunity to soar to new heights made her heart race uncontrollably. Jiang Chen's brow twitched. He had not intended to discourage her, but seeing her in such a state compelled him to speak. Miss Qin, he began, are you aware that among the 7 of you, you possess the least talent? In fact, one could say you rank at the very bottom within the academy as well. Even if a sage were to intervene, you would only ever linger in the innate realm. Xianxia's heart sank, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, her entire being stiffening. Deep down, she had long recognized her lack of martial talent. After 7 years in the academy, many of her junior peers had already reached the celestial realm, while she had struggled to make any progress since breaking into the innate realm several years prior. Her martial skills had only progressed to a rudimentary level after years of effort, and she often found herself at the bottom of examinations, subjected to ridicule and ostracism. This was the very reason she had chosen to align herself with a mad prince and had persevered through hardships. She understood that this might be her only opportunity in life. But what should I do, Your Highness? Can you help me? Her voice quivered, tinged with desperation. I cannot assist you. Jiang Chen shook his head, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Xianxia's mind buzzed, leaving her momentarily blank. Her body ceased to tremble, but became somewhat weak, as if the very heavens were spinning and about to collapse. Observing her pitiable visage on the brink of tears, Jiang Chen shifted his tone, leisurely uttering 2 words. However, these words struck like thunder in Xianxia's mind, shattering her despair. She jolted, hastily suppressing the tumultuous waves of hopelessness within, and lifted her pale face, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of plea. However, I cannot assist you. But you can alter your destiny through your own efforts, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Please guide me, Your Highness. Xianxia immediately knelt, her voice resolute. I am willing to endure any hardship. Jiang Chen nodded. The girl's innate talent was so lacking that there was no room for decline. He had not exaggerated in the slightest. Even if an opportunity were presented to her, she might not seize it, if she wished to defy fate. The only reliance she had was her own diligence and a resilient heart. All right, go over there and collect a few stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxia dashed out, soon returning with a handful of thumb-sized stones, which she carefully placed on the stone table. These are for your own use, not for me, Jiang Chen reminded her. Oh, Xianxia awkwardly cradled the stones back into her hands. In the distance, a group of individuals had lost their focus on work, their necks craned in anticipation. I suspect His Highness is about to impart a simple martial technique to Junior Sister Qin. Why simple? Another queried. Is that even a question? Junior Sister Qin's talent is so complex that she wouldn't be able to grasp anything more intricate. Lin Wei, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at their chatter. What do you know? Can't His Highness help her change her path? The crowd recalled that Lin Wei herself was a living example of someone who had switched tracks. Given that Xianxia consistently ranked last, perhaps she had indeed chosen the wrong path. Jiang Chen overheard their murmurs, but understood that the girl had no alternative routes available. His only option was to guide her down a less conventional path toward the summit of martial arts. If she could persevere, her future accomplishments might rival those of Li Deidi and his companions. Watch closely. Jiang Chen extended 2 fingers, pinching a stone, his fingers forming a bow, his wrist the string, aligning his waist with his shoulders, channeling energy in a spiral motion. He was not reciting any profound technique, but rather a pure and fundamental method of exertion. Xianxia focused intently on his demonstration, holding a stone between her fingers. Following Jiang Chen's guidance, she summoned all her strength, twisting the latent energy into a cohesive force, aiming at a large tree 10 meters ahead. With a swift motion, the stone shot forth from her fingertips. However, the great tree did not suffer a gaping wound from the stones as everyone had anticipated. The stone merely grazed the edge of the trunk and, with a soft thud, vanished into the distant underbrush. A gasp escaped the onlookers, who hastily covered their mouths. nearly unable to contain their laughter. Your Highness, I, Xianxia, am utterly embarrassed. Grant me another chance, and I shall surely succeed this time. Enough, Jiang Chen interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his countenance devoid of disappointment. You have performed admirably. Just remember the technique I imparted to you. As he spoke, he retrieved a bound volume from within his robes and tossed it towards her. Commit the contents of this tome to memory. When you can achieve the state of your mind aligning with your sight, manifesting your intent with mere thought, a new path will unfold before you, one that does not rely on innate talent. Chapter 73, Leaping to Become a Top Master. Xianxia found herself bewildered by these words. Yet she nodded solemnly as she accepted the book. Upon turning to the first page, the reason for Jiang Chen's insistence on her practicing the act of throwing stones for half a month became clear. The pages were densely inscribed with the vital acupoints of the human body, while the world acknowledged 108 critical points. This tome detailed an astonishing 720. Among them were 108 Ming Shui, the well-known vital points, and 360 in Shui. These concealed points shifted with the flow of a martial artist's vital energy and muscle contractions, eluding the perception of ordinary individuals. Yet, this manual meticulously outlined the characteristics and trajectories of all potential movements of the Shui. By mastering the fluctuations of an opponent's energy, one could accurately predict the positions of these concealed points. Furthermore, there existed the Tian Shui, a new, lethal vulnerability that emerged when a martial artist attained an exceptionally high realm, allowing their physical form to resonate with the heavens and earth. These critical points, if struck by even the most mundane projectile, be it a simple stone, could lead to certain death. As she reached the conclusion of the text, Xiaoya's hands trembled uncontrollably as she cradled the book. This manual was truly formidable. She could already vividly foresee that, should she fully grasp its teachings, even now, no one within the academy would stand a chance against her. Why are you trembling again? Jiang Chen inquired, puzzled by her reaction. Xiaoya stammered, overwhelmed with emotion, at a loss for how to express her gratitude. In merely half a month's time, she was being transformed from a worthless individual into a top master. This was not just a stroke of fortune. Jiang Chen was altering her destiny. Enough, enough, Jiang Chen interrupted her impatiently. Understanding this manual is not as simple as you might think. Express your gratitude once you made some progress. Now go and fetch Xiaozhan. Yes, yes. Xiaoya suddenly awakened from her reverie, mechanically nodding her head as she cradled the tome that held the potential to transform her life, and hurriedly dashed outside. She had taken an entire 6 months to master this intricate manual, its complexity not merely lying in memorization, but in the application of its teachings. For this girl, merely entering its realm within a decade would be commendable. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary comprehension, he had fully grasped the manual in a mere month. The intricacy of it did not stem from learning the fixed points, but rather from the precision required to strike. Knowing where the target lies and successfully hitting a swiftly moving target amidst a rapidly changing battlefield are profoundly different concepts. To achieve accuracy, one must first master the subtlety of concealed weapons, a skill that cannot be hurried. Given this girl's innate talent, seeking shortcuts would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. Her only recourse lay in her unwavering perseverance, dedicating herself to countless hours of practice to attain mastery through repetition. It is this very finesse that would pave her own path to greatness. Excitedly, Xiaoya rushed over, her face still glistening with tears of joy. Her voice slightly trembling. Brother Xiao, His Highness has summoned you. It's my turn. Xiaozhan, startled, rubbed his hands together in excitement. The others present, understanding the situation, refrained from inquiring about the teachings Xiaoya had received, as they deemed her talent woefully inadequate. Any guidance from His Highness was already a tremendous boon. They cast sympathetic glances and offered a few words of consolation. Xiaoya, however, chose not to elaborate, acutely aware that any explanation would be futile. She was determined to shatter the stereotypes they held of her through her actions. Xiaozhan nearly bounded to the pavilion, barely steadying himself before exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am ready. Let's begin." Jiang Chen was taken aback, realizing that this fellow genuinely regarded him as a teacher of the arts. With a sidelong glance at Xiaozhan, he chose not to take offense. Although this was not a true transmission of teachings, it nonetheless offered them a path toward enlightenment, with their future success resting solely on their own efforts. You, Prepare a 300-pound sword by tomorrow, Jiang Chen stated calmly. 300 pounds? Xiaozhan was momentarily stunned, but listened attentively. Swing the sword 3,000 times each day. After half a month, switch to 400 pounds. Thereafter, increase the weight by 100 pounds each month until it reaches 1,000 pounds. Beyond 1,000, at 100 pounds each year. Xiaozhan listened intently, though doubt crept into his mind. His light-footed agility and swift reflexes had always led him down a path of grace and finesse, wielding a 3-foot blade. The path of the heavy sword seemed entirely contrary to his natural inclination. Yet, having witnessed the remarkable achievements of Lin Wei and Li Deidi, he firmly believed that His Highness's instructions bore profound significance. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, expecting Jiang Chen to impart further techniques or mantras, he was taken aback when Jiang Chen impatiently waved his hand. That's enough. Next, summon Zhao Hu. Huh? Is that it? Xiaozhan was left in a state of bewilderment. What else could it be? Jiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you require me to enlighten you in a manner that propels you to greatness? No. Xiaozhan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and quickly scurried away. Jiang Chen observed his retreating figure and silently nodded in approval. Among the 7, Xiaozhan possessed the greatest talent, yet his temperament was overly erratic and lacked composure. Transitioning him to the use of a heavy sword had already conferred upon him the most significant opportunity among their group. The heavy sword represented not merely the discovery of his innate abilities. More importantly, it served to temper his impetuosity and cultivate his focus. If he could endure this trial, harmonizing his character with the way of the sword, his future accomplishments would likely surpass even Li Deidi. Before long, Zhao Hu hurriedly approached. Jiang Chen incisively pointed out his shortcomings, advising him to shift from intricate swordplay to a more robust hammer technique. He also imparted a formidable mantra for honing his physique, recommending a pair of meteor hammers weighing 800 pounds. Having guided Zhao Hu, he proceeded to offer similar adjustment for Sun Yu and Zhou Ping, tailoring their paths according to their individual characteristics, one focusing on fist techniques and the other on spear techniques. For those in need of martial arts, he generously bestowed upon them a mantra. Though it was but a single passage, each was sufficient to support their cultivation to the realm of grandmasters. The teachings he provided were all derived from the celestial tier martial arts comprehended within the Dao Trace Imperial Tomb. Even long-established aristocratic families, with heritages spanning millennia, might struggle to procure a complete volume of such teachings. It was not that Jiang Chen was stingy or unwilling to share. Rather, the intricacies of complete celestial tier martial arts were boundless. Given their current level of comprehension, should he present them with the entire technique, they would likely require at least 3 to 5 years merely to grasp the fundamentals. At this moment, they could only rely on Jiang Chen to meticulously break down these teachings and feed them in digestible portions, ensuring they could achieve maximum progress in a brief span of time. Otherwise, should they miss this precious window for physical refinement, even the provision of complete celestial tier martial arts in the future would hold little value for them. As for whether they could eventually obtain the complete teachings from him, that would depend on their forthcoming performance. After assisting Sun Yu and Zhou Ping, Jiang Chen clapped his hands, feeling as though he had accomplished a trivial task. Stretching lazily, he meandered away. The subsequent cultivation of these 7 individuals and their ascension in realms would rest in the hands of Sang Biao. Chapter 74. This dog has gone mad. Once Jiang Chen departed, the previously suppressed atmosphere ignited with excitement. The 6 individuals huddled together, bouncing with exhilaration. Why 6? Because Lin Wei, on the other side, remained with her arms crossed, sulking and ignoring them. Do you think His Highness could be a legendary genius living in seclusion? In a fervor of excitement, Xiaozhan lowered his voice, his tone imbued with astonishment. Of course, Li Deidi responded with a booming voice. Have you not heard? The minds of geniuses operate on a plane distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. The line separating brilliance from madness is often perilously thin. Indeed, Zhao Hu exclaimed, thumping his thigh, for it is precisely because we are mere mortals that we fail to comprehend the thoughts and methods of His Highness, leading the world to mistakenly label him as a madman. The magnitude of fortune bestowed upon the 7 of them today is a truth known only to their own hearts. In this world, how many dare to boldly alter another's path in martial arts? And even if one dares, how many possess the requisite capability? This transcends mere guidance. It is a complete reconstruction of their paths, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. Though the advantages of such transformation may not yet be apparent, they can distinctly sense that the new path they tread is 100 times broader than the narrow bridges they previously navigated. Then the rest of the mantra. It may appear simple, yet once set in motion, the surge and efficiency of vital energy make them feel that even the most esteemed arcane techniques housed within the Academy's library pale in comparison to the methods granted by His Highness. How could an ordinary person possibly possess such celestial prowess? After a brief discussion, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within the six, thankful for their perseverance under pressure. One could only wonder how the four individuals who once doubted them would feel upon learning of this transformation. With today's fortuitous turn of events, their lives are destined to diverge entirely from those four. Simultaneously, a profound, inexpressible gratitude filled their hearts, for they had all been known as the Academy's most infamous underachievers. This opportunity has irrevocably altered the trajectory of their existence. Though they spoke not of it, the phrase "the Great Examination" was indelibly etched in each of their minds. Their aim, to secure a position within the top 10. Only thus could they honor the transformative grace bestowed by His Highness. At this moment, the six noticed Lin Wei sulking alone. They exchanged awkward glances, scratched their heads, and approached her, standing in a line before her, bowing deeply in unison. "Senior Sister Lin, we were wrong. We apologize." Lin Wei haughtily snorted, turning her head aside, refusing to acknowledge them. The six exchanged knowing looks, and in perfect harmony, shifted direction to once again position themselves before her, continuing their bows. "Senior Sister Lin, we truly erred. Indeed, previously, we were but frogs at the bottom of a well, lacking vision. We failed to recognize true greatness. We promise it shall never happen again." Xiao Zhan and the others circled around Lin Wei, incessantly apologizing with an abundance of flattering words, bowing and smiling profusely. Before long, Lin Wei could no longer maintain her stern demeanor and burst into laughter. This laughter seemed to melt the ice and snow. In the courtyard, the earlier tensions and awkwardness dissipated, giving way to a chorus of joyous laughter and excitement. After discussing how to repay His Highness, the seven promptly picked up their tools and set to work earnestly. The sooner they completed their tasks, the sooner they could immerse themselves in cultivation. They are all acutely aware that the Tianlu Academy is far more intricate than it appears at first glance. Among the more than 50,000 students in this prestigious institution, a third hail from prominent noble families. For those of them who consistently rank beyond the 40,000, merely relying on a stroke of luck is woefully insufficient to break into the top 10 of the grand examination. Only through relentless effort can they harbor even a glimmer of hope. It is only through such dedication that they can truly honor the prince. The following day, early in the morning, the atmosphere within the residence of the sixth prince was not one of flourishing vitality, but rather a scene of chaos. "How? Brother Songbiao, I was wrong. Next time, I shall first offer you the beef." Woof. Having just devoured the flesh of the inferno-blooded horse, 7 students, their vitality surging, were now being pursued by a massive black dog, akin to a young calf, as they dashed about the estate in frantic disarray. Song Biao remained indifferent, his glossy black fur shimmering under the sunlight as he galloped with agility, suddenly accelerating toward Xiao Zhan. "Spare me, O Lord Dog!" Xiao Zhan, terrified, clutched the 300-pound heavy sword of mysterious iron on his shoulder, shrieking in panic as he sprinted for his life. He knew that should he falter even for a moment, he would face dire consequences. Even more alarming was the fact that this monstrous hound forbade them from discarding their weapons. Those who dared to do so would immediately be treated to a special facial cleansing courtesy of the dog's jaws. Woof. Do not bite my backside. At the other end of the courtyard, Li Dachui and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, their clothes tattered, their bodies adorned with bruises and bite marks. Although the 2 girls appeared relatively intact, they were nonetheless covered in dirt, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a muddy pit. They could not fathom why. After their group had consumed the horse meat without leaving any broth, the black dog had pursued them relentlessly, biting with fervor, while their legs and backs bore no blood. They were marked with teeth impressions. Woof. The black dog abruptly changed direction, lunging towards a group of prone individuals. Terrified, they scrambled to their feet, neglecting to catch their breath as they continued their frantic escape. Gradually, they discerned a pattern. Whenever they instinctively employed the boxing techniques and skills that Jiang Chen had taught them to evade, the ferocity of the dog would somewhat diminish, granting them a fleeting opportunity to breathe. From a distance on the loft, Jiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, nodded in satisfaction. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. While talent and resources hold significance, true strength is forged in the crucible of life and death. Only when pushed to the brink can one unlock the deepest potential within their being, transforming those techniques into instinctual prowess. This formidable black dog was the pivotal element in altering the fates of these individuals. Whether they could endure would hinge upon their perseverance. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to descend and bask in the sunlight, a lively and melodious voice echoed from below. Senior brother, open the door. I have found a sister-in-law at your doorstep." Jiang Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he picked up a voice that seemed to belong to two girls who must have collided at the door upon arriving together. Just as he descended the stairs, his little junior sister Chiu kicked open the attic door with a swift motion, dragging in the blushing Xianxia. "Senior brother, what are you doing hiding here all alone?" Chiu's round eyes suddenly squinted as she peered curiously toward the second floor, wondering if there might be another sister concealed within. With a swift slap to her forehead, Jiang Chen retorted, "What nonsense occupies your mind all day?" Rubbing her head, Chiu pouted, "I was merely concerned about your lifelong affairs." Come, Sister Xianxia, look at my senior brother. He is an unparalleled master, slaying heavenly beings as one would butcher a dog. And he is also a poetic immortal. Poetic immortal, my foot." Xianxia blushed, stealing a glance at Jiang Chen before gently inquiring, "Brother Chen, I heard you have regained your royal status. Why have you not received any servants or guards from His Majesty?" Jiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Fewer people means more tranquility. However, Xianxia believed otherwise. She felt certain that her brother Chen was still out of favor with the emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been exiled from the imperial city for 10 years. A flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes as she softly said, "It's all right, Brother Chen. This afternoon, Chiu and I will visit the pawn shop to buy you some servants." "Yes, sister has money, and I have money too. We are not short on funds. Let us buy the most beautiful ones." Chiu proudly puffed out her chest and patted the bulging little pouch at her waist. Her repeated calling of sister caused Xianxia's face to turn a deeper shade of crimson, yet being a child, she chose not to dwell on it. Jiang Chen, quick-witted, snatched the pouch away and, upon opening it, was astonished to find a thick stack of silver notes. "At least 30,000 taels. What are you doing?" "That is my private stash." Chiu exploded, resembling a protective hen, as she snatched the pouch back and hugged it tightly. Jiang Chen shot her an incredulous glance. "What do you mean yours? Without my poetry, would you have earned such a fortune?" Chiu pondered for a moment, conceding that he had a point. Yet, she immediately countered defiantly, "That is not true. Without my hard work selling at the academy gate, how could I have made so much? Look, I've even tanned under the sun." Beside them, Xianxia watched the two siblings bickering over money with amusement, her earlier worries and sympathy for Jiang Chen gradually dissipating. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from afar. As they stepped outside, they discovered a large black dog, saying "Biao," baring its teeth as it chased 7 fleeing students. Each of them bore bruises and tattered clothing, particularly one, named Li Deity, who had a piece of cloth trailing from his rear, swaying as he ran. Xianxia's face turned pale with fright as she immediately grasped Jiang Chen's sleeve. "Brother Chen, hurry! Your big black dog has bitten someone." Meanwhile, Chiu, like a long-lost kin, lit up with excitement, waving her hands and shouting, Master Uncle, how delightful to see you here." The frantic pursuit of the ferocious beast came to an abrupt halt, as if it had heard a terrifying summons. Its fur bristled, and it skidded to a stop, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a state of panic, it turned its head, and upon seeing Chiu's exhilarated face, its pupils dilated in shock. In the next instant, it abandoned the 7 students, aiming directly for a dog hole at the base of a distant wall, fleeing as if for its life. "Hey, why are you running away?" Chiu dropped Jiang Chen and Xianxia without hesitation and dashed forward with fervor. "Chiu," Xianxia called out, but was unable to stop her. "Wait, what you just called that dog? Master Uncle?" Xianxia's mind went blank, and she glanced at Jiang Chen, then at Chiu, who had vanished into the dog hole. She had heard that Chiu was a little tyrant at the Tianlu Academy, feared by all. Her behavior erratic as she constantly stirred up trouble, a mirror image of Jiang Chen's own disposition. It was quite possible that their so-called sect was nothing more than a lunatic asylum. Understanding dawned upon her, and she slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on Jiang Chen. Her eyes suddenly filled with sympathy. So you have been in a lunatic asylum all these years. Jiang Chen noticed her peculiar gaze, and the corner of his eye twitched. Hey, what kind of look is that? It's nothing. Xianxia shook her head, yet a sickly sweet smile graced her lips, her eyes full of understanding. Nothing at all, Jiang Chen thought, instantly recognizing that she had misconstrued something. However, he was indifferent to her assumptions. The label of madman had been his companion since the age of 6, a burden he had borne for nearly 20 years, far too complex to be explained in a single phrase. As luck would have it, he was indeed waiting for her arrival today, hoping to enlist her assistance. Jiang Chen retrieved a weathered ancient tome from his pocket and handed it to her. The cover of the tome bore the grand inscription 9 Needles Against Destiny. Upon seeing those 4 words, Xianxia's heart jolted, and she gasped in astonishment. 9 Needles Against Destiny. How do you possess this? She snatched the tome, her hands trembling slightly. This was no ordinary technique. It was a supremely rare and profound scripture, even more exquisite than the treasured 8 needles of the Ghost Valley of their Apothecary Valley. Legend had it that the 9 needles against destiny could defy fate, cleanse the marrow, resurrect the dead, and restore flesh to bones. This technique had been lost for millennia. Their founding ancestor of the Apothecary Valley had once been willing to trade half of their heritage, even promising to concoct 3,000 pills of heavenly grade in exchange for a copy of this technique. Yet ultimately, all efforts had been in vain. Jiang Chen casually remarked, "Oh, this? I found it under the bed at home. It looks like a medical book, so I thought I'd give it to you." "You're giving this to me?" Xianxin's voice trembled slightly, as if she were in a dream. "If I'm not giving it to you, then who would I give it to?" Jiang Chen retorted, playfully rubbing her smooth forehead. "All right, you should familiarize yourself with it quickly. I'll need your help shortly. But this is too precious. Isn't it?" Xianxin still couldn't believe it was real, and certainly didn't believe it had been retrieved from under his bed. This was a supreme treasure that the ancestors of their Medicine King Valley had long sought after, one they would trade their very doctrines to obtain. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he cautioned her. "However, you must not share this with anyone else, or it could bring you trouble." I want tea. Xianxin vigorously shook her head, fully aware of the implications. This was a set of extraordinary acupuncture techniques designed to cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, aptly described as a method to defy fate. A mundane person devoid of any martial talent could utilize this technique to forcibly unlock the divine meridians within their body, thus cultivating a low-grade martial vein. Those already possessing a low-grade talent would, after employing the 9 needles of reversal fate, elevate to a medium-grade talent. Even more astonishing, once these martial artists reached a certain level, they could use the 9th needle to unlock other divine meridians, continually enhancing their potential. Possessing this acupuncture technique was tantamount to holding the key that could enable any mortal to embark on the path of martial arts and unleash their utmost potential. She understood well the adage that a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasures can lead to misfortune. Chapter 76, Vital Intelligence Delivered. Such a miraculous item could not be disseminated, and even the name of this technique could not be spoken lightly. Otherwise, dire consequences awaited her. Furthermore, she could not allow the Medicine King Valley to discover her knowledge of this technique. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to compel her to relinquish it. On this matter, Jiang Chen felt reassured. The girl was merely naive, not foolish. Moreover, although this 9 needles of reversal fate was the complete version, it only documented the methods for the first 3 needles. The remaining 6 needles were concealed within obscure phrases and illustrations scattered throughout the text. Without the specific mental cultivation methods of their sect, no one could deduce or combine them. This was a deliberate restriction set by his master, aimed at preventing such a miraculous technique from falling into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. Otherwise, should anyone gain the ability to mass-produce martial experts, it would lead to a catastrophic upheaval in the entire cultivation world. Xianxin immediately opened the 9 needles of reversal fate. After just one glance, she became utterly engrossed. A half-hour later, she slowly closed the pages, having forcibly memorized all the content of the 3 needles. She did not inquire why there were only 3 needles. She understood that even grasping the first needle was not something to be accomplished hastily. One cannot overreach. Xianxin lifted her head, her bright eyes gazing at Jiang Chen. "Brother Chen, What do you need my help with? Can you help me refine the physiques of those 7 individuals? Jiang Chen inquired. It was previously impossible, but with the reversal of Fate 9 needles, a mere adjustment of their constitution is a trivial task. Shen Xining replied with a joyful smile. She understood Jiang Chen's intentions. He merely wished to enhance the strength of those 7, enabling them to secure superior rankings in the forthcoming examination. Initially, she felt incapable of assisting, but now, equipped with the reversal of Fate 9 needles, she could not only help but do so significantly. This filled her heart with unprecedented delight. All right, let us proceed now. Jiang Chen led her to the rear courtyard, where the 7 individuals sat in a disheveled state within the pavilion, grimacing and tending to their wounds. Upon noticing Jiang Chen and Shen Xining approaching, they immediately struggled to rise and greeted them with respect. Your Highness. Miss Shen. Jiang Chen nodded. Enough. Do not squander the medicine. Let Miss Shen treat you. Treat us. The 7 were taken aback. After all, she was the renowned little healer of the capital. Many noble families found it exceedingly difficult to even catch a glimpse of her. Yet this group was fortunate enough to have a legendary figure attend to their injuries. I'll go first. Xiao Zhan exclaimed eagerly as he stepped forward. Very well. Shen Xining placed the medicine box she had just retrieved from the carriage on the stone table, opened it, and extracted a row of silver needles, casting a discreet glare at Jiang Chen. She knew his intentions were anything but benevolent. Refining one's constitution is not merely a matter of treating ailments. The former necessitates the insertion of silver needles into the body's vital points, employing a special technique to guide the flow of vital energy through the blocked meridians, akin to using an iron brush to forcibly clear a dammed river. The agony endured during this process is far beyond what an ordinary individual could withstand. Shen Xining retrieved a silver needle and softly instructed Xiao Zhan. Sit still and do not move. Yes, rest assured, I shall remain perfectly still. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Xining swiftly inserted the needle. Oh! A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the residence of Prince Chen. The excruciating pain was exponentially more intense than being bitten repeatedly by that large black dog. Witnessing Xiao Zhan's torment, the others instinctively recoiled, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. Was this treatment or punishment? Ah! Xiao Zhan's cries grew increasingly anguished, causing the nearby scholar's legs to weaken. However, they gradually began to sense something amiss. Xiao Zhan's skin turned a visible shade of crimson, akin to a branding iron, and a thick, foul-smelling sweat began to seep from his body. Is this the process of refining one's constitution? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. With this revelation, excitement surged among the group. The refinement of one's constitution is a monumental opportunity that ordinary warriors could scarcely hope to experience in a lifetime, let alone something any average apothecary could achieve. They were truly fortunate today. Of course, what they remained unaware of was that this method of refining the constitution was far from ordinary. Instead, Shen Xining unraveled certain rudimentary techniques from the initial needle of the 9 needles against fate, which he had just comprehended, and combined them with the ancestral skill 8 needles of Gigu, resulting in a harmonious fusion. Its efficacy surpassed that of ordinary physical therapy by several multiples. The one who experienced this most profoundly was Xiao Zhan. He felt his blood boiling. Every inch of his meridians seemed to be mercilessly sliced by sharp blades, causing unbearable agony. Yet beneath this extreme pain, he distinctly sensed an unprecedented sense of ease surging through his limbs and bones, leading to a rapid increase in his strength. At this moment, the once obscure flow of his primordial energy became remarkably smooth. After Xiao Zhan completed his process, it was Lin Wei's turn. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Seeing that there were no significant issues, Jiang Chen quietly departed from the courtyard, needing to check on where Sang Biao had wandered off to. This fellow was currently of great utility and must not be frightened away by Qiuzhu. Fortunately, as he reached the doorway, he spotted Qiuzhu dragging in a despondent-looking Sang Biao, who bore an expression of utter resignation. You wretched mutt. I even called you master uncle. You've been in the capital for half a month. Why haven't you come to see me? Huh? Who was it that stole second senior brother's walking chicken for you to eat? With each accusation, Qiuzhu emphatically slapped Sang Biao's shiny dog head. Sang Biao, feeling aggrieved, lifted his head and cast a pleading glance at Jiang Chen. At last, Jiang Chen understood why this fellow had been avoiding Qiuzhu. He was evidently terrified of this little demoness' incessant nagging. Qiuzhu, enough. saying Biao has come to the capital to carry out a mission. A mission? What mission? Xiaoju's curiosity was piqued once more. Do you need my assistance? Jiang Chen suddenly realized he might have misspoken. Upon hearing this, Sang Biao's eyes lit up, and he immediately began frantically nodding at Xiaoju, then started gesticulating animatedly. Xiaoju's round eyes twinkled as she quickly grasped the situation. You mean to say that you need some time to prepare and complete some preliminary work? So you'd like me not to disturb you? Sang Biao nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well, prepare diligently, and when you're ready, come find me, Xiaoju declared grandly. I've been cooped up in the academy every day. I feel like my bones are rusting. After a moment, she seemed to recall something and tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, saying, Senior brother, I've come bearing significant intelligence for you. What intelligence? Jiang Chen led her to a nearby pavilion, intrigued. You know the academy's most beautiful girl, Lung Suxin, right? Yes, Jiang Chen nodded. Xiaoju leaned closer, lowering her voice in excitement. She was attacked last night. Attacked? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Who did it? I don't know. I was setting up my stall until late last night and happened to see her return. Out of curiosity, I followed her, and as soon as she got back to her place, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully, pondering the situation. Is this all? What about the intelligence? He inquired. Isn't this intelligence? Xiao replied, gazing at him with exasperation. They say heroes rescue beauties, right? That icy beauty must be in trouble. If you assist her, you are bound to win her heart. Jiang Chen lightly tapped her head, slightly annoyed. You spend your days contemplating such matters. Oh, by the way, I have significant intelligence. Xiao suddenly recalled, leaning in mysteriously and whispering, a few days ago, Empress Yin secretly visited our academy and spent 2 hours at the dean's residence. I suspect there's something between them. Jiang Chen felt a wave of frustration. He realized that if this girl wasn't corrected soon, her thoughts would completely veer off course. Not wishing to engage in that topic, he shifted the conversation, adopting a serious tone. Junior sister, you have been away for 3 years and have only reached the 7th rank. Wait, before he could finish, Xiao abruptly stood up, defiantly extending her small hand and snapping her fingers at the air. Instantly, visible ripples spread through the atmosphere. Excuse me, but your junior sister is now a 6th rank master, she declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Really? That was fast. Jiang Chen scrutinized her for the first time, realizing she appeared to be no more than 16. He cleared his throat and adopted a stern expression. Ahem, according to the sect's rules, if one does not attain the rank of Grandmaster by the age of 20, they will be expelled from the sect. Oh, brother, don't worry. Xiao waved her hand dismissively. My foundation is solid. My future realms will skyrocket, just as you said, like riding a rocket. Rest assured, I will break through to the celestial realm before I turn 18. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. To be fair, despite her whimsical nature, her talent for cultivation was undeniably impressive. What sound is that? Xiao's ears perked up, and she curiously turned toward the back courtyard. Before Jiang Chen could utter another word, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing toward the source of a series of anguished cries. Jiang Chen shook his head, watching her depart while reflecting on the 2 pieces of intelligence she had just shared. Surprisingly, they held some significance. First was the matter of Empress Yin. He had not anticipated that the dean of Tianlu Academy would side with the 3rd and 5th princes, her biological sons. Historically, Tianlu Academy had prided itself on its neutrality, never participating in the factional disputes among the princes. The dean's open meeting with the empress, coupled with his earlier intervention during the gathering, effectively revealed his stance. What could have prompted him to violate centuries-old traditions of the academy? Jiang Chen pondered, unable to decipher the reasons. As for the injury inflicted upon Lung Suxin, that was a matter he was indifferent to. Those ancient families, transcending the confines of dynasties, are ensnared in intricate feuds and entangled rivalries, far more complex and blood-stained than the struggles for imperial succession. Who could fathom the enmities she has attracted in the outside world? However, it is certain that she must harbor some profound grievances, compelling her to seek refuge within the Dayu Empire. After all, given her esteemed lineage, what formidable martial sanctum could she not access? Why then would she deign to lower herself to a mere Tianlu Academy? In the courtyard, the arrival of Zhu Jiao brought a surge of liveliness, albeit accompanied by an increase in chaos. Her insatiable curiosity knew no bounds, Upon witnessing Shun Xining's needlework, she eagerly approached, poking at the spots where the students had been pricked. One unfortunate soul nearly succumbed, foaming at the mouth before fainting on the spot. After a considerable effort, all 7 completed their physical conditioning, and the large black dog, Song Biao, resumed its mischievous pursuits, chasing the 7 around the courtyard. It was not that Song Biao had suddenly become diligent. Rather, it sought to expedite Jiang Chen's task, hoping to find a refuge away from the little demoness, Zhu Jiao. Yet, how could such fortuitous happenings escape Zhu Jiao's notice? She quickly discerned that Song Biao was training the 7. In her youth, she too had been subjected to Song Biao's antics, and only after gaining strength did she turn the tables, delighting in teasing the dog daily. To compensate for her childhood grievances, she enthusiastically joined the fray. With Song Biao pursuing from behind, she took on the role of commander in the midst, calling out, "Hurry up, haven't you eaten? The one on the left. Move faster, or you'll lose your behind." She afforded the 7 not a moment's respite. Shun Xining had intended to intervene, but after Zhu Jiao's explanation, she realized this was an exercise to hone the 7's physical endurance and reflexes. Her cheeks flushed at the obviousness of it all. How had she failed to see it? Yet, was that black dog not too human-like, almost as clever as a person? Suddenly, a thought struck her. As if a veil of confusion had been lifted. Had she misunderstood Brother Chen? She had always deemed Jiang Chen mad because of this very dog. Shun Xining stood frozen, meticulously reflecting on the moments since their reunion. He appeared deranged, yet managed to impart the knowledge of the 9th and 10th needles of Gigu to her through his teachings. He seemed a wastrel, yet could turn the tide during the gathering. He appeared inactive, yet orchestrated her escape from the royal succession struggle. The reversal of Fate 9 needles he unearthed from beneath the bed was a supreme tome that even the patriarch of the Medicine King Valley could not obtain. His large black dog, possessing a keen intellect, understood tactics, and even held a seniority akin to that of a master uncle. All these elements seemed irrational, yet exuded a profound coherence and harmony. Perhaps Brother Chun was not mad at all. This was merely his way of conducting affairs, and it was the narrow-mindedness of the world that rendered them incapable of comprehension. It was her own folly, having viewed him through the lens of mundane perspectives, that led her to perceive him as deranged. As she contemplated this, Shun Xining gazed towards the windowsill of the 2nd floor of the pavilion, where she caught sight of a solitary figure standing tall, overseeing everything. Her eyes involuntarily welled up with tears, as an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse surged within her. Having grown up alongside Brother Chun, she realized she had never truly come to understand him. Yet, he had quietly protected her during her most vulnerable moments, unhesitatingly entrusting her with the miraculous 9 needles against fate. Suddenly, clarity washed over her, summoning the greatest courage she had ever mustered. She cast aside her medicine box and dashed towards the pavilion. Jiang Chen stood by the window, assessing the training progress of the 7 individuals. When he felt a warmth at his back, a soft figure embracing him tightly, he turned his head, curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's you, Xiaoning. What is the matter?" Chapter 78, The Prince's Preparations. Brother Chun, Shun Xining buried her face in his back, stifling her sobs, unable to utter a single word as her hot tears instantly soaked his garment. Jiang Chen, of course, understood that this girl had only just come to her realization. Yet he bore no grudge. She was innocent and kind-hearted, but her maturity had yet to catch up, leaving her oblivious to the complexities of human nature and the facade of worldly affairs. Besides, his unconventional, free-spirited demeanor would have rendered him an outcast or a madman in a world that adhered strictly to decorum and etiquette, even if his mind were sound. He had simply not anticipated her profound reaction upon reaching this epiphany. Gently, Jiang Chun reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and teased. "What is this? You haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you're already acting like a wronged little bride?" Shun Xining's lovely face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she quickly released her hold on him, stepping back. Flustered, she stamped her foot and playfully retorted, "I want to talk to you anymore." "Oh, you want to talk to me? Who is it that, as a child, followed me around every day, crying and declaring they wanted to be my little bride?" "You." Shun Xining, both shy and flustered, suddenly lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her voice barely audible, that was merely childish banter. Though she vehemently protested with her words, her bashful demeanor conveyed everything. Having grown up together, Jiang Chen had already occupied a unique and irreplaceable position in her heart. Initially, he was merely a close companion, but as she matured, her recollections transformed him into a figure deserving of both compassion and disdain. Yet, upon their subsequent encounters, she discerned that her feelings were far more complex than that. How else could she explain her relentless returns to this place? Moreover, she sensed that her incorrigible father was subtly attempting to bring them together, which filled her heart with a sweet yet shy exhilaration, as if she were harboring an unspoken secret that quickened her heartbeat at every thought of it. All right. I was merely jesting, Jiang Chen remarked, noticing her desire to disappear into the ground. He hastily shifted the conversation. Those 7 individuals require at least 3 more sessions to refine their physiques. Their success in the upcoming grand examination rests entirely upon you. Shun Xining puffed her cheeks, shot a glare, and nodded earnestly. Yes, leave them to me. I should be able to comprehend the first needle within a month, and then I can directly unlock their divine repositories. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. While he could indeed unlock their divine repositories, the cost would be exorbitant. It was not merely about the resources, but the fact that they would be showcasing themselves in a highly scrutinized grand examination. Their innate talents might go unnoticed by many, but the seasoned masters and grandmasters would certainly perceive the truth. If it were discovered that their divine repositories were opened postnatally, those 7 would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, even facing severe interrogation regarding the unlocking methods. With a sense of unease, Jiang Chen solemnly cautioned. The 9 needles against destiny is not only a transcendent technique for cleansing marrow and strengthening bones, but also a true art of preserving life, the pinnacle of medical wisdom. With your innate talent, employing it to save lives and cure terminal illnesses holds far greater significance than unlocking divine repositories. Remember, do not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Never casually unlock another's divine repository. Upon hearing his words, Shun Xining trembled slightly, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could she have been so foolish? Such a celestial technique, coveted by all, should not be wielded lightly. Understood, Brother Chun. Here, the atmosphere was sweet and intimate. However, the entire capital was shrouded in a tense ambience, akin to a looming storm. Apart from the eldest prince, stationed far at the borders, the remaining princes in the capital were bustling with activity. Each had meticulously arranged for renowned masters in various fields to mentor their gathered students, alongside uniquely tailored training regimens. Moreover, what was of paramount importance were the rare spiritual herbs, elixirs, and top-tier techniques, which were being lavished upon them without restraint. Spiritual herbs were consumed as sustenance, and masters were providing one-on-one guidance, with even their most treasured techniques being generously shared. Among them, the second prince, Xianxia, was the most invested. Among the 6 princes, aside from Jiang Chen, he was at a distinct disadvantage. The 4th prince commanded numerous allies in both court and the martial world, boasting a solid foundation. The 3rd and 5th princes were backed by the Empress Yun, and the eldest prince, wielding an army of 100,000, was a force to be reckoned with. Xianxia, however, had nothing but wealth. This was largely due to his decision to focus his energies on business. In his pursuit of a favorable position in the power struggle, he had to seize every opportunity, particularly the forthcoming grand examination. If he could gain control over the Jinwu army, he would stand on equal footing with the other princes. In the residence of the second prince, within a secluded chamber, he summoned several key advisors to deliberate strategies, among whom was Mr. Zhang. It was imperative that this endeavor be executed flawlessly. Your Highness, it seems the first prince has relinquished his aspirations for the upcoming examinations. However, he has dispatched a few scholars, seasoned in military affairs, back to us, likely merely to fulfill a formality. The 5th prince's preparations have been orchestrated by our esteemed mother. The scholars under his tutelage possess remarkable talents, personally selected by the dean. The situation is similarly mirrored with the 3rd prince. Yet, the foremost concern lies with the 4th prince. One advisor gravely remarked, "We have received intelligence that they have procured a potion from the blood slaughter sect, capable of temporarily unlocking human potential, purportedly enhancing a warrior's strength threefold within the span of an incense stick. Such a treacherous elixir is ultimately unworthy of esteem." Mr. Zhang, after a moment of contemplation, cautioned, "Yet we must remain vigilant. The blood slaughter sect has endured the assaults of neighboring nations for centuries. Without their ruthless and cunning tactics, they would not have survived to this day." The assembly nodded in agreement. The 4th prince, Jiang Tao, is notably the most enigmatic and intricate among the princes. In the vast realm of the 9 provinces, he possesses acquaintances within nearly every sect and faction, wielding an extraordinary influence. Do not underestimate these connections. In the court, who is without their troubles? Yet, whenever one faces insurmountable challenges, they seek out the 4th prince, who can invariably leverage his vast network to provide solutions, simply by referencing a location. This is the advantage of having friends scattered across the lands. Thus, in this endeavor of cultivating scholars, he is the most peculiar and comprehensive figure. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Visitor. As for the 6th prince, another advisor spoke with an unusual tone. It is said that his madness has escalated. He spends his days unleashing dogs upon the scholars, and according to the nearby medical practitioners, the 7 scholars treated for their injuries bore scarcely a whole piece of skin. At this revelation, laughter erupted around the table. Mr. Zhang furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss with Jiang Chen's situation. However, given the circumstances, he could allocate no further energy to it. Xianxia had convened everyone today to augment their chances based on prior preparations. As the saying goes, there are no friends on the battlefield, and between contenders for the throne, there are no brothers. One must employ whatever tactics necessary. Xianxia gestured towards the window, and the guard stationed outside received the signal, promptly dispersing. The vicinity surrounding their chamber was cleared within moments, leaving no one aware of the specifics of their discussions. The night was as dark as ink, the moon obscured, and the stars sparse. That evening, Jiang Chen spent the night grilling lamb chops in the courtyard. After satiating the appetites of the young maidens, Xianxia and Shun Xining, he concluded his meal and was about to retire to his chamber when he suddenly sensed a disturbance. In an instant, he vanished into the shadows. Moments later, a dark figure leapt over the distant wall. He stood still for a moment, sensing no abnormalities. After surveying his surroundings, he stealthily crept towards the backyard. His deft movements clearly indicated that he was a seasoned infiltrator, undoubtedly not engaging in this covert act for the first time. What could he possibly want in my residence at such a late hour? Jiang Chen felt a flicker of curiosity and silently followed him. The figure clad in black stealthily approached the backyard, concealing himself behind a rockery outside the courtyard where 7 students were resting, observing intently as though he were confirming something. After a brief moment, the shadowy figure appeared to have received the affirmation he sought. He retrieved a bamboo tube from his cloak, cautiously scanned the vicinity once more, and then opened the tube, releasing several peculiar small insects that fluttered their wings and dispersed. Having completed this task, he vanished once more, retracing his steps until, with a few agile leaps, he disappeared beyond the gates of the Chunwang residence. Jiang Chen emerged from a shadowy corner, his face dark as night, and with a swift gesture, he unleashed a flurry of invisible sword chi that sliced through the air from various corners, instantly obliterating the small insects. He raised his hand again, capturing one of the remaining specimens mid-air. Upon recognizing the origin of the insect, a twitch crossed his lips. What a fine gift from my esteemed brother, in the dead of night, resorting to such underhanded tactics to cast curses upon my household. The insect in his grasp was no ordinary creature. It was a type of cursed insect known as the Su Gu Gu, whose venom, though not lethal, was insidiously debilitating. With a lifespan of merely half a month, it inflicted a malady akin to malaria upon its victim, rendering even a master martial artist powerless within a day. Furthermore, only the one who administered the curse could dispel it. After 2 weeks, the cursed insect would self-dismantle, leaving no trace behind. Clearly, this was yet another gift from my dear brother. Such cunning tricks, indeed. They seem unperturbed by the peril posed by those deceitful rogues. Yet, it's understandable. The competition for the crown prince's position has not escalated to outright violence. Thus, they resort to such despicable measures to hinder one another. Jiang Chen crushed the cursed insect in his palm, reducing it to powder, and then surveyed the area with his mind's eye, ensuring no stragglers remained before he yawned and headed towards his loft. However, just as he was about to drift into slumber, he sensed yet another uninvited guest in the courtyard. His expression darkened. How much longer would this go on? Reluctantly, he rolled out of bed once more, swiftly exiting the loft to the backyard. At that moment, he spotted a figure in black stealthily approaching the water well. Seeing no one around, the intruder carefully retrieved a pouch of powder from his cloak and began to open it. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. This well was the only source of fresh water in his courtyard. He rushed over just as the figure was about to pour the powder into the well. placing a firm hand on the intruder's shoulder. "Hey, brother, what kind of poison are you planning to use on me at this late hour?" The figure in black was nearly startled into a scream by this remark. After regaining composure, he leaned back, and upon recognizing the speaker, his pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his wrist and launched a hidden weapon, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Chen was distracted, and leaped towards the courtyard exit. Jiang Chen deftly pinched the poison needle between his fingers, smirking, "Ah, be sure to leave the poison pouch behind as you go. I have no intention of killing you." Observing the man showing no regard as he scaled the wall, Jiang Chen casually tossed the hidden weapon in his hand. A loud thud echoed from beyond the wall, signaling the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Only then did Jiang Chen lazily make his way back to his loft. Under the blazing sun, with clouds motionless in the sky, Jiang Chen had been rising from his bed at midday, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes. The reason for his sluggishness was the nightly visits from masked intruders. Astonishingly, the previous night had seen 5 separate incursions. The first 2 groups had come to poison him, while the remaining 3 were brazenly there to steal from his palace. Can you believe this? Through friendly interrogation, he learned that these would-be thieves had observed the nightly visits of the black-clad figures, entering his palace as if it were their own garden, deeming him the Mad Prince, an easy target for plunder. The realization of this infuriated Jiang Chen, robbing him of sleep throughout the night. It was truly a case of the tiger falling into the plains, being bullied by dogs. He regretted refusing Shen Xining's offer to procure household guards for him. Jiang Chen strolled into the backyard, where he discovered the 7 individuals training diligently, as usual. With merely 10 days remaining until the grand examination, he had halted their construction tasks at the palace, urging them to devote themselves entirely to their cultivation. Initially, Jiang Chen had only aimed to assist them, hoping they would bring him honor during the examination. However, the unexpected appearance of the Jinwu Division prompted a shift in his plans. After all, the Jinwu Division sought genuine talent, and although these 7 were not particularly gifted, their character had withstood his tests, making them suitable for his purposes. Thus, Jiang Chen resolved to nurture them earnestly. At that moment, the 7 individuals bore no resemblance to their former selves, which had been filled with despair and hopelessness. Instead, their faces radiated a fervent determination and excitement. The relentless and brutal training imposed by the large black dog had revealed itself not as torment, but as a transformative rebirth. Coupled with Shen Xining's assistance in refining their physical conditioning, each of them underwent a profound metamorphosis, akin to a complete renewal of their very beings.